Did I inadvertently find myself reborn in the household of the Rogier family? Surely, inheriting my grandmother's ideals and abilities should pose no challenge, I presume. Having received instruction from that esteemed individual at Neumgard since childhood in mastering the art of fire-based defensive spells. What a non-verbal Avada Kedavra. Surely that should not be an issue either. What? Harry Potter, I have heard you are the favorite student of Dumbledore? Do you believe Dumbledore would mourn your passing? Snape, I highly doubt it. In any case, this is a tale of an alchemy professor, a graduate of Dæmstrang, who seeks to reclaim the glory of past saints. Chapter 1, Neumgard. July 1992, Austria, the Tower of Neumgard. In a dimly lit chamber at the very top, a tall, raggedly dressed elder sits with his eyes closed beside a table. Before him lies a parchment inscribed with a few words. The elder appears to be contemplating how to proceed with his writing, his feather quill gently rolling between his fingers. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he turns his gaze toward a corner of the room, his eyelids snapping open. Therein lies a pair of deep and mysterious mismatched eyes, one blue and the other white. Time has etched lines of sediment upon the elder's face, yet it cannot diminish the aura that surrounds him in the slightest. In fact, under the juxtaposition of those unusual eyes, his presence seems even more formidable, as if it were poised to devour those who approach. Hello, teacher, good afternoon. A melodious female voice resonates, revealing the figure of an adult woman in the corner of the room. The lady seems quite familiar with the surroundings. Having greeted him, she pays no heed to whether the elder responds. She adeptly conjures a splendid single armchair beside the elder's bed and flops herself into it. I'm utterly exhausted by those fools. All I asked was for them to learn something from the Muggle world, and they almost exposed themselves, leaving me to clean up their mess. And still, they maintain their airs of pure blood superiority. No sooner had the young lady reclined than a muffled torrent of complaints erupted from the sofa. The elder appears to have grown accustomed to this manner of interaction, leisurely setting down the quill in his hand. I believe a lady ought not to utter such coarse words. This is a lesson I should have taught you long ago. The young lady pauses at his words, feigning ignorance, and turns her face away from the sofa, calmly redirecting the topic of conversation. I must say, dear teacher, your bed truly requires replacement. It is both small and hard. Are you truly able to endure such discomfort? Humph. You were also adept at changing the subject when you were 6 years old. After all these years, you have shown no improvement. The elderly man calmly turned his back, as though the individual behind him did not exist, and resumed grasping the quill in his hand. This was the most important task he had at present, to compose this letter meticulously. Perhaps the recipient would respond after reading it. Oh dear, teacher, the girl's languid voice persisted from behind. You should keep some things unspoken. Behaving this way may cost you friends. I hardly possess many friends to begin with. Nonsense. My grandmother is precisely that. Window wouldn't concern herself with such matters. Indeed, the young lady reclined for a moment, seemingly having rested enough, quietly rose, and slowly sauntered to stand behind the elderly man, discreetly attempting to peek at the letter he was writing. A dry, elongated hand pressed down upon the sneaky black head that was inching forward. If you find yourself too idle, allow Winda to arrange a few more banquets for you. I recall she has identified several promising young gentlemen for you. No, thank you. I appreciate your concern for your heir's marital status amidst your busy schedule, but please refrain from meddling. The young lady, upon hearing this, jumped back as though startled, turned, and walked to the other side of the table, waving her hand to conjure a chair in which she seated herself. Teacher, your letter is inadequate. It is far too gentle. You have penned it this way for years, yet have not received a response from that individual. Would you consider heeding my advice and altering your approach? The elderly man, upon hearing her words, diverted his gaze from the letter, casting a somewhat obscure glance at the young lady before him, gently shaking his head as if to emit a soft sigh. They were no longer youthful, having endured much between them, separated by numerous barriers. He could only wait, hoping for his mercy through this humble plea. Nicolis Winda Rogier pursed her lips. Here it came again, that gaze filled with obscurity and narrative. It was merely the love and hate entanglements of two centenarians. She understood. She truly comprehended. Why was it that her teacher was so reluctant to converse more with her? She adored listening. She was 23, no longer a child. What harm could there be in speaking a bit more? 2 months of tumultuous emotions, a century of unspoken words. She had been utterly engrossed in her previous life. However, this was not the time for such musings. Nicolis cleared her throat. Very well. I shall not keep you in suspense any longer. Take a look at this. She pushed a hefty envelope made of parchment toward her teacher. The elderly man glanced at the envelope before him with indifference. Yet upon a single glance, he froze in place. He swiftly seized the envelope, eagerly unfolding the parchment within. After a long while, the elderly man finished reading the contents of the letter, releasing a long sigh from his throat. Have you truly made your decision? Of course. Nicolis raised an eyebrow triumphantly at her teacher, retrieving a set of teaware from her alchemical ring, which was enhanced with a concealment charm, and skillfully poured each of them a cup of red tea before continuing. If I do not go, then all my preparations over the years would have been in vain. Well, if you have made up your mind, then go ahead. The elderly man placed the parchment on the table. It was unmistakably an employment invitation from Hogwarts. An invitation for Nicolis Rogier to assume the position of Professor of Alchemy at Hogwarts. The letter was signed by Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Should you encounter any troubles, remember to write back. Your teacher is not yet so old that I cannot move. The elderly man gazed deeply into the beautiful and vibrant face of the young lady before him, adding a final remark. He had witnessed the efforts of his student over the years. He owed her much. If she were to be bullied by some random individuals outside, he would not hesitate to remind the wizarding world of their past fears. Observing the elderly man's rising intensity, Nicolis couldn't help but clear her throat, interrupting her teacher's musings. Rest assured, teacher, I am your cherished disciple. I possess the strength to protect myself. Moreover, I guarantee a letter each week. It will be filled with exclusive information from my dear teacher. Within a year, you two shall be in contact again. In 2 years, you shall meet. And in 3 years, you shall hold two. Ahem. Grindelwald coughed lightly to suppress the upward curve of his lips, taking a sip of the red tea before them as the teacher and student exchanged a knowing glance, with everything left unspoken. By the way, I must inform you in advance that I cannot be entirely candid with my teacher right from the start. You are aware of my teacher's temperament. Certain matters must be kept from her initially. Well, your teacher is not so rigidly old-fashioned. Indeed, my teacher possesses a broad mind, always prioritizing the greatest good. Nicolis raised her cup of red tea in a toast to Grindelwald. Grindelwald likewise raised his goblet, and a resounding chime of porcelain echoed throughout the room. Chapter 2. Past Life and Transmigration. After quietly savoring a delightful afternoon tea, Nicolis bid farewell to Neumgard. The thought of finally being able to engage with the main storyline filled her with a sense of exhilaration. After all, she was about to meet the living protagonists. Who could possibly remain composed after having watched Harry Potter? Indeed, Lady Nicolis von der Rosiel had traversed realms. She was born anew. In her previous life, she was a physician from Huagua, known as Su Yu, whose medical skills were quite commendable. While it might be an exaggeration to say she saved countless lives, she certainly rescued many. Tragically, her demise was a result of an unrelenting schedule of 3 consecutive surgeries, only to be struck down on her way home by a runaway dump truck. Perhaps this was the reason fate granted her a second chance. Oh no. Let us speak of Merlin instead. Grateful was she to Merlin for affording her this opportunity to start anew. However, the manner of her rebirth was rather unconventional. When Suyu regained consciousness, she was bewildered by a cacophony of chirping sounds surrounding her. What? Reborn in a foreign land? The notion of struggling to survive abroad overwhelmed her. To further complicate matters, she realized that the language spoken by those around her was not English. Having lived until the age of 29 and being a proud graduate of a prestigious medical university in her homeland, her English was quite proficient. And she could ascertain that this was certainly not English. Desiring to open her eyes and observe her surroundings, she could only discern the figures of several humanoid beings encircling her, all displaying an affectionate demeanor towards her. Among them was a bearded man who appeared to play a paternal role, leaning in for a kiss. Did he not realize his beard was prickly? In response, Suyu resorted to the instinctual rebellion of infants. She cried out loudly. It may have seemed childish, yet it proved effective. The most evident outcome was that the bearded man promptly shaved off his beard. Perfect. No more prickly encounters. As Suyu reached the age of 6 months and gained clearer vision, the alarming reality dawned upon her as she gazed at the distinctly foreign features of the individuals around her and the conspicuously exotic decor. It became clear that she had indeed been born in an entirely different location. Although she could not comprehend the rapid-fire language spoken by those around her, which she later discovered to be French, and was unable to articulate her thoughts, she was not a true infant. She relied on her intuition to decipher their meanings. Consequently, she expressed her daily needs with remarkable clarity, which made her caretakers quite relieved. Thus, her parents, Stuart and Melina Rosiel, entrusted her to her grandmother's care when she turned 2, embarking on their romantic escapades around the globe. Suyu couldn't help but think that they were the epitome of true love, while she was merely an unexpected addition to their lives. Nevertheless, she cherished her grandmother dearly. Time had not diminished the beauty of her grandmother. She was a remarkably refined French lady, well-preserved, with a slender figure and silver hair neatly coiled at the back of her head. Even at her age, she radiated both wisdom and beauty, hinting at a youth filled with grace and charm. During her early days with her grandmother, Suyu delighted in following this elegant matron and learning her fluent, lilting French. Alas, despite having lived 2 lifetimes, it was her first encounter with the French language. As a soul of maturity, she yearned to escape the limitations of a life where she could only express herself through gestures and the occasional word. Living alongside her grandmother brought Suyu immense joy. The elegant, beautiful lady was not the type to display her emotions openly. She always regarded Suyu with a gentle smile, meticulously attending to her needs until Suyu's 3rd birthday. On that day, her parents, Stuart and Melina Rosiel, were absent, reportedly lost in exploration at some archaeological site in the Americas. Yet, they had remembered to send a gift to Nicoles in advance. But why was it delivered by an owl? It was easy to imagine Suyu's astonishment upon receiving a gift from an owl, reminiscent of a movie she had seen in her previous life. Immediately, she rushed to embrace the owl tightly, her little legs racing to find her grandmother in the garden. Oblivious to the owl's wide-eyed panic at being nearly suffocated, in her grandmother's calm voice, she finally realized that she truly resided in a magical world. Details she had previously overlooked came rushing back into focus. For instance, even though it seemed that only her grandmother and she inhabited the household, and her grandmother rarely cooked aside from preparing Suyu's favorite desserts, where did all the delicious food come from? Furthermore, she had never seen a maid come to clean. Yet the spacious home was always immaculate. Some might argue that her grandmother could handle the cleaning, but that was utterly ludicrous. To suggest her grandmother wielded a broom was an affront to the beauty of her esteemed matron. Thus, when she inquired with her grandmother, she was introduced to the household's resident house elves. The sight of the little beings, described in Harry Potter, with their oversized, bat-like ears and bulging green eyes, overwhelmed Suyu. Now to be called Nicoles, she could no longer contain her emotions. Who could explain this situation to her? Was this not rebirth, but rather a crossing of worlds? Could it be that she was living within the pages of a book? In the midst of such tumultuous feelings, Nicoles's magical powers erupted for the first time. A torrent of raw magic surged from her small form, instantly wreaking havoc upon the once enchanting garden, destroying her grandmother's beloved roses. To this day, Nicoles vividly recalls the scene. She stood there, pale and petrified, as an overwhelming sense of emptiness and fatigue washed over her, teetering on the brink of collapse. Fortunately, her grandmother, a woman of considerable experience, remained remarkably composed in the face of such chaos. After patiently calming Nicoles's distress, she administered 2 vials of peculiar potion, quelling the magical upheaval. Upon awakening once more, Nicoles found herself tasked with a new endeavor. She was to begin her magical education under the tutelage of her grandmother. Yes, she was to learn magic at such a tender age. However, it was an unavoidable circumstance, following the magical eruption. Her grandmother sought the expertise of a professional healer to assess Nicoles's condition, only to discover that her magical potential was accelerating at an alarming rate. Typically, young witches and wizards would enter a phase of rapid magical development around the ages of 6 to 8, during which they would experience their first magical surge. Yet, Nicoles's magical growth appeared to have commenced at the age of 3, or perhaps even earlier, unbeknownst to them. Had it not been for this recent upheaval, they might have remained oblivious to her extraordinary abilities. The rapid surge in magical energy can lead to an uncontrollable accumulation of magic within young wizards, which, if not properly channeled, may result in disastrous consequences. Thus, at the tender age of 3, Miss Nicoles Rogier began her enchanting journey into the world of magic. Once again, we are grateful that she is not an actual child. It was also at this time that she finally learned her grandmother's full name, Vinda Rogier. Darn it. All this confusion stemmed from the complexities of the French language, which she had struggled to master for 3 long years. Who could have known whether it was Vinda or Wandar? They had never mentioned that her surname was Rosier, but rather this confusing Rosier. This confirms that she has indeed transmigrated into a book. The first generation of dark wizards who astonished Europe, the French Black Rose. Grindelwald's right hand. Goodness. Her grandmother holds such a significant legacy. But where does the current timeline stand? Has Voldemort been vanquished? If not, will her family be affected by his looming shadow? Darn. It seems she had not paid enough attention to the timeline while reading. What to do now? This is truly a precarious situation. Who could have anticipated such a twist of fate? Had she known, she would have been more diligent in remembering the details. Chapter 3. The Dark Arts Taught Casually at Dæmstrang. In her previous life, Nicolis had been introduced to the world of Harry Potter during her university days while interning. At that time, she had been responsible for caring for a little girl with congenital heart disease, who adored the films and frequently spoke of them to her. In those days, filled with youthful enthusiasm and having just stepped out of the academic world, she found a delightful rapport with this girl, who was her first patient. This connection led her to embrace all the films and even the original texts. However, after the little girl was discharged, her reading preferences began to shift towards fanfiction, as the captivating pairings within those stories were undeniably enticing. This resulted in Nicolis's mind being filled with whimsical notions. No, erase that. Filled with delightful ideas. The actual plot of the canon had faded somewhat from her memory over the years, with many details becoming indistinct, and she occasionally confused them with fan interpretations, having indulged in them far too much. Moreover, upon discovering her grandmother's identity, she became increasingly cautious in her actions. She certainly did not wish to challenge her grandmother's astuteness. After all, the second in command of the Saints is not to be trifled with. As for covertly gathering information, please, that would be akin to placing her peculiarities directly under her grandmother's nose. What 3-year-old child is concerned with the affairs of the wizarding world? She doubted there was anything within this household that could escape Vinda's watchful eye. Thus, Nicolis embraced an inexplicable sense of urgency. Assuming the role of a prodigious young witch newly initiated into the magical realm, Vinda noticed that ever since her beloved granddaughter Nini learned of her witch heritage, she had grown even fonder of her. Previously, Nini had merely enjoyed trailing behind her, but now her gaze sparkled with admiration. This sentiment was rather pleasant. Nini was far easier to manage than her father, Stuart. Stuart was the child of her late brother, who had tragically passed away along with his wife, leaving behind the small boy. At that time, Vinda was navigating the aftermath of a failed reform, grappling with her own sense of self-worth, and needed a distraction. Thus, she adopted the child. In raising him, she had tempered her own lofty ideals and ambitions, gradually transforming into the composed figure she was today. She had never anticipated that nurturing a child would bring her such fulfillment. Her initial intention was merely to find a way to pass the time. Fortunately, although Stuart had inherited his adventurous spirit from his biological parents and could be quite mischievous, he knew how to temper his antics and did not create any significant troubles. Especially after he graduated and embarked on his adventures, her life became considerably more tranquil. Moreover, he eventually married Melina Grindelwald, the youngest granddaughter of that gentleman cousin, marking a union between a Rosier and a Grindelwald. How delightful! While some matters have been gradually reconciled with the passage of time, allowing her to live a life of leisure akin to other romantic French souls, the merging of these two illustrious surnames still brings her immense joy. Not all Grindelwalds are inclined towards the same path. However, the most cherished aspect remains that they brought forth Nicolis, their little angel, when they were nearing 50. This is what satisfies her most. To Vinda, Nicolis is a true prodigy, especially when compared to her father. Nicolis is thoughtful, diligent, and exceptionally intelligent, requiring little concern from others. She is highly capable, organized in her endeavors, and delights in her affectionate moments with her grandmother. Thus, Vinda took great care in Nicolis's education. It was not until Nicolis turned 6 that she received a letter from Austria. It was the first time she witnessed her grandmother, whose elegance was etched into her very being, display such a complex array of emotions: joy, excitement, relief, and an undercurrent of worry. In the days following the receipt of the letter, Vinda seemed somewhat distracted, often staring blankly at Nicolis for extended periods. After Nicolis inquired for the 3rd time about her grandmother's well-being, Vinda engaged her in a lengthy conversation. A certain gentleman wished to meet her, a prophet who dabbled in revolutionary ideals, and he must have seen something significant. Otherwise, he would not have sent Vinda such a letter under his current circumstances. Vinda shared the letter with Nicolis, which conveyed only that Vinda was to bring Nicolis to meet him at Neumgard, without elaborating further. Vinda expressed that, while she remained loyal to this gentleman, she respected Nicolis's autonomy and that she could choose whether or not to attend. Reflecting on her own situation, Nicolis decided to go, reasoning that as long as Vinda was with her, there should be no danger to her life. Moreover, according to her lineage, she would have to address this gentleman as her great-grandfather, so it would not be a loss to ascertain what he knew. And GGAD. She simply had to go. After a few days of preparation, Vinda took Nicoles to Neumgard, where she experienced a minor incident upon entering, but that is a tale for another time. When Nicoles first encountered Grindelwald, disbelief washed over her. It was simply because he bore the brunt of his own self-destruction, residing in a dim, chaotic, and decrepit cell, clad in tattered rags and appearing almost ghostly. Even her grandmother fell silent for a considerable time upon meeting him. Both understood that, even in such a confinement, Grindelwald could lead a relatively comfortable existence. His current state was entirely a matter of choice. He was in self-imposed confinement, both mentally and physically. The encounter was not at all as she had imagined. This Mr. Grindelwald merely gazed at Nicoles for a moment before handing her a key to the door, instructing her to visit him twice a week for lessons, during which he would teach her everything he knew. This revelation left Nicoles completely stunned. There was no interview or casual conversation. She was simply accepted as a pupil. The surprise arrived quietly. After all, this was Gellert Grindelwald, the first generation of dark wizards that shocked Europe, the founder of the fire protection charm. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, the 6-year-old Nicole promptly acknowledged her teacher. Thus, Nicole's childhood was swiftly spent shuttling between the Rochelle Manor in France and Neumgard, diligently studying magic and alchemy. It is noteworthy that, perhaps due to her exceptionally dense soul, Nicole possessed remarkable talent. Particularly in the field of alchemy, Grindelwald remarked that her aptitude was unparalleled. This back-and-forth lifestyle continued until she reached the age of 11, when she was sent to Dæmstrang for her studies. Chapter 4. Wanda's Sharp Critique and the Golden Finger. Nicole had contemplated whether to attend Hogwarts upon reaching school age, but the 5 years spent under Grindelwald's tutelage were not in vain. Even if she did not recall the original timeline, she was acutely aware that this was the zenith of Voldemort's power. Moreover, Wanda and her parents would undoubtedly oppose her attending Hogwarts at this time, especially after hearing that their family's branch in England had become embroiled in matters there. They were even less inclined to wade through such murky waters, not to mention Wanda's disdain for Voldemort. Nicole had previously overheard Wanda's grandmother's scathing remarks about this new generation of Dark Lord, a consummate egoist and a deceitful charlatan, who, under the guise of pure-blood ideals, duped a throng of fools to fulfill his own ambitions. The Death Eaters, devoid of aesthetics and noble ideals, were merely a disjointed assembly of brutality and violence. They had no comrades, no ideals, only a group of undignified slaves coerced by raw power and a handful of fools blinded by bloodthirsty desires and immediate gains. She could not fathom how any wizard would willingly serve others. Was not having house elves sufficient? She had heard that joining the Death Eaters required kissing Voldemort's robes. How could they do so without a shred of moral conflict? Even her father, Mr. Stuart Rochelle, had remarked that following such a person led nowhere. Family, who could possibly understand? When an entire family seeks a master, being told that following a certain individual is futile truly indicates a dire situation. Thus, after much deliberation, they decided to send Nicole to Dæmstrang. Consequently, for the next 7 years, Nicole's trajectory of growth included the 3 locations of Dæmstrang, Rochelle Manor, and Neumgard. These 3 places shared a remarkably significant commonality: dark magic. Indeed, while Ms. Wanda was not deranged enough to initiate Nicole into dark magic, she herself was well versed in it, capable of casting the killing curse silently at will. Not to mention her dear teacher and the alma mater Dæmstrang, which casually imparted knowledge of the dark arts. By the time of her graduation, Nicole had managed to attempt the silent killing curse, successfully, I might add, on her first try. As for the fire protection charm, it was no jest. She had been able to fully cast that spell at the tender age of 10, though the moment she did so, she lost control, draining her magical reserves and receiving a scolding. But she did not mind. Strength aside, it was simply impressive. This was a lifelong endeavor. After her graduation, Wanda and Grindelwald entrusted Nicole with the family estate and the remnants of the Order's influence. She pondered, having entered school in 1980 and with the current year being 1987. Voldemort was rumored to have been defeated by the Savior in 1981. If that were the case, Harry Potter would be 7 this year, with 4 years until his enrollment. Thus, she had 4 years for her influence to develop steadily. If memory served correctly, Voldemort would resurrect 4 years after Harry's enrollment, granting her at least 8 years of preparation time. Surely, that would suffice for someone with her semi-omniscient perspective to vanquish that noseless fiend. This was not to say she intended to meddle in the main storyline. The primary influence of the Order was not in England, as France and Germany provided ample opportunity for her exploits. But alas, her unfortunate teacher resided there. And why would her love-struck mentor, who had never imposed any demands on her, teach her magic and alchemy from a young age, only to hand over his influence upon her graduation. Was it due to their blood relation? Did he admire her and feel an instant connection? No, let us not kid ourselves. No decent person would feel an affinity for a 6-year-old child. It must simply be for the sake of his concerned wife. This esteemed prophet must have foreseen something. Moreover, after years of interaction, Nicole had genuinely come to regard Grindelwald as an important family member. His guidance and concern were sincere. The old man merely desired a twilight romance. Was it not reasonable to indulge him? The notion of a victorious, mutually destructive triumph was best left as mere talk. Besides, she had her own agendas. At the age of 6, when first brought to Neumgard, she had unexpectedly awakened her golden finger, a notification system that did not converse but felt rather lacking in intelligence and presence. As the name suggests, the purpose of this system was to earn rewards by checking in at certain locations. The moment she set foot in Neumgard, this system activated. And considering her rebirth and the events that had transpired, the existence of the system seemed trivial. Quick-witted Nicole embraced it wholeheartedly and promptly completed her first check-in, acquiring an intriguingly useful skill, the blessing of Baizé. This blessing allowed Nicole to communicate with any sentient being and effortlessly gain their favor. It offered her considerable convenience. Wherever there were living creatures, she could hardly miss any happenings around her. An innate information system. However, it was somewhat regrettable that, over the years, she had only encountered Neumgard as a check-in location, leaving her with just this one golden finger for now. Furthermore, her system staff were exceedingly unhelpful, incapable of communication, and answered all inquiries with a request for the host to explore independently. What good are you? Nevertheless, Nicole pondered that the check-in locations must correlate with key scenes and plots of the main storyline, as this world likely revolved around those events, making it imperative that check-in locations had ties to the main narrative. She had considered sneaking away to places like Diagon Alley or Hogwarts to check in discreetly, but the thought of her formidable mentor's control over her held her back. Surely, those places would have her mentor's eyes upon them. Based on her experiences and observations from both her past and present lives, she concluded that her mentor's need for control was extraordinarily robust, encompassing, but not limited to, controlling herself, others, and the overall situation. How delightful! Such a personality was perfectly suited to complement her mentor's love-stricken disposition. A harmonious match. Thus, the cautious miss. Nicole directed her focus to her own territory for the time being. As is well known, our order's ideal is to dismantle the statute of secrecy and establish a global hierarchy led by wizards. Yet, from Nicole's perspective, considering her development across 2 lifetimes, this notion was clearly unrealistic. The international confidentiality laws primarily safeguard the wizard's security. Otherwise, given their limited numbers, a sheer overwhelming force could easily lead to their extinction. Have you not observed that while magical energy can be depleted, firepower is inexhaustible? Can armor truly withstand a single bullet, let alone 1,000 or 10,000? Moreover, it is worth noting that 80% of the wizards in our realm are not versed in protective armor. Thus, it is evident that technology represents the foremost productive force. The wizarding world must emancipate itself from its archaic state. Chapter 5. The combat paradigms of the wizarding world transformed by our alchemists. Upon her graduation, Nicole's established a consortium named Morningstar, which for the time being is presided over by her affluent father. This enterprise is bifurcated into 2 divisions, one operating within the Muggle world, leveraging Nicole's semi-omniscient perspective to invest in lucrative ventures and manage fail-safe businesses. This segment is predominantly managed by trustworthy Muggle-born and half-blood wizards who, upon signing magical contracts, aim to seize control of the economic lifeblood of the Muggle realm, infiltrating every facet of their world to manipulate electoral outcomes and influence politics. The other division pertains to the magical realm, with its primary focus on alchemical products. The chief investors include the Rogier family, who possess 70% of the shares, while the remaining 30% is contributed by several distinguished families of saints. Concurrently, Nicole's assembled a conventional alchemy team and a fusion alchemy team. The conventional team comprises renowned alchemists, predominantly of pure-blood lineage, as alchemy is a costly endeavor. Without substantial family background, it is challenging to cultivate an alchemist. Their responsibility lies in developing ideas and conducting research on traditional alchemical products, retaining the patents and profit-sharing, while also engaging in customary business involving bespoke alchemical products. Conversely, the fusion alchemy team predominantly recruits half-blood wizards, who, despite remarkable talents, lack the financial resources to hone their skills. They are generally youthful and spirited, more receptive to novel concepts and innovations. This group primarily investigates the fusion of Muggle technology and traditional alchemy. Many have been dispatched by Nicoles to esteemed institutions to acquire Muggle knowledge and advanced technological ideas, while still being encouraged to pursue alchemical studies, as she hopes for them to achieve innovative breakthroughs. Naturally, all expenses incurred during their studies are covered by her, given that they are bound by lifelong magical contracts, and Nicoles has no fear of betrayal, as magical contracts impose far greater constraints than simple agreements. Moreover, with her unique abilities, any signs of disloyalty would not escape her notice. As for herself, she immersed deeply into Neumgard, guided by a master alchemist of formidable prowess, an opportunity too valuable to overlook, as the Master's lessons were well worth the effort. Thus, after 3 rigorous years of intense training, leveraging her extraordinary alchemical talent, Nicoles emerged at the age of 21 as the youngest alchemical master of her time. Concurrently, her fusion alchemy team had also amassed a wealth of knowledge. Under the collaborative research between Nicoles and her team, the Morningstar Group unveiled its inaugural fusion alchemical product, the Magic Gun Mark I. The Magic Gun Mark I is an alchemical product ingeniously crafted in the likeness of Muggle firearms, yet imbued with the distinctive flair of the magical world. The gun's body is adorned with intricate alchemical inscriptions, serving myriad purposes including reinforcement, concentration, acceleration, and destruction. Unlike traditional firearms that require constant reloading, the Magic Gun Mark I merely necessitates the user's input of magical energy. No incantation is required. Pulling the trigger unleashes a powerful magical beam, with its potency contingent upon the intensity of the user's magical input. It even surpasses the speed of spells cast by wands. Imagine this: when confronting an adversary, while they are preoccupied with incantations, you can unleash a barrage of 3 shots, each equivalent to a potent defensive spell. Surely the outcome is predictable. Thus, the Magic Gun Mark I surged in popularity, garnering immense acclaim within the wizarding communities of Germany and France, and even showing signs of expanding to other countries. This phenomenon is entirely understandable. In the tumult of wizarding society, everyone has their share of enemies. If one refrains from purchasing, it is of little consequence. But what if an adversary does? With such thoughts in mind, despite the exorbitant price tag of 500 galleons per unit, the Magic Gun Mark I sold out rapidly, creating an unprecedented demand. Furthermore, Nicoles introduced customized versions, featuring family crests engraved on the gun's body and adorned with exquisite, pure gemstones. Tailored to individual preferences, even the shape of the firearm could be personalized. The so-called pure-blood aristocrats have historically been unable to resist such temptations. Even though these simple modifications could add several hundred galleons to the price, the affluent purebloods remain unfazed. This isn't merely a purchase. It's a matter of prestige for the pureblood families. Customization is a must. Seizing this business opportunity, Nicoles engaged in hunger marketing, limiting supply, and even controlling the circulation of the Magic Gun Mark I in the black market. Indeed, a standard Magic Gun Mark I purchased from Morningstar costs 500 galleons, while the black market demands 600 or even 700 galleons. And what if the individuals in the black market are also affiliated with Morningstar? Regardless, the Magic Gun Mark I has proven to be a lucrative venture for Nicoles and her associated families. This success has also garnered the allegiance of the former saints, who had initially followed her under Grindelwald's command, now recognizing her capabilities. They share a common vision of transforming the wizarding world, and under this new leadership, they are also profiting handsomely. Who would forsake galleons? Moreover, their leader is not akin to that noseless figure, who merely demands money and inflicts torment. In comparison, the cohesion within the new saints' ranks has undoubtedly strengthened. The fervor surrounding the Magic Gun Mark I reached new heights following the collaboration between the German Ministry of Magic and Morningstar. The ministry placed a substantial order for 70 units of the Magic Gun Mark I after 3 orders, while pursuing a dark wizard, were outmatched by the latter's prowess with the weapon, resulting in varying degrees of injury among the Aurors. This was a 3-on-1 scenario. Aurors, being some of the most talented wizards in the wizarding realm, were incapacitated by a single Magic Gun Mark I, compelling the ministry to make a significant purchase. Such an exhibition of power is unparalleled. Discussions regarding the Magic Gun Mark I intensified, even reaching the black market, where prices soared to an astronomical 1,000 galleons per unit. This isn't merely a weapon, it's a matter of life and death. Given that 80% of black market clientele are dark wizards, and 3 Aurors could not subdue a single adversary, the price of 1,000 galleons represents not just a gun, but a chance at survival. Who could argue that this isn't a phenomenal marketing triumph? The Ministry of Magic lamented, "What can we do? We cannot prohibit their sales." It is evident that Nicoles' invention has fundamentally altered the landscape of warfare within the wizarding community. At the very least, It has instilled a sense of urgency within the wizarding realm. Chapter 6. Malfoy, a harbinger of wealth in the new era. Certainly, transformation is not an instantaneous phenomenon. Some antiquated relics remain steadfastly resistant to change. However, many astute individuals have recognized the shift brought forth by Nicoles, the youngest master of alchemy. Notably, the Malfoy family from far-off England, along with Nicoles' beloved aunt, have taken heed. Upon discerning the potential impact and benefits of the first-generation magic gun, the Malfoys promptly reached out to Nicoles, with correspondence not only from Lucius Malfoy, but also from his wife, Narcissa Malfoy. Interestingly, Nicoles shares a distant familial connection with Narcissa, who, in fact, could be regarded as a cousin. Narcissa's mother, Druella Rosier, is the daughter of Nicoles' grandmother's cousin, making her a second cousin to Nicoles' father, Stuart Rosier. Following their letter, Nicoles responded warmly, inviting the entire Malfoy family to visit her at the Rosier estate in France. This burgeoning relationship paved the way for collaboration between the Rosier and Malfoy families in the sale of the first-generation magic gun in England, further strengthening their ties. As for her esteemed aunt, Nicoles felt she had made her mark, yet capturing her attention remained a challenge. It is well known that when one begins to publicly sell a product, subsequent upgrades are either already in development or have been completed. In the second year following the release of the first-generation magic gun, the Morningstar Group announced that it would no longer sell the first-generation model to the general public, opting instead to collaborate solely with various Ministry of Magic departments. Nicoles remained largely indifferent to external opinions. The primary reason for the cessation of sales was the limited number of wizards and the durability of alchemical products. Even if repairs were needed, Morningstar provided paid restoration services, albeit at a significant cost given the complexity of such alchemical items. Thus, scarcity rendered the product more valuable, particularly as Aurors utilized them more frequently, leading to quicker deterioration and higher repair costs. Nevertheless, business could not be neglected. Consequently, the Morningstar Group officially launched the second-generation magic gun and the shield brooch. As the name suggests, the shield brooch is an alchemical product designed based on the properties of protective armor spells, capable of deploying a shield of armor-like strength the moment it detects an attack. While many alchemical protective products can achieve this, the shield brooch's distinguishing feature lies in its ability to actively maintain protection by inputting magical energy. It can sustain the armor state continuously. Unless an opponent's offensive magic exceeds the spell's inherent capacity, the protection remains effective. However, should the shield's strength be surpassed, the brooch will be irreparably damaged. As long as the brooch remains intact, it can be utilized indefinitely with the input of magical energy. This innovative blend of proactive and reactive defense is unprecedented in the wizarding world. Thus, the shield brooch is priced at a lofty 2,000 galleons each. The second-generation magic gun has been refined from its predecessor, exhibiting a gentler impact compared to the first generation while consuming less magical energy. It features a spell-limited variant, where each trigger pull releases a preset spell, such as Bind, Petrify, or Incinerate. Interestingly, Nicoles inscribed numerous acceleration runes during the development of the second-generation magic gun, achieving instantaneous spell firing, as long as the user's magical energy is not depleted, and if the trigger is pulled swiftly enough. Firing 3 spells per second becomes a tantalizing reality. What of low-level spells? One cannot be immune to the effects of even the simplest enchantments, such as Disarm. Thus, speed and firepower are paramount in securing victory. For those who argue that purchasing the second-generation magic gun is futile when the shield brooch offers defense, one must note that the base model of the shield brooch costs a staggering 2,000 galleons, truly a luxury item. Moreover, the price of the second-generation magic gun is comparatively lower than its predecessor, with the basic spell variant priced at 300 galleons and the attack spell variant at 400 galleons. The price for combination spells depends on the number of additional runes inscribed. Adding a basic spell rune incurs an extra 100 galleons, while an attack spell rune adds 200 galleons. Customization is available. This is not mere price inflation. Each additional set of runes demands higher quality materials and greater precision in the rune array. Currently, Morningstar can only produce items conforming to 3 combination patterns with a mere 9 alchemists capable of achieving this. Only 5 can inscribe 5 patterns, while Nicoles herself can manage a maximum of 7. Therefore, such multi-layered customizations are costly and time-consuming. Yet, this has not dampened the enthusiasm of fervent enthusiasts, especially those who have experienced the benefits of the first generation. Unsurprisingly, Morningstar's business flourished once again, and the announcement to cease sales of the powerful first-generation magic gun to anyone outside of the Ministry of Magic garnered unprecedented acclaim from various ministries. Consequently, stock was rapidly depleted, and even wizards from America and the Middle East approached Nicoles in hopes of acquiring distribution rights for Morningstar products. However, Nicoles delegated these matters to her parents, both of whom, in their 60s, were at the peak of their wizarding prowess, well suited to manage the family enterprise. To Nicoles' astonishment, the revenue from the shield brooch surpassed her expectations. She had anticipated the second-generation magic gun to be the more popular item. Yet, the shield brooch's profits proved nearly as substantial. Upon investigation, she discovered that this was largely due to the affluent pureblood clientele. They seemed irresistibly drawn to the allure of customization, as if enchanted by the very concept, especially regarding luxurious and extravagant items. Various bespoke luxury brooches were dispatched to numerous pureblood estates, with her cousin-in-law, Lucius Malfoy, commissioning an impressive 30 brooches. Even with a family discount, Nicoles collected a staggering 150,000 galleons, solely from outfitting Lucius's seasonal wardrobe. Consequently, Nicoles' tolerance and goodwill towards the Malfoy family increased significantly, recognizing them as her financial benefactors. Chapter 7. They purebloods understand the competitive landscape. With each galleon enriching Nicoles' coffers, her objectives were finally realized. Through her repeated engagement with the magical community's combat dynamics, she had compelled Dumbledore to keep a watchful eye on her, the arms dealer hailing from the Rosier family, known for seeking masters. Ah, how delightful! Fearing she might align with the Death Eaters. Regardless of which faction Nicoles chooses to align with, she possesses the power to directly influence the war's trajectory. Imagine, if war is inevitable, then as the leader of an arms-dealing enterprise, her motivations to amass wealth would ensure that Dumbledore's focus remains unyielding upon her endeavors in France, regardless of what she conjures. However, it cannot be overlooked that Nicoles bears the surname Rosier. Twice she has chosen the Dark Lord's path as a Rosier. Moreover, this generation of Britain has a precedent of Evan Rosier, who perished fighting for the Dark Lord. Their family possesses such a tradition. Furthermore, Nicoles maintains a cordial and cooperative relationship with Lucius, a well-known Death Eater, and their families are even related. According to her mentor, old Dumbledore's suspicions, this situation cannot be permitted to persist any longer. Therefore, she is finally set to teach at Hogwarts. Another day to express gratitude towards the Malfoys. Now, since Nicoles received Dumbledore's invitation to join the faculty, she has begun to outline next year's research and development tasks. Initially, when the first generation of magical firearms was unveiled, the pureblood alchemists in the conventional group were quite resistant, believing that they could achieve the same results if given the opportunity. However, with the advent of the second generation of magical firearms, some alchemists, solely driven by their pursuit of alchemical excellence, could no longer sit idly by and approached Nicoles to voice their protests. They argued that Nicoles, being of pureblood lineage and the youngest alchemical master, should inherently stand with their faction. Consequently, they requested the formation of a new research team dedicated to product development, seeking Nicoles' assistance with new projects. Naturally, Nicoles wholeheartedly agreed. What do capitalists fear the most? They dread a lack of enthusiasm among their employees, especially these old-fashioned purebloods, who are typically obstinate and stubborn. It is rare for them to exhibit such proactive behavior. Thus, when they express their desire to work, how could she refuse? As a result, a portion of the original conventional alchemy team was designated to form a new alchemical research group comprising pureblood wizards. The original team continued to fulfill orders from wizards, producing specified alchemical products. Meanwhile, the new research group embarked on their preliminary innovative studies. However, when Nicoles inadvertently revealed to these pureblood alchemists the sources of inspiration from the integrated alchemy team, they predictably returned to protest. They similarly demanded to explore the Muggle world. Yes, explore. These purebloods, unable to lower their pride by admitting they wished to learn from Muggles, cloaked their request in the guise of exploration. Yet Nicoles was indifferent. Whether it was exploration or learning mattered not, as long as they were willing to work. Thus, with a wave of her hand, they were dispatched to the Muggle realm. However, these individuals lacked basic knowledge of Muggle life, leading to a series of mishaps. The most severe incident required Nicoles to personally intervene to resolve, costing her a substantial sum of galleons at the Ministry of Magic. Nonetheless, this incident bore some benefits. It effectively shattered the arrogance of these purebloods and enabled them to engage with the research of the integrated alchemy team. After all, these individuals, hailing from pureblood backgrounds, possessed some ancestral alchemical heritage and traditions, making their involvement advantageous for Nicoles. The headquarters of the Morningstar was established by Nicoles in a 33-story building in France, surrounded by countless ancient magical protective formations and an upgraded version of her mentor's protective enchantments. Due to the abundance of alchemists in the company, The restless alchemists frequently examined those ancient magical arrays. With increased research comes inevitable breakthroughs, and once any progress was made, there was a compulsion to conduct experiments. Thus, they uncontrollably began to layer their findings onto the original magic arrays, for the company had ample materials. Why not take advantage of it? What? You deciphered my research, and I have yet to grasp yours. How can this be acceptable? This is an affront to my dignity as an alchemist. Consequently, for quite some time, a fierce competition ensued, particularly between the pureblood group and the integrated group, each determined to assert dominance in this domain. Owing to the deep-rooted heritage of the pureblood group, they consistently maintained a leading position, which incited considerable discontent within the integrated group. The competition intensified, and a subtle trend of catching up emerged. This triggered a sense of crisis among the haughty pureblood alchemists, who, while outwardly maintaining an air of nonchalance and arrogance, were under the vigilant watch of Nicoles, the woman who controlled all happenings within the building. They could not conceal their activities from her. This group of purebloods competed just as fiercely as their integrated counterparts. Even their prideful nature compelled them to consume a bottle of glory potion after late nights, then deliberately take a longer route to taunt the integrated group, all in a bid to accrue animosity. They certainly understood the essence of competition. It is hard to evaluate. May they find success. Regardless, due to the diligent efforts of these alchemists, the company's defenses grew increasingly robust, with layers of magical arrays becoming densely packed and escalating to a frenzied level. However, Nicoles did not intervene, allowing them to pursue their ambitions. In fact, she contributed to the company's defenses by utilizing her unique abilities to entice 2 fire dragons in Romania, forging a pact with them. She would be responsible for their nourishment and care for any potential offspring, while they would guard the Morningstar headquarters and engage in battle against any external threats. However, one must breach the outer magical arrays to be fortunate enough to behold these dragons. Yet, even Nicoles was unaware of the extent of the magical arrays fortified by those alchemists, leading to a rather leisurely existence for the 2 dragons, who now simply enjoyed their day's feasting, taking leisurely flights, and returning for restful slumber. The entire building revolved around their tranquility. Chapter 8, Morningstar and the New Saints. Upon entering the headquarters, Nicoles summoned the Integrated Alchemy Department and the Alchemical Research Group to convene on the 33rd floor. Once all were assembled, she unveiled her ambitions to the world for the first time. In the spacious top-floor conference room, sunlight streamed through the glass, casting a radiant glow on the grand mahogany round table. Nicoles occupied the seat of honor, the crimson velvet chair accentuating her striking features, dark hair and emerald eyes, both alluring and perilous. At that moment, the owner of those emerald eyes cast a sharp gaze around all the assembled alchemists. This marked the inaugural gathering of our integrated alchemy team and the Alchemical Research Group. I trust that the more perceptive among you have already discerned my intentions, correct? The 30-some alchemists surrounding the table exchanged glances, with only a select few displaying expressions of trepidation or fervor towards Nicoles. Among them, one named Roger McDowell stood out. His grandfather had once been a trusted aide to Grindelwald, and his family had invested in the current Morningstar Company, making him privy to far more information than his peers. Nicoles surveyed the room, her clear voice imbued with authority. Esteemed colleagues, thanks to your talents, the Morningstar Group has achieved considerable success within the wizarding community, but are you content to rest on your laurels? No need to answer hastily. Instead, reflect upon what your hearts truly desire. Nicoles rose from her seat, stepping behind them as she spoke. Everyone present has experienced life in the Muggle realm for a time. Having immersed yourselves in their lifestyle, education, and technology, how do you perceive the contrast to the existence of wizards? Nicoles granted them a moment of contemplation, before slowly strolling to the back of a pureblood wizard whose expression was fluctuating noticeably. She placed her hands on his shoulders from behind, as it seemed Mr. Burstead had profound thoughts on the matter. Would you mind sharing, Mr. Burstead? Joseph Burstead hails from one of the 28 pureblood families and is one of the wizards whose entrance into the Muggle world stirred up quite a commotion. Burstead's countenance appeared conflicted. After a deep breath, he resolved to voice his true sentiments. I believe the former arrogance, no, the disdain of pureblood families towards Muggles may have been somewhat irrational. Their development has outpaced our understanding of the Muggle realm far too swiftly. Yet, we wizards remain ensnared in our past impressions of them. Upon concluding his statement, he lowered his head, seemingly unable to confront the implications of his pureblood lineage. Nicoles, however, comfortingly patted his shoulder, acknowledging, well done, Burstead. Your perspective is quite astute. Is there anyone else who would like to share their thoughts? Mr. Dickens? I find Muggles remarkable. They lack magic, yet they create inventions that surpass even the utility of magic itself. For instance, they have reached the moon through technology, something magic cannot achieve. Perhaps individually they may not match wizards, but their collective intellect is immeasurable. As several individuals began to speak up, an increasing number of wizards joined the discussion. Noticing that the time was ripe, Nicoles raised her hand to gently halt their conversation, observing that many had substantial reflections. Do you believe we wizards can afford to ignore such a muggle world? If muggles were to discover our existence, would they not be intrigued by our significantly longer lifespans compared to theirs? Upon hearing this, a wave of apprehensive glances passed among the wizards. Could they truly obstruct such a muggle world? Oh, it appears Mr. McDowell has something to say. Nicoles gracefully gestured for him to speak. Clearly unable to contain himself after being called upon, Mr. McDowell, with an excited gaze fixed upon Nicoles, even stood from his seat. Oh, thank you, esteemed Miss Rosier. I wish to inquire, are you prepared to inherit our great cause from your ancestors? Ah, it seems Mr. McDowell can hardly wait. Let us hear my thoughts. Nicoles gestured for him to sit down before returning to her own seat. With a wave of her hand, she moved her chair aside, then snapped her fingers, invoking a precise nonverbal charm that conjured vivid scenes of the brutal battles in the Muggle realm at the center of the round table. The scenes shifted through various battles, the number of combatants and the gruesome imagery rendering the wizards, who had not witnessed much in their youth, visibly unsettled. I trust you have all perused Muggle literature on history and war, and this illustrates the conflicts faced by the Muggle world. How many of you believe you would survive were you to engage in such battles? Let me be clear, I am asking about survival, not victory. Silence enveloped the room, with expressions ranging from ashen to livid. Nicoles chuckled softly. Mr. Keller, I recall you are from London? Indeed, Miss Rosier, I hail from London. Could you enlighten everyone as to the population of London? While I lack precise statistics, there are certainly around 6 million. Thank you, Mr. Keller. Now, can anyone tell me how many wizards reside in the UK? 3,000, Miss Rosier answered a pure-blood descendant closely connected to the British wizarding community. Thus, 3,000 against 6 million. Do you believe we possess any chance of victory? Should conflict arise, even with our magic, what do we have to secure triumph? Perhaps some may argue that we have the statute of secrecy. As long as we can continue to conceal the magical realm, we shall be fine. Nicoles let out a soft laugh, resting one arm beneath her chin, her demeanor languid yet indifferent as she presented a harsh reality that demanded consideration. You have all encountered Muggle advanced technology. Do you still believe the wizarding world can remain hidden indefinitely? Wake up, my friends. The truth is, Muggle technology is perpetually advancing, and one day they will uncover the existence of the wizarding world. When that time comes, shall we gamble on the Muggle's ephemeral conscience? Her words struck like a hammer upon the hearts of all present. Indeed, having experienced Muggle cutting-edge technology, can the wizarding world truly remain concealed? Given the prevalent disdain for Muggles among wizards, can they genuinely maintain vigilance against them? If this continues, there is but one outcome. As the gathered wizards began to contemplate this grim possibility, Nicoles spoke again. I do not express these thoughts to incite Muggle threat theories, nor to whimsically advocate for their eradication. I merely wish to ask who can guarantee that the wizarding world will not be exposed in the future? Who can assure us that no ambitious individuals will once again covet the wizarding realm? Surely, none have forgotten the witch hunts of a millennium ago. Compared to Muggles, wizards possess prolonged lifespans, mysterious means, and formidable powers. Are any of these not coveted? Everyone desires power, and wizards cannot resist. Can Muggles truly refuse? Perhaps we can conquer one-on-one, or even 1 against 10 or 100. But what of 1 against 1,000 or 10,000? Can you protect your loved ones, your partners, your friends amidst a sea of countless weapons? Comrades, the wizarding world is far too small, so small that you may have encountered the same passing wizard on the street multiple times. If they were to fall before you, could you truly remain unmoved? Could you? Every wizard is precious, but Muggles are different. Heaven has reclaimed their magic, and surely compensation will be made. There are simply too many of them. To the rulers of the Muggle world, the lives of the common folk hold little value. They might even glorify victories built upon the sacrifices of lives and call it honor. Yet we are different. Every wizard is born noble. A precious existence among 1 in 100,000 or even 200,000. We ought to cherish each and every wizardess life. We will not wage war against Muggles, but we must possess the means to counter the Muggle realm, rather than depending on whether they discover us and initiate hostilities. We should take our fate into our own hands. You are correct. McDowell was the first to respond, his face alight with fervor as he gazed at Nicoles. While a chorus of agreement began to emerge among the surrounding wizards, with even a few purebloods eager to join in. Wizards are precious. Every wizard is. We cannot gamble on the Muggle's conscience. They are simply too prolific. But how shall we counteract them? Posed a Muggle-born wizard, his concern evident. For both of his parents resided within the Muggle world. Do not fret, Mr. Helen. The concerns that plague your mind shall never come to pass. Nicolis seemed to discern his innermost thoughts, offering a smile to the half-blood wizard. The wizard, exposed and blushing with embarrassment, steadfastly gazed at Nicolis, yearning to hear of her proposed alternative countermeasures. It appeared that everyone was eager to learn, so I shall not keep you in suspense. The hope for countermeasures rests in your capable hands. Chapter 9. All for the greater good. What? Us. What can we possibly do? Alchemy? I believe I understand. Is it Muggle technology? Indeed, Mr. Keller. You are correct. It is Muggle technology. You have all had some exposure to the technological advancements of the Muggle realm, which progresses at a remarkable pace, creating various innovative and offensive contraptions without reliance on magic. Are we, endowed with magical prowess, to be outdone by them? If they can achieve such feats, can we not do the same? Let us not forget that all present are exceptional alchemists. Nicolis subtly invigorated their spirits. Precisely. There is no reason we cannot succeed. We are alchemists, regarded as legendary figures in their eyes. It is preposterous that Muggles can accomplish what we cannot. Yes, have we not already developed magical firearms? We can certainly forge even superior weaponry. They possess ordinary bullets. Can we not craft a magical equivalent? What about fiery flame? What if we were to compress it? That is possible, but the method of compression remains a challenge. Very well, let us proceed. The atmosphere in the conference room was charged with enthusiasm as the alchemists seemed to forget the distinctions of bloodlines. Both half-bloods and purebloods engaged in fervent debate over a singular concept. Silence, ladies and gentlemen. I commend your fervor for innovation. However, I believe we have more pressing matters to discuss. You are correct. We have become overly excited. Yes, please continue. The room resonated with eager affirmations. Nicolis raised her hands to quiet them. All right, everyone, I appreciate your enthusiasm. Let us maintain this fervor. Indeed, then you should all grasp our philosophy. We are not acting for our own benefit, but for the entire wizarding community. For all wizards. We do not advocate for war, yet we must not fear it. We may refrain from initiating conflict, but we must possess the strength to prevail. Nicolis surveyed the room, noting the excitement etched on every wizard's face. Before continuing with a gentle smile, esteemed colleagues, it is time to infuse the stagnant wizarding world with fresh vitality. For the greater good, will you dedicate your time, energy, and passion to our noble cause? Wizards, we shall. In that moment, every alchemist rose from their seats, brimming with fervor, their eyes fixed excitedly upon Nicolis at the head of the table. Seeing this, Nicolis smiled softly and drew forth her wand for the first time. A 135-inch elder wand with a dragon heartstring core. With a graceful arc, she traced a shape upon the ground. Protego Diabolica. Fire shield protection, as Nicolis uttered the incantation. A circle of enchanting blue flames ignited around her, illuminating her exquisite visage, merging the qualities of both angel and demon into one sublime presence, radiating an unparalleled nobility and beauty. At that moment, the young and noble lady extended her hand in an inviting gesture. Come forth, my like-minded compatriots. My dearest brothers and sisters. All for the greater good. All for the greater good. Macduff was the first to rush into the circle of blue flames, standing before Nicolis with a face alight with fervor. Welcome to our ranks, Roger. Nicolis embraced him gently, and he stood beside her, brimming with excitement and pride. All for the greater good. All for the greater good. All for the greater good. One by one, others followed suit. Nicolis greeted each with a handshake, calling them by their titles, embracing them as they truly united. Eventually, the entire assembly stepped into the fiery circle, and Nicolis contentedly dispelled the protective flames. Truly, these were the talented individuals she had initially chosen. Her efforts to inspire them had not been in vain, for not a single one harbored thoughts of betrayal. How splendid. Now, let us discuss our next phase of development. Nicolis shared her strategies and achievements within the Muggle realm, assigning a portion of the alchemists to continue their studies there, while the remaining alchemists would proceed in staggered groups. The purpose of attracting the attention of the matriarch with alchemical weaponry had been accomplished, and it was time to exercise discretion for a while. They required time to further develop. Thus, their forthcoming research results on weaponry would remain undisclosed. Coincidentally, Nicolis aspired to create a mobile device for the magical world and proposed this idea to all the alchemists. She instructed them to draw inspiration from mirrors and Muggle phones and computers, concluding the inaugural meeting of what would be known as the Pioneers' Assembly in the wizarding world. Once all had exited the conference room, Nicolis finally shed the facade of assured composure, exhaling deeply as she sank into the spacious chair. The door to the concealed chamber swung open, and Vandas Stewart and Melna emerged. Upon seeing her beloved grandmother and mother, Nicolis rushed to them, embracing both tightly. Grandmother, mother, when did you arrive? Vandast embraced Nicolese, affectionately stroking her hair. We arrived before the meeting. You performed admirably and spoke splendidly. You have grown. Melna similarly expressed her pride by gently patting Nicolelis's shoulder. Of course. Who am I? I am the genius of our family. Indeed, our dear Nini is exceptional. Vandast teased, playfully tapping the tip of Nicolese's nose, feeling an overwhelming sense of pride as she resembled her younger self. Yes, little genius, Stuart remarked, observing his wife and mother doting on their daughter, and began to feign annoyance. Humph. Father, are you jealous? Me? Jealous of you? Without me? Could you have such a wonderful grandmother and mother? What a ridiculous notion. You are undeniably envious. You are simply being alarmist. You are the one being alarmist. Grandmother and mother. Look at father. Nearly 70 years old and still vying for my affection. Humph. No matter how hard you struggle, you can never overshadow our family's genius. One genius is more than sufficient. Then this genius shall return to manage the family business starting tomorrow. That position suits a genius better. That will not do. Father, a genius cannot be buried in mundane affairs. Is it so that I can be overshadowed, my dear father? I must have owed you in my past life. Therefore, Miss Rogier, unencumbered by official duties, could you not hasten to fulfill your responsibilities as the heir and bring forth a little Rogier into this world? It seems that Mr. Rogier has found a point of rebuttal, a glimmer of cunning flashing in the unique azure eyes of the Rogier family. Father, must we truly inflict such mutual harm upon each other? Mother, look at him. Oh, spare me. This is a battle between us. What do our parents have to do with it? If you have the audacity, seek your parents as well. But wait, your parents are on my side. Oh, Merlin. How regrettable. Nicole's theatrical embrace of a lady from the Rogier family cast a playful glance at her father. Nini, I must take your father's side on this matter. Wenda chuckled. This perfect granddaughter of mine has one flaw. She has been so engrossed in alchemy since childhood that she has no desire to cultivate a romantic relationship at such a splendid age. How uncharacteristic of us romantic French. Grandmother, that is quite unfair. My parents were in their 40s when they had me. But Nini, we were together at 18. The golden-haired, heterochromatic-eyed Mrs. Melna interjected to quell Nicole's struggles. But I was born when my parents were in their 40s. Father, how useless you are. Though I do not wish for you to misunderstand me. I must assert that our branch of the Rogier family tends to have heirs rather late. Thus, you must prepare early, my dear. Perhaps you might consider striving for a second child? After all, you cannot afford to take risks at this juncture. Nicole, a doctor in her past life, particularly an emergency physician, had witnessed the uncertainties of life and death far too often, leaving her disillusioned about marriage and family, hence her desire to resist. I mind greatly. And please do not impose your current responsibilities upon your parents, esteemed head of the Rogier family. Perhaps a few more years might suffice? I have candidates in mind. But I need to engage with them further. Nicole proposed a compromise, for her family indeed had a throne to inherit, and the saints required an heir. Just as the Rogier family did. Given their hereditary circumstances, early preparation was essential. Moreover, in a wizarding world where most wizards marry by the age of 17. Particularly in the French wizarding community, Nicole's status as a lifelong single was genuinely unconventional. Very well, dear head of the family. I wish you success in developing a romantic relationship with your candidates soon. You're the best, father. Rest assured, if all else fails, I can always go for a child out of wedlock. No one can refuse a Rogier. Who says an heir must be born of wedlock? I hope my partner is sensible, and if not, I wouldn't mind employing a few tactics. After all, I am the renowned heir of a dark wizard. It would be a disservice to this title not to take action. Chapter 10, An Audience with Dumbledore. After concluding her affairs with the Morningstar, Nicole responded to Dumbledore's letter. His reply was swift, likely dispatched the moment her missive arrived. He invited Nicole to meet him at the Hogshead Inn in Hogsmeade over the weekend. Naturally, Nicole was more than willing to comply. The weekend arrived quickly, and Nicole first used a key to access the Morningstar's branch in England, then utilized the Flu network to arrive directly at the Hogshead Inn. Upon her arrival, after refreshing herself, she heard the familiar system notification. Ding. Host has checked in at the Hogshead Inn. Would you like to check in? Yes. A flicker of joy crossed Nicole's eyes. It appeared her assumption was correct. She could only check in at locations close to the main storyline. Congratulations, host. Check-in successful. Rewards have been placed in your backpack. Ignoring the newly acquired rewards, Nicole surveyed her surroundings and approached Aberforth at the bar. The bar was not particularly crowded during the day, making her striking French attire all the more conspicuous. Several wizards along her path were unabashedly staring at Nicole. Hello. Nicole greeted the bartender. Aberforth glanced at her, a hint of confusion flickering in his expression, as if questioning how a noble lady so out of place could find herself in such an establishment. I am looking for Mr. Albus Dumbledore. He summoned me here. Upon hearing this, Aberforth's eyes widened in surprise. He furrowed his brow and nodded at Nicole. Follow me. He led her upstairs to a dimly lit room. Despite it being daytime, the sunlight outside was nearly entirely obscured by the thick grime on the windows, leaving the room shrouded in dimness. The only additional light source came from a few faintly glowing candle stubs. A thick layer of dust covered every surface, and an overpowering goat-like odor filled Nicole's nostrils. Far more pungent than that in the main hall below. To be frank, she nearly gagged, though her good upbringing prevented her from doing so. After silently casting a cleaning charm on herself, Nicole felt slightly better. Dumbledore sat with his back to them at a table by the window. Perhaps he had heard the noise or sensed the magical fluctuation from Nicole's spell. He turned to regard the two newcomers, smiling as he addressed them. Ah, you must be Nicole. Such beauty. It seems Hogwarts is about to welcome a stunning new professor. Thank you for the compliment, Professor Dumbledore. I consider it an honor. Dumbledore chuckled heartily, appearing eager to introduce Nicole to Aberforth, but the latter clearly had no desire to engage, emitting a heavy grunt before turning to exit the room. Dumbledore shrugged at Nicole. He is always like this. Nicole offered an awkward smile, but did not respond. After all, she was not well acquainted with Aberforth. Do not be shy, come my dear. Take a seat. Nicole hesitated, eyeing the stool that reflected the grime on its surface, her smile stiffening. Was Dumbledore doing this on purpose? Was this a test of her resolve? I hope you won't mind, she said helplessly, pulling out a handkerchief and transforming it into a cushion before sitting down gracefully. Dumbledore's sharp eyes behind his spectacles brightened as he praised. Not at all. I admire your silent, wandless transfiguration. If you were not one of the youngest masters of alchemy, your skills could easily qualify you to teach transfiguration. You flatter me, Professor. I have no intention of vying for Professor McGonagall's position. Haha. Do not be anxious, my child. Here. Enjoy some sweets. Dumbledore produced some candies and offered them to Nicole. I believe it's time we discussed your potential role as a professor. Indeed. Professor, Nicole accepted the candies with both hands, but did not open them, waiting for him to continue. Miss Nicole Rogier, I, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, the current headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, extend a sincere invitation for you to join Hogwarts as the professor of alchemy. During your tenure, Hogwarts will not interfere with your alchemical research and will provide a stable and peaceful environment for your studies, as well as grant you access to a wealth of alchemical texts in our collection. As for the salary, it is 150 galleons per month, with accommodation and meals provided. What say you? Upon finishing, the flamboyantly dressed old headmaster gazed at Nicole with earnest anticipation, eagerly awaiting her response. This salary is indeed modest. Nicole chuckled awkwardly. Please. Though it is certain that she must attend Hogwarts, she is indeed a master of alchemy. The most inexpensive magical firearm she sells costs no less than 300 galleons. While I am merely an elective professor, this remuneration seems rather meager. Ahem. Dumbledore cleared his throat awkwardly. He was well aware that this salary was indeed modest for a master alchemist. However, their institution is a public school, and every investment from the Board of Trustees must be judiciously allocated. The daily expenses of running a school are considerable, and he also has to sustain the Order of the Phoenix, which leaves little room for additional funds. Dumbledore winked at Nicoles, a glimmer of mischief flashing behind his crescent-shaped spectacles. The environment at Hogwarts is quite conducive, and the school provides the necessary alchemical equipment and materials for teaching. Moreover, one of our founders, the esteemed Salazar Slytherin, was also an ancient master of alchemy, and his alchemical notes can be borrowed for our alchemy professor's research. No problem. I can do it. Furthermore, I have heard that you are quite knowledgeable about alchemy as well. May I frequently seek your insights for discussion in the future? Oh well, it seems old Dumbledore is not inclined to grant himself a raise, so it would be best to gracefully exit this conversation. Considering the workload and salary of her future colleague Severus Snape, it seems there is little to be dissatisfied with. At least she only needs to hold one position, right? Moreover, she had never heard of Salazar leaving behind notes. That is the work of an ancient master of alchemy. Such intrinsic value is indeed rare and unattainable. Not a loss at all. Haha. Certainly, my dear Nicoles, I wholeheartedly welcome our youngest master of alchemy to collaborate with me on alchemical insights. A satisfied smile graced Dumbledore's face. He knew that young witches and wizards who achieve mastery in a particular field at such a tender age cannot resist such allure, just as he could not, nor could Severus, and certainly not this young alchemist before him. That is splendid, Professor Dumbledore. I am already looking forward to my teaching endeavors. Nicoles beamed, a knowing smile gracing her lips, having found a legitimate reason to approach the matron. Chapter 11, Reflection and Appointment. May I pose a question to you, child? Dumbledore unwrapped a colorful candy and popped it into his mouth, his gaze scrutinizing Nicole's. Please do. Nicole's, mimicking him, selected a piece of candy from her hand and similarly indulged. To be candid, when I initially sent the invitation for your employment, I did not dare hope for your acceptance, as you had already amassed considerable wealth and fame prior to this. Could you enlighten me on your reasons for consenting to this invitation? Of course. Nicole shrugged, instinctively employing her mental occlusion as she met Dumbledore's gaze and responded, Mr. Headmaster. You may find this hard to believe, but ever since I graduated from Dæmstrang at the age of 17, I have remained in the laboratory. My life has revolved almost entirely around studying alchemy and conducting experiments. I revel in this pursuit. It fuels my research, and as a result, I have achieved some modest successes and garnered a bit of renown. Yet oh, child, do not belittle your accomplishments. They are far from trivial. Dumbledore said with a gentle expression. Perhaps so, but I appreciate your kind words, truly, Professor. Nicole's lowered her head, feigning a sigh. However, my research has encountered a bottleneck. For quite some time before receiving your invitation, I was ensnared in a cycle of repetitive failures, which dealt a significant blow to my morale. Until that point, I had never faced such a string of failures. Oh, sir, forgive me, but this is not a boast. I fully comprehend, my dear Nicole's. I believe I understand. Geniuses are often exceptional in their own ways. Dumbledore smiled, reassuring the young witch before him. He, too, had been a prodigy in his youth and understood the arrogance and disdain that often accompany such brilliance, having experienced it himself. It is no surprise, then, that this young lady, whose alchemical achievements are the only whispers that have reached the outside world, is so deeply engrossed in her research. Thank you for your understanding, Professor Dumbledore. Nicole's gazed at Dumbledore with gratitude, as if she had discovered a kindred spirit, and continued her narrative. My family urged me to temporarily halt my research, and I agreed with their sentiment. Yet, I find myself perpetually anxious. Nicole's appeared to struggle, covering her face with her hands. Yes, I feel I cannot part from it. Those lovely, intricate engravings, the exquisite materials, whether sharp or dull. A flicker of fervor ignited in Nicole's eyes, which soon dimmed. However, my grandmother believes I cannot continue down this path. She insists I should explore the world beyond the confines of the laboratory, asserting that life should not be limited to such a small space. I concur with her wisdom. I fear I am unwell, and should this continue, I will likely remain ensnared in a cycle of failure. It was then that I received your invitation for employment. Nicole's raised her gaze, her eyes sparkling as they fixed on Dumbledore. I have a friend named Jane Austen. She has told me that Hogwarts is the finest school in the world, though I believe Dæmstrang is. I hope you do not mind. Oh, I certainly do not mind, my dear child. I remember Jane. She is a Hufflepuff, and is she now working at the Morning Star? At that moment, the scrutiny in Dumbledore's eyes had completely dissipated. A passionate alchemical prodigy, who also possesses the friendship of a Hufflepuff, even if she bears the surname Rogier. He firmly believes that with proper guidance, Nicole's will embark on a positive path. Indeed, Mr. Headmaster, we are part of a research team, and she is a wonderful friend who has provided me with much encouragement. She urged me to teach at Hogwarts, claiming it to be a warm and inspiring place that might offer me fresh insights. Hence, I wish to give it a try. Nicole's tone unconsciously conveyed a hint of longing. I understand, child. I hope you find new direction here and embark on a journey unlike any other. Hogwarts welcomes your presence. Dumbledore, now more kindly, produced a formal letter of appointment and placed it before Nicole's. I believe I shall, Headmaster Dumbledore. Nicole's joyfully signed her name, and the entire letter radiated a gentle golden light. The representative creatures of the four houses materialized in midair, encircling Nicole's before emitting a roar and returning to the parchment. The appointment letter transformed into 2 copies. Dumbledore handed one to Nicole's while he kept the other. Would you care to join your headmaster for lunch, Professor Nicole's? Of course. My dear Professor Dumbledore, though we shall have it elsewhere. Oh, do not fret, child, certainly not here. Dumbledore winked at Nicole's. Nicole smiled, her lips curving in delight. That sounds splendid. Oh, I meant to say it is my honor to dine with you. Together, they descended from the upper floor, and as they passed through the hall, Dumbledore appeared eager to converse with Aberforth, yet the latter clearly showed no desire for interaction. However, Nicole's paid no heed to this. She retrieved a magical camera from her pocket and requested Aberforth to capture a photograph of her with Professor Dumbledore as a keepsake. My family believes I should take some meaningful photographs to commemorate my life's journey. Would you kindly assist in capturing a picture of me and Professor Dumbledore? Aberforth, seemingly perplexed by Nicole's intentions, regarded her as if she were nonsensical, displaying a clear reluctance to assist. Do not be so harsh, Aberforth. Show a bit of kindness to the young lady. Dumbledore, seemingly triggered by some peculiar sense of amusement, regarded Aberforth with a glint of anticipation in his eyes. Nicoles had initially intended to intercede, but alas, Aberforth's countenance remained as unyielding as ever, and in consequence, Nicoles found herself expelled alongside him. As she stood bewildered at the entrance of the Hog's Head Inn, contemplating how she had been reduced to such a predicament, her gaze lifted to find Aberforth, who appeared entirely unfazed by the treatment he had received. Eureka! She mused that she must have been collateral damage, after all. Who could possibly refuse a modest request from such a lovely and amicable beauty? How delightfully self-absorbed. Thus, the newly ousted Nicoles cast a look of exasperation toward Dumbledore, who simply shrugged, his demeanor as composed as ever. Well, Nicoles had no choice but to acquiesce. After all, having been shown the door, could she really storm back in and demand Aberforth pose for a warm-hearted photograph? She had no doubt that such an audacious act would see her permanently blacklisted from the Hog's Head, perhaps even cursed with a few malevolent hexes. Alas, her plan to send a charming photograph of herself with Aberforth to her professor had officially crumbled. Though she acknowledged her penchant for mischief, she had not succeeded, and thus felt no guilt. Ultimately, however, the two did manage to capture a photograph, thanks to the kindness of a passerby. Chapter 12. What Rozier desires, she shall obtain. Dumbledore escorted Nicoles to the renowned Three Broomsticks, reputed to be one of the most popular taverns in Hogsmeade. Yes, a tavern. Can one believe that a bustling hub for wizards lacks a proper restaurant? This was utterly astonishing to Nicoles, a spirited individual from Huaxia. Perhaps she should contemplate establishing a restaurant in Hogsmeade? The moment Nicoles stepped into the tavern, she was rewarded with a delightful bonus, further elevating her spirits. So much so that even the rather mediocre British cuisine did not dampen her mood. After enjoying a pleasant lunch with Dumbledore, they bid each other farewell. Nicoles returned directly to her designated residence in the British branch, a quaint two-story house with a garden situated in the Muggle world. While not exceedingly large, it was ample for Nicoles and her house elf, Sweetie, along with Pudding. The interiors had been meticulously decorated by Sweetie, reflecting Nicoles's preferred aesthetic, complete with an alchemical laboratory. She was thoroughly satisfied. After resting on the sofa in her living room, Nicoles began to examine the two rewards she had received that day, an ancient compendium of advanced potions from the Hog's Head and a dozen Eastern purification talismans from the Three Broomsticks. Both were splendid acquisitions. In her past life, she had been a doctor, an overworked one at that. So in this life, she resolutely declared a loud no to anything remotely related to medicine. Sometimes, she pondered whether all professions associated with that term were cursed. For how else could they be so overwhelmingly busy? Take her former self, for instance, or her soon-to-be colleague, a certain professor, and a certain tireless queen of the medical wing. Although she did not possess the same fervor for potions as that professor, her skills were competent enough. Having attained an oin potions during her nude examinations, her proficiency in potions stemmed from the significant overlap with alchemy, which involved the preparation of various elixirs, such as the elixir of life, which had been crafted by her own hand using magical stones and alchemical methods. Alchemy encompasses a vast array of knowledge, including, but not limited to, mysticism, herbalism, ancient runes, magical circles, natural magic, and even some aspects of Muggle chemistry. An alchemist must possess no weaknesses, and thus, Nicoles had mastered alchemical potions quite well, allowing her to excel in potion making as well. Yet, unless absolutely necessary, she had no desire to engage with this field again. Not at all. Since graduating from school, she had not brewed a single potion. Perhaps this ancient compendium of potions could be gifted to someone who truly appreciated it at an opportune moment. After all, one of her objectives for attending Hogwarts was to find an outstanding heir for her father. However, at present, Nicoles was uncertain whether she could foster a cordial relationship of mutual gift-giving with the youngest potion master, given his notoriously difficult temperament. Nonetheless, she had no intention of giving up. She must first make contact, for after all, a high IQ, combined with remarkable talent in potions and magic, especially dark magic, was a rare find among wizards unencumbered by familial ties. Even if it required some coaxing, one must taste the fruit to know its sweetness, wouldn't you agree? What Rozier desires, she shall attain. If indeed it is Severus, employing a few tactics would be of no consequence. She was not particularly burdened by a strong moral compass. She wondered if preparing a selection of potion books and rare materials as betrothal gifts would persuade him to join the Rozier family. But alas, that was a matter for the future. She could not dwell on it now. What if, upon meeting him, she found him wholly unappealing? As for the purification talismans, she believed she had grasped their usage. Tom, prepare to face the reckoning of your unseen adversary. With a malevolent grin, Nicoles suddenly recalled something even more pressing. She retrieved the photograph taken by the kind stranger of herself and Dumbledore, promptly made duplicates, and penned a letter that her professor could not possibly resist. Along with a saccharine treat provided by Dumbledore, She entrusted everything to her owl for delivery to a certain tower. Another day spent striving for the reunion of her beloved couple. Chapter 13. The eve of employment. Upon her arrival in Britain, Nicolis could not merely indulge in leisure as she had claimed. A multitude of tasks awaited her. For instance, she had to oversee arrangements for the British branch, collaborate with the Malfoy family on sales matters, determine the research and development directions for the next quarter, and maintain amicable relations with several pureblood families in Britain. The seemingly reasonable excuse she employed was merely to assuage the anxieties of her overly cautious mentor. This included, but was not limited to, crafting a persona of an alchemy enthusiast who seldom engaged with the outside world, while inadvertently revealing that she had a close friend from Hufflepuff. This revelation might not significantly impact others, but it would surely alleviate some of her mentor's apprehensions. After all, her dear mentor had a soft spot for Hufflepuff students. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Newt Scamander? It seemed the strategy was indeed effective, was it not? However, she had refrained from mentioning this in her letter to her professor, lest she provoke another incident for a certain 95-year-old gentleman residing in Dorset. However, now, with nearly 2 months remaining until the commencement of the Hogwarts academic year, the typically bustling Nicolis has, apart from proactively visiting Malfoy Manor on 2 occasions, astonishingly refrained from leaving her current residence for the most part. Even the arrangements she had initially planned were delegated to McDowell. Indeed, she summoned McDowell from France, believing that his management skills would be more suitable for this role than his alchemical prowess. Not only does he possess knowledge of alchemy, but he is also adept at management. Is he not the perfect second-in-command for Nicolis? Of course, McDowell himself is quite agreeable to this arrangement. A win-win situation. Nevertheless, the more pressing reason for recalling McDowell was an unfortunate leak of information. Overnight, the wizarding community of Britain became aware that Nicolis Rosier, the Morning Star's chief alchemist, the youngest master of alchemy, and a principal developer of the Magical Spear series, was about to join Hogwarts as a professor of alchemy. While this news may not have stirred much sentiment among ordinary wizards, it certainly galvanized the upper echelons of the British magical world. Officials and pure-blood aristocrats, eager to forge connections or reap benefits, descended upon her like sharks sensing blood in the water. A deluge of invitations to grand soirees and requests for meetings inundated the Morning Star's British branch. After receiving no response, these individuals resorted to more circuitous methods. Some, having learned of her familial ties to Narcissa, sought to leverage the Malfoy connections to deliver their messages directly. However, Lucius, being the astute individual he is, understood Nicolis's aversion to such tedious social engagements and deftly shielded her from their unwelcome advances. In a remarkably casual manner, he conveyed this to Nicolis through her fondly regarded young cousin, Draco, earning her gratitude in return. Thus, Mr. Malfoy became increasingly pleased with himself, nearly evolving into Nicolis's spokesperson in Britain. Nevertheless, Nicolis was quite content with this arrangement, as Lucius is genuinely skilled in these matters, requiring her only to extend her friendship and a few benefits. Yet, there were still those shameless enough to attempt to enlist Dumbledore as a mediator. Yes, Fudge, I am indeed referring to you. Unsurprisingly, such overtures were met with rejection. While Nicolis may not recall every detail of the original storyline, she certainly retains a vivid impression of the repulsive countenance of the Minister of Magic and his insipid subordinate. A polite decline was in order. Even the Daily Prophet extended multiple interview invitations, all of which Nicolis graciously declined, for she inherently despised such social gatherings and had not forgotten her self-imposed vow of ignorance regarding worldly affairs, focusing solely on her passion for alchemy. After she rebuffed Fudge's invitation, Dumbledore's demeanor towards her softened considerably. Dumbledore, I have discovered yet another admirable quality in Nicolis, her aversion to political entanglements. I am thoroughly pleased. He even, fearing that Nicolis, an alchemist unaccustomed to the outside world, might feel lonely or uncomfortable, invited her to visit his home in Godric's Hollow. Nicolis, alas, my persona has taken root too deeply for me to alter it. Of course, Nicolis seized the opportunity to procure some souvenirs and mementos, swiftly dispatching them to a certain Highland. She truly is her mentor's most loyal guardian of love. Chapter 14. First Encounter with Snape. The days at home were not as unbearable as anticipated. Nicolis reviewed the foundational knowledge she had acquired during her initial studies in alchemy, diligently crafting several sets of introductory lesson plans suitable for the 37th grade. Having committed to the role of alchemy professor, she was determined to teach with sincerity. She could not afford to mislead her students. However, Nicolis found herself somewhat perplexed by Hogwarts's teaching style and pacing, coming as she did from Dæmstrang. She feared that, in her enthusiasm, she might inadvertently hinder the progress of Hogwarts's young scholars. Fortunately, Professor Dumbledore, committed to guiding Nicolis away from the shadows of dark magic, willingly provided her with invaluable guidance, allowing for a fruitful exchange of information via correspondence that eased her preparation significantly. Indeed, the teaching methodology at Dæmstrang was rather too rigorous. She had eliminated all references to dark magic, yet it still felt excessive. Very well, she would make further adjustments. However, there was another positive development. An owl bound for Neumgard had arrived. Nicoles made a point to arrive at Hogwarts 2 weeks early. After completing her routine check-in and being introduced to Professor Dumbledore, who remained on campus, as well as Professor McGonagall, who had arrived early, she dove headfirst into the alchemical section of the Hogwarts library. She revised her plans multiple times, still grappling with the appropriate degree of gentleness required in Hogwarts' teaching approach. Nicoles felt a tinge of anxiety about her new position, so she decided to immerse herself in books. There could be no fault in that. Unbeknownst to her, Dumbledore's satisfaction was increasing exponentially. After a week of intensive study and incorporating the teaching notes and lesson plans of the previous alchemy professor, Nicoles finally completed her teaching schedule. With only a week remaining until the official start of the term, all 4 heads of houses had finally gathered. Nicoles was finally face-to-face with the professor she had long yearned to meet, Severus Snape. From the moment they met, she found herself utterly captivated by him. The 32-year-old gentleman, clad in a flowing black wizarding robe that perfectly enveloped his slender and tall frame, had his buttons meticulously fastened up to his neck. He stood tall, likely measuring over 6 feet, with a pallor indicative of sleepless nights, dark circles under his eyes, a prominent aquiline nose, and an ominously sharp gaze, an archetypal image of the dark wizard. Moreover, his hair, slightly unkempt and somewhat greasy, solidified this persona. Yet Nicoles, clearly unfazed, noted that this version of Snape was quite youthful and, without a doubt, not unattractive, his brooding demeanor and lack of self-care aside. He could easily pass for a strikingly handsome Brit. Additionally, having graduated from Dæmstrang, Nicoles firmly believed that her former institution harbored far gloomier individuals than Snape. In her eyes, this was hardly an issue. Not to mention, he possessed a voice as rich and alluring as the most exquisite cello, truly captivating. During her introductions to Professor Sprout and Professor Flitwick, Nicoles unabashedly examined the enigmatic king of the dungeons. I assumed that Professor Rosier, hailing from France, remembers the concept of personal space and would not so rudely fixate her gaze on a newly acquainted colleague, would she? Snape, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, furrowed his brow, casting a dark, venomous glare in Nicoles' direction. Surely, the inherent warmth and romanticism of the French could not justify such an impudent stare from his insufferable new colleague. Though Nicoles' gaze was primarily one of innocent admiration, this did not absolve Snape of his irritation. Clearly, Nicoles sensed the unspoken tension. She offered an apologetic smile, saying, "My apologies, Professor Snape. I am merely curious about the youngest master of potions. I beg your forgiveness for any offense caused." Humph. It is best to keep it that way. Snape chose not to respond further. Slytherin has a deep-seated respect for strength. Upon recalling that this new colleague, at a similar age, has also achieved mastery, he chose to refrain from his usual sharp tongue. Yet, it was evident that this exuberant French lady was unaware of the need for restraint. After exchanging pleasantries with Professor Sprout and others, she once again gravitated towards him. Was it his demeanor that failed to impress? Or had his aura diminished? Fortunately, Miss Rogier did not pose any peculiar or disrespectful inquiries, and he maintained a semblance of gentlemanly decorum while engaging in cordial social exchanges with this new colleague. During this time, Hogwarts also welcomed the onset of a new term. Chapter 15. Mastering the nuances of human relations, as all faculty members were required to arrive at school ahead of schedule. Nicoles had the opportunity to meet all her colleagues 2 days prior to the start of term. She presented her meticulously prepared gifts, which consisted of various alchemical creations, ensuring that her gestures were both courteous and sincere. To Dumbledore, she gifted an alchemical snack box, brimming with an assortment of delectable pastries and candies from various countries, complete with self-preserving and categorizing features that would effortlessly sort even the most chaotically arranged treats, sufficient to sustain the venerable old bee for half a year, provided he did not indulge excessively. To Professor McGonagall, she presented a handcrafted French pointed witch's hat, fashioned from emerald green silk, adorned with a matching satin bow and an exquisite gem nestled at its center, exuding elegance and intellect. This splendid piece not only complemented Professor McGonagall's refined demeanor, but also possessed protective and self-cleaning properties, with the ability to transform its shape at will, releasing a soothing fragrance that enchanted the feline professor, who declared her intention to wear it at the upcoming opening banquet. Professor Sprout received a collection of unique magical plant seeds indigenous to France and Germany, along with a set of flower pots equipped with automatic pest control, watering functions, and temperature regulation. The delight on Professor Sprout's face upon receiving these pots was palpable, as she mused on why Dumbledore had not invited Nicoles sooner, thus sparing her countless tasks. To Professor Flitwick, Nicoles crafted a bespoke magical wand, inscribed with the professor's name, a limited edition not available for public sale. Given that he was a dueling champion, this gift was well received, much to her satisfaction. For Professor Snape, she prepared her most exquisite creation. Motivated by her admiration for the enigmatic double agent, having indulged in a fair share of fan fiction about him in her past life. But I digress. This was a set of cauldrons designed to maintain temperature, provide protective self-cleaning, enhance potion efficacy, and even reduce brewing time. Nicoles was certain that Professor Snape would adore this set, and indeed, the day after he received it, he surprised her by initiating a conversation, flashing a rare, albeit tentative, smile. Nicoles and her dining companions were utterly astonished. Even Dumbledore discreetly inquired about what gift could elicit such a warm expression from the notoriously stoic potions master. However, before Nicoles could respond, Professor Snape, ever sharp-tongued, swiftly retorted, leaving the matter a lingering enigma among the faculty. Madame Pomfrey, from the infirmary, received an alchemical doll capable of remembering locations and distinguishing the scents of recognized potions for precise delivery, as well as executing caretaking commands with regular magical gemstone recharges, thus alleviating her workload, a gesture for which she was immensely grateful. Professor Sinistra, the astronomy instructor, received an alchemical model of celestial bodies, encompassing all known star entities, which could be resized at will. When paired with observation glasses, it offered an immersive experience of the cosmos. Madame Hooch, the flying instructor and a well-known Quidditch enthusiast, was gifted a set of self-made magical alchemical Quidditch figurines that could simulate a match on her desk. Rumor has it that Professor McGonagall was quite fond of it as well. Professor Kettleburn, also an elective instructor, received a pair of alchemical arms and legs that could automatically adjust to the user's body size, responding to magical input with the dexterity of one's own limbs, and even altering color. The excitement upon receiving these gifts nearly propelled Professor Kettleburn into action, as he felt invigorated to resume his explorations of delightful magical creatures. Professor Trelawney, from divination, was presented with a set of magical orbs crafted from rare crystals. Admittedly, she had no prior experience in fortune-telling and was uncertain of what to gift, yet the professor expressed her appreciation, recognizing their intrinsic value. The esteemed Professor Babbage received an improved magical projector, which, when touched with a wand, could project the entire content of foundational textbooks onto a wall, greatly facilitating her teaching efforts. Professor Burbage, specializing in Muggle studies, was gifted an entire wall of classic Muggle literature along with an alchemical index sphere, recommended by alchemists previously dispatched to the Muggle world, asserting that these books would provide contemporary witches and wizards with profound insights into Muggle society from various perspectives. Even Hagrid and Filch were not overlooked. Hagrid received a barrel that could enhance the fermentation of alcohol for a richer and sweeter flavor, ensuring that any spirit poured within would retain its original essence while becoming even more delightful. This gift had Professor Flitwick green with envy, prompting Nicoles to resolve to gift him one during Christmas. Filch was presented with a magical cat language translator, a delightful benefit of Nicoles's unique ability to comprehend any language, making the creation of these gifts a breeze. Utilizing ambient magical energy and inputting known feline dialects into her mind, the device, worn in the ear, would enable Filch to communicate effortlessly with Mrs. Norris. Let it be said, the nocturnal escapades of young witches and wizards would henceforth be rendered significantly less perilous. Even Professor Binns received a selection of new wizarding trinkets from Nicoles's homeland, including, but not limited to, 2 sets of new books, paper, rolling papers, and spirits, all of which he found delightful. Oh, and there was the flamboyant Gilderoy Lockhart, for whom Nicoles rather perfunctorily selected a raw gemstone from her alchemical materials to gift upon his arrival at school, though he had yet to set foot in the castle. His excuse to Dumbledore for the delay was that his latest book was so popular that his readers could not bear to be without him, promising to arrive on the first day of term. In any case, upon the distribution of these gifts, Nicoles swiftly became the most beloved presence among the faculty, even eliciting a rare semblance of goodwill from Professor Snape, who, prior to any deeper understanding of her character, displayed remarkable patience toward her occasional appearances before him. Nicoles seized the opportunity to make a small request of Dumbledore, expressing her inability to endure another fortnight of British cuisine, for she could no longer bear the thought of fried chicken, steak, and kidney pie. Fortunately, the perceptive Professor Dumbledore acquiesced to Nicoles's request, thus allowing her house elf, Pudding, to officially take up residence at Hogwarts. Chapter 16, A Magnificent Triumph for the Depressive Arts. At long last, the day of September 1st arrived. Nicoles had meticulously chosen her attire in anticipation of debuting before the young witches and wizards of Hogwarts. It was, after all, her first appearance at the esteemed institution. During her initial week, she had been engrossed in her studies, donning the utilitarian garb typical for her time spent in the alchemical laboratory. Later, upon Professor Sprout's arrival, her enthusiasm for the potted plants she gifted ignited a fervor for cultivation, leading her to ardently invite Nicoles to partake in her product trials. Intrigued, Nicoles joined in the experiments for a week, relishing the experience, though the daily grime rendered her attire rather unremarkable. Today, however, Nicoles was determined to present herself splendidly. She adorned herself in an elegant, deep green French silk gown, the exquisite fabric enveloping her shapely figure, complemented by a black tourmaline belt that accentuated her slender waist. She crafted a delightful floral hairstyle, her ebony curls arranged into a bloom with a silver ribbon, exuding both the grace of a mature woman and the playful charm of a youthful maiden. To counterbalance the somber tones of her ensemble, the discerning and fashionable young lady also accessorized with striking turquoise diamond-shaped earrings and the Rosier family's distinctive diamond rose necklace and brooch, enhancing her already exquisite features. Completing her look with a ruby rose-shaped family ring and delicate silver stiletto heels adorned with scattered diamonds, she applied a touch of rose-hued lipstick, transforming into a radiant, sophisticated beauty who stood before the mirror with an air of nobility. Whoever suggested that alchemists were merely drab experimentalists should step forward. Nicoles's ensemble garnered unanimous acclaim from the faculty and staff, with Professor McGonagall grasping her hand, exclaiming that young and beautiful witches should indeed adorn themselves in such a manner. Sharing with Nicoles some sartorial wisdom, it was evident that the cat-like professor had a fondness for French style, and Nicoles resolved to consider this when selecting her next gift for her. "Well, I dare say Lady Rosier has shattered the stereotype of alchemists," remarked Snape, appraising the young lady beside him who was adorning the hall with decorations, his tone sharp with critique. "I take that as a compliment, my dear headmaster." Nicoles replied with a hint of mischief. "Of course, given your attire today, it is only fitting that I refer to you as headmaster," Snape replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips, clearly pleased with Nicoles's choice of colors. Their harmonious exchange was abruptly interrupted by a loud, flamboyant voice. "Wow. I believe this is my fan, Miss Rosier." Nicoles furrowed her brow in confusion, glancing toward the source of the voice. A slight twitch at the corner of her mouth revealed her understanding. The speaker was none other than the self-proclaimed paragon of extravagance, the vainglorious Gilderoy Lockhart, the newly appointed professor of defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts. "Hello, I am Nicoles Rosier," she offered, nodding politely yet distantly at him. However, he seemed oblivious to her demeanor, leaning closer with an insufferable grin. "Oh, I have certainly heard of the esteemed Miss Rosier, and I can quite understand the shyness of a witch enraptured. Miss Rosier, I have received the gift you sent me, and I must confide. I am quite fond of it." "Ah, is that so? I am glad you like it. You may simply call me Rosier," she replied, shifting uncomfortably to the side, taken aback by his overinflated sense of self-importance. "Ah, very well, Miss Rosier," Lockhart responded, winking in a manner he believed charming. "Even though I am not wearing the gemstone you gifted me this time, please do not be disheartened, for as a 3-time recipient of the Order of Merlin, 3rd class, and an honorary member of the Anti-Dark Arts Society, I assure you that once the gem is polished, I will wear it with pride." He flashed what he considered a captivating smile. Nicoles vowed that had it not been nearing dinner time and her lunch long digested, she would have surely retched. Suppressing the urge to deliver a punch to Lockhart, she gritted her teeth and replied, "Ah, feel free to do as you wish. Ah, by the way, Professor Snape, I seem to have forgotten to decorate the entrance to the Great Hall. Might you assist me in ensuring the decorations are not askew? We must take our leave, Professor Lockhart." With that, Nicoles seized the impatient Snape by the arm and fled. Lockhart, that fool, proudly boasted to Professor Flitwick, "Witches nowadays are far too easily flustered." "Oh, I understand. It must be that she cannot withstand the allure of my 5-time award-winning smile from Witch Weekly." Indeed, it was a lamentable truth that he often felt regret over not being able to admire his own smile continuously. Professor Flitwick was nearly mortified. Could this pompous individual truly be one of their Ravenclaw students? If a chasm had appeared at that moment, he would have undoubtedly dived in without hesitation. "Well, Professor Lockhart, if my memory serves me right, the decorations for the entrance should be the responsibility of Minerva, and perhaps you might truly consider refining your taste, Fan?" Snape remarked. A smirk of derision plastered across his face. Yet Nicoles could not dwell on such matters. She was in desperate need of something to cleanse her eyes, to expel the lingering image of Lockhart's greasy wink from her mind. In her state of urgency, she grasped the nearest figure, Snape, who was still spewing venomous remarks, cupping his somewhat gaunt face with both hands, muttering, Oh dear, let me see something, anything. Please, my eyes. Oh, Merlin's tattered trousers. I swear I have never witnessed such a greasy smile. Save me. I need to wash my eyes. Are you employing your pitiful colleague as a cleaning charm, Professor Rosier? Snape, momentarily taken aback by Nicole's unexpected grip, quickly darkened in countenance upon hearing her frantic utterances. Did this wretched French which not comprehend the concept of personal space? Snape seized Nicole's wrist, his expression turning menacing enough to frighten Harry. Oh, Nicole exclaimed, instantly retracting her grip at the sight of Snape's ominous expression, reveling in the success of his dark, brooding demeanor effectively overshadowing Lockhart's oily visage. This truly was a magnificent triumph for the depressive arts. Chapter 17. Before the Welcoming Feast. Thank you ever so much, Professor Snape. You are truly a gem of a person. And just to clarify, it is not a cleaning charm. If I must draw a comparison, the effects of a soul-sucking curse would be more fitting. Nicole's expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Snape, even winking at him. I would assume that Professor Rosier might regard her unfortunate colleague as a normal human being, rather than a mere plaything for her amusement. And perhaps she would recognize how profoundly rude her recent actions were. Moreover, should not a just sorceress refrain from casually uttering the 3 unforgivable curses? Snape tightened his grip on Nicole's hand, drawing closer as he fixated on her, his expression a mixture of embarrassment and disbelief, the chill emanating from him nearly capable of freezing the air. Perhaps our esteemed potions master's eyes serve merely as ornamental decorations? Is he unable to perceive the reluctance of his poor colleague? Or do you require a visit to the hospital wing? My apologies, Professor Snape. I truly did not intend to offend. I was merely momentarily nauseated and in desperate need of something beautiful to cleanse my eyes. Splendid. Nicole's has already mastered the art of speaking nonsense with her eyes wide open. It was just the killing curse, after all. We are from Dæmstrang, truly. You, Merlin, knows how utterly revolting that fellow's smile is. I cannot fathom how he secured the position of defense against the dark arts professor. Does he rely solely on that insipid, bubble-like grin? Nicole's discerned the venom brewing within Snape and swiftly interjected to interrupt his incantation. She even stepped slightly closer, gazing intently into Snape's somewhat vacant eyes, intent on revealing her authenticity. Perhaps it is Dumbledore's sugar-soaked brain that harbors a particular fondness for such ostentatious, vacuous individuals. Snape, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, relinquished her wrist and took a step back. Observing that she had successfully diverted the conversation, Nicole's discreetly exhaled in relief. Grateful for Snape's resentment towards not being appointed as the defense against the dark arts professor. Thankful to Dumbledore for not selecting Snape. Thankful for the dimwit Lockhart. Thankful for everything. And how utterly adorable he is. Just like a child deprived of candy. May he survive unscathed until the next year. What a splendid wish. Snape, without malice, raised his hand to give a gentle pat. Nicole's reciprocated with her most sincere applause. It seems our 2 young masters are enjoying a delightful conversation. I wonder if they would permit this old soul to partake in the youthful discourse? Nicole's turned to find Dumbledore, clad in a deep purple robe adorned with silver stars, cheerfully standing behind her. Good evening, Professor Dumbledore. Nicole's greeted him first. Oh, good evening, my dear Nicole's. You look lovely today. Dumbledore gazed at Nicole's as she turned, momentarily captivated. Rosier, thank you for your compliment, and your robe is quite exquisite as well. Thank you, my dear. I too believe the purple robe compliments me splendidly. Dumbledore winked at Nicole's. Well, under the assumption that Professor Rosier's taste today is indeed sound, it appears you truly ought to make a trip to the hospital wing for an eye examination. Oh, Severus's life certainly requires a plethora of vibrant colors to embellish it. How about occasionally experimenting with hues other than black? I believe such colors are best left to our illustrious headmaster Dumbledore. Furthermore, if neither of you wishes to stand idly here blocking the entrance, you should know we ought to proceed inside. With that, he gave a dismissive huff and stepped into the great hall, the corners of his black wizarding robes billowing behind him. Nicole's nimbly leaned back, just in time to avoid being struck by the sweeping edges of his robe. She cast a disgruntled glance at Dumbledore, who merely shrugged in response. I dare not provoke him, I dare not. Chapter 18. The conclusion of the feast. Thus, with unexpressed indignation, the elder and the younger followed the winged bat back to the newly adorned great hall. Nicole's, quick-witted, seized the seat beside Snape, yearning to be as far away as possible from the incessantly chattering Lockhart, who was seated beside Dumbledore. Snape, observing her furtive demeanor akin to that of a thief, shot her a withering glare. Nicole's felt that the charm from the cauldron was nearly exhausted by her antics. What to do? What to do? It's all Lockhart's fault. Just wait until I find an opportunity to exact my revenge on him. If I don't knock some sense into his head, I might as well not bear the name Rosier. Countless candles flickered atop 4 long, crowded tables, the golden plates and goblets shimmering in the glow. Above, the enchanted ceiling mirrored the outside sky, stars twinkling like jewels. The welcoming feast finally commenced, beginning with the older students' entrance. As Draco stepped into the hall, his gaze fell upon the beautiful and elegant lady seated beside his housemaster at the head table, causing his eyes to light up. After a few swift steps, he settled at his house's table, his gaze fixed intently on Nicolis. Nicolis, naturally sensing the unabashed and fervent attention of her young cousin, raised her goblet and offered him a friendly smile, accompanied by a playful wink. In response, Draco lifted his chin higher, flashing Nicolis a dazzling smile before haughtily turning back to his gelled hair. Draco, is that Miss Rogier? I've heard she is the youngest master of alchemy. It seems you have a good rapport with her. Pansy, ever the devoted admirer of Draco, effortlessly elevated his status with a few words. Of course. Draco boasted with pride. She is my aunt. Do you see my brooch? She personally designed and crafted it for me, the latest model of the Morning Star Shield brooch. Is that a dragon? Merlin's socks. Why have I never seen a dragon that looks like that? Goyle stared at Draco's brooch for a moment before inquiring. This is a dragon from the East, a legendary breed, said to be the supreme deity and totem of their culture. Only the most esteemed can possess it. Draco interlaced his fingers, mimicking his father Lucius's noble posture as he educated his companions. Draco, I truly envy you for having such an impressive relative. Naturally. My aunt is the youngest master of alchemy and adores me. She has promised to teach me the art of alchemy. But aren't we only allowed to take alchemy in our 3rd year? Theodore, who had remained silent, suddenly interjected with a pointed question. What does that matter? I have been corresponding with my aunt for 2 years. She has always answered my queries regarding alchemy and even stated that I possess great talent. As long as I do not neglect my other subjects, she will surely allow me to audit. Draco waved his hand dismissively. This is nothing. He is his aunt's favorite nephew. She will definitely agree. Theodore's eyes sparkled with an inexplicable glimmer. Just as he was about to say something, when the large oak door swung open abruptly. The older students in the hall turned toward the open door, and Professor McGonagall, wearing the beautiful wizard hat gifted by Nicolis, led a procession of inexperienced young wizards forward. Through a dense thicket of black Hogwarts-pointed hats, Nicolis spotted a line of somewhat apprehensive first-year students queuing in the hall, likely aware of the unspoken traditions associated with the sorting ceremony. After the sorting hat's not particularly melodious song concluded, Professor McGonagall began to sort these newly minted first-year young wizards. Ding. Sorting event detected. Would you like to clock in? Yes. Nicolis decisively selected yes, and upon recalling that she had also clocked in when she first arrived at Hogwarts, she realized she had yet to claim her reward. It was perfect timing to do so tonight. She gazed at the sorting ceremony for a while, raising an eyebrow when she saw the red-haired little witch from the Weasley family being placed into Gryffindor. Lifting her goblet, she took a delicate sip, sensing that intriguing events were about to unfold. After the sorting concluded, Nicolis felt a surge of curiosity about the sorting hat structure. It was said that this hat integrated the thoughts of the 4 founders. She wondered if Professor Dumbledore would allow her to borrow it for research. Just as she intended to quietly discuss the feasibility of this with Snape, Nicolis suddenly noticed that the seat beside her had inexplicably become vacant. Where had her large, dark-haired new colleague vanished to? Oh, wait. She recalled that there had been a minor incident earlier. Sure enough, when Nicolis cast her gaze towards the Gryffindor long table, she was met with the sight of only one of the trio, the little witch with the tousled hair. To her surprise, the witch was also observing her. Upon meeting her gaze, Nicolis tilted her head slightly and offered a friendly smile, which elicited a faint blush on the young witch's cheeks. Feeling rather charming, Nicolis took a sip of her mead, contemplating how she might discreetly follow Dumbledore to witness the unfolding spectacle. Perhaps she could even check in on the event. After introducing the little witch to Lockhart and Nicolis, the welcoming feast officially commenced. Time sped by as Nicolis occasionally engaged in conversation with the professors nearby while sipping her drink. Even during the final school song, Nicolis received a delightful attendance reward. Chapter 19, The Noteworthy Grievance. As soon as the feast concluded, Nicolis seized the opportunity to approach Professor Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore, she exclaimed. Nicolis, what is it, my child? Is something the matter? Dumbledore's face broke into a warm smile. Well, Professor Dumbledore, I know this might be rather presumptuous, Nicolis began, feeling a rare wave of shyness. She merely wished to stall for a bit longer until their feline professor arrived to accompany her to the show. Oh, my dear child. You can share any worries you have with me. Merlin, you are truly the best elder. Nicolis clasped her hands, biting her lip as if making a momentous decision, and quietly asked, May I request to study the sorting hat at school? Child, what prompted this interest in studying the sorting hat? Dumbledore could not fathom Nicole's fervor for alchemy. Could the Sorting Hat indeed face such a fate? Oh, a peculiar little witch wishes to study the Great Hat, does she? The Sorting Hat's astonished voice echoed from atop Dumbledore's head. You wouldn't want to dismantle the Great Hat, would you, little witch? Of course not. Even if I did, I would certainly reassemble it for you. Great Hat, please believe me, I absolutely will. Indeed, you intend to dismantle me. Oh, a hat killer. Dumbledore, I do not consent. You must not hand me over to this hat killer. Absolutely not. Calm down, Sorting Hat, I will respect your wishes. Dumbledore was feeling slightly dizzy from the hat's raucousness and reached up to steady it. Nicole's, I believe it currently does not wish for you to study it. He patted Nicole's on the shoulder. Very well, Nicole's replied, though she had merely sought an excuse to accompany Dumbledore. However, she was genuinely intrigued by this hat. The ability to retain human thoughts for millennia while possessing the intelligence to converse and think was undeniably worthy of study. But with the Sorting Hat's rejection, she had no choice but to gaze at it with a sense of regret, hoping for an opportunity in the future. Dumbledore? Professor McGonagall's voice called from behind them. I believe you need to accompany me for a moment. Nicole's immediately celebrated internally. Finally, the moment had arrived. Is there something amiss? Professor McGonagall? She feigned curiosity. Oh, Nicole's, you're here too. It's regarding 2 students' enrollment issues. Their improper actions have resulted in some muggles witnessing their activities. McGonagall replied with a hint of exasperation, clearly displeased to be dealing with such matters at the onset of the school year. Is that so? Perhaps I could be of assistance? Then let us go together, Nicole's, to see what the situation entails. Certainly, Professor Dumbledore, and you may call me Nini. My teachers and family address me as such. Nicole's cheerfully followed alongside Dumbledore. Nini, what a lovely name, Dumbledore remarked, producing a piece of candy to offer her. Yes, my teacher says the same, Nicole's replied, mimicking his gesture with a playful wink. Ding. Noteworthy grievance detected. Would you like to check in? Yes. Nicole's felt as though she might chew through her own cheek. Who would understand her plight? How could someone as stern and brooding as Professor Snape appear so pitifully aggrieved? That poor little finger. Hilarious. Silently observing the potential heir to her lineage, Nicole's scribbled down another note on her notepad, adding a touch of endearment for Snape. Fortunately, she managed to maintain her expression, preventing any unintended emotions from surfacing. Otherwise, she feared that the brooding wizard before her might conjure a chilling spell right then and there. Ultimately, the matter concluded with Harry and Ron receiving detention from Filch, marking a temporary resolution. Truly, they were the protagonists, making such a creative entrance at the start of the new school year. But did Dumbledore perhaps favor Potter too much? Did the headmistress particularly cherish those with Potter in their names? Oh well, no need to dwell on that. Regardless of the Potter, it would ultimately lead back to Gellert. Nicole's vowed. Before departing, Dumbledore instructed Snape to consult with Professors Sprout and Pomfrey the following day, as the 3 needed to discuss how to salvage the severely injured Whomping Willow. TSK, what a variety of unfortunate working conditions. Failing to lodge a complaint was one thing. Now he had to clean up after the little savior. Moreover, he would receive no gratitude or reward for it. Nicole's couldn't help but cast a more sympathetic glance at Snape. Was Professor Rocher so idle as to have nothing better to do? Or had he whimsically decided to occupy her poor colleague's office? TSK, that loquacious mouth. She regretted her earlier sympathy. Nevertheless, in light of his contribution to her attendance reward, here, Nicole's offered him a vial of pale green potion, a rejuvenating elixir. Perhaps you might find it useful tomorrow. Snape's brow furrowed slightly. Why are you giving me this? No particular reason. I simply wish to. Because you are adorable yet aloof. Nicole's silently added in her mind, though she dared not voice it aloud, fearing it might invite a pair of curses. Well, then, I truly appreciate the kindness of Professor Rocher. Snape accepted the potion. His curiosity piqued regarding the differences between alchemical potions and brews, an opportunity for study. Is there anything else? None at all. Staring. Oh, then I shall take my leave. Good night, Professor Snape. Humph. Chapter 20, Rocher's Firm Resolve. After emerging from the dungeons, Nicole's strolled leisurely through the slightly damp corridor, her thoughts whirling as she summarized her observations in her diary. After a lengthy contemplation, she seemed to have resolved upon a decision, with her right fist clenched. She struck her palm, and a glimmer of determination sparkled in her eyes. It was decided it would be him. With a buoyant spirit, Nicole's hummed a cheerful tune as she made her way to her private office. Prior to her departure, her 3 formidable relatives from the Rogiers had issued an ultimatum, insisting that a suitable candidate be determined within 3 years. However, according to her unreliable father, Wendell had shared similar sentiments with him before embarking on his own adventures. Such traditions were deeply rooted. Hence, there was no need for haste, and she was wished well in her quest for true love. Yet Nicole's, shaped by her previous life's profession and experiences, held little hope for love and marriage. Not truly being a youthful 20-something, she found no anticipation for sweet romantic encounters, let alone for genuine love, viewing eligible gentlemen as rather immature. Nevertheless, the family required a successor. After countless unsuccessful matchmaking endeavors orchestrated by Wendell, he had lowered his expectations, merely desiring an heir, with everything else being secondary. Alas, her family indeed possessed a throne, the saintly family, that needed an heir, and the pressure was immense. However, Nicoleus did not feel any sense of constraint or lack of freedom. After all, the Rogiers had nurtured her for so many years, and the responsibility of being the sole heir was indeed hers. As for Severus Snape, Nicoleus found him to be a splendid choice. Firstly, she abhorred foolishness, and Severus possessed a brilliant intellect regardless of the context. His formidable talents and immense magical prowess were accompanied by a disposition she found agreeable. She even enjoyed their interactions. He was far from childish and, from every angle, appeared to be the ideal candidate. Additionally, Severus bore no familial burdens. If absolutely necessary, he could always have a child, even if it were with Lily. However, children conceived under the influence of a love potion seemed rather dubious. Otherwise, simply administering the potion would have sufficed. What? Is that unethical? Huh. Pray tell, what kind of virtuous individual could emerge from the heir of the most powerful dark wizard of the last century, who was trained in dark arts at a legitimate institution? The Rogiers desired, and the Rogiers would stop at nothing to attain, with her target firmly established. The only remaining question was regarding the male counterpart. She could initially attempt to pursue and persuade him, but if he remained obstinate, she, as the new generation's saintly leader, would not shy away from employing alternative methods. Yet, lacking experience in matters of courtship, the two-time singleton resolved to seek assistance. That evening, 3 letters requesting aid from Nicoleus were dispatched to the 3 individuals she deemed most experienced: the ever-enthusiastic Wendell, the astute Melna, who had expertly managed Mr. Stewart for a lifetime, and the perhaps love-savvy Gellert Grindelwald. Having completed this, Nicoleus promptly retreated to the bathroom for a shower, entirely oblivious to the emotions the recipients of her letters would experience days later. She also did not forget to joyfully unwrap the 4 rewards she had earned for her check-ins before bedtime. The reward for checking in at Hogwarts Castle was notably substantial, a seed of spiritual fire reminiscent of the ethereal flames she had encountered in her past life. A brilliant blue with an exceedingly high temperature, utterly perfect for alchemical pursuits. It harmonized splendidly with her identity as an alchemist. The reward for participating in the sorting hat ceremony was a magical surveillance device. A magical camera with cloaking and real-time viewing capabilities, truly a coveted item. Singing the school song granted her a conductor's baton, the purpose of which remained a mystery, as she was no conductor. The reward for reporting a grievance was particularly amusing. She received an adorable chibi Snape doll, nearly half a person in height. That very night, the ambitious Nicoleus had the doll join her in bed, snuggling with it as she drifted off to sleep. Such was their grand enterprise. Chapter 21, Before Class. The following morning, Nicoleus arose early, eager to select an outfit that would refresh her image in Severus's eyes. Had she known, she would have brought more clothing. It was all her fault for spending so much time in the laboratory. Now, as she surveyed her wardrobe, she found it sorely lacking. Clearly, a trip to the clothing store was in order. Scratching her head in contemplation before the wardrobe, she decided to make do for the day. She chose a soft, well-tailored linen long-sleeve shirt in a delicate hue, paired with a French sky-blue long skirt and light-toned dragon leather ankle boots. Her dark hair was loosely braided with a light blue ribbon, creating a playful and voluminous look, complemented by sapphire earrings and a simple silver chain that accentuated her dainty collarbone. Pleased with her reflection, Nicoleus checked her schedule. Their elective courses were rather light, with each grade attending only 1 class per week. Only those in the 3rd year and above could enroll in alchemy, meaning she had only 5 classes to attend weekly. Today's lesson, the first of the morning, was a 4th-year alchemy course. She wondered how many young witches and wizards had signed up for alchemy. As soon as Nicoleus entered the great hall, a platinum-haired projectile rushed toward her from the Slytherin table. "Good morning, Annie," Draco exclaimed, beaming up at her. "Good morning, little dragon. Did you sleep well last night?" Nicoleus ruffled his hair, which was stiff with hair gel. Indeed, it was rather firm and somewhat sticky. Wasn't there a risk of hair loss if one used too much? Never mind, the child liked it. Perhaps she could whip up something with no side effects for him? "I slept well." "Annie, do you have class tomorrow afternoon?" "No, why?" "Would you like to come watch me try out for the Quidditch team tomorrow afternoon?" Draco asked, his voice barely above a whisper, tinged with bashfulness. "Is this an invitation?" "Of course. Then I accept your invitation. Do your best during the tryouts." "Yes, I'll definitely make the team." Draco's pale complexion flushed with excitement and exhilaration. He had arrived at the dining hall early, eagerly waiting for Nicoleus to invite her to watch him during the tryouts. Well, let us go eat. Oh, by the way, I'll be training at the practice field during lunchtime. Will you be coming to watch? Nicoleus observed the sparkle in his eyes. Sure. I'll come to see our Draco in action. Great. At the Gryffindor table, Ron stared in disbelief at Draco's expression, nearly dropping his jaw onto the table. Can you believe it? That little angelic smile was from Malfoy? He exclaimed incredulously to Harry sitting beside him. Harry, equally astonished, struggled to swallow his oatmeal. Clearly, it was true. By Merlin's pink knickers, Malfoy actually displayed that kind of expression. Who is that beautiful witch? Is she one of our professors? I wanted to ask that last night, Ron remarked, evidently struggling to comprehend, his face contorted in confusion. Of course, she is our professor. But she isn't teaching us yet. Hermione rolled her eyes, knowing full well the two had missed quite the spectacle the previous night. Who is she? Why does she seem so close to both Snape and Malfoy? Is she a Slytherin graduate? Harry inquired, eyeing Nicoleus, who was conversing with Snape at the staff table. Her name is Nicoleus Rogiers. She is our new professor of alchemy, the youngest master of alchemy in the wizarding world. As for anything else, I'm not sure. And remember, it's Professor Snape, Hermione emphasized. Harry and Ron, however, were unlikely to retain Hermione as correction, given their intense dislike for Snape. Ron slapped his forehead, exclaiming, I've remembered. It's her, Nicoleus Rogier, the chief alchemist of Morningstar. She is the mastermind behind the Magic Gun series. I recall that the twins were quite enamored with her. Wasn't she the one whose company was featured in several issues of the Daily Prophet last year? Hermione gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Indeed, Morningstar even invited my father to work there, but alas, he couldn't bear to leave his position at the Ministry of Magic. Ron lamented, pouting slightly. Otherwise, their financial situation would surely have improved, but Arthur is steadfast in his principles. No wonder the applause for her introduction yesterday rivaled that of Professor Lockhart. Even the Slytherin students stood up to applaud her. Hermione added, perhaps she graduated from Slytherin. Ron shrugged, but she seems quite impressive. I heard that she was coming to teach at Hogwarts. And my parents were rather disappointed that Percy didn't opt for alchemy as an elective. As they conversed, a boisterous owl swooped down, landing directly in Hermione's milk jug, splattering them with milk and feathers. Detected a scene of chaos. Shall we clock in? Yes. Nicoleus, listening to the deafening clatter of dishes and cutlery rattling on the table, swallowed nervously. The commotion was akin to a grenade explosion. How fragile, madam, she scoffed. Perhaps you require a calming potion? The tone was unmistakable. I believe I can manage, sir. Oh, you didn't sleep at all last night, did you, esteemed headmaster? Nicoleus turned to find the neighboring figure, whose dark circles were nearly encroaching upon his nose, looking ghastly pale. Snape methodically sliced a piece of lamb chop in his hand, glancing at Nicoleus's attire. Today, your headmaster is Professor Flitwick. Don't be so stingy. If I were to participate in the sorting, I'd undoubtedly be a Slytherin student. Nicoleus winked at him, tapping her plate. Today, her pudding consisted of shrimp dumplings, a small dish of blanched greens, and soy milk. Do you still have that rejuvenation potion from yesterday? I'd like to trade. Snape swallowed the last morsel of lamb and turned to Nicoleus with inquiry. You spent all night researching this, didn't you? Nicoleus took a sip of soy milk, casting him a surprised glance. As a master alchemist, you should appreciate the joy of research. This remark rendered Nicoleus momentarily speechless, reminding her of the countless late nights she had endured in her past life. She could indeed relate. Silently, she retrieved 3 vials of rejuvenation potion from her ring and handed them to him. One of these you may drink directly. The rejuvenation potion should have a beneficial effect on your current state. Trying it personally may aid your understanding of the 2 systems of potions. As for the trade, do you possess any moonstone? I've run out of that material, and outpost would take 2 more days. I'll bring it to you at noon. Snape accepted the vials, hastily finishing his coffee before exiting the hall through a side door without a backward glance. You're not doing this right, Nicoleus murmured softly, glancing at the remaining half of her lamb chop, pouting slightly. He was already so thin. If he didn't eat properly, how would that affect the health of his future children? It was time to attend to Snape's well-being. Chapter 22. The First Alchemy Class, Part 1. However, her thoughts quickly shifted as Nicoleus prepared for her very first teaching assignment across 2 lifetimes. She arrived punctually at the alchemy classroom on the 3rd floor, breathing a sigh of relief upon seeing only 16 small creatures before her. Thankfully, the numbers were manageable. It was evident that the 4th years were few, suggesting that the 5th to 7th years would likely be equally sparse. This assumption stemmed from Nicoleus's own experiences. Her soul was thick, her talent exceptional, and she had the guidance of a renowned mentor, Grindelwald, from a young age. Coupled with an inexplicable sense of urgency she felt in her childhood, she had excelled remarkably. Alchemy, for her, was not merely as simple as eating and drinking. It came naturally. She was blissfully unaware of the challenges it posed to ordinary young witches and wizards, as evidenced by the scarcity of well-known alchemists in the wizarding world. Thus, it was no surprise that few younger wizards opted for alchemy as a subject. I believe everyone knows my name by now, so I shall refrain from introducing myself. Here, I must emphasize one point. Tardiness and absenteeism are strictly prohibited in my class. Beyond that, anything goes. Nicoles leaned against the podium, a smile playing at her lips. The dozen or so students erupted into a flurry of hushed discussion, particularly two identical red-haired boys, whose banter was clear even from the podium. Sensing her message had landed, Nicoles clapped her hands together to regain their attention. I suspect the professor is about to lay down some conditions. Oh, do share your terms, professor. The twins chimed in unison, their faces alight with eagerness. Nicoles winked at them, appreciating their role as the jesters of the class. Very well, the condition is that you must manage to evade its surveillance. With that, she raised her hand to retrieve a dark purple orb, inscribed with intricate alchemical symbols, featuring a triangle at its center, which housed an eye-shaped rune. This is one of my alchemical creations, known as the All-Knowing Eye. Its purpose, Nicoles paused, surveying the room, is to help me maintain order in the classroom. Disobedient little wizards will face its consequences. Wow, how cool, the twins exclaimed, glancing at each other, clearly unable to contain their desire to test it. It seems some students are eager to give it a try. Let's proceed. With a flourish, Nicoles released the all-knowing eye, which soared into the air. Oh, it can fly too. A student gasped. We are all ready. Itching to try? At the moment, the all-knowing eye took flight. The red-haired boy on the right hurled a bomb-like object at it. Oh, do you think this little fellow can withstand our bomb? The left-haired twin, Weasley, formed a makeshift shade over the eye, his expression brimming with excitement. Yet, Nicoles remained composed, leaning casually against the side of the podium, observing with a relaxed demeanor. Sure enough, the next moment, the classroom erupted into gasps. Cool. Wow. Did it just consume that bomb? No, wait. It seems to have redirected it? Is it akin to apparition? But apparition isn't permitted at Hogwarts. What is happening? Nicoles allowed their imaginations to run wild, observing as the two most mischievous students began their next attempts. The twins and several lively young wizards partook in a series of antics, including, but not limited to eating, causing chaos, casting spells, and testing various prank products, all of which blatantly violated classroom rules. Yet, none succeeded. Even their collective attempts at misbehavior resulted in failure, and they were met with the consequences from the all-knowing eye. Seeing that the demonstration had reached its conclusion, Nicoles produced her wand and alleviated the negative effects imposed by the all-knowing eye on her students. What do you think, class? Was it interesting? This is simply too fascinating. Professor. Fred stood up, offering a dramatically deep bow to Nicoles. Never before has there been such a captivating method of instruction. George rose, eager to emulate the demonstration. Thank you for your compliments, and may I inquire your names? Oh, certainly, Professor. I am George, and he is Fred. We are the Weasley brothers, dear Professor. Very well. Mr. Weasley and Mr. Weasley, I shall remember your names. Nicoles raised her hand, signaling them to take their seats. Now, who among you wishes to learn how to create such wonders, perhaps even devise something beyond it in the future? Absolutely. Yes, we wish to. Then let us officially commence our inaugural lesson. I shall gradually teach you how to craft these delightful trinkets in the lessons to come. A fervent applause erupted from the audience. As Nicoles returned to the podium, she remarked, I trust you all acquired some foundational knowledge of alchemy last year. Who can enlighten me on the fundamental principle of alchemy? A flurry of small wizards raised their hands in unison, and Nicoles chuckled inwardly. It appeared her recent display of omniscience had thoroughly piqued their interest. The Slytherin student in the front row, you may respond. The chosen Slytherin, with an air of haughty composure, confidently stated, it is equivalent exchange, Professor. Correct. 1 point for Slytherin for your keen memory. Might you also share your name? John, Professor. John Shafik. Excellent, John. I shall remember your name. We all understand the meaning of equivalent exchange. To obtain something, one must pay a corresponding price. If the price is insufficient, one must sacrifice something of their own. Nicoles produced a lead ingot the size of a human head, and with a snap of her fingers, azure flames engulfed the lead, manifesting a miniature magical array in her palm, cradling the flame-enshrouded metal. Various magical energies surged from the hand wielding her wand into the flames, as if inscribing some ancient sigils, while the lead spun rhythmically in response to the flames. The glow of fire and magic illuminated Nicoles' face, rendering the sorceress even more alluring, formidable, and enigmatic. Is this the prowess of a master alchemist? The young wizards below were utterly mesmerized, their eyes fixated on the spectacle. Such wandless, soundless fire magic, perhaps even an original spell. They had never witnessed flames of such hue before, and the silent spells and magical inscriptions being unleashed. What immense power must it take to conjure such effortlessly? The young wizards were engulfed in astonishment, with some astute Slytherin students already pondering how to impress this master and forge a connection with her. As Nicoles continued to channel her magic and added 2 bottles of liquid in varying colors, the lead gradually shed its iron-gray exterior, revealing glimmers of gold. Is that gold? It is alchemy. Chapter 23, The First Alchemy Class, Part 2. The audience of young wizards erupted into fervent discussion, their eyes wide with disbelief. Merlin's foul socks. Is this truly the transmutation of lead into gold? Once the golden hue fully enveloped the lead, Nicoles extinguished the flames and tossed the newly formed gold into a basin of cold water prepared in advance. A sizzling sound echoed as the basin was enveloped in thick white vapor. All the young wizards swallowed nervously, their gazes riveted on the basin. Professor, did you just transform the lead into gold? Fred boldly raised his hand to inquire. You may approach and verify for yourselves, Nicoles gestured invitingly. Instantly, 16 young wizards sprang from their seats, gathering eagerly around the basin. Inside lay a golden medal, noticeably smaller than the original lead ingot. Merlin's suspender stockings. It is indeed gold. Could it merely be a color change? Impossible. This is undoubtedly the hue of gold, identical to Galleon's. Such a sizable piece. Professor, may we take a closer look? A handsome brown-haired Hufflepuff asked, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Certainly. Nicoles nodded, teasingly adding, that is the privilege of a handsome boy. A ripple of laughter and playful banter erupted among the young wizards, even the typically proud Slytherins joining in the mirth. The teased handsome wizard blushed deeply, grinning as he nudged his companions to fish out the gold from the basin. Although smaller than before, the gold remained impressively weighty, still warm to the touch. A dozen young wizards huddled together, each taking turns to inspect the metal, confirming its authenticity. Oh, it is somewhat soft. One inquisitive Ravenclaw eagerly bit into the gold before her, proclaiming it identical to what I had bitten before. Evan, why on earth did you bite gold previously? A friend of hers curiously queried. Nicoles too was intrigued and subtly pricked up her ears. Well, that's none of your concern. Why do you look at me like that? I was merely curious. The surrounding young wizards shared knowing glances, all too understanding of a Ravenclaw's nature. I trust you can ascertain its authenticity now, Nicoles remarked calmly from behind the young wizards. Yes, Professor, we have confirmed it. They chorused, their gazes toward Nicoles charged with fervor. Our professor can transmute lead into gold. Now, kindly return to your seats. Nicoles commanded, her voice firm yet warm. The young wizards hastily set the gold down and obediently returned to their seats. What do you think was the equivalent exchange I utilized to obtain this gold? Several young wizards raised their hands. The handsome Hufflepuff, Nicoles called out, but before answering, I believe I should first know your name, though I wouldn't mind calling you handsome indefinitely. Ha ha. Laughter erupted around them, and the blushing badger scratched his head sheepishly. Cedric Diggory, Professor. Very well, Cedric, please share your thoughts. It was magic. The sigils, the magical array. And those 2 vials of liquid, correct? Correct. 2 points for Hufflepuff. In simpler terms, some proficient alchemists can indeed turn lead into gold. But do you know why so few alchemists actually do so? A murmur of discussion spread through the crowd, and Nicoles called on a few to respond. Yet none answered correctly. The truth is rather simple. It is simply not worthwhile. Just the 2 vials of potion you witnessed could be exchanged for an equivalent weight of 10 such pieces of gold. Not to mention the magical array and the meticulous control of the sigils involved. Moreover, many wizards do not succeed in inscribing sigils on the first attempt, requiring significant effort. The lead has permanently transformed into gold, altering its intrinsic material foundation. The cost is not merely the value of acquiring a piece of gold, but rather the worth of the process involved in the permanent transformation of that foundational substance. Observing the group of young wizards who were lost in contemplation at her words, Nicoles's lips curled into a smile. She had encountered numerous alchemists ensnared by the allure of wealth and mystery that alchemy promised, only to find themselves ultimately unable to bear the cost, first sacrificing their bodies, then gradually becoming tainted in spirit. The annals of alchemical history are rife with tragedies. Thus, in her inaugural lesson, Nicoles first imparted the concept of cost, to ponder whether one can afford the price, and whether it is truly worth such an investment. Furthermore, is what one gains from such a sacrifice genuinely more precious than the cost itself? It seemed that her students had all garnered some insights. Hence, the assignment for this lesson would be an essay on the principle of equivalent exchange, with no word limit, to be submitted before the next class. Additionally, as you are my first cohort of young wizards, I have decided to commemorate my debut lecture by gifting you all this piece of gold. To the entire fourth-year class pursuing alchemy. Oh, wow. As Nicoles finished her proclamation, cheers erupted from the young wizards below. Once their excitement subsided, she continued, perhaps you could use it to craft a unique alchemical item for your class, symbolizing our shared journey. What a splendid idea. It makes sense. We could create a badge, or perhaps a brooch. How about jewelry? The young wizards were still in animated discussion when the bell signaling the end of class rang. Regrettably, dear students, today's lesson has concluded. However, you may deliberate on what you wish to create with your gold. In the next class, I shall guide you in practical alchemy, helping you to craft a personal keepsake. Nicoles winked at them and, with her textbook that had remained unopened throughout the lesson, exited the classroom ahead of them. I can't believe my ears. Brother, Fred exclaimed in excitement. You certainly heard correctly. Brother, George nudged Fred's shoulder. We are actually going to begin practical alchemy. For the first time, I regret that the class was so brief. Cedric's fellow Hufflepuff, Pavarlik, lamented, patting Cedric's shoulder. I feel the same, Cedric shrugged. Hey, brothers. I think we need to discuss our plans for the next class. George raised his voice to capture everyone's attention. In the next class, we will be creating alchemical products. We need to deliberate on what exactly we intend to make, and the matter of temporarily safeguarding this gold. But we have classes next period. A Ravenclaw girl named Ivan raised her hand to interject. So do we. Several Slytherin students chimed in. What about the afternoon? Cedric replied. The twins pondered for a moment, and then suggested, after dinner, everyone will be free, right? No. Very well, after dinner. Let us meet in the first empty classroom on the left on the third floor. Sounds good. All right. Everyone responded in unison. Then let our most dashing Cedric take charge of safeguarding the gold. Fred declared, tossing the gold into Cedric's arms the moment George spoke. Cedric fumbled to catch the weighty gold, his face still flushed from earlier teasing, only to be met with yet another round of jests. The Ravenclaw and Slytherin students had no objections. They all trusted the little badger's loyalty. Chapter 24. Severus, I think I'm falling for you. After a rather successful class, Nicoles felt quite cheerful, humming a little tune as she strolled down to the dungeons, seeking to assert her presence. One must adopt the right attitude when pursuing someone. Snape had only one class that morning, and he should be in his office at this hour. Not in a hurry to enter, Nicoles stood at the door, admiring the doorknob of the potions classroom, which she dubbed Miss Medusa, just as she was still trying to decipher its intricacies. The door to the potions office creaked open slightly on its own. Nicoles paused, peering in curiously. Well, is Professor Rosier here to steal something? Or have you been cursed with a paralysis spell on your legs? No, I suppose not. If not, what are you waiting for? Waiting for your pathetic colleague to invite you in? Nicoles rolled her eyes and stepped into the potions office, taking in the bizarre materials scattered throughout while questioning. How did you know I was at the door? I am not deaf. Professor Rosier's singing voice is hardly enchanting. What kind of look is that? Snape crossed his arms, eyeing Nicoles warily. Nicoles shook her head, remarking, I did say that not consuming carbohydrates and lack of sleep would lead to a poor temper. Didn't I? As expected. Snape narrowed his eyes, his mouth twisting into a snarl, ready for a new round of retorts. Well, Nicoles' insights are quite perceptive. She interjected swiftly, you shouldn't doubt it. This has been scientifically validated. Science. You dare to apply Muggle concepts to wizards? Should I commend you, Professor Rosier? Snape's tone dripped with sarcasm. Muggles are human too, you know. Aside from lacking magical abilities, they are no different from wizards in having 2 eyes and a mouth. Why can't their findings be useful for wizards? Moreover, this conclusion was drawn from extensive research in the Muggle world. Muggles may lack magic, but they possess technology. Well, I never expected the pure-blooded Professor Rosier to be sympathetic to Muggles. I am not. I do not. Don't slander me, Nicoles retorted, her feet stomping in protest. She was, after all, the foremost opponent of Muggles, a leader in utilizing their strengths against them. If word got out that she was sympathetic to Muggles, it would not bode well. While I do not hold any particular affection for Muggles, it does not hinder my respect for them or my acceptance of their technology. Their studies indicate that carbohydrate intake is converted into glucose, the direct source of brain activity. Insufficient carbohydrate consumption leads to a drop in blood sugar levels, triggering hunger signals in the brain, which can even result in anxiety and irritability. Moreover, a prolonged lack of carbohydrates can diminish serotonin levels, causing feelings of melancholy and irritability, even depression. Nicoles earnestly educated Snape on these matters, emphasizing how a lack of rest exacerbates the situation. She even produced a Muggle biology book, handing it to him, asserting, I have verified this while researching alchemical potions. It is indeed true. Snape pressed his lips tightly together, but could not resist the allure of the word potion. Reaching out to accept it, Nicoles' face instantly brightened with a broad smile as she moved closer to him. You really must stop being so picky. I have known you for quite a while now, and you always eat either sandwiches or lamb chops and steaks, hardly anything else. This simply will not do. What will happen if it affects your future heir? So, Professor Rosier, is your heart overflowing with compassion? Snape found himself momentarily at a loss for words. As Nicole's concern was laid bare before him, he was unaccustomed to such displays, having rarely received kindness from others. He was adept at confronting the malice of others, whether twisted or direct, knowing that in such negative emotions, one merely needed to raise their defenses and retaliate in kind, but kindness. Nicole's likely understood Snape's psychological state better than anyone else in the world, as no one knew his past more intimately than she. However, Nicole's did not believe that Severus required sympathy. The tribulations of his past had forged the man he was today. A figure of formidable strength capable of radiating unparalleled brilliance without the assistance of others. The youngest master of potions and head of Slytherin provided ample testament to his exceptional prowess. Moreover, how many individuals could successfully deceive Voldemort as a double agent? Was that not sufficient evidence of his merit? All Nicole's desired was to extricate him from this tempest, allowing her to pursue her own life. Ideally, she envisioned having an heir with him. This was a preordained thought, a reward for saving him, perhaps. Professor Snape, I take it you do not wish for Mr. Potter to perish, do you? Ugh, what nonsense. Why think of Potter at such a moment? It was utterly disruptive to the atmosphere. You are mistaken, Headmaster. I am not a person overflowing with compassion. Furthermore, it is Nicole's. Nicole's leaned closer to Snape, her gaze piercing through his lowered lashes. We have known each other for quite some time. Can you not call me Nicole's? Or perhaps a nickname. My family affectionately refers to me as Nini. When he remained silent, she took it as his acquiescence. Severus. Well, is this the fervor typical of the French? Severus's lips twitched. How had he ever considered her somewhat reliable? This was absurd, such enthusiasm after merely a few days of acquaintance. Should I be grateful for your restraint? No need for thanks. I shall endeavor to control myself. Nicole's winked at Severus before rapidly changing the subject. Have you ever consumed a rejuvenation potion? Humph. Severus was evidently caught off guard by the abrupt shift in conversation, yet he continued. I have. Its effects are akin to a combination of invigorating potions, calming agents, magical energy restoratives, and healing potions, though it lacks the singular potency of these four when taken individually. Clap, clap, clap. Nicole's applauded him. Ah, indeed. Your intellect is even more alluring than your voice, Severus. I am truly on the verge of falling for you. Ah, so Professor Rosier's affections are so easily won. Severus smirked, his lips curling in jest. Not everyone possesses the distinction of being the youngest master of potions and dark arts. Nicole's edged closer. I believe this has little to do with love. Severus's sarcastic smile widened. Is it the benefits conferred by your reputation? Of course it is. Chapter 25. You must give me a chance, at least. Indeed, it is relevant. Did I not mention I am an intellectual romantic? Nicole stood firm, locking her gaze with his. You do know what intellectual romance is, don't you, Severus? Nicole's tiptoed, her face nearing his ear. Intellectual romance is a preference in partner selection that prioritizes intelligence over superficial factors such as appearance, economic status, and so forth. Do you understand, Severus? Severus placed a hand on Nicole's shoulder. Rather than enlightening me, I believe Professor Rosier ought to understand what female modesty entails. Oh, I see no value in modesty. One must strive for what they desire. Modesty is merely a tool to counsel and restrict women. Do you think that by merely being modest, what I want will leap into my arms? Nicole's beamed, her appearance a quintessential representation of the Rosier lineage. Dark hair, azure eyes, and crimson lips, striking yet formidable. Unlike her grandmother's softly rounded visage and delicate upturned nose that conveyed a certain innocent beauty, Nicole's inherited her mother Melina's slender bone structure from the Grindelwald family. Her sleek chin and small, straight nose exuded a chill amidst her allure, and when she gazed at someone, it felt as though the devil himself was coveting the mortal realm, both temptingly direct and slightly oppressive. Severus instinctively averted Nicole's bold and aggressive gaze, feeling somewhat flustered as he turned away, hurling a rather heavy box from the shelf behind him. Moonstone. After tossing out that remark, he hastily retreated into his potion-making chamber, slamming the door behind him. Nicole's, momentarily puzzled as she caught the box, scratched her head. Had she been too forthright? Had she frightened him? Surely not. He feared Voldemort. After all, could she truly be more intimidating than Voldemort? Huh. Impossible. Surely a single man of 32 years should employ a more gradual approach. But wouldn't he that be exceedingly inefficient? They were both adults, after all. She mused that the letters to Windar and Melina had likely not yet reached them, leaving her without a frame of reference. After some contemplation, Nicole's concluded that Severus would not be easily intimidated. Unbeknownst to her, The woman who had never experienced a romantic relationship was oblivious to the profound impact she had on a professor who had been single for over 30 years. Nonetheless, she was evidently determined to press forward, plopping herself down on the sofa in Severus's office and retrieving a book she had yet to finish. Meanwhile, Severus leaned against the door of his potion chamber, gripping the biology book tightly, his heart racing in his chest, a rhythm known only to him. Slytherin admired strength. Initially, he had held a flicker of admiration for this alchemical master he had yet to meet, and after their encounter, he found their interactions quite pleasant. At the very least, she was not foolish and possessed considerable skill. Perhaps they could be friends. But what in the name of all that is good was this audacious French which attempting to do? Was she trying to flaunt her excessive charm? Or did she desire a fleeting romance? Irresponsible and fickle French. He would not permit her to succeed. Annoyed, he tossed his book aside and began preparing a restorative potion for that insufferable Potter. Damn it. Methodically, Severus tossed the prepped ingredients into the cauldron. Yet it was evident that his mind was elsewhere. Nevertheless, the mastery of potion making allowed him to rely on muscle memory to concoct a perfect potion even in such a distracted state. Thus, the two of them continued their respective tasks, one inside the chamber, the other outside, until midday. Nicoles cast a time spell, realizing it was already noon. Glancing at the potion chamber that showed no signs of concluding, she recalled that Severus had not eaten much that morning. Was he not hungry? For heaven's sake, could he not think of himself, or at least consider the future of his children? She envisioned a perfect heir. Resolutely, Nicoles placed the book on the table, rose, and knocked on the potion chamber door. Knock, 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 knock. After an indeterminate number of knocks, the door swung open with a clatter, and Nicoles's hand, still extended, inadvertently struck the chest of the professor. To her surprise, he appeared lean yet surprisingly solid. Severus seized her mischief-making hand. Madam, I believe you do not wish to become a one-handed alchemical master, do you? Of course not. Nicoles laughed brightly, allowing herself to be led by him. Hooray. Today we can hold hands, and tomorrow we might even kiss. By rounding it off, we are practically getting married. Humph. Shall we not linger a moment longer? Nicoles waved her fair, slender hand in front of Severus. If you truly do not desire it anymore. How heartless of you. So, what exactly do you wish to convey? It's time for lunch. Don't you think you ought to return to your office, madam? But I still wish to pursue you. Silence. Severus's voice rang out in frustration, and if one looked closely, they could see the faint flush of his ears peeking from beneath his dark hair. Why so fierce? Nicoles retorted, unperturbed. Pursuing someone is nothing to be ashamed of. It's noon. Aren't you hungry? I shall dine in the great hall by myself. Miss Rogier. It's Nicoles. She stepped forward, blocking his entrance to the potions room, exuding a determination that suggested he would not be allowed to leave without relenting. All petrified. Armored for protection. Wow. Severus, such underhanded tactics are unbecoming of a gentleman. And is blocking the door the action of a lady? Severus's expression darkened. Given the mutual casting of the nonverbal spell, it was evident that her prowess was not to be underestimated. Subduing her would not be easily achieved. After all, this was his domain. Cursed be the moment he lost the opportunity for a decisive strike. But I merely wish to court you. You must grant me a chance. You. Silence. Chapter 26. A book does not entitle one to sacrifice themselves. You. Silence. Severus's countenance grew even darker. What new form of jest was this? Please, do not torment your unfortunate colleague any longer. This is no jest, nor am I mocking you. I genuinely wish to marry and bear children with you. Nicolelis's expression was strikingly earnest. Miss Rogier, be quiet. If you doubt my sincerity, I can swear by Merlin. In Merlin's name, I, Nicoles Rogier, truly desire to marry and have children with Severus Snape. Without hesitation, Nicoles declared her vow, knowing full well that in this idealistic magical world, oaths sworn to Merlin held great weight. You. Severus exhaled deeply through his nose. I would presume that Miss Rogier, if not entirely muddled, should recognize that such oaths are not to be taken lightly. His gaze was hollow and despondent, evidently using a mental blocking technique to suppress his current emotions. I am well aware, yet that is precisely how I feel. What of it? The medical enthusiast of her past life and the alchemical fanatic of this one. Nicoles spoke her mind without reservation. What could possibly make her favor him to the extent of swearing an oath to Merlin? Why? Severus inexplicably inquired. Perhaps due to the lengthy solitude he had endured in darkness. Perhaps the raw, unvarnished emotion she displayed was something he had never experienced. He wished to understand why she had chosen him, why he was the one. Because you are the best. Nicoles responded decisively. Is that even a question? Your lineage is unparalleled. The offspring of the finest potion-making talent combined with exceptional alchemical prowess must surely be the most outstanding. Severus's hands clenched tightly, a difficult swallow constricting his throat. The best? This wretched informant, who had betrayed his closest friend, was he worthy to be deemed the best? Huh. What a veil obscures this witch's vision. She knows nothing of his past. By what right could she declare him the best? How dare she draw such a conclusion? Severus felt Nicolelus's pale fingers tugging at his sleeve, gently shaking him. I have brought a house elf to school. He cooks splendidly. You would surely enjoy it. Severus glanced at the expectant witch before him and suddenly wondered, if she were to discover his true nature, would she still regard him with such longing? Step away. Do not. If you wish to avoid a few unpleasant hexes, it would be prudent to maintain your distance. Miss Rogier, are you threatening me? Nicolelus's voice held a hint of excitement. Heaven knows, it had been ages since she had last sparred with anyone since graduation. What was wrong with this witch? She was decidedly peculiar. How about this, Severus? Let us have a duel. If I win, you shall marry me. How does that sound? Perhaps that essay bit too rapid. Then how about you agree to my courtship? What kind of look is that? I've already compromised. Very well. Grant me the opportunity to pursue you. Well, why should I acquiesce to such arrogance, miss? Nicolelis scratched her head in mild distress, pondering what to do. Had she known to bring a double-sided mirror, she could have inquired directly about how to resolve this situation. The owl was simply too slow. Owl, you are too proud. Why don't you fly yourself? You make me cross borders while complaining about my speed. Hey, bring me peanuts. Bring me peanuts. Would this book suffice? Nicolelus's clever mind sparked as she produced the book she had obtained through the checkpoint. You win. The book is yours. I win. You belong to me. How does that sound? Oh dear, cease that look. I merely misspoke. If I win, grant me the chance to pursue you. How petty. Having been caught out, Nicolelis felt no remorse, even contemplating that should she triumph, the book could still be gifted to him. After all, she was not one to be stingy towards her beloved. She would ensure Severus's every need was met. Severus was nearly amused, thinking to himself, a book is supposed to entice me to sacrifice myself? And what gives her the confidence that she can defeat me? It seemed that my previous assessment of you was rather too generous. What makes you think? Severus's thoughts trailed off as he became utterly captivated by the page that Nicolelis had opened. This was the Compendium of Ancient Potions, a tome long thought to be extinct. With a snap, Nicolelis closed the book and eagerly leaned toward Severus. What do you think? Severus, now firmly ensnared by her proposition, add one condition. If I win, you shall no longer. Severus pursed his lips, forcing out a few words, entangle me. It's not entangling. It's pursuing. Severus, your choice of words is inaccurate. I believe this is hardly the moment for such semantic debates, madam. No. You must say pursuing. You. Fine, you win. If I prevail, you shall cease to pursue me. Agreed. However, I too shall add a condition. If I win, beyond what we just stipulated, you shall refer to me as Nini henceforth. Do not claim to be incapable of losing. And even if you did lose, what of it? If you cease to pursue me, I can always seek the aid of my own professor. Then, it shall be beyond your control. Win or lose. She would emerge victorious. Her creed had always been that a win-win scenario was the best outcome. Very well, as you wish. Severus grimaced as he drew forth his wand. Wait. Nicolelis raised her hand to halt him. Chapter 27. You truly are the best at romance. Well, Miss Rogier, have you had a change of heart? Severus smirked with a hint of sarcasm. Certainly not. I am simply hungry. May we dine first? You have classes this afternoon. How about we duel tonight? I shall find you in the Forbidden Forest. Severus found himself at a loss for words, an unusual state for someone as eloquent as he. Was there some innate magic within this individual that rendered him speechless? Infuriating. Let us go. Nicolelis tugged at his arm. If I lose tonight, this could very well be our last moment together. Severus wouldn't he be so heartless, would he? I don't believe in any such what-ifs. Severus shrugged off the witch's grip and strode purposefully towards the sofa in the adjoining room. Nicolelis, though inexperienced in romance, was certainly not foolish. It was evident that he had tacitly acquiesced to her sentiments. Quite commendable indeed. Nicolelis, you truly excel in the art of love. With a buoyant spirit, Nicolelis settled onto the sofa beside Severus, tapping her wand against the table. In an instant, a sumptuous meal for two appeared before them. Do try this soup. It's a nourishing dish made with black chicken, yuzu, and sand ginseng. Yuzu and sand ginseng are herbal ingredients from the East, akin to potions that nourish the lungs and clear heat. It's perfect for recuperating after a late night. She served him a bowl of the rich concoction. To his own surprise, Severus refrained from scoffing or making a hasty exit. Instead, he accepted the bowl in silence and sipped it at a leisurely pace. The broth, perfectly warmed, was fragrant with a hint of sweetness, not at all cloying, a flavor he relished. As it coursed through him, warmth enveloped his entire being, bringing an exquisite sense of comfort. Well, Is it to your liking? Nicolius watched him with eager eyes, and for reasons unknown. Severus found himself unable to utter a single harsh word. He merely nodded, maintaining his composure. It's quite good. After all, this was their last evening together. It seemed only fitting to indulge her just this once. I'm glad to hear that. I'll make sure Pudding cooks for you regularly from now on. Pudding's culinary skills are exceptional. Severus remained silent, listening as she animatedly described each dish, his furrowed brow gradually easing. It was only 1 p.m. After they finished dining. Nicolius cast a cleaning charm without her wand, tidying up their dishes. Propping her chin on her hands, she gazed intently at Severus. Her stare made him somewhat uncomfortable. Perhaps you should find something to occupy yourself? Oh, I promised Draco I would watch his Quidditch practice this afternoon. Who would have imagined that the famed master of alchemy would have an affinity for such a logical, crude, and violent sport? Oh, I forgot that you're not fond of Quidditch. Nicolius quickly amended, I don't particularly like it either. Riding a broomstick looks rather foolish. However, Draco is my second cousin, and he merely invited me to cheer him on. He has tryouts tomorrow, so I must offer him some encouragement today. Humph. Severus scoffed. What a dull and violent sport. Indeed, it possesses no aesthetic appeal whatsoever. Then would you care for a nap? I could deliver your potions to the hospital wing. You know, I can smell it. It's the aroma of a plant restoration potion. It seems the master of potions is quite adept at his craft. Would you like to learn potion making? As a master, it would surely be a breeze for you. Let us refrain from such discussions until after tonight, Professor Roser. Severus lowered his eyelids, his expression inscrutable. Very well, we shall speak of it after tonight. Now, hand over the potion. Nicolius extended her hand towards him. Severus, recognizing the practicality of compliance, did not object. A simple levitation charm sent several vials of deep green potion into her palm, their vivid hue contrasting starkly against her pale skin, almost blindingly bright. Slightly uncomfortable, he averted his gaze. The witch, however, remained oblivious. I'll take my leave now. Rest well. See you tonight. As he watched her figure vanish into the depths of the cellar, the young Slytherin lord reclined onto the sofa, surrendering to the weight of solitude for a moment of reflection. Does the mere presence of another truly alter the ambience so profoundly? Silence was the predominant tone of the cellar, not the incessant chatter of voices. Yet, it seemed she was often quiet, only animated when in his company. Severus' gaze fell upon the alchemical text she had left behind on the table. The air still lingered with the faint scent of her rose perfume. With that, he closed his eyes. Chapter 28. Please call me the check-in enthusiast. Nicolius emerged from the cellar, her face alight with a radiant and satisfied grin. Resembling a contented kitten that had dined heartily and frolicked joyfully, she strolled with a buoyant spirit to the hospital wing, delivering the potions to Madame Pomfrey. She also took the opportunity to check in, handing over 2 vials of rejuvenation potions before bidding farewell. Next, she made her way to the Quidditch pitch, where she watched Draco's practice and, of course, did not forget to check in while energetically boosting Draco's morale. The act of providing encouragement was a common pastime among her circle, and she was quite adept at it. With afternoon classes looming, Draco hurried off after a few laps. Meanwhile, with no classes of her own, Nicolius decided to wander about Hogwarts, familiarizing herself with the surroundings, and perhaps seeking out that famous restroom for another check-in opportunity. With playful banter directed at the various portraits lining the corridors, Nicolius leisurely made her way to the 4th floor. As she ascended the staircase, a familiar platinum-haired figure darted toward her, panic written all over his face. Draco, what has got you in such a tizzy? Weren't you heading to class? Nicolius furrowed her brow slightly. Aunt, you won't believe what just happened, Draco exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he seized her hand. Merlin's socks. You won't believe the chaos. That fool Lockhart just released a whole cage of Cornish pixies into the classroom, and now it's absolute mayhem. I barely made it out. Oh, Nicolius' eyes gleamed with intrigue. Does this count as a noteworthy scene? Can we check in? Follow me, he urged, leading her down the hall. They soon encountered a number of small wizards fleeing the classroom. Nicolius cautioned them to stay close and not to run off before hastening to the defense against the dark arts classroom. Upon reaching the door, a disheveled Lockhart in his vibrant green robes stumbled out, hurriedly shutting the door behind him. Oh, Merlin, I need a moment, he gasped, leaning against the doorframe. Professor Lockhart, shouldn't you be teaching right now? Nicolius' voice was icily sharp. Oh, Merlin's lace stockings. Professor Roser, you nearly frightened me to death. I meant to say, yes, I'm aware it's class time. Harry and Hermione are still inside. A small wizard with a thick accent urgently informed Nicolius. I believe it would be best to let them out. In fact, I had them stay behind for a little test. Yes, a test, Lockhart insisted. Step aside. The esteemed wizard cannot be refused. No. Growing increasingly impatient, Nicolius cast a silent hurricane charm. sending Lockhart aside as she pushed open the defense against the dark arts classroom door. Inside, the room was a scene of utter chaos, with pixies wreaking havoc. Scattering debris everywhere. Shattered glass and torn pages littered the floor, ink splattered across tables, and the walls bore the scars of destruction. To her astonishment, one small wizard was even dangling from a light fixture, checking if the Cornish pixies in Cornwall have checked in. Refreshing the new venue for the dark arts defense classroom check-in. Indeed, spatial confinement. Nicoles cast a sweeping confinement spell, instantaneously immobilizing all the Cornish pixies in place. Harry, Hermione, Ron, are you all right? Seamus, with his thick accent, peeked out from behind Nicoles. Oh, Merlin's tight trousers. Neville, how did you end up hanging there? Upon hearing this, Neville looked down at Seamus and kicked his legs slightly. We're fine, Harry said, setting down the book he had been using to fend off the pixies, while Hermione quietly stowed her wand away. Oh, this class has been absolutely dreadful. Ron grumbled as he navigated around a few hovering pixies to join Harry. Meanwhile, Nicoles had already rescued Neville from the chandelier, securing the precarious fixture once more. Thank you, Professor, Neville murmured. Nicoles patted his head, replying, not at all, poor child. You weren't too frightened, were you? Neville shook his head. Clearly, this height posed no challenge for the young Gryffindor. Nicoles, buoyed by receiving 2 check-in rewards, snapped her fingers, and the immobilized pixies were orderly returned to their cages. Oh, I told you it was easy to subdue them. See, how simple it is for our professor. And you lot, I'm regretful to inform you that you have not passed my little test. Nicoles smirked slightly, contemplating the audacity of the individual before her. Come now, Draco muttered under his breath before emerging from the other side of Nicoles, eager for attention. Longbottom, you seem to enjoy hanging in midair. Ha ha, shut it, Malfoy. Harry and several of the Gryffindors glared at him. However, Draco, emboldened by Nicoles's presence, remained unfazed, crossing his arms with an air of arrogance and disdain, ready to retort. What a nuisance. Nicoles shook her head from behind, lightly tapping his platinum blonde head. Ouch. Draco covered his head, casting a disbelieving glance back at Nicoles. His expression one of utter indignation. Darling, speaking like that could easily land you in trouble. Behave now. Let's be good for the time being. Ouch. Draco stood aside, cradling his head, oblivious to the incredulous expressions of the nearby Gryffindors. Professor Lockhart, I believe we are still within class time. Restoring this classroom should pose no issue for you, correct? Lockhart ceased his boasts to the other young witches and wizards, flashing a dazzling smile. Of course. He tousled his somewhat tousled blonde hair. This is quite a considerable task. With a flourish of his wand, he began to clean a patch marred by ink. Proudly nodding at the young wizards around him after finishing, observe my spellcasting technique. I hope you can achieve such proficiency as well. He then proceeded to the next area. After surveying the chaotic classroom, Nicoles rolled her eyes in exasperation. At this rate, how long would it take to tidy up? How on earth did they graduate with such standards? In Dæmstrang, they would have been expelled long ago. Truly. With gritted teeth, Nicoles snapped her fingers again, casting 2 silent, wandless spells of restoration and renewal. All items in the classroom swiftly returned to their original state, as various stains vanished, as if in reverse. Time is of the essence. Do not waste it further, let us resume class. With that, Nicoles exited the room briskly, her speed indicating her desire to avoid Lockhart's self-aggrandizing demeanor. The young wizards in the classroom exchanged glances, some of the more astute ones beginning to regard Lockhart with skepticism. Oh, a commendable silent spell. I can do that too. It's quite simple. But that was too fast. As you know, it won't allow you younger wizards to truly grasp the spellcasting process. Lockhart continued to boast without a hint of embarrassment. Now, hurry back to your seats. Ron strolled beside Harry, quietly muttering his dissatisfaction. He doesn't seem nearly as impressive as he claims. He just flung his wand away. It's as if he doesn't know what he is doing. Harry nodded in agreement. Nonsense. Hermione retorted angrily. He said he only wanted to test us. Test? Harry expressed doubt. You must have read his books. Look at the remarkable feats he claims to have accomplished. Those are merely his assertions. Ron grumbled. He is not even as competent as Professor Royer. At least she seems quite capable. Harry nodded again, recalling how adept she appeared with silent, wandless magic. Chapter 29, The Trial. Although somewhat disgusted, Nicoles had earned 2 check-in rewards, a vial of elixir of life and a vial of luck potion. Wasn't this essentially a powerful restorative potion and a side-effect-free version of Felix Felicis? Excellent indeed. She also opened the rewards from the hospital wing and Quidditch pitch. Oh, a magical energy reservoir and a bamboo helicopter. How amusing. Nicoles marveled as she played with the latter. Quite nice, compared to riding a broomstick. Wearing a bamboo helicopter on her head was far more acceptable. Moreover, she could potentially dismantle it to explore its mechanics, perhaps even replicate it. As for the magical energy reservoir, as the name suggests, it allows one to store magic within it for crucial moments. This could be a lifesaver. She could also see if replication was feasible. With her newfound rewards, Nicole's enthusiasm surged. She felt compelled to check in 8 more times in a day. She resolved to continue her exploration. However, after reaching the 8th floor, she still hadn't located the so-called abandoned lavatory. What was going on? Was she not the protagonist? The main characters could effortlessly find their way, yet she had randomly entered so many rooms and still hadn't stumbled upon it? Well, the castle was indeed enormous, and it was quite impossible to explore it all at once. Even with her levitation charm, she was beginning to feel fatigued. The thought of retracing her steps back to her 4th floor dormitory was overwhelming. Was it reasonable for Hogwarts' staircases to be so erratic? And where were the elevators? Suddenly, an idea struck her. Wasn't the headmaster's office on the 8th floor? She could rest there for a bit, and perhaps have a chat with her mentor, and maybe snag some merchandise. Decision made. After a quick survey of the 8th floor, she finally spotted the iconic gargoyle. Nicole's rubbed her chin, realizing she didn't know the password, and she had never visited Honeydukes. How could she guess the password without a menu? Before she could ponder further, the gargoyle automatically shifted aside, revealing the spiral staircase behind it. Clearly, Dumbledore was aware of her arrival. "Hello, good afternoon, Professor Dumbledore." Nicole's greeted him, turning to mentally check in once more. "Good afternoon, Nini. How has your adventurous journey in the castle been?" Dumbledore lifted his head from behind the desk and winked at Nicole's. "Quite splendid. Although I must admit, I feel a tad fatigued. Would you mind if I took a moment to rest here?" "Of course not, my dear child. Do come and sit." Dumbledore rose from his seat and retrieved the delightful assortment of snacks that Nicole's had gifted him. He then poured 2 cups of red tea from an intricately designed silver pot, handing one to Nicole's while he himself added sugar cubes to the other cup. "Oh, Professor, I prefer my tea without sugar, thank you." Nicole's cradled her cup protectively, wondering who had instilled in the English the notion of sweetening their black tea. Ah well, a touch of sugar does enhance its flavor. Nonetheless, I would rather savor it in its original essence. With a hint of disappointment, Dumbledore retracted the sugar tongs and instead nudged the assortment of snacks towards Nicole's. "I must say, my dear Nini, I am utterly enamored with this gift. It never fails to surprise me with something new each time. I have replenished it with some delightful candies. Do give them a try." "Very well." Nicole's took a satisfying sip of the pure, rich tea and cheerfully began sampling the various candies he recommended, except for the cockroach clusters, and that one that resembles a mouse. Who would dare consume such revolting shapes? Are you truly not inclined to try it, Nini? It is surprisingly delightful. Dumbledore picked up a cockroach cluster and popped it into his mouth. Nicole swore she could feel the thing wriggling for the first few chews. "You should count yourself fortunate that the magical realm is devoid of cockroaches. Oh, trust me, you would not wish to discover the horrendous consequences of one of those being real." Dumbledore paused mid-chew, contemplating. "So, you ensure they are genuine candies before consuming them, correct? Perhaps a touch of caution would be prudent for next time?" "Excellent suggestion, Nini." Dumbledore took a cautious sip of his tea, managing the remnants in his mouth. But he decided against further recommendations. "I haven't yet inquired about your experience in your new role. How have you been faring, Nini?" Dumbledore resumed his primary purpose. "Quite well. Today I taught a class for the 4th-year wizards, which was an exhilarating experience. Indeed, it is your first time as an instructor. And it seems you felt the class went rather well." "Yes, it truly was a splendid first lesson, the topic being the costs of alchemy. It should instill a sense of reverence among the young wizards, minimizing the potential for tragic mishaps." "Thank you, Professor. I shall certainly endeavor to make my time at Hogwarts even more joyous." Dumbledore appeared to be well aware of the content of Nicole's lesson. Alchemy's costs. An excellent choice for the inaugural class. It will surely impart a greater respect for the subject amongst the young wizards. "Thank you, Professor. However, I believe I would be even happier if we could install an elevator in the castle." Nicole straightened up, earnestly proposing her idea to Dumbledore. "Oh, what prompts the desire for an elevator?" "Because traversing the castle is quite exhausting. I need to collect materials for the teacher and locate the matron on the 8th floor, the very top. And then there's Severus, who resides in the dungeons, so far below. The distance between those two extremes is quite daunting. I live on the 4th floor, and my classes are on the 3rd. Each trip is quite the undertaking." "Oh, but young wizards ought to engage in physical exercise, should they not?" Dumbledore replied with a playful twinkle in his eye. "But it is so far. Isn't the journey from the 3rd floor to the dungeons not too far? At least it is much closer than to the 8th floor." What makes you say that?" Nicole's feigned ignorance, regarding the probing Dumbledore with a bemused expression. "Oh, I merely surmised that you enjoy conversing with Severus. Are you hoping to befriend him?" "Severus is quite a remarkable individual, truly deserving of trust," Dumbledore said, regarding her with affectionate kindness. "Actually, I'm not particularly seeking friendship with Severus. Nicoles felt a rare moment of bashfulness. After all, this was his matron, and it felt akin to discussing matters of the heart in front of one's parents. Writing a letter was one thing, but face-to-face, she felt somewhat awkward. Dumbledore's eyes glimmered with interest as he lifted his teacup. And why is that? Is it tied to Severus's former affiliation with the Death Eaters? Chapter 30. Do you think I should confess my feelings? Because I wish to have children with him. And perhaps marry him as well. Nicoles declared with a calm demeanor, unleashing a thunderous revelation. Cough, cough, cough. Dumbledore erupted into a fit of coughing, the red tea uncontrollably splattering from his mouth, while the remaining contents in his hand cascaded to the floor. Are you all right, Professor Dumbledore? Nicoles quickly conjured a protective charm in response to his sudden coughing fit. Observing his disheveled state, she felt somewhat bewildered. Was it truly so shocking? Why, yes, I am fine. He stammered, deftly employing a silent charm to clean the tea that had splattered across his beard and attire. After a brief hesitation, he added, what was that? Nicoles, puzzled, scratched her face. You don't object, do you? This is not a matter for parental intervention. Nothing at all, Dumbledore sighed. Although he had already devised a path for Severus's future, he undoubtedly wished for him to lead a more fulfilling life. Moreover, perhaps with Nicoles's involvement, things could change. Does Severus know? Dumbledore poured himself another cup of tea and began adding sugar. Of course. Nicoles replied with unabashed honesty. Dumbledore's hand trembled as he added sugar. Thankful he hadn't yet taken a sip. You confessed your feelings to Severus? Not exactly, but I did tell him I intend to pursue him. However, he seems quite angry and forbade me from doing so. Do you think I should confess? Dumbledore found himself at a loss. Was this young girl not French? Was she not supposed to be versed in matters of romance? Nini, have you ever been in love? Never. I have always been too busy studying and researching alchemy, along with handling family affairs. Professor Dumbledore, what do you think I should do? What is Severus like? Nicoles earnestly sought his counsel. Dumbledore opened his mouth to respond, but then fell silent, trapped in a web of his own emotions. What indeed did Severus like? It had been years since Severus had engaged in anything outside of teaching and managing the myriad tasks Dumbledore assigned him. The only activity that might be considered a joy was his potion making, but was that truly a joy? Dumbledore fell into silence, reflecting on Severus's student days, his unfortunate family background, and his own negligence, compounded by biases and selfishness that had inflicted harm upon him. He recalled the unbreakable vow that was, for Severus, a source of humiliation. He thought about his manipulations surrounding Lily's death and all that had transpired after Severus's allegiance. What did he truly enjoy? Is something troubling you, Professor Dumbledore? Nicoles's gaze fell to the ground. Was it a pang of conscience? Having resolved to sacrifice a portion of individuals for the greater good, should one not mask such expressions? Though they held no authority over the lives of others, the burden of such decisions must surely inflict a profound pain, mustn't it, matron? Even if it brings immense suffering, one must persevere for the sake of justice and the greater good, correct? What sustains you, Dumbledore? Is it your fondness for sweets? A flicker of irony crossed Nicole's eyes, yet it was overshadowed by confusion. Grindelwald would never act in such a manner, for he wore his malevolence with unabashed pride. Naturally, she too would not behave differently, following her teacher's example, embodying her own brand of unapologetic wickedness. Individuals of their ilk ought not to harbor such emotions. After a lengthy pause, Dumbledore reclaimed his voice, reaching for another piece of coconut ice cream to savor before continuing his discourse with Nicole. Is it confirmed that Severus is indeed the one? Yes, yes, yes. Nicole nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She recalled that it was Dumbledore who pursued Grindelwald first, wasn't it? Wasn't he that an invaluable experience right before her eyes? Professor, what do you suggest I do? What does one pursue him for? Dumbledore fell silent for a moment, then began to ponder seriously. His own romantic escapades were nearly a century in the past. Would his advice be outdated for today's youth? Perhaps starting with shared interests and topics of conversation would be prudent? Dumbledore tentatively offered a suggestion. That makes sense. Nicole mused. Severus has a keen interest in alchemical potions. Perhaps we could study them together. A splendid starting point. Dumbledore took a sip of tea, feeling reassured that, regardless of any further news, he would maintain his composure. I must perform admirably in the duel. Otherwise, Severus will surely deny me that opportunity. His hand trembled as he poured tea, a few drops escaping in sync with his fluttering emotions. A duel? Chapter 31. Denying her entry to spare her embarrassment outside. Indeed, I have arranged a duel with Severus, and if I win, he shall grant me the chance to pursue him, Nicole declared, raising an eyebrow at Dumbledore, reveling in her romantic prowess. But what if you lose? The curiosity of the centenarian lion was piqued. If I lose, I can no longer pursue him. And I must also forfeit a potions book. Nicole waved her hand dismissively. rummaging through a box for candies to send back to her teacher later. Would you mind if I joined as a spectator? Perhaps you might need a referee? Dumbledore's eyes sparkled with the thrill of gossip. No, absolutely not. Nicole protested, packing away her selected sweets and gesturing emphatically at Dumbledore. That is a memory for Severus and me alone. Very well, Dumbledore sighed with regret. No peeking, Professor. Nicole added. Her fighting style mirrored that of Grindelwald. As soon as the old bee finished observing, she would reveal her true colors. Is it truly forbidden? Of course. If you were to spy, regardless of who loses between Severus and me, you would be blamed. I am resolute on this. Oh, that would indeed bear serious consequences, Dumbledore replied, raising his hands in mock surrender. Reaching for another candy, Nicole narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Dumbledore with suspicion. Oh, do not be like that, Nicole. Perhaps you should extend a modicum of trust to your poor old professor? Dumbledore winked. Well, if your tone were less regretful, I might be more inclined to believe you, she quipped. And they both erupted into laughter. By the way, Professor, may I take a photo with you in your office? Of course. Dumbledore summoned a house elf who, under Nicole's guidance, captured a series of candid photographs, even allowing her to take several solo shots of Dumbledore using the elf's photographic skills. However, Nicole remained astute, ensuring she didn't lose sight of her main objective, successfully forging a bond with Fawkes by the afternoon. She was indeed a woman of remarkable talent. Before leaving, Fawkes had called her big sister repeatedly, flapping his wings and assuring her that he would keep a watchful eye on Dumbledore to prevent any peeking. Dumbledore was momentarily taken aback. By the time they ambled back to the 4th floor, it was already 6 o'clock. Nicole had taken a shower and donned a wizarding robe suitable for dueling, letting her hair fall freely as she hurried to the cellar to find Severus. Knock, knock, knock. Severus. Open the door. Severus had barely settled at his desk when he heard the familiar voice, gripping his quill tightly. Why was she here again? With a disdainful huff, Severus had no intention of granting entry to that foolish witch. Ah, Professor Rosier. How delightful to see you. What brings you here? Looking for our headmaster. Indeed. I've come to dine with him. You seem quite close with the headmaster. Did you know him prior? Not at all. We only met upon our arrival at Hogwarts. But I am currently. Severus could no longer remain seated. With a swift motion, he flung open the office door, his expression dark as he glared at the instigator and the 5th-year Slytherin who was shamelessly ingratiating herself. Headmaster. Severus shot a menacing glance at the boy, who gulped nervously, his face paling before he hastily greeted them and fled. Severus, so it is you. Come in quickly. I'm famished, she said, pushing him into the office. Do you not have your own office, Professor Rosier? Of course I do, but there's no you in it, Nicole retorted boldly. So you invade my office. Then, Severus slammed the door behind him. You could just as easily come to my office. Well, I wonder how Professor Rosier manages to deliver such audacious remarks with such natural aplomb. Severus gritted his teeth, begrudgingly uttering a retort devoid of venom. What could he do? Deny Nicole entry and leave her to embarrass herself outside? Who knew what astonishing declarations might escape her candid lips? There was nothing to conceal. Pursuing you was hardly shameful. Nicole pulled him down onto the sofa. Severus sighed heavily, feeling utterly defeated. Very well, let it be. I cannot simply eliminate her. He consoled himself with the thought that once he triumphed tonight, he would be free from such vexations. He would win. Let us eat. I'm so hungry. You have no idea how long I've been away this afternoon. Did you ever find yourself tardy due to the erratic staircases during your school days? Only those unprepared are late. Does that not require rising quite early? I have the utmost admiration for your discipline, Nicole chimed, lightly tapping on the cutlery as she offered a pudding soup to Severus. Let us hope Professor Rosier was not the kind of little troll who was perpetually late at school. Severus accepted it with a roll of his eyes, his lips curling in a smirk. Not every day, just occasionally. I sometimes stayed up late researching alchemy and would struggle to rise the next day. You have no idea how cold the climate at our school can be. Severus Snape reminisced about his obsession with potions during his school days, surprisingly refraining from making any sarcastic remarks. Your school teaches dark arts? Nicole swallowed a mouthful of soup, her eyes narrowing contentedly. Pudding's culinary skills had indeed improved, making her sojourn in Huaxiao worthwhile. The dark arts we learn at our school are not vastly different from the charms taught in your classes. What's wrong? You don't harbor any prejudice against the dark arts, do you? Nicoles deliberately posed this question to him. What makes you think a master of the dark arts would harbor such prejudices? He retorted. Oh, I almost forgot about that. However, did I mention that I too am a master of the dark arts? Snape raised an eyebrow in astonishment, re-evaluating the witch before him who was enjoying her meal with delightful manners. This was indeed surprising news. Does that make you like me more? No. That's quite an unappealing word. Nicoles feigned a melancholic sigh before diving back into her meal. Meanwhile, Snape slowed his eating, a plethora of unnamed emotions flitting behind his lowered eyelids. What if he encountered someone who shared such a tolerant view of the dark arts? However, the dark arts taught at our school are not particularly advanced. Most are basic to intermediate, with few advanced topics, relying largely on self-study and personal innovation. Oh, Nicole's words pulled Snape from his reverie, a smile teasing the corners of his mouth. Perhaps tonight I shall witness the potency of your self-crafted dark arts. No problem. Rest assured, I shall show you mercy. Nicole's winked at Snape. The same goes for you. Humph. Chapter 32. I can't help but want to kiss you. After dinner, Nicole's intended to drag Snape directly to the Forbidden Forest. I presume you're aware that if we engage in a duel on the outskirts before curfew, those dim-witted trolls will surely be attracted to us. Come on, I had a bit too much to eat. A stroll might help. Go by yourself. I'm scared. Huh. I assume you're referring to Professor Rogier, who invited me to duel in the Forbidden Forest. As Nicole's forcibly pulled Snape along the densely shadowed path of the Forbidden Forest, his internal turmoil was palpable. He had no desire to come, but she had proclaimed that if he refused, she'd seek out Lockhart to learn how to write romantic love stories. Finding Lockhart? Lockhart? Huh. Seeking advice from a fool. How audacious of her. And she claims that although he is a buffoon, his writing is decent. Huh. Though he scoffed at her notion, he recognized that her whims were her own. So he allowed her to proceed. But who could have predicted that this accursed Rogier intended to write a romance novel featuring the two of them as protagonists? If she couldn't write it well, she would have Lockhart ghostwrite it for her. Look, is that something a person would say? This is a threat, isn't it? Yet, he was utterly powerless against this insufferable witch. Is this the behavior of a lady? Well, the illustrious Professor Rogier. We have been traversing this area for half an hour. What? Haven't you found your burial site yet? Wow, Severus, your words are still so amusing. I can't help but want to kiss you. Shut up. All right. Nicole's glanced around at subtle traces of the environment, confirming their location, and tugged on Snape's sleeve, leading him behind an exceptionally tall tree. Are you trying to be a thief? Oh, hush during the performance. Nicole's wrapped her arms around Snape's shoulders and pulled him down into the grass behind the tree, her slender fingers covering his mouth. Snape instinctively attempted to resist, but Nicole's leaned in close, her breath, sweet like roses, enveloping his ear. Shoo, Severus, don't move. I'll show you the moonlit beasts dancing. They're quite timid. Don't scare them away. A rush of warmth surged to Snape's head at her words, rendering his limbs stiff and immobile as he stared blankly at her profile. Tonight was a full moon. The silvery light filtered through the dappled shadows, illuminating her flawless visage, and the thumping of his heart resonated loudly within his chest. It seemed that in his distant student days, Lily had once inquired about his ideal type of witch. What had he said back then? Oh, he hadn't answered, for he had deemed the question childish. At that time, he still considered Lily his closest friend. Eileen had yet to pass, and he had not yet been isolated from the entire school, nor had he viewed Lily as his last hope in the depths of despair. His type? The pounding in his chest gradually subsided, and the witch before him seemed to sense his gaze, turning to meet his eyes. Snape swallowed hard, instinctively wanting to avert his gaze, but Nicole's hands gently cupped his face, redirecting it. The silver moonlight draped delicately over a smooth patch of grass, the shimmering reflections of dew upon the blades creating a dreamlike aura. Not far away, countless caves dotted the rocky wall like stars. At this moment, guided by the moonlight, a series of curious little heads began to peek out from the holes. Their large, round eyes cautiously surveyed their surroundings, as if confirming their safety. Soon, a multitude of gray-skinned creatures, resembling hairless llamas, scampered from their burrows. Before long, having detected no danger, they gathered beneath the moonlight, rising on their hind legs to begin their dance. It was a mesmerizing and intricate rhythm, their movements exquisitely graceful, captivating the onlooker. Snape certainly recognized these enchanting creatures. Their droppings served as an excellent fertilizer, promoting the rapid and robust growth of magical plants. However, these bashful beings only emerged during a full moon. Thus, the busy potions master had never personally witnessed their marvelous dance. It was said to be a prelude to their mating rituals. Although their dance was indeed beautiful, why on earth did Rogier want him to witness this? To observe a prelude to mating? Regardless of how enchanted Snape had been by the performance, or how his thoughts had spiraled into bizarre territories, the moonlit creatures concluded their dance as if adhering to an ingrained habit, quietly returning to their burrows along the same route they had arrived. They left behind glistening silver treasures resting on the ground, appearing breathtakingly beautiful under the moon's glow. Quickly, Severus, Nicole said, releasing her grip on his face and grabbing his hand to dash out of the thicket. How about we split the spoils? Were they truly watching the dance of these big-eyed creatures just for their droppings? Nonetheless, he could certainly make use of them. The two swiftly set to work, collecting the precious droppings one by one. Having completed her collection, Nicoles cast a time-related spell, and it was nearly 10 o'clock. The hour when upper-year wizards were soon to be under curfew. Is there an open area nearby, Severus? Nicoles inquired, gazing up at him. Follow me, he replied. The Forbidden Forest was a veritable treasure trove of magical potions. Severus had frequented its depths during his student years, although he had only ventured along its fringes back then. Upon returning as a professor, the periphery could no longer contain him, and he had become familiar with its basic geography. The two of them traversed the woods, occasionally encountering a few oblivious intruders who sought a meal, swiftly dispatched back to Merlin's embrace by their combined efforts. Before long, Severus led Nicoles to a clearing adorned with lush grass, encircled by a small waterfall and a tranquil lake. The moonlight danced upon the water's surface, lending an enchanting atmosphere to the serene sound of the cascading water. Severus, if this place were not intended for dueling, it could serve as a lovely spot for a date. It's so beautiful, Nicoles exclaimed, her steps light as she jogged to the lake's edge, the moonlight gently illuminating her smiling countenance. Why don't we play in the water for a bit before dueling? She suggested, reaching to dip her fingers into the cool lake. Severus approached her, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. Of course, if your fingers wish to feed the mermaids, he remarked. Upon hearing this, Nicoles quickly withdrew her hand from the water. Why didn't you mention that sooner? As a sensible adult, one would hardly consider playing in the water in such a perilous place as the Forbidden Forest, would they? You, Nicoles retorted, momentarily taken aback, yet aware that she had little ground to stand on. Observing Severus's infuriatingly amused expression, she could no longer contain her indignation. Enough of your nonsense. I can hardly restrain myself from striking you. Very well, as you wish. In an instant, the atmosphere between them became taut with tension. Both wizards distanced themselves, gripping their wands firmly. Nicoles, lacking any inclination for modesty, swiftly cast a silent, disarming spell directed at Severus. Yet, it was evident that such a spell would not trouble him. Even within the confines of Hogwarts, where apparition was not permitted, he evaded her efforts with consummate ease. Magic flew between them like a kaleidoscope of vivid colors, each spell expertly angled and powerful, hurled without restraint. Disarming spells, stunning curses, and binding charms filled the air, each incantation silent yet fierce, intermingled with several wandless spells. It was unclear who initiated the dark magic, but soon both their wands began to emit ominous hues. Severus wielded the subtle yet lethal Sectum Sempra, while Nicoles countered with an improved version of Fiendfire. Neither could gain the upper hand. After yet another successful strike that singed a portion of Severus's robes, Nicoles felt her own cloak grazed by a well-aimed spell. They exchanged no words, each intensely focused on the other, their attacks and defenses oscillating countless times, the surrounding environment ravaged by their powerful spells. Perhaps there had been a chance for restraint at the outset, but now, two skilled opponents could hardly afford to relent. As another simultaneous spell was cast and neutralized, Nicoles raised an eyebrow and unleashed her first major spell of the evening, a modified weather charm. Perhaps due to her ancient lineage from a distant land, she held a fascination for spells involving thunder and lightning. However, the magical world lacked dedicated lightning spells, offering only a vague weather charm. Thus, Nicoles had invested considerable effort in enhancing the original spell using elemental magic. While dodging Severus's spells, she successfully cast her modified weather charm, and soon the sky above was cloaked in ominous clouds. Amidst the swirling clouds, tendrils of lightning began to gather, seemingly poised to strike. Severus was no fool. Nicoles's grand display of magic could not escape his notice. With the counterspell unknown to him, the best course of action was to subdue the spellcaster. From a high tower, Dumbledore gazed intently at the ominous clouds swirling over the Forbidden Forest, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. My old friend, do you truly not wish to accompany me? He mused, glancing down at Fawkes, perched beside him. The phoenix turned his head away, emitting a soft trill. Very well, Dumbledore sighed in resignation, pondering how the duel between the two youngsters was faring. Severus lay on the ground, his wand nowhere within reach. Nicoles had nestled against him, her arms wrapped tightly around his neck, refusing to rise. Get up, Severus growled through gritted teeth, tugging at the witch in an attempt to dislodge her from his grasp. No, you lost. You dropped your wand. You belong to me now, Nicoles exclaimed, clutching him like a protective pup. I assume Miss Rosier will realize that it was my spell that caused you to lose your wand, and thus, this duel is far from concluded. Humph, you still lost. Your spell caused it. Indeed, your spell did, but your own incantation also disarmed you. Release me. Upon hearing this, Nicoles tightened her grip, burying her fluffy head deeper into Severus's neck, refusing to budge. Curse that weather charm. It took so long to summon lightning. Had I known, I wouldn't have modified it with elemental magic. No wonder it was abandoned. What good is immense power if it takes so long to manifest? She recognized that casting this spell left her unable to simultaneously cast another. Thus, she had to focus on evading Severus's spells. However, once the weather charm was successfully cast, something had gone awry. It behaved differently than her previous attempts. This allowed Severus to seize the opportunity. As they exchanged spells beneath the gathering storm, Nicoles remained oblivious to Severus's intentions. Following a powerful wind spell, he found himself directly before her, but just then, lightning struck. Severus, quick-witted, seized Nicoles. His wand pressed against her throat as they both were struck, Severus's wand slipping from his grasp. Yet, in that instant of losing his wand, Nicoles reacted swiftly, enduring the tingling pain from the lightning bolt and leaping onto Severus's waist, promptly aiming her wand at his chest. Ironically, at that moment, a second bolt of lightning struck, causing Nicoles's wand to slip from her hand as well. Both were momentarily stunned. The clouds above continued to roil, and Severus grasped Nicoles's waist, flipping her aside with force to avoid a bolt. Nicoles, sensing another strike looming, quickly embraced Severus and rolled aside just in time to evade the final bolt. Only then did the storm dissipate. The two individuals had inevitably settled into their current position. However, at this moment, Nicoles found herself regretfully clinging to Snape's neck, disregarding any notions of releasing him. Had she known earlier, she would have refrained from employing that accursed modification spell. She still had a plethora of formidable dark magic at her disposal. Although she was aware that Snape was also holding back, they were not sworn enemies after all. Yet this did not diminish her sense of regret. It was utterly vexing. Were it not for the considerable commotion caused by her fire protection, she would have relished the opportunity to ensnare him within it. "Miss Rogier, who taught you to drape yourself over a gentleman like this?" Snape exclaimed, his hands encircling Nicoles's slender waist in an attempt to extricate her from his person. "Admit that I have won," she challenged. "Huh, never. Then let us remain in this embrace." "Are you threatening me?" he retorted, a hint of discomfort evident in his demeanor. Nicoles's soft form pressed against his, her fragrant hair wafting tantalizingly into his nostrils, while the fabric of his robes, torn by the spell, swayed precariously under the onslaught of the elements. At the very least, the two delicate arms encircling him conveyed such a sentiment. Yet, the witch seemed oblivious to this reality, muttering softly to herself in a tone of mild reproach. A warm breath brushed against the skin of his neck, leaving Snape acutely aware of the dryness creeping into his throat. "You should release me," he murmured after a prolonged silence, his deep, mellifluous voice tinged with a hint of hoarseness, resonating above Nicoles's head. She shuddered at the sound. "Severus, do not speak like that. It is utterly unfair." Snape, puzzled, responded, Nicoles could hardly endure it. Was he deliberately provoking her? Do not move. You should rise first," Snape whispered, barely able to suppress a breathy sigh near her ear. Nicoles's face flushed as if engulfed in flames, the sound of his voice far too sensual. "Severus? Why are you so warm? What do you think, my lady?" It seemed as though she had sensed something, perhaps even been bewitched. Nicoles, feeling flustered, relinquished her hold and obediently descended from his lap to sit beside him. Snape exhaled a sigh of relief, shifting to sit upright, hastily draping his robe over his front. "Severus, this cannot count as my defeat," Nicoles mumbled, casting her eyes down while stealing glances at him. "We can always compete again." "Ha, compete again? Do you dare propose that?" Snape's complexion flushed slightly as he remained seated, taking a moment to compose himself. Noticing her intent to rise, Nicoles quickly grasped the hem of his garment. "Then let us declare this round a draw. I shall continue to pursue you." "Humph," Snape grunted, offering no further response. Silently acquiescing to her assertion, with a flick of his wand, he summoned their wands and tossed Nicoles's back to her before striding purposefully toward the forbidden forest. Nicoles caught her wand, momentarily stunned. No peer had ever managed to leave her in such a state of disarray. Snape was indeed the first. "What are you still doing there? Waiting to be fed to werewolves?" Snape called back, irritation lacing his tone as he turned to the witch still lost in contemplation. Clutching her wand. "Oh, I'm coming." Nicoles hurriedly trotted a few steps to catch up with the billowing hem of his robe. "Severus, slow down, She clutched her forehead, casting a reproachful glare at the sudden halt he had made. "Your leg." Snape hesitated. "Huh." Nicoles glanced down. Her calf bore a deep crimson gash, the result of the spell's errant strike. Blood oozed from the wound with each step she took, rendering it quite ghastly. "Ugh, it looks somewhat serious, but I am fine. I can tend to it once we return." Snape furrowed his brow. "Well, should I perhaps commend you?" "That is unnecessary," Nicoles waved dismissively. She had sustained far worse injuries during duels with her instructor. This was hardly significant. "However, Severus, how about you carry me back?" "Huh." Snape seized Nicoles. pressing her onto a nearby rock and, with one hand, grasped her leg to begin reciting the counterspell. As Nicoles observed his earnest demeanor, she found herself lost in thought once more, an irresistible allure resurfacing within her. Undoubtedly, she too was drawn to strength. With her lack of expectations regarding love and marriage, her singular desire was to find the most powerful peer to bear her an heir. Regardless of whether he loved her or consented, it was merely a task to her. Yet, now, the sound of her heart whispered that she might have changed her mind. Chapter 35. I like you to kiss me. What are you daydreaming about? Snape released her leg, gazing down at the dazed witch. Nicoles lifted her gaze, the moonlight illuminating her slightly bewildered expression. Emotions she had never experienced before crashing against her chest, leaving her momentarily flustered. What is the matter? Are you unwell? Do you have any other injuries? Snape's heart tightened as he crouched down to check on her condition. Is he worried about me? In that case, perhaps they should consider exploring a romantic relationship? Surely. Just a trial would not be too much to ask. She thought. If she did not try, she would feel an unbearable sense of regret. After all, if it did not work out, she could always break his legs and confine him. Let us give it a try. Nicoles snapped back to reality, blinking her eyes as she grasped his searching hand. Severus, I am fine. I merely wish to confirm something. What? Nicoles did not respond. Instead, she forcefully pulled him closer, pressing her lips against his. Snape was perpetually enveloped by the faint scent of bitter potions. It was not unpleasant, in fact. Prolonged exposure revealed hints of absinthe. Yet, at that moment, the essence of absinthe was entirely overtaken by roses. Though his strength was not insurmountable, and he could have easily pulled away, the soft, fragrant kiss left him momentarily stunned. By the time he regained his senses, Nicoles had once again tackled him. Amidst the disarray of grass ravaged by magic, illuminated by the clear moonlight, the petite witch found herself atop the tall wizard. Her lips were gently captured by his, surrounded by the sweet, floral aroma of roses emanating from him. Snape could not help but wonder if she had inadvertently cast a charm upon him. Why did he feel no desire to resist? The witch, in her reckless abandon, fervently kissed him, as if seeking to validate something, pecking persistently. Ultimately, it remained unclear whether she had achieved her validation, yet her lips lingered against his, reluctant to part. With a resigned sigh, Snape seemed to surrender to her advances. He should have anticipated this outcome when he allowed her to continue pursuing him. He would inevitably succumb. However, he had not anticipated her urgency. With that, after another dizzying whirl, Nicoles hazily gazed at Snape, wrapping her arms around his neck, striving once more to seize control. However, this time, the reins of control were not in her hands. The male wizard lowered his head, whispering enticingly into the witch's ear, "Are you certain you wish to kiss me?" Nicoles shivered involuntarily at the sound that brushed against her ear. Severus wants to kiss you. Then you must remember, Nicoles, once the kiss is given, there is no turning back. Severus's deep, husky voice resonated in Nicoles's ear. As a former Death Eater who had ingratiated himself with the Dark Lord, he was no novice in these matters. On the contrary, he had witnessed much in his time. The Slytherins, ambitious and possessive, sought not only what they had, but also plotted to attain what they desired. Perhaps she had not realized it before, but his reaction was undeniably genuine. Upon reflection, he had shown her a peculiar indulgence from the very first moment they met. This was distinctly different from the dependence he had felt towards Lily, akin to a lifeline, and the steady companionship they had shared. His feelings for Lily were still tinged with guilt. She had been his youthful ideal, though that moonlight never truly shone upon him. He had once believed it to be love, until this person appeared before him. She was like a fervent flame, a vibrant and fragrant rose that boldly invaded his world. She was so different from Lily. Everything about her drew him in, her fondness for dark magic, her formidable power and knowledge, and her striking appearance that captivated him at first glance. Cunning and shrewd, passionate and radiant. Not recklessly passionate like a lion, but a calculated choice made after weighing the pros and cons. Look at her. How much she embodied a quintessential Slytherin. Similar, yet distinct from him. She lived with a fervor far surpassing his own. Perhaps I too could possess such fervor. Have you thought it through, Miss Rogier? Call me Nini. Nicoles wrapped her arms around Severus's neck, her eyes sparkling as they met his gaze. This time, I truly like you. Well, the cunning witch, didn't you wish to marry and bear children with me? I still wish for that, but now there's a feeling of fondness. A soft chuckle escaped Severus's nose as he leaned down to seek the soft crimson warmth, their lips meeting. It is my honor. Clearly, the male wizard excelled in this domain far more than the witch. Before long, Nicoles found herself utterly disarmed and weakened, at his mercy. Severus. The witch spoke, startled by the sweetness of her own voice. Severus pressed his nose against hers, planting soft kisses upon her lips. I like it when you kiss me. Huh. A satisfied chuckle rumbled in Severus's throat as he kissed her again. Thanks to their earlier powerful magical clash, the potent aura of dark magic lingered in their secluded space, deterring any creatures from intruding. Ultimately, Nicoles was carried back by Severus, her legs too weak to support her. Chapter 36. Severus's recuperation plan officially commences. With the scandal from the defense against the dark arts classroom spreading and the conclusion of the first potions class, Nicoles, the newly minted master of alchemy, had made a name for herself at Hogwarts. Her formidable abilities, remarkable alchemy skills, and unconventional teaching methods captivated the young witches and wizards, who were in a phase of curiosity and energy. Many of them secretly regretted not enrolling in her alchemy course. In no time, Nicoles became the talk of Hogwarts. Meanwhile, she was nestled in Severus's embrace, reluctant to rise. She nuzzled her head against his chest. Severus? Don't move. I believe Miss Rogier would not want to miss breakfast. Would she? Severus's nose brushed against Nicoles's forehead, bestowing a gentle kiss. Nicoles, suddenly aware of the sensations between her legs, froze in shock, allowing the male wizard to kiss her. Time to get up, Nini. Severus pressed a kiss to Nicoles's lips, and they shared an extended French kiss. With a few soft sounds, Nicoles finally climbed out of Severus's bed, her cheeks flushed as she tried to justify herself. I wasn't scared last night. I was merely exhausted. Severus remained silent, a knowing smile playing on his lips as he gazed at her. Stop looking at me. Well, if this helps the ostrich lady feel better. Severus, Nicoles exclaimed, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Although she had used the excuse of weakness to stay in the cellar, she had also faltered at a critical moment. Nicoles, feeling vexed by the situation, could hardly bear to meet Severus's gaze. Could we please drop this subject? Don't I have any dignity? I just think. It's too fast. Yes, too fast. Previously, Severus had not liked her. Their intimacy was merely a means to produce an heir. It was a task. But now, she had developed feelings for him. It was a romance. Could they be the same? Moreover, Severus from last night had been rather daunting. Was that truly a scale appropriate for a human? Surely, that couldn't be why he struggled on a broomstick? Severus observed the witch, who seemed lost in her thoughts again, and with a resigned smile, he lifted her effortlessly. The sudden sensation of weightlessness caused Nicoles to instinctively wrap her arms around Severus's neck. Perhaps Miss Nicoles remembers that there is a class this morning? How do you know my schedule? I happen to see it. How could that be? Aren't schedules distributed to faculty directly by Dumbledore? Nicoles teased, leaning closer to kiss his chin. Perhaps someone has a good memory and retained it after a mere glance. Did you only glance at mine? Or did you peruse everyone else? Severus paused for a moment, then chuckled softly. So, he had begun to pay attention to her earlier than he had realized. Setting her down on the washstand, Severus trapped the smug witch with his hands and bestowed a playful kiss. I only glanced at yours. Nicoles's face blossomed into a radiant smile as she offered her lips in return. Once they parted, both breathless, Nicoles began her morning routine with satisfaction. The clothes from last night were unwearable, being both cursed and struck by lightning, and Severus had nothing appropriate for her to wear. Fortunately, Pudding was around, and she sent him to fetch a lovely gray-blue dress from her room. She styled her fluffy long hair into a loose braid adorned with a matching hair tie, allowing it to cascade over her chest. Complementing her look were exquisite floral diamond earrings and a brooch necklace. Perfect. As Nicoles turned, she caught sight of Severus watching her intently. She bounded over to him, wrapping her arms around his waist. Do I look good? You look lovely. Severus leaned down to place a kiss on the witch's forehead. It was a scene he had never witnessed, nor dared to imagine. A witch stood in his chamber, having adorned herself before the mirror, and naturally leapt into his embrace. Such an utterly commonplace scene was one he had never before witnessed. My aesthetic has never been better, Nicoles exclaimed, playfully poking Severus's chest. A smirk graced Severus's lips. It would have been preferable if he did not harbor such a grudge. Humph. Nicoles shot him a mock glare. Come, Professor Rosiel, do not keep your little creatures waiting. Severus gestured invitingly. Nicoles lightly rested her hand between his fingers. They exchanged a smile and stepped out of the room. Just before exiting the cellar, their entwined hands momentarily parted, a prearranged understanding for when Nicoles hesitated. Yet they still faced each other honestly. In that moment, Miss Rosiel sought to alleviate the awkwardness by sharing a part of her purpose for attending Hogwarts with her newfound boyfriend. She intended to unite Dumbledore and her teacher, recounting the complex history of love and enmity between them. Although Severus comprehended her intentions and indicated his willingness to cooperate, perhaps due to Nicoles's somewhat clumsy method of shifting the topic, the astute wizard remained largely unfazed. Some witches, after all, had resorted to various means to extinguish the enthusiasm they had ignited. But that is another tale, best left untold here. Nicoleus followed Severus into the dining hall and took a seat. As their plates were set before them, they found identical dishes awaiting. With a delightful smile, Nicoleus softly urged Severus, "Do be sure to finish everything." Severus nodded with restrained pleasure and took a sip of the soy milk. "Oh, this is far more palatable than coffee." Noticing his enjoyment, Nicoleus' eyes sparkled. Thus, Severus's health regimen officially commenced. Chapter 37. The scene is too beautiful to bear. Having calmly finished breakfast, Nicoleus disregarded her mother-in-law's glittering, gossip-prone gaze and made her way to the third-floor classroom. Today, she was to teach the fifth-year students, and the number of attendees was notably reduced. Only 7 little creatures were present, comprising a solitary Hufflepuff badger and 2 from each of the other houses. This was hardly surprising, as the fifth-year students were preparing for their OWL examinations, in which alchemy was not included. Only those who possessed either confidence in their abilities or a particular fascination with alchemy chose to enroll. For these students, Nicoleus adopted a gentle teaching approach, maximizing their classroom time and assigning no homework. Should any of them express interest and have the time and energy, they were welcome to seek her out for additional help or recommendations for specialized literature. Thus, in this fifth-year class, Nicoleus guided the 7 little creatures in practical work. Though they had only 2 hours, by the end of the lesson, each student had crafted a simple alchemical object according to their own vision under her tutelage. This was sufficient to excite them. Was practical work not far more enjoyable than theoretical lessons? Indeed, the words rang true. Professor Rosiel was both engaging and skilled, and she assigned no homework. Merlin, how fortunate they were to have chosen alchemy. How envious the fifth-year students enrolled in other electives must be. After class, Nicoleus resumed her idle state, as no one had submitted the essay assigned during the previous lesson, and she had not assigned any work for this class. Severus was fully occupied today, still engrossed in his work. Speaking of which, could Hogwarts not hire a few more staff? Was it not a bit excessive for a single professor to teach an entire year? Furthermore, they were also responsible for grading all assignments and overseeing the night shifts. By Merlin, reflecting on it this way, her Severus truly had it tough. Perhaps she could invest in Hogwarts? Yet, she had no desire to seek out Dumbledore at this moment. His gossiping gaze that morning had left her feeling quite uneasy, given the old bee's control over the castle. He surely knew she had spent the night with Severus. Perhaps it would be best to postpone that matter for now. Moreover, she recalled that her unfortunate cousin-in-law would be ousted from the board by the end of the academic year. What a fortuitous coincidence. She could take over. Thus, the most pressing matter remained locating the chamber. With that, Nicoleus set forth on her exploratory mission. However, it seemed the chamber was meant solely for its main character. Or perhaps luck was not on Nicoleus's side, for she traversed from the 4th floor to the cellar without discovering the abandoned lavatory. Since she had reached the cellar, Nicoleus decided to observe her newly minted boyfriend's potions class, as she had yet to witness Severus in action. After casting a disillusionment charm on herself, she stealthily entered the potions classroom. Unsurprisingly, she received yet another check-in. Today's tally 1. As fortune would have it, this particular lesson involved the second-year Gryffindors and Slytherins. Nicoleus finally witnessed the intense animosity Harry bore before her Severus, as if he could lose points for merely breathing. Sigh. One could hardly blame him for resembling his insufferable father. Nicoleus mourned for Harry for a moment. Was this not a form of poetic justice? Amen. And then there was Draco. Would this lad never find himself in a sack? That mocking expression, such childish provocation. Nicoleus reflected on how fortunate he was to have made it this far unscathed. Wait a moment, was mocking some sort of Slytherin specialty? Upon further thought, every Slytherin, from the head to the youngest, seemed to wield this skill as if it were second nature. Were they not perhaps running a class on it? Did they practice daily in the common room, honing their talents for ridicule? Otherwise, how could they achieve such perfect unity and execution? Nicoleus rubbed her arms. The scene was too beautiful for her to bear. Watching Draco and her Severus engage in their banter, she nearly applauded them from her concealed position. Marvelous, simply marvelous. Was Gryffindor truly a unifying force for Slytherin? Oh dear. A casual glance caught her eye, and she witnessed Neville's blunder. Isn't that written on the board? Mate, the porcupine quills need to be added to the fire before going into the cauldron. The flames below are still roaring. He truly did not glance at the board at all. Great. This was bound to result in an explosion. Noticing that Severus was still at the front and had yet to notice the commotion, Nicoleus instinctively cast a protective shield charm over Neville's cauldron. As expected, 3 seconds later, bong, the concoction before Neville erupted, splattering potions everywhere. However, these potions, once splattered beyond a certain radius, appeared as if obstructed by an unseen force, helplessly cascading downward without inflicting any harm upon Neville or the surrounding young wizards. Oh, Merlin. Severus growled through clenched teeth, Longbottom. Has your mind been left behind in the last class? He strode purposefully to Neville's side, gesturing to clear the chaos before him. Even if you've forgotten the steps, could you possibly forget to look up? 10 points from Gryffindor. I am sorry, Professor, Neville stammered, his fear rendering his words incoherent. Nicoles rolled her eyes at Neville's lack of memory, though it was not entirely his fault. Such a deficiency was indeed unsuitable for a discipline like potions that demanded meticulous precision. Failure not only jeopardized oneself, but a single explosion could endanger the entire vicinity. Evident from the vast expanse of cleared space surrounding him, this scenario was evidently quite common. And Severus could not possibly fixate solely on him in every class. It was a veritable deadlock. Just contemplating it would send shivers down Severus's spine. Perhaps she ought to consider devising an external reminder device for Neville, or perhaps prioritizing the search for additional professors for Hogwarts. Her potions master was best suited for advanced classes. After all, teaching younger students was a gross misallocation of his talents. As Nicoles pondered these matters, she noticed that Severus had already tidied up Neville's mess and instructed him to commence brewing anew. It struck Nicoles that Severus seemed wholly unperturbed by the potions not splattering, truly befitting of a double agent, likely having sensed the situation long before. To ascertain whether Severus could indeed pinpoint her presence, Nicoles lingered until the class concluded. Once all the young wizards had exited the classroom, she endeavored to suppress her aura and approached Severus silently. After a considerable effort, she finally reached his back, preparing to tap him on the shoulder when he suddenly turned, enveloping her in an embrace. How did you know it was me? Nicoles materialized in his arms, perplexed. He had embraced her without any certainty. What if he had mistaken her for someone else? Curious to know? Severus's voice whispered in her ear. Nicoles nodded obediently, genuinely intrigued. It's the scent. Severus divulged without hesitation. Their essay scent? Nicoles looked down, sniffing herself like an inquisitive puppy. Severus chuckled, leaning closer to her ear. It's Rosier's scent. What? Rosier? Nicoles lifted her head in confusion. What nonsense. How could I not know if their essay sent from our house? Severus's laughter reverberated through his chest, sending tingles down Nicoles's spine. Severus. She playfully pushed against him, only to suddenly realize, Rosier means rose in French. Thus, she buried her head back into his embrace, laughing. Are you a dog with a nose? So sensitive. If Miss Rosier desires a dog as a boyfriend, Severus's hand rested threateningly at her waist. Nicoles stiffened, ceasing her teasing. Severus, I'm hungry. Well then, let us go. Miss Coward. His voice held a hint of amusement as he teasingly shook her fingers. Let us go. Nicoles's face flushed crimson, recalling last night's escapade. With a swift motion, she extricated herself from his embrace and hurried toward the potions classroom door, her demeanor resembling that of one fleeing in haste. Chapter 38. The stairs have their own ideas. Oh, Nini, why is your face so red? Are you unwell? Professor McGonagall encountered Nicoles at the entrance of the dining hall. Noticing the lingering blush on her cheeks, the kind-hearted feline professor inquired with a hint of concern. Nicoles touched her still warm cheek with the back of her hand. I'm fine, Professor McGonagall. I was just in a bit of a rush. You know how troublesome the school stairs can be. Oh, indeed. Those stairs always have their own agenda. There's no need to hurry next time. Professor McGonagall, seeing that Nicoles appeared to be in good health, engaged her in light conversation as they took their seats. Not long after they sat down, a dark figure occupied the space beside Nicoles. A smile crept onto her lips as she exchanged a brief greeting, then resumed her casual chat with Professor McGonagall. Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall, after beginning her meal, regarded the two with a somewhat peculiar gaze. Yet, Nicoles remained engrossed in her meal, oblivious to Professor McGonagall's scrutiny. On the contrary, Severus noticed the shift in Professor McGonagall's attention. His previous experience as a double agent had rendered him acutely aware of his surroundings. Observing the identical dishes before them and Nicoles' south arm persistently close to his, he pondered whether this was what she referred to as keeping their relationship under wraps for a while. Clearly, he too preferred not to reveal it so soon. If Dumbledore were to discover it, there was no telling how he might entangle Nicoles in that whirlwind. After all, her worth was well recognized by all. He wished to avoid that. It seemed imperative to discuss with Nicoles the necessity of being mindful of their unintentional behaviors. After their meal, Draco dashed to the staff table, whisking Nicoles away before she could bid farewell to anyone. It was evident he was somewhat anxious as he rambled on about his confidence. I've been riding a child's broom since I was 3. My broom is the latest model, the Firebolt 2001. It surely outperforms those inferior clean sweeps. My father promised that if I passed the selection, he'll sponsor a Firebolt 2001 for everyone on the team. They'll be begging me to join. Nicoles observed the nervous and incessantly chattering Draco along the way and playfully tapped his head. I assure you, young master, you'll do just fine. I watched you fly yesterday. You were superb. Really, Aunt? You think I'll definitely be chosen? Of course. However, we're at school now, so address me by my title. All right, Professor Rosier. Draco seemed to find comfort in her words, flashing a broad grin. Yet Nicole suddenly recalled something and asked, "Have you informed them about Lucius sponsoring the Slytherin team?" No. Draco's voice was a mixture of pride and awkwardness. This is a celebration of my selection. I don't want to mention it too soon. Nicole's raised an eyebrow, understanding his reluctance to disclose such information in case he did not make the team. Indeed. Good news ought to be shared at the moment of celebration. Then I shall await your good news. Best of luck with the selection. I will. Draco nodded earnestly before heading off to prepare. Indeed, the little fellow did not boast, and his prowess is rather impressive. It is evident that he possesses considerable talent, distinguishing himself among all the aspiring seekers and securing a place on the Slytherin Quidditch team. Nicole's recorded his selection with several magical recording spheres, capturing his splendid form from various angles as a celebratory gift for his official induction into the team. As anticipated, this boastful lad wasted no time. Within a mere afternoon, the entire Slytherin house was made aware of this event, gathering to witness the array of recording spheres she gifted him. After the selections, Draco and a few of his classmates ventured back to the common room to celebrate, while Nicole's politely declined their invitation. Who would wish to have a professor around during their merriment? She is not one to be unreasonable, so she refrained from intruding. Thus, Nicole's commenced yet another aimless exploration of the castle. However, this time her meandering was without a specific destination. Wherever she wandered would suffice. As for that washroom, it was purely a matter of chance. She could not simply approach someone to inquire. If word of this reached old Dumbledore, he would undoubtedly become wary. And that simply would not do. That little snake monster was a pet she had long since reserved. Alas, her luck appeared rather ordinary. How troublesome. Consequently, Nicole's inadvertently found herself at Hagrid's hut. While checking in, she accompanied Hagrid into the Forbidden Forest, experiencing the diversity of its creatures and engaging in amicable exchanges with several of its native inhabitants, utilizing her unique talents. Hagrid was quite astonished. He failed to realize this was one of Nicolelis's abilities, merely thinking that she, too, had a fondness for magical creatures. Thus, this half-giant warmly invited her to join him whenever she wished to visit the creatures of the Forbidden Forest. Naturally, Nicole's gladly accepted and expressed her gratitude before bidding him farewell. On her way, she claimed the rewards she had recently earned from the potions classroom, the headmaster's office, and Hagrid's hut, which included a wand of indeterminate material, a rather fine set of cauldrons, and various magical creature materials. Aside from the wand, the rest was of little use to her. Oh well, perhaps she could find an opportunity to gift them to Severus. Later that evening, intending to return to her room, Nicole's found herself unable to resist the pull of her feet, plunging into the dungeon. This serendipitously led to her being caught by a certain individual who was vexed by a pile of papers to grade. Thus, Professor Quirrell's relentless marking of essays commenced. Severus even extended his desk by an entire length, effectively keeping her by his side as he worked. This arrangement certainly proved convenient for Nicole's, who often found herself fidgeting, and she mistakenly believed this was her reward. To her surprise, she managed to appear quite competent in the task of grading papers. If Mr. Stewart were to know, he would likely exclaim in disbelief, for he had previously detested such paperwork. Chapter 39. The Magic of the Protagonists. Draco felt as though he walked on air these past few days. The magical recording spheres crafted by his aunt were simply splendid. They had allowed him to make a significant impression in Slytherin and indeed throughout the entire Hogwarts. He wished he could project the recording spheres continuously in the Quidditch pitch, showcasing his prowess 24 hours a day. His aunt had such an eye for angles, the upward tilt, the dashing poses in mid-dive, the confident demeanor. Goodness, the photographic skills were exceptional. Goyle and Crabbe need not be mentioned, for even Pansy and Zabini had expressed envy. And even Theodore had come to marvel at the magical recording spheres. He was resolute. At the next Quidditch match, he would undoubtedly have the recording spheres capture his performance. A comprehensive 360-degree recording to be incessantly played at Malfoy Manor. He yearned for his parents to witness his greatness daily. Perhaps he could even host a grand banquet, allowing all attendees to admire his splendor. This was simply marvelous. Oh, Merlin's socks. Just look at Malfoy's smug expression. Ron rolled his eyes, sharing his thoughts with Harry and Hermione. Hermione smirked, yet she could not deny that the footage of Malfoy was quite professional. Hey, you want to see it? Ron exclaimed in disbelief. I was merely curious about that alchemical product. Hermione replied truthfully. She had simply wished to see the recording spheres, which she thought resembled Muggle camcorders. However, upon witnessing them, she realized the distinction. 6 tiny spheres, each the size of a thumb, could surround the subject from various angles. automatically adjusting perspectives to produce the most exquisite results. Hermione mused that if the directors in the Muggle world were to discover such a device, they would surely go mad. After all, the spheres were so compact, and the resulting images were indistinguishable from reality, allowing for 360-degree views, with the ability to zoom in and out without compromising clarity. Alchemy was truly remarkable. Well, he just has a fortunate relative. Ron adamantly refused to admit that he felt a tinge of jealousy towards Malfoy. How could one be so lucky? Harry remained silent, listening to Ron and Hermione's exchange, quietly resuming his essay with his quill. Is this what others' aunts are like? How he wished he had such relatives. Thanks to Nicole's recording spheres, the entire school was now aware that Malfoy was the newly appointed Seeker for Slytherin, as well as Lucius's generous sponsorship to celebrate Draco's induction into the team. The Quidditch pitch witnessed continued clashes between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Yet the young witches who had viewed Draco's selection video refrained from uttering remarks about wealth buying one's way onto the team. And Draco did not angrily hurl insults at them, either. However, Draco's sharp tongue did not spare others. Perhaps the Gryffindor team should pool some funds to purchase new brooms, thus allowing their outdated models to be donated to the museum as exhibits. Shut it, Malfoy! Harry and Ron exclaimed in unison, their irritation palpable. Oh, is that not the illustrious Savior Potter and his little sidekick Weasley? Draco retorted. Huh. Perhaps those outdated brooms need not be donated to a museum. They would make a fine addition to your home. With those words, Ron's fury escalated as he drew his wand. A loud bang resonated across the pitch. A burst of green light shot from the tip of his wand, striking Ron squarely in the stomach. He immediately fell backward, landing on the grass. Ron, are you all right? Hermione cried out in alarm. Ron opened his mouth to speak, but could utter not a word. He coughed violently, and a stream of snot cascaded from his mouth, landing on his thigh. After hastily dispatching Colin Creevey, Harry rushed to assist Ron alongside Hermione, making their way quickly towards Hagrid's hut, amid the raucous laughter of Slytherin and the barely concealed disdain of Gryffindor. Soon, they arrived. Hang in there. As they approached within 20 feet of the hut, the door swung open unexpectedly, revealing not Hagrid, but Gilderoy Lockhart, clad in a purple robe, striding confidently out. Quick, hide here, Harry urged, pulling Ron and Hermione behind a nearby bush, pressing a finger to his lips as he whispered. Hermione's expression was one of reluctance, her gaze fixed intently upon Lockhart. If only the two of you understood what you were doing, Lockhart exclaimed loudly to Hagrid, eager to continue speaking. But he was abruptly silenced by the icy countenance of Nicole's that emerged from behind Hagrid. After a moment of realization, he resumed with a forced cheerfulness. If you require my assistance, you know where to find me. I shall send you one of my books. I am quite astonished that you do not possess even a single volume of mine. I will sign it tonight and have someone deliver it to you. Well then, farewell. With that, he strode purposefully back towards the castle. Harry waited until Lockhart had distanced himself before extricating Ron and Hermione from the underbrush. His previous detention had been commandeered to compose a letter for Lockhart. Merlin only knew how utterly exasperated he felt. He would rather scrub trophies with Filch than endure Lockhart's self-aggrandizing monologues. And his incessant repetition of Harry, 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 the so-called advice to refrain from seeking the limelight. Good heavens, he had no desire for the spotlight at all. Lockhart was utterly incapable of hearing his own words. The entire situation was infuriating. Hagrid, Harry called out urgently. Hagrid turned around, slightly irritable, but his expression pivoted a complete 180 degrees upon recognizing who had summoned him. I was just wondering why you hadn't come to see me sooner. Come in, come in. I thought it was that Lockhart professor again. Harry and Hermione helped Ron over the threshold and into the room. In one corner stood an enormous bed, while in another, a cheerful fire crackled merrily. And seated on the sofa in front of the hearth was an unexpected guest. Professor Rosier. Hermione reacted swiftly, greeting her first. Hello, Nicole's replied warmly. Professor Rosier. What brings you here? Harry furrowed his brow. Ugh. Ron, feeling particularly unwell, neglected to return the greeting. Hagrid invited me. Nicole's raised an eyebrow, silently affirming to herself. Today was fortuitous. Even a casual outing could lead to a noteworthy encounter. Such was the allure of the protagonist's circle. Oh, Harry, Professor Rosier is my friend. I invited her to help me with a little problem. What is going on with you all? Spit it out, Hagrid said, observing Ron, whose nose was dripping copiously. He kindly handed Ron a copper basin. Harry glanced at Nicole's, his mouth opening and closing as if struggling for words, his expression one of hesitation. Hermione, beside him, wore a similarly perplexed look. Hagrid, preoccupied with making tea, failed to notice their discomfort. His enormous hound, Fong, sat beside Harry, drooling all over him. Is there something you find difficult to articulate, little ones? Nicole's inquired mischievously, amused by their expressions. Oh yes. Harry, if there's a problem, feel free to tell me. I am your friend. Hagrid distributed tea to everyone and plopped down opposite Nicole's. This seems like a case of spell backlash, Nicole's mused, resting her chin on one hand. Merlin, who are you planning to attack? Ron expelled another slimy globule from his nose, his complexion pale and appearing quite battered. It's Malfoy, Hermione blurted out, immediately casting an awkward glance at Nicole's. Nicolelis's expression shifted to one of realization. Had he spoken too freely again? Noticing that Nicole's bore no ill will, Harry cautiously recounted the events at the Quidditch pitch, mocking Gryffindor's antiquated brooms and suggesting that the Weasley family ought to receive a new set. Such a troublesome little tongue, Nicole's thought, though she didn't recall that particular incident. Nevertheless, it was a delightful opportunity for a check-in. Do you require assistance? Don't be shy. Consider it my way of restoring some semblance of dignity for Draco, if that's even possible. The trio exchanged glances before turning to Hagrid, who quickly waved his hands. I can't help you. I can't make him stop. Then I must trouble you, Professor Rosier, Harry said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. It's a trivial matter, Nicole's replied. Snapping her fingers, an effective spell rushed towards Ron. Instantly, he expelled a large quantity of mucus, yet his complexion improved significantly. Oh, Ron, you look much better. Are you feeling all right? Hermione inquired, concerned, as she gently patted his back. By Merlin's tattered trousers. I'm much better now, Ron exclaimed, taking a deep breath. Thank goodness. Harry offered him Hagrid's tea. Ron gulped down a couple of large swigs and, finding that he no longer felt nauseous, obediently expressed his gratitude to Nicole's. Thank you, Professor Rosier. You're welcome, little one, Nicole's waved dismissively. Ron's expression reflected inner turmoil, seemingly torn between his feelings towards Draco. While the Quidditch pitch incident had involved mutual provocation, Malfoy's remarks had crossed a line. Such a juvenile boy in the throes of adolescence, Nicole's observed, relishing his conflicted expression. After watching him struggle with his attitude for a while, she kindly interjected, if you're feeling conflicted because of Draco, there's really no need. He is who he is, and I am who I am. I am indeed his aunt, but I want to force you to forgive him. That is entirely your choice. And it's perfectly acceptable for you to seek my help. Upon hearing this, Ron's expression normalized instantly. The mere thought of having to feel gratitude toward Draco was repugnant. Harry and Hermione exchanged glances and simultaneously said, Thank you, Professor Rosier. I accept your thanks. Perhaps sensing that Nicole's was quite amiable, Harry felt a bit more at ease and began to inquire about Lockhart's purpose for being there. Hagrid, upon hearing this, grew enraged. He's supposed to give me the secret to driving the Banshee out of the well, he bellowed, sweeping a half-feathered chicken off the table as he placed a freshly refilled teapot down. He thinks I'm oblivious to everything. He's boasting about how he defeated those Banshees right in front of me. If even one word of his is true, I'll swallow this teapot whole. Thank goodness you're here, Nicole's, or I would have had to endure his boasting for who knows how long. Nicole's shrugged, sharing a knowing glance with him. Harry was surprised to see Hagrid criticize a Hogwarts professor. He had always defended Snape in the past, so he looked at him in astonishment. However, Hermione, raising her voice an octave higher than usual, defended Lockhart. I think you're being quite unfair to him. Professor Dumbledore believes he is the most qualified for the position. That's only because he was the only one who applied for the job, Hagrid replied, handing them a plate of honey cakes. Ron, having been ill for so long, felt suddenly famished and rose to grab a piece, only to find, as expected, that his mouth was stuck to it, taking a considerable effort to detach. Startled, Harry immediately withdrew his small hand that had been reaching for the pastries. Finding a defense against the dark arts teacher was quite a challenge now. As most believed it would bring misfortune, thus shying away from the role, no one could endure it for long. Hagrid, visibly irked, gestured with his lips. Nicole's nodded. For this was not merely a matter of bad luck. It was indeed a curse from the Dark Lord himself. Surviving a full year in such a position could leave one with mere scars, with the more significant consequence being the loss of life itself. Hermione wished to argue her point, but it was evident that Harry and the others were eager to change the subject, and they began to do so incessantly. Moreover, Nicole sensed that Harry seemed rather intrigued by her. His little glances occasionally directed her way. What's amiss with me? She couldn't help but tease him, seizing a moment when he was looking at her to meet his gaze directly. No, Professor Rosier, Harry stammered, his face flushing crimson. Being caught sneaking a peek was rather embarrassing. What brings Professor Rosier here? Hermione finally found her opportunity to speak, though she wisely refrained from mentioning Lockhart again, sensing that none of the others seemed particularly interested in him. Hagrid's pumpkins attracted some pests, and I devised a solution for him. I'm here to see how it worked out. Professor, you understand this? Hermione's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Oh, indeed. Thanks to Nicole's, Hagrid exclaimed, rising with excitement. Come, see the pumpkins I've grown. He led them to the small vegetable patch behind his hut, where 12 enormous pumpkins awaited, each the size of a large boulder. Well, they look quite splendid, don't they? Hagrid beamed. These are meant for the Halloween feast. They'll grow even larger by then. Nicoles, you've been a tremendous help. Ever since I placed that little gadget you gave me in the patch, no more pests have dared to approach. Hagrid's large hand came down with a clap on Nicoles' shoulder, nearly causing her to stumble as she grinned through her wince. I'm glad to assist. Can we see what it is? Ron inquired, curiosity piqued, for his own garden was plagued by pests that gnawed at his vegetables, leaving them ravaged. Oh, certainly. Hagrid bent down and unearthed a small, square piece of metal from one corner of the patch, handing it to them. What is this? Harry asked. A simple pest repeller. It operates on principles akin to Muggle ultrasound. It emits a sound so high-pitched that only pests can hear it, driving them away. However, this is an early model with a limited range of only 20 feet, Nicoles explained. Cool. Ron marveled. Though he had no idea what ultrasound was, the concept sounded impressive. You're quite remarkable. Harry gazed at the small device in awe. Have you ever visited the Muggle world? Hermione's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Nicoles ruffled her fluffy hair. I have, and it was quite fascinating. It inspired me greatly. Hermione smiled knowingly. She had initially thought Nicoles was merely Malfoy's aunt, a pureblood who might harbor some disdain for Muggles. But to her surprise, Nicoles did not, which suggested she might not discriminate against Muggle-born wizards either. Oh, indeed. She certainly wouldn't. Just a moment ago, she even patted my hair. Hermione thought joyfully. As Nicoles glanced at the sky, noting it was nearly noon, she remembered she had some matters to attend to, so she bid farewell to Hagrid and made her way back to the castle. She's nothing like Malfoy. Harry reflected wistfully as he watched her depart. Much easier to get along with, Ron remarked dismissively. And she's quite attractive, though she doesn't resemble Malfoy at all. Hermione noted, scratching her face as she glanced at Hagrid. Hagrid shrugged. I'm not quite certain about the dynamics among those purebloods. Ron similarly shrugged. Who would pay attention to Malfoy anyway? Hermione rolled her eyes. You're often the most observant, always critiquing him, yet you dare to say that? Chapter 41. Gryffindor's few points have been preserved. Neumgard. Grindelwald stood by a narrow window, squinting at the distant scenery. 2 pages of correspondence clasped in his hands as he pondered something profound. After a while, seeming to have arrived at a conclusion, he stepped to his desk, retrieved a piece of parchment, and began to write a letter. Dear Nini, I have received your letter. The photographs are splendid. Keep up the good work. For the sweets, you could send some of those roach piles that Al loves next time. By the way, pick up the pace. I miss him. Also, what prompted your sudden decision to pursue someone? Who is this fellow? Merely the genetic counterpart of an heir, not worth your considerable effort. I recall Wenda arranged many options for you that you found unsatisfactory. Why the sudden change of heart? Wizards have long lifespans. There's no need to rush. Yours, Gellert. Having hastily finished the letter, Grindelwald sealed it in an envelope and handed it to the waiting owl. Watching it fly away, he narrowed his eyes. Nicoles had grown up under his watchful eye. This child had always been precocious, seemingly effortless in all her endeavors, except in matters of the heart, where she was as innocent as a blank slate. She reveled in observing the perfect romances of others, yet remained skeptical that such love could ever befall her, maintaining a rather pessimistic outlook on the subject. What individual had inspired this change of heart? Though she had offered numerous excuses in her letter, such as forcibly bringing him back if he didn't come willingly. Did he not know how to see through the evasions of a child he had raised? If she were not genuinely smitten, would she have written back at all, merely for the sake of an heiress genetics? After a long pause, a faint smirk tugged at his lips. He truly was aging. That little sprout had grown up, and it was indeed time for her to encounter love. How could he have started to second-guess himself? Reflecting on his own past, was not his love for Albus equally swift and fervent? He had been merely 16 at that time. Truly, he was aging. Upon returning to the castle, Nicoles was greeted with 3 responses. Yet she did not rush to read them. Instead, she first opened the reward she had just earned, a ring of invisibility, the permanent kind. Was it related to the Chosen One? She recalled that the Chosen One possessed an invisibility cloak as well, which was also permanently invisible. Nicoles stroked her chin, connecting this with her previous rewards. She concluded that the rewards obtained from her check-ins might indeed correlate with the locations or the narratives tied to those check-ins. What a rather useless revelation. Whether there was a connection or not mattered little. She did not intend to rely on this for her livelihood. If it was there, it would be a delightful surprise. If not, it was of no consequence. She could succeed on her own. She simply enjoyed the process of opening blind boxes. Who could resist the allure of a surprise? Before long, she cast the thought aside and focused intently on her letters. Both her mother and grandmother had provided some sage advice, which Nicoles read attentively. despite the unexpected turn of events leading to an unforeseen romantic connection between myself and Severus. The insights gleaned from these two letters are indeed commendable and worthy of emulation. In just a few days, I shall have the opportunity to put them into practice. As for my esteemed professor, the man whose words often betray his true intentions, I shall give him quite a fright once I have completed my romantic endeavors. Time passes swiftly amidst Nicole's leisurely teaching duties and the quotidian delights of her romance with Severus. During this period, Nicoles, accompanied by Severus on a particularly dark and tempestuous night, delivered a sound thrashing to Hogwarts' newly appointed defense against the dark arts professor, ultimately arriving at the irrefutable conclusion that he is a mere charlatan. They conducted this escapade without any regard for the portraits lining the corridors, leading one to speculate that Dumbledore was likely aware of their antics. Yet, he offered no indication of disapproval, nor did a whisper of dissent escape his lips. What could that signify if not tacit acceptance? Nicoles surmised that Dumbledore had likely tolerated this farce for quite some time. Additionally, during this interval, the fourth-year students finally transformed their gold into the desired form. These young wizards were on the cusp of evolving into Nicoles' personal protégés. Why, you may ask? After presenting them with a substantial gold nugget, they dedicated an entire class to deliberating the desired effects, design, and subsequent creation of their alchemical badges. Thus commenced their ambitious alchemical project. However, the complexity and difficulty of the requested badges proved somewhat beyond their capabilities. Several class sessions were insufficient for completion. Consequently, the young wizards commandeered the empty classroom on the third floor, where they had their inaugural meeting to continue their research. Yet, how could one expect to successfully create something so intricate on the first attempt? To avoid squandering their gold and to acquire further knowledge, they conceived a brilliant plan to solicit Nicoles' guidance in the empty classroom. Nicoles, being the first batch of students she taught and appreciating their enthusiasm for alchemy, was more than willing to assist them. Thus, she frequently visited after classes or in the evenings to provide her mentorship. Who knows, perhaps one day, she could recruit them to work for her at the Morning Star. With this mindset, the young wizards received Nicoles' unreserved instruction, truly akin to that of a personal disciple. However, this arrangement greatly displeased Severus, as they had only just solidified their romantic relationship. What were these little rascals up to? How utterly lacking in awareness. Thus commenced Severus's covert operations to reclaim Nicoles' attention from these young wizards, either by calling her away under the guise of assistance or employing subtle tactics to lure her. Yet, thanks to a certain enchanted map, these exuberant young creatures managed to locate Nicoles with uncanny precision, regardless of her whereabouts within Hogwarts. Severus expressed his exasperation, exclaiming, "How is it that they are everywhere? How dare they?" For a full week, the atmosphere in Hogwarts became increasingly oppressive under Severus's brooding presence. Gryffindor's standing diminished, and even Slytherin lost 5 points. Such an occurrence was nothing short of astonishing. Once the young wizards finally succeeded in crafting their badges, their passion for alchemy was thoroughly ignited. They wore those badges proudly upon their chests, eager to showcase them to anyone they encountered. Fortunately, they relented for a time and ceased their relentless pursuit of Nicoles throughout the castle. A silver lining emerged. Gryffindor managed to retain a few precious points. On one fateful afternoon, Nicoles and Severus shared a meal together. Just as they sought to indulge in a moment of affection, Dumbledore summoned Severus away. What was the meaning of this incessant interference in her romantic life? Nicoles delivered a playful punch to the air in frustration. Did he wish to thwart her happiness? If he continued this way, she might just drag her professor over for a dose of forced affection. Over the past few days, Dumbledore had repeatedly called for Severus, and each time he returned, his demeanor was noticeably grim. Wait a moment. Nicoles squinted in suspicion. Could it be that old Dumbledore was plotting something? Was he truly losing his composure? With this thought, Nicoles sprang upright, her mind racing. A wicked grin crept across her face as she discerned her course of action. If Dumbledore was intent on stirring the pot, she would undoubtedly play along. Moreover, her professor had recently sent a letter urging her to take action. It was time to get to work. Having recently acquired an invisibility ring, she could forego the use of the disillusionment charm and stealthily make her way to the 8th floor, where her target lay, the tapestry depicting the giant's defeat of the hapless Barnabas. She had long since identified its location during her wanderings, but had been too lazy to address it until now. With a mischievous glint in her eye, Nicoles approached the tapestry and concentrated, envisioning a hidden room to conceal her treasures. After passing the tapestry thrice, an exquisite door materialized before her. Raising an eyebrow and smiling in satisfaction, she stepped inside without hesitation. Upon entering, she found the space to be quite similar to the descriptions in the original texts, cluttered with towering heaps of debris. My goodness, The scale of such a mess could sustain several recycling centers. Nicole surveyed the room, furrowing her brow. She had no time to sift through each item to locate the diadem. After a moment's contemplation, Nicole produced her self-made dark magic detector from her alchemical ring. Oh, you may have your cunning strategies, but I possess my own means. Regardless of whether it was a Horcrux or hidden amid the refuse. As long as it was a product of dark magic, it would undoubtedly fall prey to my detector's keen senses. Without further ado, Nicole began her search from one corner of the room with her detector, expecting that, with this device, she would either locate the item instantly or at least expedite the process. However, to her astonishment, she discovered an overwhelming abundance of dark magical artifacts within Hogwarts. Wasn't this institution supposed to prohibit the teaching of dark arts? Who could explain this absurdity to her? With every few steps, she stumbled upon another dark magical item. Was this truly reasonable? This was not Dæmstrang, nor had she returned to her alma mater. How was it that the more she detected, the more familiar it felt? So this was the true nature of Hogwarts, was it? And why had no one informed her of this? And you claim to be innocent of martial prowess. Oh, pardon me. I misspoke. You assert that you do not teach dark magic. Even Nicole's discovered an ancient compendium of forbidden dark magic amidst this heap of refuse, alongside several specimens crafted from dark sorcery that sent shivers down her spine. Goodness. Shouldn't such tomes be confined to the restricted section? And shouldn't specimens be preserved in formaldehyde? Who was the audacious soul that smuggled them away? These specimens are utterly desiccated. They serve no purpose other than to terrify with their grotesqueness. This is merely adding to her workload. Amidst the incessant beeping of the detector, Nicole squandered an entire afternoon in this refuse dump. A whole afternoon, gazing at the large collection of dark magical artifacts she had unearthed. She swallowed hard. Thankfully, her classes were in the morning and had already concluded. Had she had afternoon classes, it would have been unthinkable. The task would have been insurmountable. She could only retract 5 minutes of her early morning curses directed at Dumbledore. Just 5 minutes, not a second more. Finally, when hunger gnawed at her insides, she spotted the sapphire diadem of Ravenclaw, a symbol of wisdom. Overcome with emotion, she nearly wept. At last, she had found it. Her treasure. The diadem gleamed in silver, fashioned in the shape of a soaring eagle, its wings adorned with dazzling diamonds that made the entire crown shimmer. Centrally set was a stunning blue sapphire, while the base of the diadem bore Ravenclaw's famous maxim, "Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure." However, a faint aura of dark energy hovered above the largest sapphire, clouding its otherwise pristine clarity and detracting from the diadem's inherent beauty. As the detector approached the diadem, it began to emit a relentless beeping, akin to a lotus lamp activated by a switch. Beep, beep, beep. Nicole discerned a rhythm amidst the cacophony. Surely, this was the work of the Dark Lord. It was said that his magic was formidable. The more she contemplated this, the more agitated she became, prompting her to stow the detector away. Exercising caution, she cast a protective armor charm upon herself and donned dragonhide gloves. Then, from a distance of 800 meters, performed a levitation charm to transfer the diadem into a pre-prepared containment box. Only when the box was sealed did she exhale a sigh of relief. Mission accomplished. The mithril containment box, the pinnacle of an alchemical master's craftsmanship, was reputed to be so effective that even a noseless individual standing before it would remain oblivious to the presence of a Horcrux within. Nicole gathered a few dark magical items that she deemed worthy from the afternoon's findings. Then, summoning a fierce fire, incinerated the rest of the detritus she found distasteful. At last, she felt a sense of release. Of course, there remained a distinction between individuals. Nicole's mastery over the fierce fire allowed her to control it without engulfing the area in flames. This confidence stemmed from her childhood experience with fierce fire, the non-bedwetting version, as a dark magic prodigy. Subsequently, she departed from the scene, declaring her workday concluded. This place was simply too filthy. Even a noseless individual displayed no qualms about hiding a Horcrux in such a location. She felt that if she lingered any longer, she would surely reek of filth. After casting several cleaning charms upon herself, Nicole donned her invisibility ring and retreated to the cellar for a much-needed bath. Chapter 43. Has Professor Snape found love? What are you thinking? Severus pinned the freshly bathed Nicole against his desk, methodically imprinting rose-hued marks upon her bosom. Nicole weakly attempted to push the wizard's head away, his silky black hair grazing her fingers, imparting a tantalizing chill. Severus Nicole shivered, unable to contain her discomfort as she turned her head slightly. I was thinking of you. Dumbledore summoned you today. Severus, be gentle. At her words, Severus paused, leaning closer to whisper in her ear with a deep, mellifluous tone, I would prefer not to invoke the name of that old bee during our private moments. I trust you understand, Professor? Severus, keep your distance. Nicole's could hardly endure Severus's voice whispering in her ear. It always left her flushed. As you wish. The next moment, he lifted her effortlessly, and Nicole's instinctively clutched his shoulders, only to be carried into his inner chamber and pressed onto the bed. A prolonged, fervent kiss silenced any words she might have had, while their fingers danced upon each other's garments. Soon, she found herself too enthralled to bother with conversation. An atmosphere of passion engulfed the chamber, as garments lay strewn about, the mingling scents of absinthe and roses composing a harmonious symphony that lingered in the air. Time slipped away, and eventually, the rose was cradled back onto the bed by the wizard, collapsing in exhaustion amidst the intoxicating aroma of absinthe. Too weary to even move her fingers, yet her mind wandered, questioning why Severus was so fervently ardent this evening. Meanwhile, the master of the absinthe scent held her slender waist, gently caressing her smooth back, softly murmuring sweet nothings into her ear. Though he was not one for flowery words, his voice served as the most soothing balm for her. Before long, her breathing steadied, and Severus pressed a gentle kiss upon her forehead before closing his eyes. Surrendering to slumber, she was his rose. Have you noticed that Snape seems to have grown more handsome? Ron nudged Harry and Hermione, gesturing towards Severus, who was breakfasting at the staff table. Harry swallowed a mouthful of porridge and turned to follow Ron's gaze. Upon closer inspection, Harry seemed to discover a new world. Turning back to excitedly discuss with Ron, "It's true. Is it because he washed his hair?" Hermione set down her milk cup, rolling her eyes. "This is a wizard we're discussing. First and foremost, he is Professor Snape. Furthermore, it's evident that he has done more than merely wash his hair." Hermione regarded the two with exasperation. "What do you mean?" Ron asked, somewhat incredulous, yet curiosity prevailed, leading him to seek Hermione's insight. Harry leaned in, clearly intrigued by the gossip surrounding Snape. "He seems to have gained a bit of weight." Hermione pondered, organizing her thoughts before continuing. Previously, his face appeared gaunt, devoid of flesh, which contributed to his somber demeanor. Now, he clearly has more substance, and his complexion has improved significantly. Most importantly, Professor Snape's attire is evidently far more refined than before. As a woman, Hermione was undeniably more perceptive and attentive than her two oblivious companions. "Really?" Ron scratched his head. "Isn't he still dressed all in black?" Harry carefully observed the direction Hermione pointed out, and soon, with a face full of astonishment and disbelief, he began to share his findings with his companions. It appeared that his robe was adorned with numerous intricate patterns, perhaps roses or something akin to them, and he seemed to have rejuvenated. Oh, Merlin! Could it be that he had consumed a beauty potion? Or perhaps he had concocted some other peculiar elixir? As Ron listened to Harry's description, he instinctively began to scrutinize the details mentioned. Suddenly, it dawned on him, and he turned to ask in astonishment, "Has Snape ever tied his hair back with a band before? At least not last year." Hermione pondered for a moment, asserting, "And it's definitely not a potion. Professor Snape's condition seems to be improving." Clearly, the observant little witch had taken note of this fact. What could cause a long-time male figure like him to undergo such a transformation? Lost in thought, her eyes widened in disbelief as she gasped softly, "Oh, Merlin's pink lace camisole. What's wrong, Hermione?" Harry withdrew his furtive gaze from observing Snape and turned to his friend, whose expression had drastically changed. Hermione swallowed hard, leaning forward with her fluffy little head and gesturing for the two opposite her to come closer. "Do you think Professor Snape might be in a relationship?" "What?" Ron exclaimed, drawing the attention of the nearby Gryffindors. Quick as a flash, Harry wrapped his arms around Ron's head, covering his mouth, and apologetically gestured to those around them before whispering to Ron, "Sho, are you out of your mind, Ron? If Snape finds out we're speculating about his romantic life." The two of them seemed to have a simultaneous chill run down their spines. Bloody hell, how could that be possible? Ron finally pried Harry's hand away, eager to voice his incredulity. "I would sooner believe Peeves has reformed than accept this. How could someone like him be in love? How would that even work? Two people brewing potions together? Or perhaps they'd just be deducting points from Gryffindor." Harry shrugged, and both wore expressions of disbelief, beginning to jest. They would rather believe that Snape had gone mad than entertain the notion of romance. He simply did not seem suited for that at all. However, Hermione remained steadfast in her belief. It must be said that sometimes a girl's intuition in such matters is astonishingly acute. A slight divergence emerged between the three of them over this issue, prompting Harry to introduce another topic to divert his friend's attention. "How about the Death Day party?" Hermione's interest was indeed piqued as she responded with great enthusiasm. "I bet there aren't many living souls who have attended such a Death Day party. It must be quite entertaining. Why would anyone want to celebrate the day of their death?" Ron clearly still harbored some reservations. "That sounds rather depressing." Chapter 44. Her CP, she will protect. At the staff table, Severus sat in his usual spot, elegantly utilizing Western utensils to consume his Chinese meal. Across from him, with Professor McGonagall seated between them. Nicole's appeared somewhat lackluster. It was all Severus's fault for keeping her up so late last night, and she had an early class. Oh, why did Dumbledore schedule her course for the first period of the morning? Professor McGonagall, sensing something amiss, cast a concerned glance at Nicole's, who was clearly out of sorts, and at Severus, who seemed utterly unfazed. Had they had a quarrel? Nicole's demeanor was unmistakably off, while Severus remained oblivious. That careless wizard. The more McGonagall pondered, the more anxious she became. After all, it was a rare occasion for Severus to have a girlfriend. How could he be so oblivious? What if she left him because of it? Oh, Merlin. Should she remind Severus? But they had not made their relationship public. Would it be too forward to approach him about it? Professor McGonagall was quite conflicted. Indeed, thanks to her intrinsic female intuition and years of observing Severus, she had discerned the budding romance between them. After all, Severus had grown up under her watchful eye, and such a conspicuous change, coupled with Nicole's prior disregard for their subtle interactions, naturally caught McGonagall's attention. She felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Finally, after all these years, Severus had found someone he cared for. Thus, she felt an innate desire to nurture the relationship between the young couple. Hence, we find the perplexed Professor McGonagall, torn between whether to advise Severus to pay more attention to Nicole's feelings. Sigh. Why, now that her students had all graduated and become her colleagues, was she still worrying about them? With a sigh, McGonagall decided to probe gently. Nicole's, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Nicole's, lost in her thoughts, snapped back to reality at the inquiry, covering her mouth as she stifled a yawn. No, I just didn't rest well. Having class first thing in the morning meant getting up too early. Oh, I see, McGonagall replied, relieved, a tender smile gracing her lips as she gently tousled Nicole's hair. Severus should have some invigorating and soothing potions. Let him fetch you some later. It will help immensely, dear. Nicole's nuzzled against McGonagall's hand. It's undoubtedly our kind-hearted Professor McGonagall. Severus, overhearing the conversation, promptly produced 2 vials of potion and handed them over. He had prepared them in advance, only for Nicole's to decline them earlier due to their unpleasant taste. Speaking of which, perhaps it was time to revise the potion's flavor? Observing the friendly interaction between the two, McGonagall allowed a knowing smile to blossom upon her face. She would protect her couple. The morning's lessons were still aimed at the fourth-year students, and since the fourth years had previously engaged in practical work, today she decided to impart a theoretical lesson. Standing at the podium, Nicole's gazed down at the attentive little wizards seated before her, beginning her lecture in a calm and measured tone. They were all familiar with the first fundamental principle of alchemy from previous lessons, but there were actually 2 immutable laws of alchemy. Does anyone know what they are? The little wizards exchanged puzzled glances, their faces reflecting confusion. Nicole's, noticing their expressions, quickly realized that their previous instructor had likely not covered this topic. In truth, it was not their fault. Alchemy was a newly introduced course at Hogwarts, and the opportunity to elect it had only been available for the past year. Moreover, the course's prerequisites had deterred many from enrolling, as prior success in the OWL examinations for potions in 5th year with an O grade was required to receive an elective notification. However, last year, Dumbledore, for reasons unknown, surprisingly opened this course to the lower years. Yet, the curriculum consisted solely of superficial theories and rote memorization, lacking practical applications or more profound knowledge. After all, alchemy poses certain dangers to young wizards. Thus, the alchemy professor, temporarily assigned from the Ministry of Magic, was reluctant to assume such risks and adopted a conservative teaching approach. Nicole's certainly understood this, as Dumbledore's decision was, in some way, related to her, leaving her with no grounds to criticize him. However, guiding the young wizards through practical exercises was not a challenge for her, an accomplished alchemist. She felt no pressure in leading these lower-year students in their hands-on experiences. Indeed, this was one of the reasons the young wizards were so fond of her classes. It appeared that no one was aware of this. Nicole sighed with regret, and then proceeded to write the remaining 2 laws on the blackboard behind her with chalk. Thou shalt not transgress the domain of the divine, and human transmutation is forbidden. Professor. As soon as Nicole's inscribed these 2 laws, Fred raised his hand enthusiastically. Fred, do you have a question? I would like to inquire what constitutes the domain of the divine. The young red-haired Weasley's eyes sparkled with intense curiosity. This was a realm he had never before encountered. Excellent question. Gryffindor earns 0 points, for I shall address this matter shortly. A soft chuckle rippled through the classroom as Fred, unperturbed, flashed a grin and bowed. Thank you for your generosity, Professor. You're welcome. Now please take your seat. Oh, brother. What a splendid question. George chimed in, wrapping an arm around Fred's shoulder in jest. Nicole's cleared her throat, silencing the laughter from the students below. To say that one must not transgress the domain of the divine refers to the alchemist's prohibition against attempting to surpass the boundaries of nature. Engaging in actions that contravene the laws of nature can result in immeasurable disaster or punishment. This temporal aspect is what we refer to as the conventional understanding of the divine domain. Nicoles circled the term temporal aspect with chalk. You may not grasp this concept immediately, so let me provide an example. In the 14th century, there was an exceptionally talented alchemist who attempted to defy the seasonal cycles through alchemy, which directly led to a calamity. A harsh winter swept across the globe, claiming countless lives. The alchemists of that time unanimously believed he had angered the gods, considering it divine retribution. However, I personally believe he could not bear the staggering price he incurred. The manipulation of seasons is not a feat achievable by mere mortals. Thus, the resulting cost must be borne by all of humanity. Equivalent exchange dictates that with sufficient cost, calamity shall naturally subside. Nicoles's voice turned icy, tinged with a warning. Yet evidently, the impact of this example was quite effective, as every young wizard in attendance bore expressions of contemplation. However, there was no need for excessive concern. Nicoles clapped her hands, her tone becoming more relaxed. Although the disaster summoned by that alchemist was grave, he remains recognized as the most eminent alchemist of the 14th century. In other words, without a certain level of talent, one cannot inflict such extensive damage. Given your current level of alchemical knowledge and skill, you are far from reaching such heights. Wow. Is there a threshold for this? Is it that high? Professor. This time, it was George raising his hand. It seems our Mr. George has a question. Please go ahead. Oh, thank you for your understanding, Professor. I would like to ask, can you do it? Upon hearing this, the young wizards below brightened, their gazes fixed intently on Nicoles. Nicoles shrugged at this query. Firstly, this question is moot, as I would never even consider doing so. But there is no but, George. Some matters are non-negotiable. I have no intention of dragging innocent souls into ruin. All right, Professor, you have convinced me. George pondered for a moment, seemingly recognizing the inappropriateness of the inquiry, and returned to his seat. After all, they were merely being mischievous and not entirely thoughtless. Now, let us continue to the next point. Chapter 45. What are you doing, acting like a thief? By October, the cold winds of the Scottish Highlands began to howl. The icy, damp mountain breeze sweeping through the entire castle. Unlike previous years, when the cellar of the Serpent King remained unlit, this year was different. For a certain witch who had almost taken residence here, this weather was simply too frigid. Moreover, according to said witch, the cellar's damp and chilly characteristics lent an additional magical chill to the atmosphere. Although Severus could not fully grasp what was meant by buff, the gradually enlightened potions master had already kindled a warm fire in the cellar well in advance. At this moment, the cellar office had undergone a complete transformation. The sofa had been entirely replaced with Nicoles's favored silver velvet version, now twice the previous size. It was adorned with numerous light-colored, fluffy cushions and a small blanket she typically used. A vase on the table held an array of vibrant roses, exuding a sweet fragrance. The floor was covered with a soft carpet, the walls adorned with beautiful green wallpaper, and her favorite style of oil paintings hung on display. As for Severus's previously cluttered potion materials, he had moved them all into the potion-making chamber. To this end, Nicoles had utilized alchemy to upgrade her dear Severus's workspace, seamlessly connecting the potion-making chamber, enhanced by the undetectable extension charm, to Severus's private materials storage room, significantly increasing the space. Nicoles also crafted several large cabinets with automatic sorting and indexing capabilities for various purposes, be it drying, refrigeration, or maintaining activity, placing them within. The original potion-making table, once tucked away in a corner, had been relocated to the center, with another alchemical workstation crafted for herself beside it to facilitate their collaborative research. The door to the original materials storage room had been completely sealed by Nicoles, leaving only an entrance accessible from the potion office. The entire workspace and cellar office had been fortified with a large protective magical array. Layer upon layer of magical arrays had been established, effectively eliminating the possibility of intruders. Moreover, this particular array only recognized those with a magical core, regardless of how skilled one was in transfiguration or what potions they had consumed. They would not gain entry if their magical core did not match. Should anyone attempt to breach the array forcefully, the alchemists of the Morning Star would inform them that the magical array they painstakingly developed was not simply waiting for them to attack. The moment their spell struck our array, they should be prepared for a counterattack from the very magic they sought to assault. Thus, the entire cellar office underwent a dramatic transformation. Even Severus designated a separate empty classroom for punishing students to keep them occupied with material processing. Under the pretense of not disturbing his work, However, Nicoles felt that this person's inexplicable aura was simply a means of preserving their dignity. Just imagine. The gloomy office of the large bat in the cellar had transformed into a delicate French style. Ha ha. If Severus's students found out, it would surely be quite terrifying. Ha ha. Time flew swiftly amidst their playful banter. As Halloween approached with each passing day, the atmosphere within the castle grew increasingly vibrant. With little witches discussing festive costumes and the delectable treats soon to appear, Hagrid's enormous pumpkins finally found their purpose. Crafted into a series of skeletal lanterns temporarily housed in an empty classroom, Nicoles made a point to inspect them, and indeed, these pumpkins were truly massive. She had attempted to squeeze inside, and even with her adult witch stature, there was still ample space left after she fully entered. Initially, she had thought to invite Severus to join her for a sit, but he had declined, deeming it childish. Alas, what a pity. After dinner, Nicoles pondered how she would dress for Halloween when she turned around to find her boyfriend lost in thought, staring at a particular spot on the ceiling. She sighed. Ever since that day Dumbledore had summoned him, he often seemed this way. It was time to reveal the truth to Severus. With that thought in mind, Nicoles approached him. Severus, how is your research on the potion from last time coming along? Severus was drawn back to attention by the familiar voice, glancing at her as she winked. Understanding her intent, I have made some progress. I have developed a modified version of the potion by combining the methods and effects of potion making. Shall we take a look in my office? Absolutely, Nicoles replied cheerfully. Severus, observing her radiant smile, also revealed a bittersweet grin. Perhaps it was time to have a conversation with her. He shouldn't be so selfish. Keeping her close would only bring her danger. This could not continue. Oh, Merlin. Could it be that our two esteemed masters have made new research breakthroughs? Gilderoy Lockhart suddenly appeared, blocking their path. In fact, I know a few long-lost potion recipes that possess truly extraordinary effects. You surely haven't heard of them. Severus raised an eyebrow. It seemed this man had fully recovered from his previous injuries. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to impede them. Oh, is Professor Lockhart well-versed in potions? Nicoles stepped out from behind Severus. Of course. Lockhart beamed with confidence. Do you need assistance with your research? I could publish the findings in the latest issue of Potion Weekly. You know my reputation. They would expedite the publication out of respect for me. It appeared he was eyeing the fame and accomplishments of both Nicoles and Severus. A mischievous smile crept across Nicoles' lips. Oh, generous Professor Lockhart. Since you are so confident in your potion prowess, we just happen to be researching the Wolfsbane potion. At this point, she deliberately paused. As expected, Lockhart's face lit up with a smile as bright as a dahlia upon hearing Wolfsbane potion. Merlin, this is the Wolfsbane potion. If he gets involved, it will surely make quite a splash. Perhaps he could even earn another Merlin medal. Sensing his eagerness, Nicoles continued to bait him. I've heard you have quite the expertise regarding werewolves. Oh, certainly. I dare say no one here knows more about werewolves than I do. He replied emphatically, already envisioning the Merlin medal beckoning to him. I assume you have all read my book, Wandering with Werewolves? My understanding of werewolves is indeed profound. With that, he flashed what he believed to be a dazzling smile at Nicoles. In his view, witches were always more agreeable than wizards, making it easier to win over Nicoles. Severus scowled in disgust, subtly positioning himself to shield her. Lockhart looked momentarily bewildered. Is that necessary? Why act like a guard dog? Does your humorless colleague have something to add? Chapter 46. It's exactly who you think it is, Grindelwald. Yet, it was indeed their joint research. Thus, he patiently awaited a response, only to be surprised that it was Nicoles who spoke next. Perhaps Professor Lockhart could invite that werewolf gentleman you wandered with to assist us? Nicoles continued with a smile. We are in need of a test subject, and rest assured, we will show our gratitude for your efforts. What do you say? Lockhart momentarily froze at her words. Where on earth was he supposed to find her a werewolf? All his escapades were pilfered tales. He didn't know any werewolves. But the current situation left him no room for evasion. Faced with the sardonic glare of the male wizard and the sweet smile of the female witch behind him, Lockhart felt an overwhelming wave of malice wash over him. Did these two know something? He swallowed hard, stammering to salvage his dignity. Oh, if I were to invite him, he would surely grant me this favor, but unfortunately, he is not in England at the moment, Well then, what assistance can Professor Lockhart provide for our research? Severus elegantly rolled his eyes, beginning to mock him. He could no longer tolerate this fool. He did not possess Nicoles' patience to witness his blunders. Perhaps you could train us in how to smile more brightly during interviews after the publication of our paper? A few nearby professors, having been observing the exchange, could not suppress their laughter, quickly disguising it with coughs or sips of water, finding their colleague's venomous remarks perfectly timed. If you require anything, I am here to help. I think we are perfectly fine at the moment. And you may step aside. Oh, all right, haha. If you ever need assistance, feel free to find me. I believe that one tea be necessary, sir. May your wisdom catch up to your confidence. Severus strode away with Nicoles, leaving the foolish wizard's line of sight, his robes swishing behind him, striking Lockhart's face unceremoniously. Nicoles was convinced that he could control the direction of his robes. How was that accomplished? Why couldn't she do the same? Oh, how she wished to learn. Perhaps she could ask Severus about using robes to swap people later. Upon entering the cellar, Nicoles embraced her boyfriend, gently nuzzling her cheek against his furry hair. Severus pulled her onto the sofa, holding her quietly. Do you have anything you wish to discuss with me? Why do you ask? Severus sighed inwardly. His beloved appeared carefree. Yet she was, in truth, a very perceptive witch. Your demeanor has been noticeably off these past few days. Nicoles prodded his chest. Nini. Perhaps you have contemplated returning to France? Severus lowered his gaze upon the witch nestled in his arms, his voice somewhat hoarse, yet resolutely steady as he uttered these words. Nicoles met his gaze, and indeed, with a soft sigh, her hands, which had gently rested upon his chest, now cradled his face, which had finally gained a bit of flesh thanks to her care. A pang of affection stirred within Nicoles. Why did he always feel the need to bear everything alone? Surely, Severus wouldn't he allow the old bee to manipulate him into believing such nonsense? Did Dumbledore say something to you? Severus's expression sharpened, his fingers grasping hers as he inquired. Has he sought you out? Nicoles shook her head. No, but I can surmise. I was merely 17 when I became the head of the Rosier family, Severus. Nicoles held his face steady, her eyes locking onto his with unwavering intent. I need not be told these matters to comprehend them. I am not as naive as you may think, Severus. She pressed a gentle kiss to his lips, her gaze filled with love and determination, unreservedly revealing her emotions. Severus understood Nicoles' meaning. She was the established head of the Rosier family, not a naive little witch in need of protection. She was well aware of the complexities involved, comprehended Dumbledore's desires, and understood Severus Snape's position. She was capable of standing alongside him. Yet, how could he be so selfish? Should he drag her into this abyss of darkness? No, it must not be so. His rose should not be tainted by the mire. Observing her partner ensnared in his struggles, Nicoles tenderly kissed his forehead and reassured him. Severus, do you recall I mentioned that one of my reasons for coming was to facilitate a reconciliation between my mentor and Dumbledore? Yes, I remember. Severus temporarily suppressed his swirling thoughts, gazing at the serious countenance of the witch before him, his eyes filled with longing. How he wished to remain by her side. Yet he still bore the weight of atonement. Lily's death was ultimately tied to him. If you require assistance, I am willing to help. Though I believe Dumbledore is not inclined to consider matters of the heart at present. But should you need me, if your attempts prove unsuccessful, then return to France, Nini. Severus pressed his lips to her palm, his tone earnest. Nicoles pinched his cheek playfully, exhaling a sigh. Why must you be so stubborn? You are truly infuriating. She, as a Rosier, was a worthy companion, not a delicate flower in need of his protection. What would it take for him to realize this? Oh well, she would indulge her boyfriend as she saw fit. What else could she do? With a resigned gesture, Nicoles observed Severus acquiesce to her whims. And only then did she release her hold, playfully poking his cheek while deliberately sidestepping the topic of his suggestion to return to France. Aren't you curious about who my mentor is? I had thought that at the appropriate moment, my partner would divulge this to me. And now is that moment. I would be honored to learn the name of that esteemed master. A student of a master alchemist must, by nature, also be a master themselves. Gellert Grindelwald. Nicoles' lips curled into a mischievous smile as she pronounced the name with a hint of pride. Severus momentarily processed this revelation. Who did you just mention? Gellert Grindelwald? Is it the Grindelwald I am thinking of? Grindelwald. Indeed. I assume you have not misspoken, and it is the Grindelwald I am considering? In the wizarding world, how many Grindelwalds could there be? The name Gellert is unique. Darling, be confident. It is indeed the Grindelwald you are imagining. But isn't he imprisoned? Indeed. Yet that does not preclude him from being my mentor. Nicoles relished the expression on his face, vigorously rubbing his cheek before leaning in to clarify. In truth, that prison cannot truly confine him. He remains there solely by his own choice. What binds him is himself. Severus was momentarily taken aback by this revelation, his mind processing the information in a state of overload, and after a prolonged silence, he hoarsely asked, Are you suggesting facilitating a connection between Dumbledore and Grindelwald? You must be joking. And what about those tales you shared regarding Dumbledore's romantic history? Are they all true? But weren't they enemies? Nicoles found his astonished and incredulous expression utterly delightful. Oh, Severus, you are simply adorable. You wicked witch. Do not laugh. Your partner currently requires the truth about this shocking revelation. Severus attempted to chastise the mischievous witch for dropping such a bombshell without offering clarification. Nicoles collapsed into his embrace, laughter bubbling forth as she evaded his fingers. I was wrong. I was wrong, Severus. Of course, it is all true. That's 100% genuine romantic history. First-hand accounts. Mind you, let me tell you, when they were young, their chemistry was explosive, writing Godric's Hollow. Oh, I can hardly bear to recount it. Be serious, Severus huffed, retracting his hand from her grasp and pinching her cheek in return. Let us lighten the mood. Nicoles playfully struggled against his grip, then began to explain earnestly. As for being enemies, they are considered broad-spectrum adversaries due to their differing ideologies, but beyond that, they are not. However, did you know that Dumbledore initially shared my mentor's beliefs? It was only after a rather unfortunate incident that he changed his perspective. Besides that, they are friends, confidants. The ones who understand each other best, and of course, former lovers. Why the silence? I simply cannot envision Dumbledore in love. Ha ha ha, Severus, you are precious. Nicoles burst into laughter. Severus, you are quite the imaginative one. Can Miss Nini imagine? Of course. In truth, they were quite young when they were together. Not at all like the figures you see now. My mentor was merely 16, and Dumbledore was only 2 years older. They were both in their prime. Far removed from the image of the old man with a white beard. Have you seen them? Indeed, I possess a photograph of their youth. Look, with that. She retrieved a picture from her alchemical ring and handed it to Severus. As he examined it, he beheld 2 young men, one taller than the other. The slightly taller one boasting a mane of striking golden hair, with a rebellious glint in his eyes, radiating an aura of sharp, captivating charm. The slightly shorter individual, adorned with gentle red hair, possessed soft, expressive features and a serene smile that seemed to envelop him in an aura of artistry and romance. They were indeed 2 remarkably handsome and well-matched youths. How surprising, isn't it? Albus Dumbledore was quite a beauty in his youth. Indeed, it is so. Severus returned the photograph to Nicoles, astonished by Dumbledore's striking appearance in his younger days. At this moment, Severus had completely lost track of thoughts about returning to France, as he and Nicoles found themselves deeply engrossed in discussions about the romantic histories of the 2 young men. Who could resist such juicy gossip? Especially when it pertains to matters of the heart. Even the most aloof individuals cannot help but pause to indulge. Ultimately, it was Nicoles who, with a pang of conscience, steered the topic back to its original course. So, Severus, you should be aware that Grindelwald is known for another identity besides being a revolutionary, correct? A seer. Severus pondered for a moment before promptly responding. Ever since he learned that Nicoles's mentor was Grindelwald, his desire for her to return to France had diminished significantly. With such a formidable ally and the alliance with Dumbledore, they felt a newfound sense of confidence. Indeed, Nicoles cupped his face in her hands and bestowed a gentle peck, affirming his answer. I was invited to Neumgard to begin my tutelage under him when I was 6. He foresaw the future. Severus, prophecies are not to be spoken. Thus, I cannot escape this fate, whether for my mentor, for you, or for the saints under my command. I am inexorably entwined in this destiny. Severus felt a jolt of emotion. Could it be that his Rose was involved in this so early on? Prophecies that are spoken are destined to come to fruition. Was Nicoles drawn into this for that very reason? But did she truly grasp the terror of the Dark Lord at such a tender age? Had she willingly stepped into this world? He felt a surge of urgency, as if seeking confirmation, and pressed a hand to the nape of Nicoles's neck, their gazes locking. You understand what this implies, do you not? Did you know from the beginning? Of course. Severus sighed, yearning to articulate his thoughts, yet the next moment, a tender kiss enveloped his remaining words. Nicoles comprehended his unspoken sentiments, yet she had indeed been willing to enter this path from the start. She was no ordinary 6-year-old girl. She was acutely aware of the implications represented by the hesitation that accompanied the letter received by Wenda. But she chose to step forward, fully cognizant of the costs entailed. No one understands the price better than those of her ilk, the alchemists. Furthermore, she harbored her own ambitions. At times, she could be somewhat carefree and even cynical. Yet she was no fool. Without formidable strength and influence to safeguard her, all potential benefits would be but castles in the air. After all, have you not seen how the noseless one forced Slughorn, the master of potions, into hiding? Therefore, if she wished to live freely, she must possess the power to ensure her freedom. There is no substitute for self-reliance, whether encountering the Muggle world or in her own life. However, none of this diminished the emotional impact of Severus's regard for her. After all, what mattered most to him was her own will. Severus felt the emotions conveyed in her kiss, reciprocating with tender affection. If she had come for this purpose, then he would protect her to the utmost of his abilities, even at the cost of his own life. He would spare no effort. Chapter 48. Do you trust me? The witch sensed his resoluteness and soothingly caressed his taut back, again and again, allowing the wizard to act as he pleased until his emotions settled. Nicoles took a moment to catch her breath, reassuring him, "Do not be anxious, Severus. There will be no problems. Look at me." Her words seemed to possess an enchanting quality, compelling Severus to lift his gaze and lock eyes with her. "I have been planning this for many years. The Morning Star was founded by me 7 years ago, uniting all the influence of the Rogier family with the remnants of my mentor's saints. The reason for the early launch of the Magical Gun series was merely to attract Dumbledore's attention. I needed a legitimate and reasonable rationale to enter his line of sight. Moreover, my mother bore the surname Grindelwald before her marriage. Thus, she lowered her gaze, knowing she would not disclose the truth of this journey to anyone, even to her partner. Since childhood, I have experienced a series of prophetic dreams. I did not inherit the seer SI from my family. Yet my capacity for foresight manifests in this manner. Severus, it is not Dumbledore who drew me into this. Rather, I have been subtly guiding him, allowing him to believe he holds the advantage. He seeks you only to drag me down with him. I am more than willing, Severus. This was always part of my plan. Have a little faith in me, will you? Headmaster, your partner is no delicate flower in need of protection. I possess the strength and means." As she spoke, she even demonstrated her muscular arms. Severus felt overwhelmed by the torrent of information he had received that night, yet Nicoles did not grant him much time to ponder. She took action, urging him to think less and simply trust her, to leave matters in her hands. At this point, why wait for Severus to be shaken enough to forget his thoughts of returning to France? Under his bewildered, contemplative, and somewhat astonished gaze, Nicoles' long, fair hand slipped beneath his ample wizard's robe, delicately tracing his slender waistline, planting gentle kisses from his forehead down to his eyes, nose, lips, chin, and finally to his prominent Adam's apple. The wizard swallowed hard, his throat tightening with each movement. Nicoles' hand glided over him, sending shivers down his spine as she caressed his head and leaned close to whisper in his ear, "Severus, I want you." Gulp. Severus could not restrain himself from swallowing again, raising a hand to press against the witch before him. She did not conceal her intentions. Her clarity, directness, and even her somewhat unscrupulous methods were evident. Was this seduction? Although she possessed the raw strength to back it up. However, the absence of planning and a safety net in such directness could only be deemed reckless. With a soft sigh, he realized he had completely succumbed to the witch's charms. "As you wish." With that, the wizard pressed her into the sofa, and a long, passionate kiss soon enveloped the rose. Nicoles understood his choice and, satisfied, wrapped her arms around his lean back. "As you wish" signified her willingness to stand by his side and share in his adventures. The bittersweet rose blossomed once more for him. The sudden rain began to subside. Severus embraced Nicoles' waist, sinking into the soft sofa as a silver-green blanket gently covered them both. The wizard's large hand caressed the witch's smooth back, and he leaned to kiss her forehead. "Tell me about your saints." "Very well." Nicoles acquiesced with a soft sigh, nestling into the embrace of the wizard as she began to expound upon the principles of the saints, along with the intricate machinations unfolding within both the wizarding world and the realm of muggles. "So what is your plan? Can you enlighten me, Severus? Is this your version of a seduction scheme?" The witch propped herself up slightly, playfully tapping his lips with her index finger. "So, have you taken the bait? Well, who could resist such a lure? I am prepared to listen, but could you perhaps refrain from being so mischievous?" Severus could not help but tease, biting down gently on her defiant finger before rolling over and pinning her beneath him, a clear threat lingering in his demeanor. "Haha, I shan't tease you any longer." Nicoles pushed him away. "We cannot converse in such a manner, so do rise." "I find such discourse quite enjoyable, especially if someone is attempting to conceal something," he replied, his tone laced with a hint of mischief. "Hey, do not forget that you are employing charm, not intimidation, Severus. Should charm prove ineffective, I am not averse to employing alternative methods." "Severus, you have grown rather wicked. Then might Lady Rogier be persuaded to share? Let me ponder where to begin." "Ah, yes. Are you familiar with Horcruxes?" "Horcruxes?" Severus furrowed his brow, recalling tales of a particularly nefarious dark magic capable of fragmenting one's soul, akin to a form of torment. "Principally, yes. But what of the non-principled aspects?" Severus began to comprehend. Death is often defined as the soul's journey to the realm of the deceased. Yet it is said that a damaged soul may linger, not passing on. Nicoles found a comfortable position, continuing to divulge secrets to Severus. Voldemort derives from the French vol de mort, where voler means to fly or to steal. De translates to of, and mort signifies death. To escape death? Severus's pupils dilated in shock. He created Horcruxes. Has he lost his mind? Surely he understands the significance of the soul. He does. Yet a genius often harbors a certain arrogance, believing themselves to be above others. Nicoles remarked with a mocking tone. Moreover, as far as I am aware, he fashioned his first Horcrux at the tender age of 16. 16? That is astonishingly early. He was still a student then. Severus lay back, incredulity etched across his features. Seizing the moment, Nicoleis donned one of Severus's shirts, the oversized garment completely obscuring her figure. She turned to him, continuing her narrative. A wielder of the killing curse fears death more than one might assume. Thus, 12 years ago, he did not truly die. Severus sat up, locking his gaze onto Nicolelis's eyes, affirming his belief. Nicoleis nodded, lifting Severus's left arm, revealing a grotesque skull and serpent mark upon his forearm. Severus flinched instinctively, but she grasped his hand, her other hand gently caressing the mark. This too serves as proof that he did not fully perish. And Severus, I am aware of Dumbledore's intentions for you, yet I vehemently oppose them. Nicolelis's eyes bore into his with unwavering conviction. I shall not allow him to return to this world, merely a filthy, death-fearing soul. I will ensure that every fragment of him returns to the embrace of death. Trust me. Do you trust me? Chapter 49. What a hellish jest. Severus's words were cut short as Nicoleis placed a finger against his lips. I can demonstrate to you that I will not lead you down the path laid out by Dumbledore. Absolutely not. Severus met her resolute gaze. His own eyes filled with complexity. After a moment, he begrudgingly extended his arm toward Nicoleis. She smiled radiantly, considering this a significant step toward pulling the Serpent King from the mire. Without hesitation, she retrieved a purification charm from her ring and affixed it to Severus's arm. Are you ready? Indeed. Severus nodded, his tone permissive. Let us see how far my dear Ninny can take this. As her words left her lips, the charm erupted in a brilliant white light, converging upon the dark mark, which began to writhe violently, as though attempting to escape, yet remaining confined within the luminous boundary. Cold sweat beaded on Severus's forehead, his arm trembling involuntarily. Nicoleis remained still, apprehensive that any movement might disrupt the delicate process, her eyes fixed on the unfolding events. Moments later, under the assault of the white light, the mark gradually transformed into tendrils of black smoke, dissolving under the onslaught, and Severus's furrowed brow began to relax. Nicoleis poured him a glass of water, bringing it to his lips. After he dutifully drank, she tenderly wiped away the sweat from his brow. Had she known it would be this painful, she would have consulted her brother-in-law, Lucius, for a preliminary experiment, allowing for better preparation, perhaps even procuring some pain-relieving potions to spare Severus from such torment. I am fine, Severus murmured, nuzzling against her hand as she wiped his brow. Raising his arm to inspect the now smooth and unblemished skin of his forearm, a surge of emotions flooding through him. Bitterness, pain, and regret, yet ultimately, a deep sense of gratitude. Thank you, Ninny. Severus buried his face into Nicolelis's embrace. Imitating his previous soothing gestures, Nicoleis gently rested her chin atop his head, caressing his back as she whispered sweet reassurances into his ear. Wanda mentioned that expressing affection enhances bonds between partners, a charming French trait she had acquired. Before long, Severus had composed himself. So, if we can locate that individual Horcrux, we can eliminate him entirely, correct? Indeed, Nicoleis affirmed with a nod. Perhaps we could collaborate with Dumbledore? Severus felt aligned with Nicoleis, his astute mind pondering the optimal solution. Nicoleis clearly grasped his intent, planting a resounding kiss upon his cheek. We must indeed collaborate, and this will serve as a means to bring him closer to you, though not at this juncture. Why not? Dumbledore, as you may well know, is quite resolute in his beliefs, and my new saint's ideology is rather unconventional. Severus chuckled. Is it merely unconventional? This could provoke Dumbledore to perceive her as the third Dark Lord. Consider the actions of our new saints, centered on countering the Muggle world. They are delving into the research of large-scale weaponry with considerable success, and their immediate objective is to alter the existing lifestyle within the wizarding community. Merely voicing such intentions would surely set off alarm bells for the old bee. Is this merely unconventional? Thus, does the unconventional Miss Nicoleis intend to first lure the old bee onto your little vessel before revealing her true intentions? No. Nicoleis shook her finger in protest. What do you mean, little vessel? It is a luxurious cruise liner, I assure you. Ha ha ha. Laughter resonated through the chest cavity, reaching Nicole's ears. She playfully smacked Severus, her hands gripping his neck as she shook him fiercely. You better admit it's a luxurious cruise ship, Severus. After all, you're already my captive on board. Whether you agree or not, you have no choice. You can't disembark. Her laughter rang out. No need for kidnapping. I'm here willingly. Severus's laughter echoed continuously, his form drawing closer as Nicole shook him, until he enveloped her in an embrace. Their gazes locked, and the mirth in Severus's eyes penetrated deep. Humph. You're quite perceptive. By the way, I forgot to mention that, as far as I know, he has created 6 Horcruxes so far, not counting the main soul. 6? Severus pondered, suddenly lost in thought. No wonder. What is it? Nicole inquired, curiosity piqued. I recalled something from the past, which serves as a sort of validation. He organized his thoughts, his brow furrowing slightly. In my time among the Death Eaters, I was not involved in combat. Most of the time, I was providing potions. For a considerable period, that individual repeatedly sought soul stabilizers from me. Nicole nodded in agreement. That makes sense. The side effects of splitting one's soul are substantial, often accompanied by bloodthirst, brutality, and unpredictable emotional turmoil. Emotional detachment can render one uncontrollable, all the while enduring the excruciating pain of soul fragmentation. I must say, in a certain light, he is remarkably resilient to endure such torment for so long. Severus reflected. Indeed, it is our lack of understanding of the prerequisites that leads to many of his conditions aligning so easily once we recognize the Horcruxes. Oh, how so? Nicole asked. Intrigued. Do you know where the Death Eaters suffered the most losses? Losses? Nicole tilted her head thoughtfully. Cleaning up Muggles wouldn't diminish combat effectiveness, would it? That must be in battles against the Order of the Phoenix or Aurors, right? Incorrect. She realized from Severus's expression that her guess was amiss. It can't be because of Voldemort's killing, can it? Ha. Nicole's mouth twitched. Is that really the case? Before he vanished. When the Death Eaters had not yet been purged, it was indeed the case that Riddle Manor was the site where the most Death Eaters' bodies were taken out. Wow, that is quite a hellish joke. Chapter 50. Well, I'm not a good person either. Your work environment is truly deplorable. Stick with me, and at worst, you'll have to work overtime, but at least there's no danger to your life. And how do you handle traitors? Lightly kick them out, cast a permanent obliviate. And for those who know too much about core operations, they're simply erased. Well, I'm not a good person either, Nicole shrugged. Severus's deep, melodious laughter echoed in her ears once more, prompting Nicole to cover her ears instinctively, pushing him away. Severus. He seized the witch's finger. What a coincidence. I'm not a good person either. Wow, we truly make a pair of exceedingly wicked partners. They both laughed heartily. Severus felt he had laughed more that night than in the past 32 years combined. Yet, it felt splendid. He had finally found a partner who resonated with him in every way. By the way, I have found a Horcrux. Nicole produced a mithril box housing Ravenclaw's diadem, donning armor for both herself and Severus before opening it. Ravenclaw's diadem. Severus leaned in cautiously to examine the contents of the box. Yes, I found it in the room of requirement on the 8th floor. Severus raised an eyebrow at this revelation. He was aware of the existence of the room of requirement, but had never sought it out. Thus he was unfamiliar with its precise location. I wonder when it was placed there. It was likely during his application for the Defense Against the Dark Arts position. He visited the school then. As she spoke, Nicole leaned closer to Severus, flashing a mischievous smile. Isn't it a peculiar aspect of your Death Eater culture that your applicants for the Defense Against the Dark Arts position tend to be rejected? Severus paused for a moment. Then a dangerous smile crept onto his lips. Well, devious lady, if you're aware that your current situation is not as secure as you think, you should know that this is hardly the moment to jest about your lover. Is it? Nicole quickly distanced herself, her impish grin instantly turning innocent. Hey, our Severus is different. You couldn't take the position because you have more important work. She playfully pinched his fingertip, shaking it gently. Changing faces, are we? Humph. I hope you genuinely mean what you say, Miss Nini. Severus pinched her cheek in exasperation. What else could he do? He had to endure. Hee. So, what do you plan to do with this? I'll keep it for now and use it during negotiations with Dumbledore. As she spoke, Nicole shrank her neck to evade his increasingly persistent pinches, realizing evasion was futile, and instead buried herself in his embrace, completely avoiding the face-pinching assault. I'm glad you have a plan. Severus chuckled softly, wrapping her in his arms, his large hands, calloused from years of potion-making, wandering restlessly over the witch's form. Feeling the intentions of the one holding her grow increasingly evident, Nicole's face flushed uncontrollably. Not again. Didn't we just finish? Severus? Before she could finish her sentence, all her words were swallowed by him. The mithril box beside them snapped shut with a resounding click and was instantly bound with several binding spells before being tossed aside. The atmosphere in the cellar grew heated once more. Chapter 51. Elegant, truly elegant. As the students eagerly awaited, Halloween finally arrived. The great hall was adorned anew, with swarms of bats occasionally flitting through the air and Hagrid-esque pumpkin decorations displayed in full glory. Various golden platters were neatly arranged on the long tables, gleaming under the bright candlelight. The festivities commenced as scheduled, with Nicole and Severus both donning elaborate vampire costumes, having applied a touch of makeup for the occasion. Severus's hair was tied back with a red, jewel-embellished satin ribbon, and his fitted black and red vampire attire perfectly accentuated his flawless physique, exuding an air of nobility and elegance. Nicole's ensemble was more intricate, featuring a black rococo gown that enveloped her lithe curves, complemented by a half-concealing veil and a full set of ruby jewelry, as if she had stepped directly out of a vampire's castle, paired with their pallid complexions. Deep violet-black lips and the faint glimmer of sharp fangs, the duo exuded an aura of mystery and nobility. Truly, they were a perfect match. They entered the hall separately, and in previous years, Severus had never dressed up for Halloween. This year, however, his appearance left many in astonishment, notably among the Slytherins, whose eyes nearly popped out in surprise. However, the head of their family is quite imposing, and although the little snakes were astonished, they dared not directly dance before Severus. Instead, they merely gathered in small clusters to discuss among themselves. Nicolis, on the other hand, was far more approachable than Severus, even before entering the hall. She was halted multiple times for candy, especially the two children from the Weasley family, who truly embodied mischief in every sense. These two had dressed as ancient Egyptian mummies today, exclaiming, "Oh, beautiful vampire lady, you have been captured by us. Now trick or treat." Nicolis scrutinized the two small lions before her, wrapped in blood-stained bandages with only one eye visible. The two, already difficult to distinguish, now appeared utterly indistinguishable. However, this posed no problem. She could simply refrain from calling them by name. "Aha, fortunately, I had prepared for this. Here, my ransom." With a grand gesture, Nicolis waved her hand, and the candies from her alchemical ring filled the two baskets thrust before her. She had anticipated this moment, having written to McDowell in advance to prepare a copious amount of sweets for her. By the way, anyone who uses McDowell's little assistant swears by its efficacy. She merely mentioned that Hogwarts lacked a dining hall, and he promptly opened one in Hogsmeade. Such efficiency is commendable. "May I be released now, gentlemen mummies?" "Oh, certainly not. Robbers are not so easily persuaded." With that, the two seized Nicolis and plopped her down at the Gryffindor table. Upon glancing around, she felt as though she had fallen into a den of monsters. The Gryffindor lions were truly delightful, each one adorned in bizarre and creative costumes. Indeed, this division held some merit. Gryffindor was teeming with quirky, imaginative, and audacious creatures. Even the little witches were no exception, exuding a wild and untamed beauty. In stark contrast, the Ravenclaw costumes leaned heavily towards the mysterious, with various enigmatic beings from the realms of the arcane represented at their long table. Nicolis' favorite, Hufflepuff, was a delightful spectacle of various charmingly odd and fluffy styles. As for the most burdened Slytherin, well, indeed, a glance revealed 50% vampires and 50% elves. Particularly Draco, whose vampire garb mirrored the outfit she had prepared for Severus, elegant and undeniably graceful. Looking down at herself, she chuckled, thinking that if she were attending Hogwarts, she would undoubtedly be a Slytherin. Chapter 52. How strange indeed. Hey, gentlemen robbers. Do you not find that our poor old professor's presence is somewhat incongruous with the atmosphere at our table? Oh, not at all. Fred exclaimed with a peculiar yelp. Quite appropriate. George chimed in, exchanging a high five with his brother. Now, let us hasten to the main event of today. The two produced a candy box and placed it before Nicolis. Oh, my dear Professor Rogier, please select a piece. Fred and George beamed expectantly at her. Nicolis rested her chin thoughtfully, scrutinizing the candy box before her. The Weasley twins' prank candies. Should she dare to sample them? Perhaps the two mummies were aware of the adage, no good deed goes unpunished? Oh no, Professor, do you not wish to give it a try? We crafted these ourselves. They are simply delightful. Ultimately, curiosity triumphed over caution, and Nicolis pinched a lemon-colored candy and popped it into her mouth. To her surprise, it tasted rather pleasant. However, in the next moment, she transformed into a small yellow bird, flapping helplessly in the air, attempting to regain control of her body. Laughter erupted from the Gryffindor table. Severus, observing from the corner of his eye, could no longer remain seated upon witnessing this spectacle. He abruptly stood. But before he could take action, Nicolis reverted to her original form, prompting him to silently resume his seat. The professor beside him, startled by Severus' sudden movement, wondered what was amiss. What a marvelous sensation! Nicolis exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Truly, she had recognized a promising talent in her early star. It was somewhat akin to an animagus transformation, yet not as complete. More reminiscent of a potion's effects. Ah, I see now. It is an incomplete potion. A half-finished polyjuice potion. With a dash of unexpected twist, am I right? Nicolis raised an eyebrow with self-assuredness. Oh, brother. Fred and George exchanged glances. She has seen through the brilliance of the Weasley twins' invention. Indeed, our formula has been uncovered. How disappointing. Despite their words, their smiles widened, brimming with anticipation, suggesting there was still room for improvement. They would simply have to seek another opportunity. Hey, I shall not fall for curiosity a second time. Nicolis raised her hand and playfully thumped one of the Weasley twins on the head. Ouch, they cried in unison. Unfazed, Nicoles stood gracefully, walking past the two and making her way toward the staff table without a backward glance. A true lady never looks back at the chaos left behind. From afar, Severus observed Nicoles approaching after having enjoyed her antics, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He naturally extended to her a goblet filled with grape juice disguised as blood, casually mentioning, "If you wish for polyjuice potion, I can prepare it for you." Altering forms is quite simple. Nicoles bit her lip, suppressing the smile threatening to bloom. "Can I choose what I want to transform into?" Of course. Unable to contain her mirth any longer, she flashed a radiant smile that contrasted with her costume, her lips adorned with deep purple-black lipstick. Secretly, she reached under the table to grasp Severus' hand, gently teasing him and whispering, "I wonder if your potions professor would be displeased to learn that his student is improving potions for this purpose? I believe if he were to know, he would understand his student's reluctance to let a few little trolls pester their partner daily." Bursting into laughter, Nicoles was taken aback by his candidness. "What has brought such joy to our esteemed potions professor?" Dumbledore inquired as he passed by, casting a glance at their entwined hands, a knowing twinkle in his eye that deepened his smile. Nicoles lowered her gaze, choosing not to respond immediately. Her spirits were high, and she had little desire to indulge the recent antics of her meddlesome mentor. Severus felt Nicoles' grip tighten around his hand, an unspoken bond of recognition and quiet joy washing over him. Yet, his words bore no trace of this warmth, retaining their familiar tone. "I believe employees are not necessarily required to report everything to their superiors, Professor Dumbledore." "Oh, Severus, is it not delightful to share joyful tidings?" Dumbledore seemed oblivious to the resistance emanating from the two, maintaining his cheerful demeanor as he stood behind them. Nicoles had no doubt that if he lingered there for much longer, he would undoubtedly draw more eyes, and the clasped hands beneath the table would soon be discovered by others. At the very least, those seated at the staff table would surely sense something amiss. Did he intend to ensnare her on his sinking ship in such a manner? Though she had resolved to collaborate with Dumbledore, the manner of this partnership was indeed vexing. Reluctant to relinquish Severus' hand and equally defiant against Dumbledore's wishes, Nicoles allowed a wicked smile to curve her lips as she turned to speak. Yet, upon turning to face Dumbledore, she was struck dumb. Oh no. What was Dumbledore wearing? That dazzling pink lady's robe, adorned with a string of pink bows on his beard. By Merlin's beard, what was this? Her eyes. Nicoles swore that even in her infancy, when she was forced to endure the whims of others, she had never donned anything so excessively saccharine. Such delicate pinkness. Ugh. How off topic. But was this truly her teacher's taste? Ignoring the elegant and intellectual French black rose, he preferred this? Odd, quite odd. The taste of you gays is truly peculiar. What's wrong, Nini? Dumbledore inquired affectionately, winking at Nicoles. Nothing. Nicoles swallowed hard, her previous mischief completely forgotten in the face of his attire. The Pink Emperor. How terrifying. Your outfit is quite unique. Indeed, she managed to force a smile. Severus cast a peculiar glance at his partner, wondering if Nicoles was truly willing to sacrifice her conscience for her teacher. Hadn't she exhibited better taste when dressing him that morning? Chapter 53, Astonishment. Why does the centenarian appear thus? Perhaps, may I take a photograph with you? Under the increasingly perplexed gaze of Severus, Nicoles suppressed her urge to comment and earnestly attempted to convey her sincerity to Dumbledore. This photograph was a must-have. Once the dust settled, she was determined to create a photo album featuring Dumbledore, with titles she had already envisioned. Astonishment. Why does the centenarian appear thus? Shock. The untold stories of the Dark Lord. Astonished for 2 centuries. So this is the Dumbledore you are. Hurry. The untold habits of the legendary Dark Lord. Hee. Just wait. My dear mentor, if this photo album does not circulate throughout the wizarding community, they might as well close the Morning Star. Who says social death isn't a form of demise? Oh, of course. My dear Nini, Dumbledore replied, clearly pleased. He had declared that someone would surely appreciate his attire today. Shall Severus join us? Severus glanced at his partner, then at the indescribable Dumbledore. And though he was keen to have a photograph with Nicoles, the thought of including such a Dumbledore made him hesitate. All right, let us do it together, Severus. The words were on the tip of his tongue to refuse, but then he heard Nicoles' voice. Observing her eager expression, Severus paused momentarily. Let us take a picture. It seemed not entirely unfeasible. Leaving Nicoles out of such a photograph would indeed be cruel. Very well, I shall take the picture for you. Professor McGonagall's voice chimed in joyfully. She had been keenly aware of the situation and, fearing Dumbledore would intrude upon the young couple's romantic interlude, was poised to intervene. Just as she was about to pull her old friend away, who could have anticipated the turn of events? Thank you, Professor McGonagall, Nicoles cooed, handing the camera to her. No need to mention it, my dear. McGonagall replied, taking the camera and directing the 3 of them to position themselves. Albus, Please shift slightly to the left. To the left? Dumbledore's voice was somewhat perplexed. Nicoles stood to his right, and Severus was on her other side. If he moved left, would he not fall out of the frame? Yes, to the left. A bit more to the left would be even better. A smile of excitement spread across McGonagall's face as she relentlessly clicked the shutter. Dumbledore felt something was amiss, but trusting his old friend, he obediently shifted to the left. Excellent. Perfect. After capturing numerous photos of the trio, the trio, McGonagall reluctantly returned the camera to Nicoles, wishing she could keep one or two for herself. If she could just crop Dumbledore out, she would have her couple's merchandise. Thank you again, Professor McGonagall. Nicoles expressed her gratitude once more, receiving a fond head pat from the Cat Professor. Satisfied, Nicoles and Severus resumed their seats, and the mischief she had previously suppressed bubbled back to the surface. She nudged her companion's arm, lowering her voice conspiratorially. Severus, do you know there's a ghost in the school called the Weeping Myrtle? What prompts this sudden inquiry? It pertains to a future pet of mine. Do you happen to know where she frequently resides? It's located next to the third-floor defense against the dark arts classroom. Listening to Nicoles' words, Severus raised an eyebrow. After all, Nicoles was a witch who sought immediate retribution for any grievances, never allowing them to linger overnight. Given his partner's expression, he began to anticipate what was to follow. What? Nicoles was displeased upon hearing this. It's right on the third floor. She had been wandering around here daily. How could it be right there? Just bullying her for not being the main character. Nicoles huffed in irritation. Severus, shall we go out for a bit? Now. Yes. What do you say? Let us go? Hee. Nicoles discreetly slipped out of the hall first, pausing momentarily at the corner until she spotted a large bat, clad in a vampire cloak that billowed dramatically. Dressed in heavy black and red attire, his pale, serious expression, coupled with an aura of coldness and gloom, along with the fluttering cloak behind him, he was the epitome of a noble dark lord. Severus, come quickly. Nicoles beckoned to Severus. The male wizard turned at the sound, his stern demeanor thawing instantly, a smile gracing his lips as he naturally took her hand and cast a warming charm. Have you been waiting long? Are you cold? Nicoles shook her head. She had cast a warming charm on herself before stepping out, so she was certainly not cold. Severus, take me to that restroom. Nicoles activated her invisibility ring, grasping Severus's hand as they both vanished from sight. This is a novel application of the ring that Nicoles has just discovered. Merely touching the wearer activates the ring, enabling both individuals to enter a state of invisibility. Truly a commendable creation from the system. Severus led Nicoles by the hand up to the third floor, navigating through a labyrinth of twists and turns until they arrived at an abandoned girls' restroom. Nicoles surveyed her surroundings. This was undoubtedly the darkest and most oppressive restroom she had ever encountered at Hogwarts. A row of dilapidated stone sinks lay beneath a shattered and grimy mirror. The damp floor reflected the faint flicker of candlelight, and the wooden door of the small washroom had been marred by a myriad of chaotic scratches. This place was indeed remote and the environment rather dismal. It was no wonder that in the original story, Harry and his friends chose this location for their misdeeds while brewing potions. Good people would certainly avoid it. Nicoles mused that if left to her own devices, she might never have found this place. Even if she did stumble upon it, the unsightly condition would likely deter her from entering. After retrieving 2 pairs of homemade protective glasses from her alchemical ring and donning them on herself and Severus, they stood quietly in a corner of the restroom, awaiting the arrival of the evening's protagonist. Initially, she had intended to help her mentor bypass this scene, but Dumbledore seemed intent on orchestrating this event. Thus, let Hogwarts feel a heightened sense of urgency. It would deter him from fixating on their actions. Moreover, with both her and Severus covertly monitoring the situation, nothing significant would likely transpire. Since Severus learned of Nicoles' half-blood lineage from the Grindelwald family, he ceased to inquire about her intentions, merely attributing her actions to a prophecy she had perceived. One must indeed hold prophecies in reverence. So, Severus remained silent, persistently casting warming charms upon Nicoles. Before long, a deliberately muted footfall echoed through the air, prompting Nicoles and Severus to exchange a knowing glance, instinctively stifling their presence. Shortly thereafter, a red-haired witch clad in Gryffindor robes appeared at the restroom door. She glanced around with a somewhat chilly expression, and upon confirming the absence of onlookers, she made her way directly to a sink. Chapter 54, the movie begins. Severus recognized her as the youngest daughter of the Weasley family. Observing her unusual behavior, he furrowed his brow. What was this foolish lioness up to? A hissing sound escaped Ginny Weasley's lips, causing Nicoles to feel Severus's grip on her hand tighten suddenly. While she could not see Severus's expression, she could well imagine his astonishment and gently patted the back of his hand in a gesture of reassurance. Following the hiss, the sink revealed a gaping hole. And Ginny's face lit up with excitement, a sickly flush creeping onto her pale features, hinting at a touch of madness. It was as if she knew something awaited her below. Without hesitation, she leapt into the opening. After watching her descend, Nicoles deactivated their invisibility, restraining Severus, who attempted to follow. She shook her head gently. She was aware of what lay within, and their current attire was ill-suited for such a filthy environment. They would not accompany her on a nocturnal adventure through the sewers. She retrieved the magical surveillance device she had previously acquired, affixed a bamboo dragonfly to it, and activated it while rendering herself invisible, then cast it into the hole, guiding it to follow Ginny. As they stood in the corner of the restroom, a vast blue screen materialized before them, displaying Ginny as she swiftly navigated the tunnel. Severus, exhibiting remarkable patience, waited until Nicoles completed her preparations before inquiring, "What place is this?" After years at Hogwarts, he had never heard of such a location. While adjusting the angle of the magical surveillance, ensuring it hovered directly above Ginny for a comprehensive view of her situation, Nicoles elucidated, "This is none other than the Chamber of Secrets belonging to your Slytherin house. One of Hogwarts' many mysterious legends." "What?" Upon hearing this, Severus immediately disregarded the surveillance and dashed to the edge of the hole, peering inside. This was the Chamber of Slytherin, the legendary chamber of the great Salazar Slytherin. As a quintessential Slytherin, Severus was undoubtedly eager to personally explore the Chamber of Secrets. Clearly, Nicoles discerned Severus's eagerness and interjected, "Severus, we can return tonight, but not now. We can still observe the interior from here. Come on." Reluctantly, Severus withdrew his gaze and approached Nicoles, shrugging in resignation. "All right, I'll heed your advice." "Yay, Severus, you're the best," Nicoles exclaimed, wrapping her arms around his, leading him back to their corner. She then conjured a set of sofas and a coffee table from her alchemical ring, along with an assortment of snacks and drinks, and urged Severus to sit down. "Come on, Severus. The show is about to start." She even pressed a cup of red tea into his hand. Severus's lips twitched. Watching a movie in a restroom was a unique experience, likely reserved solely for Nicoles and himself. The imagery transmitted from the magical surveillance revealed a pitch-black tunnel, its walls encrusted with thick grime, emanating an overpowering stench of decay. Nicoles felt a wave of relief wash over her. They were fortunate not to have descended, for their current attire would have rendered them utterly unfit for such an expedition. The tunnel stretched long, and as they watched, Ginny continued her descent. Severus estimated that the length was comparable to the distance from the third floor to the basement. Fortunately, the width of the passage was sufficient, appearing wide enough for 3 or 4 adults to walk side by side, with numerous other tunnels branching off, none as broad as the main conduit. The angles of the tunnels were remarkably peculiar, twisting and steeply descending, had they not equipped the surveillance with a bamboo dragonfly. Nicoles shuddered to think of the mess they would have encountered. Falling would be the least of their worries, as the filth would likely obscure the lens entirely. After traversing a stretch of level tunnel, Ginny landed awkwardly, and the two finally beheld the ground. The subterranean passage was sufficiently tall for an adult to stand upright, littered with the remains of rodents, and enveloped in darkness. After cautiously surveying her surroundings, Ginny lingered at the exit for a moment. Upon confirming that no one was emerging, she resolutely began to advance in a specific direction. "Humph, this little giant is quite cautious." Severus chuckled derisively, embracing the witch beside him. Nicoles, hearing his mockery, lifted her gaze from his embrace, her expression turning somewhat peculiar. Should she inform Severus that it was his former superior now controlling Ginny's body? Perhaps it would be best to refrain for now. The situation was clearly not yet thrilling enough. Hee. She could already envision Severus's expression upon discovering the truth. Best to hold off for the moment. The surveillance device loomed ominously above Ginny, monitoring her every step as she traversed the eerily silent underground, akin to a solitary grave. The only illumination came from the glow of her wand, casting shadows that trailed behind her, accompanied by the unsettling sound of bones crunching beneath her feet and the splashing echoes of water stirred by her movements. The atmosphere was decidedly uncanny. Nicholas rubbed her arms, querying, "Are you cold?" Severus tightened his embrace around her, casting 2 warming charms. No, Nicholas shook her head. "I merely find this scene somewhat terrifying, akin to a horror film. Look at this dimly lit environment, the lone girl, and the hidden chamber below. It feels as though a ghastly visage might leap forth from some unseen corner of darkness at any moment." Severus smirked slightly, his hand gently brushing the witch's back. "Fear not. With me by your side, no specter shall frighten you." Nicholas realized that he had misconstrued their mention of ghosts, for Hogwarts indeed housed genuine spirits. It seemed she would need to find a moment to share with Severus the horror films she had witnessed in her past life. allowing him to experience what true Chinese horror entailed. Perhaps it might even startle him. Chapter 55, The Performance Ceases. The underground space was indeed expansive, illuminated only by the faint light of Ginny's wand, revealing but a short distance ahead. Nevertheless, Ginny moved with alacrity, and the two, following her lead, sensed a formidable, contorted silhouette lurking around a distant corner, a sight most disconcerting. Severus gripped his wand tightly, prepared to rush towards the entrance. For the demeanor of that foolish lion was decidedly amiss. A typical young witch would have screamed at such a sight, yet that dim-witted lion appeared utterly at home, as if no one were around to witness his lack of pretense. However, as he was still a student of Hogwarts, Severus felt compelled to ensure her safety at all costs should anything untoward occur. Rest assured, Severus, nothing will happen. Nicholas grasped the male witch's arm, winking at him. Severus's taut expression softened instantly. It seemed Nicholas had foreseen this moment. Indeed, the anticipated danger did not materialize, and Ginny successfully passed through the shadow. Through the feeble glow of Ginny's wand, Severus discerned the source of the ominous presence, a discarded skin of a giant serpent, its repugnant green hue glistening, lying vacantly on the dungeon floor. The serpent that had shed this skin must have been at least 20 feet in length. Nicholas felt her hand tighten in Severus's grip, his breath momentarily heavy. "Oh dear, it appears I have struck a nerve with the potions master," she teased, patting Severus's back. "Steady now, Severus. This is not the time. We can return tonight, and then it shall all be yours." Severus nodded absently, his gaze fixated on the shed serpent skin. "That is the basilisk skin. The creature left by Slytherin in the chamber?" "Indeed," Nicholas replied. "Fear not, Severus. She will be unharmed. She speaks Parseltongue, and the basilisk will not harm her." "True." Severus straightened, his demeanor turning serious since the serpent's skin had appeared. After navigating another bend, they encountered a solid wall that abruptly confronted Ginny. The wall was adorned with two serpents entwined, their eyes embedded with gleaming emeralds. "Ah, Slytherin certainly indulged in extravagance," Nicholas silently mused, sipping her tea. Once more, the familiar hissing sound escaped Ginny's lips, and a fissure split the wall, causing the serpents to part. The two sections of the wall slid apart with an eerie grace, revealing a spacious stone chamber, dimly lit. Towering stone pillars lined either side, entwined with numerous stone-carved serpents that ascended into the darkness above. Ginny emitted an unintelligible, eerie laugh, quickening her pace towards the far end of the pillars. The magical surveillance followed suit, maintaining an appropriate distance as they approached the grotesque statue of Slytherin described in the original text. The two scrutinized the statue before them. "I cannot blame the original text for its description. It is indeed quite hideous," Nicholas remarked, shaking her head. The statue appeared colossal and ancient, resembling a bald monkey with sparse whiskers that cascaded down to its stone robe. "Severus, is this truly Slytherin? I fear the image of Slytherin in my mind has been tarnished." Severus remained unfazed. "What does it matter? This is the formidable Salazar Slytherin. Power is all that counts." Nicholas's expression grew more exasperated as she rolled her eyes at the earnest male witch beside her. "All right, I understand your admiration for strength." She doubted Severus could truly appreciate beauty. Had she looked like that, no amount of power would convince her that he would choose to be with her. Ginny stood before the statue, gazing up at Slytherin's stone visage, hissing once more. Nicholas noted the pronunciation of these words, for she could comprehend various animal languages and had a commendable memory. She committed to memory every instance of Parseltongue Ginny uttered that night. As the hissing echoed, the giant stone face of Slytherin began to shift, its mouth widening to reveal a gaping black hole, from which something seemed to writhe within, ascending from the depths. Severus instinctively stood protectively in front of Nicholas as the ground trembled, evidently under the weight of something colossal. A fearsome basilisk emerged from the statue's maw, its repulsive green body glistening, slithering across the dust-laden floor like a trunk of an oak tree. Ginny's hisses grew increasingly urgent as she commanded the basilisk to close its eyes before issuing an instruction to seek out and indiscriminately end a life. She then swiftly spun on her heel and exited the chamber. Nicholas observed as Ginny retreated, swiftly collecting the items they had previously examined and erasing all traces of their presence. Activating her invisibility ring, she leaned closer to Severus, quietly explaining the command Ginny had just given. Severus listened, his expression tightening with concern. He could not bear to witness any student come to harm in his presence. Ginny returned far more swiftly than she had entered, and before she reached the surface, Nicholas retracted the magical camera, restoring everything to its original state, leaving no trace behind. Moments later, Ginny floated out of the entrance, cautiously scanning her surroundings before departing with an icy, somber demeanor. Nicholas surmised that she was likely preparing her paints. While the two remained concealed in the washroom, awaiting the basilisk's emergence, ensuring that no young witch would face an unfortunate fate. Before long, an unsettling sound, reminiscent of something scraping against the ground, emanated from the entrance of the chamber, accompanied by a chilling, damp breeze. The serpent creature's distinctive yellow eyes emerged from the passageway, prompting Severus to grip his wand tightly. Although both wore their alchemical spectacles and were thus unlikely to encounter any mishap, the prospect of inadvertently crossing paths with a young wizard posed a considerable risk. Fortunately, it was Halloween, a night when no young wizard would dare miss the exhilarating feast. The corridor lay deserted, and the serpent lingered for a moment near the lavatory door, failing to find any target for attack. However, the absence of young wizards did not preclude the presence of other beings. Madame Norris was not, today, shadowing Filch. She had ventured out alone and, by mere chance, caught sight of the serpent's reflection in a puddle, resulting in her petrification, as expected. Calculating the time, the feast would soon draw to a close. For her own ulterior motives, and to avoid premature exposure, Ginny chose not to instigate another attack from the serpent, instead sending it back to the Chamber of Secrets. She then hung Madame Norris from a torch in the passageway, leaving behind a cryptic message on the wall before departing with an expression that betrayed her twisted excitement. Chapter 56. Engaging in activities befitting adults. Nicholas tugged at Severus, who was deep in thought, and whispered his plan into his ear. It was nearly time for their entrance, and some preparation was still required. The two did not return to the banquet, but instead sought an empty classroom to finalize their arrangements. Only when the applause signifying the end of the feast resounded, and the clamor of dispersing students filled the air, did they slightly adjust their appearances and merge with the throng. As they approached, they found the young wizards had halted, trapped within the corridor. Exchanging a glance, Nicholas and Severus quickened their pace. The chamber had been opened, and caution was warranted against the air as adversaries. Draco's sharp voice pierced the air, accompanied by the cacophony of young wizard screams. This commotion undoubtedly drew Filch's attention, who forcefully navigated through the crowd. What has happened? What has transpired? In the next moment, he spotted Madame Norris, recoiling in terror, his face a mask of horror. "My cat! What has happened to Madame Norris?" he shrieked, his gaze darting to Harry. "You!" he cried. "It was you. You killed my cat. You shall pay for this. I will, Argus." At that instant, Dumbledore arrived, flanked by a cadre of teachers. In the blink of an eye, he passed the trio of leaders and swiftly freed Madame Norris from her petrified state. "Come with me, Filch," he instructed, casting a glance at the trailing Nicholas and Severus, before addressing the bewildered trio. "You two, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, and Miss Granger." Lockhart hurried forward, overly eager. "My office is the closest, headmaster, just upstairs. You are welcome to use it." "Thank you, Gilderoy," Dumbledore acknowledged, his expression less than favorable. The crowd parted in silence to allow the teacher's passage, with Lockhart excitedly trailing behind Dumbledore, brimming with enthusiasm. Nicholas followed, rolling his eyes at Lockhart's incessant quest for the limelight. The group soon arrived at Lockhart's office, which was their first time entering. The small office was almost entirely adorned with moving portraits of Lockhart himself, leaving Nicholas speechless. He had seldom encountered someone alive possessing such a multitude of sentient magical portraits. Today was indeed an eye-opener. Dumbledore placed Madame Norris on the desk and began his examination. Harry, Ron, and Hermione sat heavily in chairs beside a candelabrum, exchanging anxious glances. Dumbledore and McGonagall alternated in their assessments, while Severus pretended to assist, flipping through a few pages. Nicholas leaned against a cabinet devoid of Lockhart's portraits, quietly observing. "It must be a curse. It could be a form of magical torture. I've seen it employed numerous times. How unfortunate I wasn't present. I knew the counter-curse and could have saved her," Lockhart lamented, only to be interrupted by Filch's monotonous and sorrowful sobs. He slumped in a chair beside the desk, covering his face with his hands, unable to bear the sight of Madame Norris. A pang of guilt struck Nicholas. Though this was a plot destined to unfold in the original timeline, and she was merely a passive observer, her conscience still pricked her. However, her momentary pang of conscience dissipated swiftly. For a greater cause, such sacrifices were inconsequential. Perhaps she could compensate them later. "I recall a similar incident occurring in Wagadu." Lockhart continued with fervor, "a series of attacks, all documented in my autobiography. I provided the local residents with various protective charms, effectively resolving all issues." He animatedly recounted his exploits, while his portraits chimed in to support him. Just as Nicholas could no longer contain her disdain, Dumbledore straightened, interjecting, "She is not dead, Filch." Lockhart, momentarily halted in recounting his numerous thwarted murder plots, fell silent. "Not dead." Filch's voice trembled. "Then why?" "She has been petrified," Dumbledore clarified, "but the reason remains unknown." "Ah, I knew it," Lockhart interjected. "Ask him," Filch demanded, turning his tear-streaked face toward Harry. A second-year student could not achieve this. It requires formidable dark magic. It was he. Filch's agitation escalated. You saw the message on the wall. He knows I am a fool. That is why he targeted my cat. I did not touch Madame Norris. Harry protested. You lie. May I speak, Headmaster? Severus suddenly interjected from the shadows behind Dumbledore. Harry glanced at him, his face paling. He had not expected Severus to advocate for him. Perhaps Potter and his friends merely should not have been in that place at that time. Severus remarked with a twisted smile. This little giant truly is an accident-prone entity. How could he not collide with misfortune? But it is indeed suspicious, is it not? What were you doing in the corridor? Did you not attend the feast? At this, the trio panicked, hastily explaining that they had participated in the memorial feast. And all the ghosts present could attest to their whereabouts. And after that, why did you not return to the banquet? What prompted your presence in the corridor? Severus observed, realizing that these little giants harbored secrets. Yes, Hermione and Ron's voices caught in their throats, turning to Harry for answers. Harry immediately broke into a cold sweat, his heart racing uncontrollably. He instinctively felt that he could not divulge the source of the sound he had heard, rendering him speechless at that moment. Speaking of which, Dumbledore suddenly interjected, fixing his gaze upon Harry. Severus, you and Nicoles excused yourselves from the feast as well. What was your purpose? The others present swiftly turned their attention to the pair, with Harry and Ron's expressions particularly astonished. Even Filch's eyes betrayed a hint of skepticism, as if he suspected they had engaged in activities befitting adults. Nicoles straightened up from in front of the cabinet and approached Severus, entwining her arm with his. Are you satisfied with that response, Headmaster Dumbledore? Chapter 57. You're as red as a teapot. Nicoles laughed exuberantly, her smiling eyes sweeping over the assembled crowd. Severus raised an eyebrow, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he clasped Nicoles' hand on his arm, a silent declaration of their unspoken bond. Professor McGonagall appeared momentarily bewildered, but soon a discreet, yet pleased smile crept onto her lips, clearly accepting this revelation. Dumbledore, however, found himself momentarily frozen, his eyes glazing over as he realized he had forgotten about this matter. Compared to the Halloween festivities with a gaggle of young witches and wizards, it was evident that two adult lovebirds alone together suited their mindset far better. Wasn't romance delightful? Alas, he felt himself growing old. It had been so long since he had felt such emotions. He was no longer adept at navigating them. While Dumbledore's thoughts wandered, Nicoles noticed the captivating expressions of the three prominent figures before her, each more intriguing than the last. Harry and Ron resembled petrified statues, akin to two bewildered geese. What is Professor Rosier discussing? Activities suitable for adults? What could they possibly be? Hermione wore a bemused smile, as if she had foreseen this. Severus' recent transformation must indeed be attributed to romance. She was right on the mark. Truly, the most perceptive little witch. Yet, she had not anticipated that the object of his affections would be Professor Rosier. Filch was consumed with sorrow, while Lockhart's feelings went unnoticed by all. Ahem, Nicoles. I believe there are still underage wizards present. Dumbledore, regaining his composure, awkwardly reminded them. Oh, my apologies for forgetting. Perhaps you could pretend you didn't hear that? Nicoles smiled sweetly at the trio. Harry and Ron, jolted back to reality, stood frozen, stammering out a hesitant Hermione, however, seemed to be overcome with sudden embarrassment, her face flushing crimson as she quickly lowered her head. Harry and Ron exchanged puzzled glances, wondering why her blush had taken so long to surface. And, as for the pair at the center of it all, they seemed unfazed. You're as red as a teapot. Ahem, Nicoles, regarding you and Severus. I believe we should be addressing Mr. Potter's whereabouts. Dumbledore attempted to steer the conversation back on track. What would compel them to wander the corridors rather than partake in dinner? Severus was evidently unwilling to let the trio off the hook. Although he understood their petrification had nothing to do with them, he was determined to uncover the secrets they were concealing and continue to trouble Gryffindor. We're not hungry, Ron interjected, but the next moment, the grumbling of his stomach betrayed his true feelings. Severus' sardonic smile widened. Headmaster, I believe Potter has not been entirely forthright. It was him. He*s the one who harmed my Mrs. Loiseau. Filch exclaimed, his agitation palpable. My cat has been petrified. He deserves punishment. Unless proven guilty, he remains innocent, Dumbledore replied, his tone resolute. And we can certainly restore her, Filch. Professor Sprout has been cultivating mandrakes. Once they mature, we can brew the potion to reverse Mrs. Loiseau's petrification. Upon hearing this, Filch fell silent, begrudgingly accepting the information, though his gaze remained furiously fixed upon Harry. Severus smirked, clearly having anticipated the old lion's defense of the young savior. Yet this did not mean he was able to accept it gracefully. Given your trio's lack of candor and possible misconduct within the castle, Gryffindor loses 30 points. Oh, points deducted, albeit belatedly. McGonagall's expression soured. Though it was evident that Severus's deduction was justified, particularly as the trio offered no explanation for their actions. She could not voice any objections and merely pinched her nose in resignation. Meanwhile, Lockhart seemed to finally snap back to reality after the revelation of his colleague's romantic entanglement. He immediately interjected, "Let me handle it. I've brewed it 100 times. I could concoct the mandrake restorative potion in my sleep." Severus shot him an icy glare. "Pardon me, but I believe I am the master of potions at this school, am I not?" Lockhart fell momentarily silent, before seemingly recalling something and breaking into a self-satisfied grin. "It's only right to give you lovebirds some time together. I can take care of this little matter." "Oh, well, thank you." Nicoles decided to teach him a small lesson, as she excelled at such playful mischief. "But I recall that mandrakes contain toxic alkaloids. How much should be added?" Just a little bit. Yes, just a bit," Lockhart stammered, finally managing to respond. "Well, that's wonderfully useless information." Severus clapped mockingly. "It's 3 2-inch roots, along with other ingredients to neutralize the toxins. Surely, Professor Lockhart remembers that?" Lockhart had initially intended to mumble that he had merely misspoken, and that he would remember if he thought about it, but upon glancing at Rosier standing beside Severus, the words died on his lips. Were the two of them plotting against him? He had no doubt that should he admit he remembered, Rosier would use some excuse to make him repeat it. Did these two have no sense of decorum? As he strained to concoct a reason to change the subject, Dumbledore stepped in decisively. "Then it shall be Severus who manages this." "Of course it should be," Severus retorted, disregarding the expressions of those around him as he firmly took Nicoles' hand and exited the office filled with Lockhart's presence. "Oh, indeed. I should not be usurping my colleague's responsibilities, should I? Ha. That would cause undue trouble for my fellow staff members." "Oh, I know. No one paid any heed to his desperate attempts to save face. Even Hermione found herself at a loss for words, merely trailing silently behind Dumbledore and the others as they made their way out of the office. However, Ron's attention was evidently not on that matter. He was preoccupied with Hermione's recent unusual complexion. "Hermione, why did you suddenly blush?" he inquired. "Did Professor Royer do something to you?" Chapter 58. "My makeup is just a bit smudged." Hermione, who was hastily walking with her head down, found herself momentarily bewildered by this remark. Ron, however, appeared anxious, his expression grave. "Did she do something to you? Perhaps a spell that silences you? Are you being stifled? After all, she's particularly skilled at nonverbal magic, you know." Hermione grasped the implication, momentarily choking on her words. Harry, frowning nearby, harbored no fondness for Snape and was quick to suspect him and his companion. "Yes, Hermione. Don't be afraid. She is not here now. If she did anything to you, we can inform Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall." Hermione's face flushed even more. She glanced at Dumbledore and McGonagall walking ahead and whispered to the two companions beside her, "Shut up, you two. Professor Royer hasn't he done anything to me?" "Then why did you react that way? Your face is even redder. Did she perhaps use some dark curse on you?" Ron was in a state of utter bewilderment. "Is it something you can't speak of?" Harry asked, his tone laced with concern. Hermione, feeling helpless, halted and grasped the arms of the two boys, rolling her eyes in exasperation. She thought it best to prevent further speculation. Otherwise, they might conjure all manner of absurd theories. "It's merely a slight discovery. I assure you that Professor Royer and Professor Snape are likely not involved with Mrs. Loris's petrification." "What discovery?" Harry, his green eyes brimming with curiosity, looked earnestly at Hermione, still somewhat skeptical. Hermione bit her lip in resignation. "All right, but you must promise not to share this." "I promise." The flush on the young witch's cheeks deepened as a barely audible confession escaped her lips. "It's just that Professor Royer's makeup is a bit smudged." What sort of discovery is that?" Ron's face contorted in confusion. "What does smudged makeup have to do with petrification?" Harry was equally puzzled. "It's her lip makeup." Hermione closed her eyes, weary of reiterating. "Honestly? So what if it is?" Ron retorted. "Professor Snape has lip makeup too." Ron's voice rose in his eagerness, failing to notice. However, it was evident that Harry had caught on, swiftly covering Ron's mouth once more. Ron was left dumbfounded, his expression one of shock as he looked at Harry, only to be even more astonished to see Harry's face had also turned crimson, and was growing redder by the moment. Why is everyone blushing? What on earth are you all blushing about?" The 5 of them were all Gryffindor lions, residing in the direction of the tower, with the 3 youngsters trailing not too far behind the 2 professors, mistakenly believing their whispers went unnoticed. Unbeknownst to them, the 2 ahead possessed formidable magical prowess, and their murmurs were heard distinctly by both. Professor McGonagall felt somewhat embarrassed, wishing to turn back and halt their chatter, yet found no valid reason to do so. Moreover, wouldn't he that merely informed the 3 little lions that they could indeed be overheard? They had already finished speaking. To intervene now would only exacerbate the awkwardness. Professor McGonagall's emotions were quite complex. On one hand, she felt guilty for eavesdropping, yet on the other, she couldn't deny the thrill of overhearing her cherished colleagues expressing fondness for one another. Interests and conscience wrestled within her, in contrast to McGonagall's turmoil. Dumbledore was remarkably at ease, delighted to witness the growing intimacy between the two, whether from a sense of duty or personal interest. However, he felt slightly overwhelmed, coupled with a longing for that particular individual. It was all right. He could always return and secretly admire his photograph later. He wondered how that person was faring now. Meanwhile, Nicole and Severus exited the Defense Against the Dark Arts office and made their way back to the dungeon. The two quickly changed into comfortable wizarding robes, with Severus even bringing along a box, before making their way invisibly to the third-floor restroom. Unfortunately, their timing was less than ideal. Moaning Myrtle appeared to have returned from a memorial dinner, and upon reaching the door, they were greeted with faint sounds of weeping and complaining from within. Nicole wished to keep this matter from prying eyes, even from spirits, for Myrtle would certainly not keep their secret. Thus, they had no choice but to apologize to her. A white light of magic flashed, and the weeping Myrtle slumped into a deep slumber on the toilet. According to Severus, she would not awaken until the following morning. He assured her. Nicole pulled Severus over to the serpentine sink, and with a hiss akin to Ginny's, the basin sunk down, revealing the familiar large hole. Nicole, too weary to use the levitation spell, simply summoned a bamboo dragonfly, while Severus utilized his own flight charm. They both soared into the opening. Nicole could sense Severus's urgency, as he practically dragged her along, nearly leaving a blur in their wake. This was hardly the leisurely pace one would expect from a bamboo dragonfly. They landed hastily, and Severus quickly oriented himself before tugging Nicole, who was floating in midair, towards the direction of the serpent's shed skin. He could hardly wait. When that lush green serpent skin finally came into view before Severus, Nicole realized who her lifelong rival truly was. "Hey, Potion, come here. We need to have a word about how you could tone down your allure towards my Severus." The charm was rather excessive, really. A mere few ingredients had completely unraveled her usually composed Severus, drawing out his excitement. The meticulous handling, the fervor in those eyes. How intriguing. Nicole settled into a cross-legged position in midair, watching as Severus focused intently, expertly processing the massive serpent skin through cutting and cleaning techniques before carefully placing it into the suitcase she had brought, which had been enchanted with a non-visible extension charm. It must be said, a wizard diligently at work is undeniably handsome, and Severus even more so. For now, she could forgive Potion for its role in making Severus so remarkable. Severus was thorough in his work, and they spent a bit longer than intended. Once he had collected all the serpent skins, Nicole noticed a distinct softening in Severus's typically icy demeanor. Even the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. "Is there dust on my face?" Severus inquired, somewhat puzzled by Nicole's gaze as he touched his cheek. Nicole floated beside him, shaking her head, and planted a loud kiss on his other cheek. "No, it's just that the serious working Severus is incredibly handsome. I was momentarily mesmerized." "Has Miss Royer had enough of watching?" "Well, just about." Nicole reassured him. "Don't worry, Severus. I shall keep my composure. We have important matters at hand." Nicole's wore a determined expression, and had it not been for the misplaced positioning of her hand, Severus might have been persuaded by her conviction. Chapter 59. Such craziness. Haha. Severus was unexpectedly amused by Nicolelis's demeanor. He reached out to pull down her mischievous hand and, after offering her a meaningful glance, took her to their next destination. Before them stood the same grand door, adorned with the same serpent language. Yet this time Nicole's had removed the emeralds from the serpent's eyes prior to entering. Although they, as alchemists, lacked for gems, prudence dictated that one should save where possible and spend when necessary. Frugality is indeed the key. Furthermore, this gem must surely belong to Salazar Slytherin, right? Imagine the profit she could make by selling it to her cousin-in-law, Lucius. The Slytherins have always held Salazar in high esteem. "Yes, take it away, take it away." Ding. Slytherin's chamber detected. "Would you like to check in?" "Yes." Before entering, the pair donned their alchemical glasses and glided towards the rather unimpressive statue. While Nicole's felt little about it, Severus was practically brimming with fervor, nearly bowing in reverence. This was, admittedly, a touch irrational. Ignoring her boyfriend's excited admiration, Nicole's approached the statue and uttered the serpent language. "Speak to me, Slytherin, the greatest of the 4 founders of Hogwarts." The statue trembled once more, and Severus drew his wand, positioning himself protectively in front of Nicole's. Before long, the friction from the sliding motion grew louder, and the serpent creature, glowing green all over, slithered out of the statue's mouth. Its large, golden eyes scanned the surroundings, and upon failing to spot any familiar figures, It curiously focused on the two newcomers, who, astonishingly, were still alive. The creature sensed a peculiar aura emanating from the one on the left, drawing it closer. Could it be a human serpent? Uncertain, it decided to observe further. Perhaps due to the millennia spent in solitude or the unexpected vitality of these two, the serpent creature refrained from attacking immediately. With its menacing gaze fixed upon them, it slowly glided closer to Nicolis and Severus. The serpent's behavior instilled considerable psychological pressure on the duo, prompting Severus to retreat defensively with Nicolis. Hissing, the serpent halted, producing a sound. Severus, confused, felt the tip of his wand begin to glow. Noticing this, Nicolis quickly restrained his poised hand and addressed the serpent. "Oh, Mr. Serpent, we are professors from Hogwarts and mean you no harm. We merely wish to see you." Hissing, primarily, we are uncertain of your preferences. We came unprepared. What do you like? Hissing, "Ah, I see. I will have someone bring it to you. But could you please close your eyes first? I fear you might frighten my little elf." Hiss. Following her request, the serpent closed its eyes, resting its massive head upon its coiled body. Seizing the opportunity, Nicolis snapped her fingers, and in an instant, a little elf clad in a tailored British suit and a monocle appeared in the chamber. "Esteemed Mistress Nicolis, pudding is at your service." "Pudding, this is for you," Nicolis said, handing him a pair of alchemical glasses. Pudding calmly accepted them, mimicking the two and affixing the glasses to his face. He was no novice elf, prone to self-harm or clumsiness. His mistress had taught him to maintain composure, regardless of circumstances, a quality expected of their esteemed elves. "This is a new friend, but he hasn't eaten in a long while. Please prepare some food for him." "Certainly, mistress. I shall follow your instructions to the letter." Hissing, the serpent seemed to express a desire for a meal. "Oh, and do prepare plenty of meat, particularly lamb. That is his favorite." "Of course, mistress." With that, Pudding performed a graceful bow and vanished from sight. "Nini," Severus tugged at her arm once Pudding had finished his task. "Can you understand serpent language?" "Indeed, but I am not a parselmouth. In fact, I can comprehend the languages of all animals." "I see. So, they can understand you as well?" "Yes. This could be regarded as one of my talents. Animals can understand the same language I speak," she explained. "However, many animals possess considerable intelligence. For instance, creatures like Mr. Serpent can also comprehend human speech." Hissing, the serpent evidently understood Nicolis's deliberate compliment and responded in kind. Severus nodded, revealing no sign of unusual reaction. Curious, Nicolis approached him. "Why are you not the least bit surprised, Severus? What is there to find strange?" He pinched her nose playfully. "Perhaps you are aware of the origins of wizards?" "Huh." Nicolis blinked, momentarily forgetting to swat away his filthy hand. "What do you mean?" "I came across it in Lord Salazar's notes. In ancient times, wizards were humans who gained their powers through interbreeding with magical creatures. Those unique individuals, born of humans with the blood of magical creatures, are the ancestors of wizards. Hence, it is understandable that some wizards possess extraordinary talents, which can be interpreted as ancestral traits. There are numerous examples, such as Parseltongue. Lord Salazar surmised that their ancestors may have intermarried with serpent-like magical creatures. Nicolis was left utterly astonished, her mind churning like an old machine as she turned stiffly toward the serpent, still waiting with its eyes closed for food, then awkwardly back to examine her and Severus's petite forms. "Severus, if what you just said is in human language, if I heard correctly, you mentioned interbreeding with magical creatures?" "Indeed, you heard correctly." Severus's lips curled into an amused smile. "How is that possible?" Nicolis pointed at the serpent and then at her own small frame. "Interbreeding? Haha, a human my size would hardly be a mouthful for a serpent. And interbreeding? Are wizards' ancestors really so wild? Is there no reproductive isolation?" Still reeling from the shock, Nicolis suddenly grasped Severus's hand. "Thank goodness your taste is normal," she exclaimed, shaking his hand with relief. "If Severus's inclination were otherwise, I might not dare to impose on him. Such absurdity." She shivered, rubbing her arms. "I believe, Miss Nicolis, there is no need for such relief." Severus leaned closer, whispering in her ear, "You should know best what I prefer." Nicolis's face flushed instantly. How could he utter such words without regard for the situation? Was this truly the moment for such declarations? The witch, her cheeks flushed, gently nudged the individual before her, shyly creating a bit of distance as she cleared her throat and attempted to shift the topic. "So, is it perhaps the case that some pureblood families favor intermarriage or unions among close relatives for this very reason?" Chapter 60. Who would have thought this would actually work? There is indeed a portion of truth to that. Severus let out a soft chuckle, following her lead in the conversation. In fact, many pureblood families might be unaware of the origins of wizards. They merely adhere to their ancestors' mandates to maintain the purity of wizarding bloodlines. Thus, it seems you have inherited a certain ability from one of your forebears. Nicolis feigned a smile, internally musing that her ancestors likely bore no such lineage. Yet Severus mistakenly assumed that Nicoles was merely struggling to accept the notion of wizard origins, so he reached out to comfort her by stroking her hair, recalling how he, too, had felt a twinge of distress upon first encountering this information. By the way, Severus, after you finished handling the snake shed, did you wash your hands? Severus's hand, which had been gently caressing her hair, froze and awkwardly retreated. So you didn't, did you? Nicoles exclaimed, her eyes narrowing in irritation, her fists clenching in frustration. As their banter continued, the basilisk, clearly growing impatient, began to vocalize in an attempt to draw their attention. You may open your eyes now. We have donned our glasses. Nicoles scolded Severus before hastily tossing a few cleaning items their way, momentarily silencing the squabble. Aware of his own culpability, Severus obediently stood beside her, refraining from uttering a word, fearful of incurring further reprimand. The basilisk opened its eyes and leaned closer to Nicoles, engaging her in conversation. One could surmise that this serpent was either quite talkative or had simply been longing for companionship. After all, having no one to converse with for centuries, and only receiving commands devoid of any casual dialogue, was rather pitiable. Hiss. You mean him? He can't comprehend our conversation, but once I step outside, I can create an alchemical translator for him, and then he will understand you. Hiss. I know, Lord Slytherin is also an alchemist. Hiss. By the way, before I arrived, the current headmaster mentioned he would let me peruse Lord Salazar's alchemical notes, but I've been a bit put off by him lately, so I haven't gone to retrieve them. Hiss. What? You have some too? Where? May I see them? Thank you so much. By the way, he is the current head of Slytherin House. Does he have notes suitable for him, being a master of potions? Hiss. Severus was drawn into the conversation, introduced by Nicoles, and he could distinctly sense that the basilisk's hissing became noticeably more cheerful after his introduction. Indeed, he is undoubtedly the head of Slytherin. All the little snakes now fall under his jurisdiction. Would you like to come out with us and take a look? Nicoles began her persuasive tactics. Just think about it. Lord Salazar's final command to you was to protect this school, right? But the witch hunts have long since passed a millennium. Remaining here serves no purpose, and you must find it dreadfully dull. Why not come out and have some fun with us? Who says you cannot protect the school while outside? Isn't that so? Can you shrink down a bit? We'll take you out shortly. I'm not a human-shaped snake. Truly, I'm not. I'm completely human. Please believe me. Then is it only through speaking Parseltongue that one can sign a contract to take you out? Hiss. The basilisk, somewhat dejected, curled up once more. Although Severus could not comprehend its hissing, he could surmise from Nicoles's words that it was unable to resize its form. Only through signing a contract can it do so, but it seems only Parseltongue can facilitate that. Nicoles felt a twinge of disappointment. Should we perhaps summon Potter to act as a contract intermediary? Who knows if his artificially acquired Parseltongue would suffice? Perhaps you both could attempt it first. Severus suggested after some contemplation. Why do you say that? Based on the theory of wizard origins, combined with the fact that Parseltongue is an inherited trait from magical creatures, and considering it just inquired whether you were a human-shaped snake, it suggests that perhaps speaking Parseltongue is not a necessity. Rather, the critical factor is the probability of inheriting the bloodline of a certain serpentine magical creature. Nicoles, absorbed in Severus's analysis, found herself momentarily speechless. Could it be that he truly was a double agent? As he unraveled the intricacies, she felt compelled to applaud him, which she promptly did. Yet the dilemma remained. How could she explain that this was merely a fortunate anomaly? An even more pressing concern was that the basilisk appeared to believe him entirely. Hiss. What he says makes perfect sense. I think we should certainly give it a try. Indeed, that must be what it implied, Severus observed, catching sight of the basilisk's exposed fangs, a glimmer of yearning flickering in his eyes. Today, I, Severus Snape, shall undoubtedly find someone capable of signing a contract with the basilisk to take it outside. Hiss. Yes, a delightful little snack. The basilisk wholeheartedly agreed with Severus's notion. Gliding closer to him, both serpent and man eagerly gazing at Nicoles. She was on the verge of despair. How could they possibly converse despite the supposed language barrier? Moreover, Severus, did you truly know it was secretly referring to you as a little snack? Never mind, let's just go with it. If this doesn't work, we can simply abandon the effort. I still think kidnapping Potter is a more reliable option. Then let's give it a shot. Nicoles closed her eyes and, upon reopening them, wore a resolute expression. Yes, a resolution to abduct Potter. Hiss, wonderful. The basilisk joyfully exclaimed, opening its mouth to expel an ancient-looking piece of parchment, which floated gently before them. Nicoles grimaced slightly. Wasn't this a bit unsanitary? However, as the parchment drew nearer, she was pleasantly surprised to find that it was devoid of any moisture. Instantly, her demeanor brightened considerably. Hiss, drop your blood upon it, and the light of the contract will signify success. The basilisk, filled with anticipation, gazed up at Nicoles with its large, hopeful eyes. Strangely enough, it did evoke a sense of urgency. Severus took the parchment and, along with Nicoles, scrutinized the contents of the contract, which was a standard equal agreement. No issues there. After examining it, Nicoles took a needle and pricked her fingertip. Shortly thereafter, a droplet of blood emerged, and without much hope, she flicked it onto the parchment. As expected, there was no reaction. Just as Nicoles was about to say something to lighten the atmosphere, the parchment suddenly emitted a burst of white light that illuminated both her and the basilisk. Hiss, it worked. Was there a delay with this thing? Perhaps you didn't drop enough blood, and it needs a moment to respond? Severus proposed a somewhat plausible theory. Hiss, I agree with him. Hey, you Slytherin folks and your serpents shouldn't take things too far. This is outright isolation. Utterly bare-faced isolation. Nicoles crossed her arms, seething with indignation. She merely wished to conserve a bit of blood, believing success was unlikely. Who would have thought this would actually succeed? Chapter 61. It seems one needs to think more. Young master, Pudding has returned. Just as several individuals exchanged perplexed glances, Pudding arrived, clutching a small bag. Hiss, hiss. Hiss, the scent of meat. Thank you, Pudding, just give it all to him. Upon hearing this, Pudding visibly trembled, a spark of excitement flickering in her eyes. Nevertheless, the exceptionally refined little sprite maintained her composure, adeptly adhering to her role as an elite butler, refraining from any exuberant outbursts. Indeed, young master. After performing a graceful and restrained bow, Pudding emptied the contents of the extended bag, revealing an entire mountain of meat before their eyes. No wonder she took so long. How much did she have to procure? Wow, even the house elves in our Hogwarts are quite industrious. Impressive. The serpent creature, upon sighting the meat mountain, could hardly contain itself, dashing over to indulge voraciously, completely oblivious to the young companion with whom it had just forged a pact. However, this was understandable, after all. The child was genuinely famished. It was rather unfortunate that after so many years of absence, they didn't bring any food for the hungry child. Look at how starved it is. Nicoles and Severus stood by, observing as the serpent devoured one lamb after another, consuming the entire mountain of meat. Once finished, our diligent and considerate Pudding even inquired if it had eaten enough, graciously offering to procure more if necessary. Noticing the increasingly amicable exchange between the two linguistically challenged beings, Nicoles felt compelled to intervene. This cannot continue. If it does, we won't be leaving tonight. This creature might very well eat until dawn. After Pudding snapped her fingers and vanished, the serpent shrank down, and the group entered the mouth of the Slytherin statue, retrieving the notes and books preserved by Salazar within. Before deciding to return, however, Nicoles refused to allow the serpent to climb onto her, citing its lack of cleanliness. Thus the serpent had no choice but to settle for climbing onto Severus's shoulder. Ah, a grand bat and a little serpent. Who would argue against such an ideal pairing? In the days following the petrification incident, students within the castle continued to chatter about the event. Harry had not been faring well either. The glances cast his way were laced with fear, leading many to turn away or fall silent upon encountering him, a situation that troubled him greatly. The lingering rumors had a significant impact on the young wizard, who had never before faced any real peril. Draco even discreetly approached Nicoles once. For although he believed that the creature in Slytherin's chamber would not attack purebloods, his fear of it did not lessen simply because he held such beliefs. After attempting to console him to no avail, Nicoles gifted him a storage bracelet from her school days, an exquisite trinket devoid of any purpose other than its beauty, claiming it would ward off any monsters. After all, the serpent was safely ensconced with her and Severus. She asserted that prevention was indeed key. Thus, our young Masteress Platinum had once again held high in Hogwarts, striding with an air of confidence. Yet, due to Nicolelis's insistence on confidentiality regarding the matter, primarily because the trinket was merely a ruse for children, fearing it would tarnish her reputation, Draco found himself unable to boast, resorting instead to loudly declaring his immunity to harm throughout the castle. Ironically, this very confidence drew the attention of the trio once more. Ah, Aunt, you cannot fathom just how ridiculous that fool Lockhart is. Our defense against the dark arts lessons have devolved into watching his ludicrous performances. Draco fumed, seated on the couch in the potions office, indulging in the desserts prepared by Pudding, while lamenting to Nicoles, and that scarhead. He always plays the part of a fool, collaborating with Lockhart in the most ridiculous manner possible. You cannot imagine how absurd it is. Does he think he can steal the spotlight this way? How preposterous. Oh, by the way, I recorded it on that enchanted ball you gifted me. Would you like to see? Nicoles, intrigued, lifted her gaze from her papers. You recorded it? Of course. I captured everything, especially the episode where he portrayed a werewolf. We all agreed it was the most comical. You did? Draco smirked mischievously. I distributed the recordings among Goyle and the others, ensuring every angle was covered. Scarhead. Nicolelus's mouth twitched involuntarily. Her nephew truly was quite the trickster. This would undoubtedly become a collection of Harry's most embarrassing moments. Let me see. Come on. I captured it beautifully. Thus, with a sense of appreciation, Nicolelis spent the entire morning on the small sofa in her office with Draco, watching the complete collection of Harry's cosplay performances. Aunt, what are you thinking about? Draco poked her, noticing her lost in thought. Oh, nothing much. I just think Lockhart is quite the talent. Such a strong sense of belief. What a pity he doesn't pursue acting. Acting? Yes, like in movies. Just look at him. He clearly has a performative personality and revels in being adored. Movies? That's a Muggle thing. It's normal for you not to know. Muggle things. Upon hearing the term Muggle, Draco's nose wrinkled in disdain, as if the mere mention of it tarnished him. Hey, little one, Muggles possess their own wisdom. And did you know that the Malfoys and the Rosiers have enterprises in the Muggle world? What? Father never mentioned anything to me. I must write to him. Why didn't he tell me? Perhaps because you are still young, combined with the pride of being pure blood. After all, engaging in business with Muggles is not particularly well regarded among your pure blood faction. Our pure blood faction? Draco keenly sensed something amiss. Aunt, aren't you one of us? Yet you are also a pure blood. His voice had taken on a sharp edge. Nicolelis soothingly patted his little head. I value personal ability above all, my dear. Everything for the greater good. The greater good? Indeed, interests take precedence. I would choose a clever half-blood or even a Muggle-born wizard over a foolish pure blood any day. For the latter brings me greater benefits. That is my choice. Draco opened his mouth, feeling powerless to retort, having been educated as a noble heir from a young age. He understood his aunt's perspective. Their family indeed operated on such principles, prioritizing benefits above all, but weren't they supposed to uphold pure blood ideals while doing so? This is so complicated. My head hurts. It seems I need to think more. Chapter 62. No wonder the two of them make such a perfect pair. Forget it. When in doubt, ask father. He would write to his father. He would do so as soon as he returned. Noticing his conflicted expression, Nicolelis chose not to press him further. After all, he had been steeped in bloodline prejudice for so many years, and such notions could not be overturned overnight. Instead, she shifted the conversation. In a few days, the first Quidditch match of the season will take place, right? This is your debut. How are you preparing? Upon hearing this, Draco immediately cast aside any notions of pure blood and half-blood, his confidence unwavering. After all, he had been diligently preparing. They had practiced tirelessly through rain and shine over the past few days. There was no doubt they would succeed. His self-assurance was palpable. Nicolelis found his proud demeanor rather endearing, yet she recalled that in the original storyline, it was Gryffindor that emerged victorious in this Quidditch match. Should she lend Draco a helping hand? The boy seemed genuinely eager to win, not to mention Dobby, the free-spirited house elf. Should she recruit him for the cause? With her schedule relatively clear lately, why not observe their training? Nicolelis decided to join in, feeling a close bond with the young lad, aside from his occasional sharp tongue. He truly was a delightful little prideful being. All right, I shall come find you this afternoon. We will head to the Quidditch pitch together. Very well, it's settled then. By the way, lunchtime is approaching. Would you care to join me for a meal? Draco's eyes instantly brightened at the suggestion, but in the next moment, he seemed to recall something, and his platinum head shook vigorously. No, Aunt. I'd rather dine with my classmates. Ah, very well. What a pity. Do you not enjoy Chinese or French cuisine? Inside, Draco lamented. He did enjoy it, indeed. The meals prepared by his aunt's house elf were simply delectable compared to the fare at school, yet he dared not eat with his aunt, who knew that her dining companion was none other than the headmaster himself. Oh, Merlin's rainbow laser-bright thong. Why are these two dining companions? He had once unknowingly accepted his aunt's invitation for a meal with the headmaster and had sworn never to repeat the experience. The pressure he felt from the headmaster was overwhelming. At that moment, he understood the stress that Longbottom and Potter must have felt in the presence of their headmaster. Even the most delicious meal lost its appeal under such duress, while his aunt remained blissfully unaware, frequently serving him more food and ensuring he ate well. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that the headmaster's aura intensified with every bite. That meal had left him utterly unable to digest anything. Who would willingly dine in such an atmosphere? Was his aunt truly not coerced into such arrangements? I would love to, but I've already made plans to eat with Zabini and the others. Draco stifled his small grievances and concocted an excuse to decline. Oh, I see. It would indeed be rude to break your commitment. I thought you might not enjoy it. Since you do, I'll ask Pudding to prepare a little extra for your midday gathering. At her words, Draco's earlier disappointment vanished without a trace, and a radiant smile graced his face as he exclaimed, Then I shall have the Coca-Cola chicken wings and shrimp with egg yolk. Shall I add a portion of seasonal vegetables for a balanced diet? Absolutely. Thank you, Aunt. Not at all. By the way, how many of you are there? It's me, Goyle, Crab, Zabini, and Theodore, 5 in total. Very well. I will instruct Pudding to have everything ready for you in advance. All right, thank you, Aunt. Let us be on our way. As lunch concluded, Draco stealthily knocked on the door to the basement office, quietly inquiring of Nicolius, who was seated on the sofa sipping tea. All right, let us go. Nicolius set down her cup and, with a minor notification charm directed at the potions room, followed Draco out of the office. Ever since acquiring Salazar's potion notebook, Severus had become completely engrossed, to the point where, if not for her reminders to eat and sleep, he would have neglected all else. His state resembled the 4 years she had spent at Neumgard, quite terrifying. Exiting the office, Draco let out a small sigh of relief, prompting a laugh from Nicolius. My dear little nephew, is it really necessary? Of course it is. Draco shrugged. That is our headmaster. He wants to deduct points from you. Oh, it's not that. It's the sheer aura. Do you understand? Nicolius pondered for a moment. Aside from the intimidating expression and sharp tongue, Severus' aura isn't vastly different from that of other professors, is it? They all teach you the same. After all, he wants to eat you. What is there to fear? Just ignore it. Draco regarded Nicolius with an expression that was difficult to articulate. What blinds you to the truth, Aunt? Is this not enough? What extraordinary lack of perception you possess. Have you never been subjected to the venom of our headmaster? No wonder the two are dining companions. Last time, I was baffled as to how you could eat under such intense pressure. Now I understand. Ignoring it? Huh. How many can truly withstand that sort of aura? At least this confirmed that his aunt was not being coerced, right? Huh. Quite so. By the way, Aunt, we have arrived. I shall go change my clothes. See you shortly. All right, off you go. Nicolius chuckled, shaking her head as she watched Draco dash away as if being pursued. His passion for Quidditch was truly remarkable. After finding a seat in the front row of the stands, she didn't have to wait long before the Slytherin players emerged. The lead player, Marcus Flint, was someone she recognized well. This fifth-year serpent was also among the small creatures she had selected for her alchemy elective. Draco waved enthusiastically from afar, immersing himself in training with great fervor. However, after observing their practice for a while, Nicolius' expression grew increasingly perplexed. What on earth is this? What are they doing? Shouldn't Slytherin employ strategy in their gameplay? Why is it devolving entirely into brute force? This seems more like Gryffindor's modus operandi. Have you all mixed up the scripts? Slytherin is supposed to be about cleverness. No wonder they keep losing to Gryffindor. It was well known that Gryffindor players would risk their own safety, even their lives, to win. Mere brute force would never suffice against them. Nicolius summoned Pudding, instructing him to prepare some easily consumable snacks and beverages, which she planned to deliver during their halftime break. Perhaps I could inquire about your new Quidditch strategies for this season? She asked, handing Draco's favorite pastries to him while directing her question at Flint. Flint widened his clear, albeit somewhat simple, eyes and awkwardly replied, We aim for the beaters to target opposing players, ideally knocking them down. Professor Rosier. Quidditch is like this. It can be a tad violent, he hastily added, attempting to defend his team's somewhat unscrupulous style of play. Oh, it's quite all right. It's all in the name of victory, nothing to be ashamed of. Nicolius waved her hand dismissively. Is there anything else? The few young wizards being questioned appeared somewhat bewildered. As if to say, isn't this enough? What more could there possibly be? Observing the confused expressions of the young players, Nicolius couldn't help but reflect on the education system in foreign lands. What on earth was going on? Perhaps you might consider employing some novel strategies? Flint and several Slytherin players exchanged glances, pondering what strategies could possibly be devised. For instance, tactics such as surrounding Wei to rescue Zhao, feigning an attack, borrowing strength to strike, creating diversions, or causing confusion could all be employed. Would you care to elaborate? Nicolius inquired, observing the young wizards encircled around her, their eyes wide with curiosity. Draco nodded earnestly, urging her to expand on her thoughts. Very well, let us take the surround Wei to rescue Zhao as an example. One of your players finds himself entangled with an opponent, unable to extricate himself. At this juncture, should you wish to assist him, there is no necessity to directly strike down those who surround him. The opposing team possesses numerous defenders, easily gaining the upper hand. Instead, you might concentrate your efforts on attacking their isolated players. Once they divert their resources to provide assistance, your ensnared teammate can naturally escape. One can indeed employ such a tactic, Flint exclaimed, as if a door to a new realm had been flung open before him. And what of the fainting strategy, or the method of borrowing strength to strike? Nicolius casually presented a few examples, only to notice that the young wizards before her had ceased their meal, their eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. Flint even exchanged a knowing glance with Draco, who suddenly piped up, Auntie, Would you consider becoming our tactical advisor? Draco was well aware that his aunt could hardly resist his charm. A touch of endearment would surely sway her favor. Pray, enlighten us on how to draw the tiger from its lair, he implored eagerly. Yes, Professor. A fourth-year wizard pulled at Nicole's robe, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. If you find it applicable. Nicole's extricated her robe from the little wizard's grasp, a pang of conscience flickering within her. She wondered how these young Slytherins would perform upon mastering the art of warfare, feeling as though she had inadvertently flipped a switch within them. Meanwhile, Oliver Wood, captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, suddenly shivered, plagued by a premonition of impending doom. Time flew by, and soon Saturday arrived. Throughout the week, Draco had relentlessly dragged Nicole's to the pitch to practice strategies, undeterred even by Severus's icy demeanor. Nicole's finally coaxed Severus out of the potions classroom for a brief excursion, showcasing their training results with the Slytherin team, earning a series of astonished expressions from her housemaster. He, too, had not anticipated that a sport he deemed brutish could hold such intricacies, igniting a spark of anticipation for Saturday's match. On the day of the match, Nicole's made a special trip to the Slytherin locker room to rally the players, reminding Draco to focus on the game rather than fixate on Potter's antics. In Quidditch, the ball is paramount. Taunting can wait until after victory. After reiterating the strategies, she grew concerned that Draco might lose focus, recalling the original narrative's impression of him. Thus, as a precaution, she dangled a carrot in front of him, encouraging, "Go for it, little dragon. Remember to keep your eyes on the ball. I'll be recording the entire match. Think of the year-end feast. Imagine the panoramic view at Malfoy Manor. Envision your gallant form. Picture Narcissa's proud gaze." With each word, Draco's chin lifted higher, fully immersed in a concentrated atmosphere. Nicole's thought to herself, all is well, whether it be Harry or Potter. Nothing shall distract Draco now. Having completed her preparations, Nicole's discreetly returned to the viewing platform, settling beside Severus. Upon her arrival, Severus turned to her and asked, "Have you conveyed everything?" Of course, victory is assured. On the other side, Lucius, overhearing, leaned in with curiosity. "What do you mean, victory assured? Why the upcoming match?" "Of course," Nicole's replied with a smile. "Has Little Dragon not informed you? I am now the tactical advisor for the Slytherin team." Lucius raised an eyebrow in surprise, unaware of this development. However, it also heightened his anticipation for the forthcoming match. His son, who usually shared everything with him, had chosen to keep this a surprise. "I am quite eager," Lucius stated, raising his chin with an air of pride before turning to search for his beloved son. Nicole's rolled her eyes and shrugged at Severus. Noting the uncanny resemblance between father and son, their expressions mirroring each other, Severus returned her glance with a resigned expression, accustomed to the antics of his friend, whose mind seemed perpetually filled with beauty potions. Soon, the players from both teams emerged, and as expected, the cheers for Gryffindor outshone those for Slytherin, as the creatures of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff were more inclined to witness Slytherin's defeat. With Madame Hooch's whistle, Flint and Wood released their grasp of each other's hands, and both teams ascended into the overcast sky. This time, Draco refrained from flaunting his broom to the Gryffindor players. Instead, he and Harry rose to a height above the rest, each claiming their territory, cautiously scanning their surroundings for the elusive golden snitch. Below, Ron furrowed his brow, feeling an unsettling premonition. He poked Hermione, who was engrossed in the match, and began to voice his concerns. "Don't you think Malfoy seems a bit off?" "What?" Hermione, thinking he had uncovered something significant, anxiously asked, "What's wrong? He hasn't come over to Potter to flaunt." Hermione rolled her eyes in exasperation, realizing she should have never expected Ron to articulate anything sensible. "Perhaps you needn't focus so much on Malfoy, just as he isn't provoking Harry. Everyone knows the match is far more important now. But he Malfoy, it feels like there's something sinister." "Hush," Hermione interjected, pinching his incessantly chattering mouth. "I think we should concentrate on the match." Ron attempted to protest, but Hermione's next exclamation completely captured his attention. "Oh, Harry, by Merlin, that was utterly thrilling." George soared to Harry's side, forcefully striking the bludger towards Slytherin's Adrian Pusey with his bat. Turning, he comfortingly inquired, "Are you all right, Harry?" "I'm fine." Harry steadied his broom, exhaling in relief. The bludger had narrowly missed his head, and he was fortunate to have dodged in time. However, it was evident that his sense of relief had come too soon, as another bludger, veering in an astonishing trajectory, once again hurtled towards him. Draco, undeterred by the unexpected incident on Harry's side, remained steadfastly focused on the words of Nicole's, his eyes scanning for the elusive golden snitch, determined to showcase his most impressive self to his mother. As Draco concentrated on the search for the snitch, the bludger seemed fixated on Harry, relentlessly pursuing him. Nicole's furrowed her brow, The bludger's behavior was distinctly abnormal. Severus had noticed it too. Yet his current mindset was solely to ensure Potter's survival. He was certainly not going to intervene again. After all, he had been misunderstood after his first intervention in their first year, and his robes had been singed to boot. Nonetheless, there was no way Dumbledore could be oblivious to this. Nicoles glanced at Dumbledore in confusion. The astute elder had evidently sensed the situation at once, and meaningfully winked at her. Understood, this was intentional. A test for the savior. Very well, if the headmaster chose not to intervene, then a mere elective professor like herself would certainly not meddle. Potter, you should be grateful. There's another who would envy such attention. Speaking of which, she wondered if her last parcel of pink robes had pleased her teacher, as she had yet to receive a response, and the wait was becoming rather anxious. The score had reached 60-0, with Slytherin in the lead. The atmosphere was intensifying, as if even the sky wished to add to the excitement of the match, beginning its own unique celebration, with torrential rain pelting down upon all present. Finally, Fred and George perceptively realized that Harry's condition was not advantageous for their Gryffindor team, signaling Wood for a timeout. Wood caught their signal, and Madame Hooch's whistle echoed, prompting both teams to descend. The Slytherin players began to unleash their characteristic taunts, while the Gryffindor players huddled together to strategize. Nicoles would not permit such a champagne break mid-game. Adopting a demeanor reminiscent of Severus' usual somber expression, she shot a glare at the once jubilant young players, instantly transforming their pride into trepidation. How terrifying! Their previously affable tactical advisor seemed possessed by their very head of house. Uncertain, they glanced around. Oh, it was not merely an impression, it was indeed true. The once arrogant Slytherin snakes, now thoroughly subdued, began to congregate, sharing insights and addressing their shortcomings. Satisfied, Nicoles withdrew her stern gaze, only to find her unfortunate cousin-in-law regarding her with a significant expression. What are you staring at? Nicoles shot him a glare. Though she might not be particularly useful in serious matters, her cousin-in-law was astute in reading situations and must have sensed something amiss. However, oh well, let them discover whatever they might. The two were not inclined to hide anything now. Let it unfold naturally. Lucius contentedly averted his gaze, the corners of his mouth curving upwards in satisfaction. Look at what he had discovered. It was Severus, who had immediately provided Slytherin with such a substantial advantage. The thought caused a smile to break upon his lips. Let us see if they still dare to brazenly suppress Slytherin under the shadow of the Dark Lord. In truth, Slytherin had been subtly sidelined by the other three houses, though they had not paid much heed to it previously. However, after the rise of the Dark Lord, this exclusion had escalated into outright oppression. The stark reality of this year's meager Slytherin admissions was evidence enough. If this continued, what space for survival would remain for Slytherin? The ranks of Death Eaters were not limited to Slytherin students. Which house, aside from Hufflepuff, had not produced a few? Were it not for Severus' resolute defense of Slytherin's honor amidst the school's opposition, they would have long been squeezed out entirely. The previous year's House Cup incident, where Dumbledore had even pulled strings for them, was a testament to this. How naive they were to think that Slytherin had no spirit left. It mattered not. His retaliation was already underway, and it remained to be seen if Dumbledore could withstand it. Oblivious to Lucius's inner musings, Nicoles continued to closely monitor the Slytherin players below, finally feeling relieved when they ceased their antics. The rain poured even heavier, and Madame Hooch's whistle sounded once more, prompting both teams to ascend again. The situation on the field became momentarily chaotic, with Harry preoccupied with evading the rogue bludger, Draco fully absorbed in his pursuit of the golden snitch, while the remaining Slytherin and Gryffindor players engaged in an increasingly fierce battle of wits below. Suddenly, Madame Hooch's whistle pierced the air again. A wave of jubilant cheers erupted from the Slytherin stands. Draco had caught the golden snitch. At some point, the snitch had flitted beside Draco's head, and this time, undistracted by taunting Harry, he immediately heard the distinct buzz of the snitch's wings. Instinctively, he reached out and grasped the golden ball. In that moment of seizing the snitch, he momentarily felt dazed, but soon, he raised his left hand triumphantly high. A resounding cheer erupted for him in the arena. Draco exultantly lifted the golden snitch towards Lucius, signaling that he had not disappointed his father. Meanwhile, Harry only then realized that the snitch had been caught by Malfoy. Overwhelmed by regret and disappointment, he failed to notice that although the match had concluded, the frenzied bludger had not ceased its pursuit. In the next instant, it struck his left arm, sending him tumbling from his broom. With a resounding thud, he splashed into the muddy ground, rolling off his broom. His left arm dangled at a peculiar angle. Amidst a cacophony of whistles and shouts, he vaguely saw a multitude of figures converging towards him, and among the anxious faces, a row of particularly gleaming teeth. Oh no, please no. Harry's soft groan was drowned out by the clamor of the crowd. Chapter 65. I am here to guard you. The words were inaudible. Lockhart loudly gestured to the anxious Gryffindor students gathering around. Don't worry, Harry, let me take care of your arm. Harry attempted to sit up to refuse, but his arm ached too painfully, and he seemed to hear a familiar cracking sound. It was Colin. Oh, Merlin, no. There is scarcely a more disheartening experience than being caught in such a moment. Lie still, Harry, came the eager voice of Lockhart. Uttering a simple incantation I had employed countless times before. Why couldn't I simply head to the hospital wing? His voice was notably feeble, and through the throng, he caught sight of George and Fred wrestling the unruly rogue bludger into a box. No one heeded his protests. At least Lockhart was entirely oblivious. As he urged the surrounding classmates to step back, he rolled up his emerald green sleeves. No, please don't. Yet, in the next instant, the light from Lockhart's wand surged unhesitatingly towards Harry's left arm. Harry's bones remained absent, and he, as in the original narrative, found himself in the hospital wing. The difference this time was that he received a potent analgesic potion from Nicoles, alleviating his suffering and sparing him the excruciating pain of bone regrowth. Meanwhile, Nicoles was rewarded with a check-in bonus, a bone-removing curse comparable to the intensity of a powerful dark magic attack, along with a circle of adoring Slytherin serpents. Who could argue that this was not a resounding victory for both parties? During Harry's recuperation in the hospital wing, a lively celebration unfolded in the Slytherin common room. The moment Draco stepped off the field, Nicoles passed him the enchanted quaffle formation, which he, brimming with pride and excitement, proceeded to demonstrate to Lucius. Hoping he would take it home for Narcissa to see, Lucius acquiesced to his request and commended him before departing from Hogwarts. The Slytherin serpents also dispatched representatives to invite their head and tactical advisor to join their revelry. However, Severus and Nicoles declined their invitation, asserting that it would be more meaningful to celebrate after they secured the Quidditch Cup. The serpents commenced their festive celebrations, while the Serpent King returned to his domain with his partner. Wow, has our busy Serpent King finally found time to check on his unfortunate partner? Nicoles teased, poking the one who held her close. Severus let out a light chuckle. I dare say my partner has managed quite well in my absence, has she not? Our victorious tactical advisor, no less. Humph. Nicoles huffed, her lips curling into a smile. Severus raised an eyebrow. Is teaching those little trolls Quidditch truly that delightful? Sev, that was your own declaration, not mine. If you hadn't been so obvious about it, Severus remarked, brushing his fingers along the corner of Nicoles' lips, his gaze deepening. It wouldn't have drawn such attention. After all, you are the head of Slytherin, otherwise I would merely be looking after Draco and wouldn't take on this advisory role. Therefore, dear headmaster, Nicoles said, her smile unwavering, pursue what you love. I shall guard Slytherin's glory in your stead. Before her smile could fully fade, the wizard before her cupped her face, affectionately stroking her cheek with his thumb. You've worked hard. Nicoles' smile brightened even further. He neither emphasized that it was his duty nor thanked her, which signified that he now regarded them as one. Oh, it's no trouble. Who could resist such a weighty responsibility as that of my beloved? Severus' joyful smile blossomed, and he became increasingly adept at expressing his elation. Well then, I trust the lady of the headmaster won't mind fulfilling her remaining responsibilities? Sev. I haven't Before she could finish her thought, a warm kiss enveloped her. The sounds of their passionate exchange intertwining with the crackling of burning wood in the empty cellar. Severus's lips were soft, imbued with a faint herbal aroma reminiscent of wormwood, while the long tendrils of bittersweet essence fervently explored every crevice, greedily yet tenderly siphoning the nectar of the rose. Their kiss was gentle and prolonged, steeped in ardor. Nicoles felt her entire being tingle, her mind swirling. Her lips instinctively danced in rhythm with the wizardess. Severus gazed greedily at the witch beneath him, reveling in her fervent response, his heart swelling with joy. Thank Merlin for bringing you into my life, allowing my once desolate existence to experience such fervor. The sultry kiss, laden with profound affection, continued to invade the witch's domain. Nicoles felt as though her strength was ebbing away, her mind foggy. Yet she pondered why they had strayed from their initial conversation. Hadn't Wenda claimed that communication could foster love? How had they arrived at this juncture? Sev, Nicoles, still breathless from the kiss, pouted, why did you bite me? To reprimand an inattentive witch, what could possibly distract you while kissing your partner? Severus' voice deepened as he fixated on her glistening lips, now glimmering with moisture. Nicoles pushed against the wizard, pinning her down, recalling Wenda's words about the importance of communication, attempting to steer the conversation back to their daily lives or shared experiences, striving to solidify their bond. My grandmother always said that communication deepens understanding between lovers, enhancing affection. But, Sev, We had only just started chatting. How did it turn into this? Can we not simply have a nice conversation? Nicoles, in a fit of frustration, lightly kicked his calf, unable to budge him. Moreover, his hands were ha-ha. The wizard's delighted laughter reverberated against her skin. Ah, stop, don't squeeze. Nicoles' cheeks flushed crimson, her teeth instinctively biting her lip. Her eyes glistening with lingering moisture from their kiss. Severus leaned closer, lowering his voice deliberately, using the tone she found most irresistible. Isn't this a form of communication? Nicoles instinctively reached to cover her ears, only to have him capture her hand, pressing it to her head, while his other hand began to trace circles on her skin. Nicoles was overwhelmed by the intense sensory stimulation, nearly brought to tears. Why must he torment her so right after emerging from his potion studies? Severus gently nipped at her lower lip. Don't bite, I want to hear. Sev. The intensity of her previous tone faltered amidst the charged atmosphere. He tenderly kissed away the crystalline tears threatening to spill from her eyes, adding, I believe your grandmother was quite right. Communication indeed fosters affection. As he spoke, the bittersweet essence invaded the rose's territory once more. Not here, please. Gently, gently. Her words were swallowed by their shared ardor, like the night enveloping the mountains, the rose succumbing to the encroaching darkness. Chapter 66. This is not normal. Draco keenly sensed that his aunt seemed to be at odds with the headmaster. The most telling sign was that for the past few days, his aunt had been dining alone at the long table in the great hall. She hadn't ventured to the cellar, nor had the headmaster made an appearance in the potion office. This was not normal, and most importantly, his aunt's enthusiasm for Quidditch has recently reached unprecedented heights. Previously, it was he who, through charming antics and relentless pestering, managed to persuade her to accompany them to practice, regardless of the weather. But now, Draco observed the stunning witch, who had voluntarily joined them on the Quidditch pitch for training, and an involuntary shiver ran down his spine. This was abnormal, far too abnormal. Why did he harbor such an ominous premonition? Indeed, as soon as the training concluded, Draco had barely changed out of his clothes and stepped into the dungeon when a fifth-year Slytherin girl approached him, delivering the message that the headmaster requested his presence in the potions office, with the password being Evening Primrose. Draco gulped nervously, asking a nearby classmate to take his broom back for him. He straightened his attire and proceeded towards the dungeon office with a face that suggested he was prepared for anything. As the newly crowned strongest seeker at Hogwarts, self-proclaimed, he had just scored 50 points for Slytherin, so surely he wouldn't be reprimanded? Surely not, surely not. Draco uttered the password and entered the dungeon office, greeting Severus, who was engrossed in grading papers. Sit. Severus lifted his gaze from the stack of papers, gesturing with his chin towards the sofa for Draco to take a seat, before burying himself back into his grading, the quill in his hand dancing furiously as he penned sharp comments. Feeling a bit awkward, Draco scratched his face. Was it customary to summon someone and then not discuss any matter? It seems your potions grades have been slipping lately? Severus finally finished the papers in front of him and moved to sit on the sofa, directing a question at Draco. Draco, who had been anxiously suppressing his unease, had almost settled into the sofa, playing with a peculiar little snake with glasses perched on its nose. This bespectacled oddity was a new pet of his aunt's. Harmless and quite fond of food and hissing, Draco had become quite familiar with it. He was merely puzzled about why it had come down to the dungeon today. Strange. However, it was clearly not the time to ponder this. His previously calmed heartbeat surged once more. I apologize, Professor. Our recent Quidditch training schedule has been quite demanding. Draco's hesitant voice gradually faded. They had just begun to familiarize themselves with the strategies they had learned, and some areas required a significant amount of practice to achieve the necessary teamwork, especially since he planned to employ his new tactic, the cicada's escape, in the upcoming match. He had indeed become rather engrossed, which had somewhat hindered his studies. Upon hearing Draco mention that dreaded sport, which had consumed 80% of his partner's attention lately, Severus forced a thin smile. Lucius specifically mentioned to me to keep an eye on your academic performance at school. As your father's close friend and your potions professor, I believe you need to reassess your time management. Would you not agree, Mr. Malfoy? Yes, Professor. Draco lowered his head in shame. As an exemplary pureblood heir, he had indeed been somewhat distracted of late. To think he required a reminder from his own headmaster, he truly ought not to have. I will reorganize my schedule to prioritize my studies, Professor. Very well, you may return. Yes, Professor, thank you for your concern. Off you go. And do take care to rest. Draco's heart leapt with joy at the words, his lips curving into a broad smile. Truly, the professor was a good friend of his father's, and he was indeed concerned about him. All right. Draco turned to leave the potions office, but the little snake beside him began hissing at Severus. You want to go play with him? Hiss. Go on. Draco, take good care of it. Professor, can you understand what it's saying? Draco's expression morphed into one of sheer astonishment. Their headmaster spoke Parseltongue. Oh, Merlin's torn trousers. Our headmaster speaks Parseltongue? Could it be that the headmaster was the true heir of Slytherin? Severus raised an eyebrow, seemingly intrigued to clarify matters. He pointed to his ear, which was adorned with a silver earring designed in the form of a snake that fit his ear perfectly, subtle yet befitting his demeanor. This is a Parseltongue translator invented by Nicoles. With it, one can understand the language. Draco's jaw dropped in shock, only to snap shut as the realization dawned upon him. So, it was his aunt's invention. How amusing. His aunt always had an array of curious and interesting inventions, so it was no surprise. He had grown accustomed to such eccentricities. But this Parseltongue translator was undeniably cool. He wanted one. All right, Professor, I will take good care of it. Emerging from the dungeon office, Draco carefully tucked the little snake into his pocket and dashed towards the fourth-floor alchemy office. A dragon was calling out. He must obtain it. After a swift visit to the alchemy office, securing his aunt's promise for a dragon-shaped Parseltongue translator, Draco returned to the Slytherin common room. Feeling quite satisfied, he also sought out Flint to inform him that he would be unable to continue training at such an intense pace. Upon learning that this was the headmaster's directive, Flint had no choice but to willingly reduce the training workload. Meanwhile, Nicoles received the news. Very well. So this is how it's going to be. Severus. Not only does he fail to come apologize, but he pulls this stunt. Thus, the decision to forgive him in a couple of days was now replaced with heightened anger. During dinner, she even switched seats with Professor Flitwick to sit next to Dumbledore. Professor McGonagall had been nearly beside herself with worry these past few days. She wished she could speak on Severus's behalf to explain things to Nicoles. Unfortunately, she was unaware of the specifics of their quarrel, making it inappropriate to inquire directly. All she could do was cast concerned glances at the pair. Dumbledore, however, was more straightforward. Oh, my dear Nini, have you had a quarrel with Severus? Nicoles, angrily punctuating her rice with her chopsticks, shot him a fierce glare. Of course not. My dear Professor, Dumbledore replied, if it weren't for the fact you're about to poke a hole in that rice bowl, I might actually believe you. Would you like to have a chat with me? Do you have any experience in romance? Ah, yes, I do. Nicoles raised an eyebrow mischievously. Huh, you've walked right into this one. Then I must ask you, Professor, when shall we converse? Have you finished your meal? Perhaps you could have a bit more? Dumbledore glanced at the sparse food on her plate, his concern evident. Nicoles shook her head. I'm not hungry anymore. I'm full of anger. I'll wait for you to finish. Seeing her demeanor, Dumbledore lost his appetite as well. After all, gossip was far more important than a meal, especially when it concerned the emotional lives of young lovers. Thus, the elderly wizard and the young witch made their way to the tower, one before the other. Severus watched their departing figures, silently advancing his plans. Minerva, he began, under the eager gaze of Professor McGonagall. Perhaps you might know what witches generally appreciate. Chapter 67. Professor, is your partner like this as well? Please, make yourself comfortable, Nini. Dumbledore gestured towards the sofa, turning to fetch a box of extendable sweets and some red tea. Nicolith snapped her fingers, instructing Pudding to prepare an assortment of fruits and German delicacies. For surely her dear mentor had not dined sufficiently. One must never neglect the needs of the elderly. Without sugar, of course. Dumbledore, evidently recalling Nicolith's preferences, pushed a cup of red tea towards her, while he himself indulged in a generous portion of honey, enough to be lethal. Nicolith's eyes twitched at the sight. She was immensely grateful that the wizarding world was devoid of diabetes. Truly, thank you. She accepted the cup, cradling it in her hands, comfortably nestled into the golden red sofa. But why? One might wonder, had she quarreled with Severus? Dumbledore, satisfied with the ample honey in his tea, raised the cup to his lips, relishing the moment. Because Severus is being utterly unreasonable. I told him to stop, and yet he persisted. Cough, cough, cough. Dumbledore's face flushed crimson as he stared in horror at his cup of tea, realizing with dread that he had forgotten. How could he dare sip tea while Nicolith was speaking? After all, she was a naive alchemist, a rather straightforward Frenchwoman. How could he have been so reckless? Silently bidding farewell to the honey-laden tea, Dumbledore expertly, yet sadly conjured 2 cleansing spells, cautiously avoiding the teapot as he reached for a pastry, only to hear, Professor, is your partner like this too? Why did his hand tremble uncontrollably? Watching the pastry tumble from his grasp, Dumbledore sighed. Was this truly the price of eavesdropping? Professor? Nicolith inquired, gazing at the seemingly petrified old man. What is the matter? Wasn't it you who insisted on asking? Yet, upon receiving an answer, he fell silent. But one must admit, even an aging Ferrari remains a Ferrari, aside from a slightly crooked nose and a few more whiskers. He was still a distinguished and charming old gentleman. Young people. Dumbledore finally regained his voice. Upon hearing this, Nicolith perked up. Sensing intrigue, there was a story to unfold. Merlin, Must I finally uncover the romantic history of my esteemed professor? Reaching into her alchemical ring, Nicolith produced a packet of sunflower seeds, her excitement palpable as she leaned closer, urging, "Do tell, please elaborate. Are we not discussing your issue with Severus?" Dumbledore felt the conversation veering off course. "Indeed, but this isn't my first romance. I lack a reference," Nicolith sighed dramatically, mimicking Draco's playful antics as she began to cast a spell on Dumbledore. "Surely you wouldn't mind providing your favorite alchemy professor with a small piece of advice?" She extended her pinky finger. "Please, I truly wish to understand how to navigate love. I don't want to clash with Severus." Dumbledore, gazing into Nicolith's earnest azure eyes, felt a pang of nostalgia. Being young was indeed a treasure, especially when one could still experience the pangs of love. "But my romantic escapades occurred nearly a century ago. They are far too antiquated for you youthful souls to draw from," he remarked, pouring himself another cup of red tea, only to realize he had added no sugar. Upon tasting it, a bittersweet smile emerged beneath his silver beard. How many times had he reminisced about that fateful summer? So many, he could scarcely recall. Not at all. Love is love, regardless of the passage of time. As long as the parties involved have not forgotten. As long as you cherish those memories, it remains timeless. Dumbledore's eyes flickered with sudden intensity. Timeless love? Indeed. Nicolith nodded vigorously, her head moving so rapidly it nearly left a blur. Simultaneously, she pressed the record button on her alchemical voice recorder hidden within her robes. "So, have you ever reminisced?" Perhaps it was Nicolith's bold pursuit of Severus that inspired him, or perhaps it was her unabashed expression of affection that moved him. Dumbledore found himself yearning to confide in this courageous young witch about emotions he had buried for years. "Yes, often." Nicolith internally squealed with excitement, maintaining an outwardly composed demeanor. "Ah, love is indeed the greatest magic in the world, capable of transcending time and space, is it not? You must have been deeply in love back then, right?" Dumbledore nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in her words. "Yes, we were very much in love. Then how did you meet? Who pursued whom? Was it you? How long did it last? Did you confess? How did you come together?" Nicolith's inquiries flowed as she nibbled on her sunflower seeds while pouring honey into her mentor's tea. "I had just graduated and was residing in Godric's Hollow without venturing out. His great-aunt lived nearby, and due to certain circumstances, he was temporarily staying there. That is how we met." The more Nicolith listened to Dumbledore's tale, the more exhilarated she became, her sunflower seeds flying. "Ah, Professor, who would have thought? All the details you refused to disclose, I now know thanks to your dear partner." Dumbledore's narrative was not overly detailed. Yet Nicolith vividly imagined the entire arc of their romance. Two undeniable geniuses drawn to one another. It was simply inevitable. Just think about it. Two equally gifted, impetuous young wizards connecting through magical exchanges, scholarly discussions, and shared ideals. Their thoughts aligned so harmoniously, their minds resonating. It was only natural that they would find solace in each other, igniting a passionate flame. Everything fit together so perfectly. How could it not? As Dumbledore neared the end of his story, the teapot before him was nearly empty. Nicolith, unable to contain her curiosity any longer, secretly turned off her recorder and posed her most pressing question. "But was he ever unreasonable? Did he ever disregard your wishes?" Chapter 68. Do you need it? Dumbledore's hand trembled as he held the cup, his first thought being how fortunate he was that the tea had yet to reach his lips. Then, as if struck by a sudden realization, a flush crept across his weathered face, even his thick white beard failing to conceal it. "Nicolith, I believe you should discuss this with Severus directly. Communication with the involved party is most effective." Dumbledore, unexpectedly flustered at over a century of life, found himself in this bewildering situation. However, Nicolith regarded Dumbledore as family, her great-grandfather by blood and her beloved teacher's partner by choice. She felt no hesitation in broaching such topics with him, especially as he appeared quite experienced in these matters. After all, what was the harm in asking? How could that be effective? "He only feeds me potions." "Feeding you potions?" Dumbledore cautiously set down the fruits and tea, his curiosity ignited. "Oh, he has concocted a potion akin to a vitality elixir from my alchemical brews, which, while not inducing sleepless excitement, serves to replenish one's stamina." "Humph, but do you require it? If so, I can certainly spare you a bit." Nicoleus's beautiful eyes sparkled with lively glimmers as she fixed her gaze upon him. Dumbledore felt a twinge of embarrassment under her scrutiny, clearing his throat awkwardly and shaking his head. What use would he have for it? That person was no longer around, rendering it unnecessary. "Thank you, Nini, but I believe you should keep it for yourself. I have no need for it." Nicoleus exchanged a meaningful look with Dumbledore, choosing not to elaborate further. Very well, she thought, it would be best to send it directly to her professor later. Oh, and she must prepare some age-reducing potions as well. Ha ha ha. The mischievous little imp's wicked grin appeared. Well then, Nicolius did not dwell on this matter. Realizing that Dumbledore would not offer her any further advice, she sought to delve deeper into their romantic history. Dumbledore, upon seeing the same inquisitive gleam in Nicolius's eyes that he had once possessed, felt a sudden chill run down his spine. For the first time, he truly wished she would not appear in his office. Nini, dear, the night is growing late. You have classes in the morning, don't you? It would be prudent to return and rest. But a young witch like you must not stay up late. It's all right. Taking too many potions is detrimental to your health. Oh, Nini, I believe tonight presents a splendid opportunity to have a thorough conversation with Severus. Dumbledore abruptly seized Nicolius, who was seated on the sofa, not allowing her a moment's reprieve, and propelled her out of the office. What on earth? Clearly, you simply do not wish to divulge more details. Nicolius sulked as she kicked the stone gargoyle at the entrance. Just wait. She would certainly return. After a comical altercation with her mentor, and absorbing such a significant revelation, Nicolius felt her spirits lift. Severus could wait for a while. The joy of gossip was delightful. Twirling the alchemical recording pen, she hummed a tuneless melody as she sauntered back to her quarters on the 4th floor. Upon entering, she keenly sensed something amiss. There was someone in her room. Cautiously drawing her wand, she tiptoed to the entrance of her lounge's hidden door. Who could breach her magical defenses so stealthily? Could it be that her professor was finally succumbing to the urge to engage in a passionate encounter with Dumbledore? No, wait. Nicolius reconsidered. The likelihood of her mentor being involved was slim, especially since she had just left Dumbledore's office, and he was not yet resurrected. Thus, the remaining possibilities suddenly. A thought struck her, and as she turned to leave, a cold, pale hand emerged from the suddenly opened hidden door and seized her wrist. The hand's owner dragged her into the inner room, pinning her against the doorframe. Still trying to evade me? Severus whispered softly in the witch's ear. Nicolius lowered her gaze, refusing to meet his eyes, biting her lip in silence. I believe I have come to realize my mistakes, Professor. Nicolius glanced up at him, haughty. Have you grown weary of me, Nini? His voice, low and tinged with emotion, echoed in her ear. Nicolius's eyes widened in surprise, locking onto the hollow depths of his black gaze, inexplicably detecting a hint of vulnerability. What are you talking about? Severus remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the witch's eyes. It did not take long for her resolve to crumble. Hey, don't take advantage of this situation. You know I'm not like that. Yet you would rather cling to that ridiculous toy in your bed than return to the dungeon to rest. Nicolius felt a surge of embarrassment. It was indeed somewhat mortifying for Severus to discover her clinging to a doll while arguing. But who was she? As long as she was not embarrassed, it was of no consequence. I assume the headmaster still remembers that this is my lounge. But ever since you barged into my life, I can no longer tolerate that emptiness. Severus held her captive before him, gazing into her eyes. I have never been a gentle person, neither to students, nor to fate, nor to myself. Yet even I wish to reserve this fleeting emotion for you. I apologize, Nini, but I have yet to learn how to fulfill the role of a partner properly. However, I learn quickly, so please, stop avoiding me. Severus's voice grew increasingly somber as he averted his gaze. Nicolius observed him for a moment before suddenly grasping his cheek fiercely. Sev, we have only been arguing for 3 days. Where on earth did you learn this act? From the moment you pulled me in, you began this charade. From your tone of voice, the way you speak, to that pitiful expression, each seemingly unintentional, yet brimming with deliberate intent. Did you truly think I, the head of the Rosier family, would be so easily deceived? Such trivial matters are apparent to me. Oh, my lady, I believe the focus is not on that at this moment, is it? Severus attempted to steer the conversation back on track. You speak first. Quickly. Very well. It is Minerva, Severus admitted, somewhat uncomfortably. You know I have no experience in such matters, so I sought her counsel. She mentioned that witches are quite receptive to what she refers to as acting cute, though I beg to differ. I merely wish to apologize and convey those sentiments, albeit through that manner. Chapter 69. One day, I shall walk proudly through Hogwarts. Nicolius bit the inside of her cheek to stifle a laugh, suddenly recalling a famous line from a television show she had watched in her past life. As long as he is sincere in his attentions, it suffices. To witness a double agent performing such an act before her, who could claim he was not earnest? Serves him right. Who told him to bestow upon me so many vitality potions through kisses? Those potions did indeed invigorate her, yet the exhaustion remained. So, have you recognized your errors? I believe I have, my lady. The lesson was quite severe. So, can you forgive me? I promise I shall not be so excessive again. Very well. I shall grant you one opportunity to replace my doll. It would be my honor. Severus displayed the brightest smile he had worn in 3 days, kissing the witch's cheek and enveloping her in his embrace. Then let us be more mindful next time. Harry, Ron, and Hermione had been caught. The reason was that Harry and Ron had created chaos in the potions office, while Hermione had seized the opportunity to slip out during class. Heading towards the entrance of what was formerly Severus's private potion storage. She must have intended to enter, but Severus's private potion storage, which had been transformed by Nicoleus, had only one entrance through the potions office, and it was guarded by powerful magical wards that rendered her unable to enter. Moreover, the wards had detected her presence. Consequently, the three of them stood pale-faced, staring blankly at one another in the potions office. "So, Miss Granger, can you explain to your poor old professor why you found yourself at the entrance of my former potion storage?" Moreover, the timing coincided precisely with the turmoil in the potions classroom. "Professor, I..." A smirk broke across Severus's face as he pointed at the blackened substance extracted from Draco's cauldron. "Ah, it seems you are at a loss for words. Perhaps the illustrious savior, Mr. Potter, and Mr. Weasley can enlighten me on this matter?" As Severus's words hung in the air, the pallor of the three individuals grew increasingly pronounced, particularly Hermione, whose complexion had drained of all color. They had not anticipated being caught. "Professor, it must be the three of them. I recognize this scheme. A diversion. While one draws all attention, the other can take advantage of the chaos to perpetrate mischief." Draco exclaimed indignantly, glaring at the trio. "You despicable scarhead. Are you not the self-proclaimed champion of justice? The great savior? Is this your so-called justice? A significant portion of the class has been harmed by the swelling potion. Aren't you proud to see your classmates injured?" "I am not," Harry weakly retorted. "Not him. So you dare claim you had no part in this?" Draco was nearly beside himself with rage, for this substance had been flung into his cauldron. Had he not been wearing the protective badge gifted by his aunt, he would surely have been harmed. That scarhead. How dare he? Harry's attempts at rebuttal faltered. The scene in the classroom was vividly etched in their minds, with a majority of the students bearing physical deformities as a result. "I believe I should discuss this matter with Professor McGonagall." Severus observed the farcical spectacle before him, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. "Ah, Potter. Even with the blood of Lily coursing through your veins, it seems you cannot suppress the malevolent traits inherent in the Potter name. Truly, like father, like son." Professor McGonagall, incensed, advocated for severe punishment, while Severus suggested immediate expulsion. Their inability to reach a consensus led them to summon Dumbledore. Consequently, the matter culminated in Gryffindor being docked 300 points, and the trio sentenced to detention until the following semester. This outcome incensed Draco, while Severus's expression soured. Though he had long anticipated Dumbledore would concoct various justifications to retain Potter, it did little to alleviate his frustration. Draco, more forthright, proclaimed he would write to his father to report the incident and vowed revenge. With Gryffindor's points already scant, the deduction of 300 points plunged their crimson gem into negative territory, transforming it into a small layer of black stone. In the days that followed, Professor McGonagall, witnessing the black gem representing her house, was nearly consumed by her ire. Even Nicoleus felt a twinge of sympathy for her. These little lions were proving to be quite troublesome. In a bid to alleviate McGonagall's emotions and stress, she gifted her a magical alchemical massage chair. Meanwhile, Nicoleus, having delivered the dragon-shaped parcel-tongue translator, immersed herself in Salazar's alchemical notes. The preliminary concept for the magical communication device had been proposed by the Morning Star. Yet some critical technical issues required Nicoleus's involvement to resolve, leading the youngest master alchemist to dive headfirst into her endeavors. Severus finally comprehended how others perceived him during his obsessive research. 5 days had elapsed. Nicoleus had not exited the alchemical laboratory for a full 5 days, even missing classes which Dumbledore had to cover. When he was engrossed in potion studies, Nicoleus would at least remind him to eat and sleep. Yet this wretched witch. Why did she have so many excuses whenever he called her? "Severus, I am in the midst of something crucial. Just a moment. I will be with you shortly." Yes, I understand." Then she returned to her work. Was this right? Was this fair? Even Draco's attempts at coaxing her failed. Severus suddenly recognized the gravity of the situation. While he did not wish for the little brat to cling to his beloved, he could not deny that his prior methods had always been effective. But who could have anticipated that they would now fall flat? Draco, unable to assist, shrugged helplessly at his head of house, silently contemplating the oddity of the situation. Was their head of house always this fervent? The more he pondered, the more he sensed something was amiss. He meticulously recalled the nuances of their interactions until suddenly, his eyes widened in realization. Had his precious cabbage been usurped? Oh, Merlin. When did this transpire? Their head of house, the brooding, cold, and icy king of the dungeons. Did he even know what it was to be in love? This was unacceptable. I must write to my father. Draco, bewildered and filled with questions, retreated to his dormitory to ruminate. He could no longer remain there. Merlin. Did that mean the headmaster would become his uncle? What would that imply for him? No, He could not entertain such thoughts. He feared that if he continued, he would burst into laughter. An uncle who was the headmaster, an aunt who was the potions professor, and a father who was a board member. He, Draco, would one day stride through Hogwarts with unparalleled confidence. Chapter 70. The Re-emergence. Time sped by amidst Severus's concerns and Draco's lamentations regarding Lucius's failure to inform him sooner. Soon, 2 more days passed, ushering in a new week. Harry and his companions had not been faring well in Gryffindor lately. Though the petrification incident involving Colin Creevey from the original timeline had not occurred, witnessing other houses' scores far surpassing their own, alongside the stark contrast of their house's black gem in the hourglass, left many Gryffindor lions feeling irate. Many impulsive and reckless Gryffindors struggled to rein in their tempers. Some allowed their frustrations to morph into pure malice. Although the trio ultimately withstood the professor's inquiries without divulging their true intentions, successfully framing the incident as mere mischief, their attempts to concoct the polyjuice potion were abruptly thwarted due to incomplete materials. After a week of frenetic activity, Nicoles had synthesized Salazar's insights and collaborated with her peers at the Morning Star to resolve the pivotal technical challenges. Upon her emergence from isolation, Severus eagerly whisked Nicoles away from the alchemical laboratory, fearing that if he delayed, she might take permanent residence within. To this end, they established a set of agreements, including, but not limited to, potion and alchemical addiction prevention policies, as well as designated times for breaks and meals during research. Severus had never envisaged a day when the potion enthusiast would actively engage in making such arrangements. Indeed, as long as the standards were sufficiently low, there was little one could not agree to. In comparison to Nicoles's fervent dedication to her alchemical pursuits, it seemed he could indeed acclimate to these stipulations. Nicoleus, you're not exactly better off than I am. As the new week commenced, a fresh announcement was pinned to the bulletin board. The young wizards gathered in small clusters, whispering excitedly about the establishment of a dueling club. The Gryffindor student, Seamus Finnegan, was somewhat exhilarated. Tonight marked the inaugural gathering. I wouldn't oppose acquiring some dueling skills. They might come in handy in the future. What? You don't expect that bunch of little monsters from Slytherin to duel, do you? What use would that be? Ron scoffed, though he was also quite intrigued. Noticing Seamus ignoring Ron, Harry took the opportunity to chime in. It will definitely be useful. He turned to Hermione, who was walking with her books clutched tightly, and asked, "Shall we go?" Hermione appeared conflicted. Unlike her 2 carefree friends, she was a meticulous perfectionist, diligently working to recover the points they had lost. Hey, even if you don't attend, staying in the common room won't earn us any points. But if you do go and perform well, you might gain some. Ron nudged Hermione from the other side, shrugging in encouragement. Hermione was somewhat swayed, and Harry was eager to check it out. As the trio voiced their opinions and shared their thoughts, Draco swaggered over, with a snake in his pocket, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle, standing proudly beside them with an air of arrogance, sneering as he began to mock. Look, isn't that the great Harry Potter? What's this? Are you concocting some new scheme? Shut up, Malfoy. Harry's expression darkened. Oh, look at you trying to act all righteous. Am I mistaken? Draco mimicked Lucius, crossing his arms with a mocking gaze directed at Harry. The last time your little brainwave came to fruition, the results were rather disastrous, and let us not forget your Gryffindor classmates who were caught in the crossfire. Have you apologized, O self-proclaimed justice seeker? Harry and Hermione felt their faces flush at his words. They indeed had not considered an apology, while Ron was visibly irked. What's it to you? You should mind your own business. Wow, the savior's little sidekick. I don't think you're in any position to talk to me, and if you haven't forgotten, I'm a victim too. But you weren't harmed. I wasn't harmed because I was well protected, not because you had no malicious intent. The other truly injured young wizards didn't receive your apologies, did they? Draco sneered at the trio's reddening cheeks, thinking they nearly let him pull a fast one on them. Fight him. They were still quite far from that. Look forward to tonight's duel. We Slytherins are the strongest. With that, the trio strutted away with a shared expression of disdain. The remaining trio of Harry exchanged glances in bewilderment. Perhaps Draco's words had stirred something in Hermione. She took her 2 companions and offered apologies to the Gryffindor classmates affected. The mood among the young lions shifted rapidly. Those who were big-hearted truly were big-hearted, and many began to welcome her back. Consequently, Hermione felt less tense. Meanwhile, Nicoleus, upon emerging from her confinement, promptly sent a cross-border letter to Austria, engaged in heartfelt communication with her beloved Severus, and officially declared herself revitalized. When Nicoleus returned to the long table in the Great Hall for breakfast after a week's absence, she received a warm welcome from the faculty members, many of whom enthusiastically inquired about her research progress. Nicoleus replied graciously to the inquiries she could discuss and began a casual conversation with her colleagues. Professor Dumbledore, Upon receiving news that Nicoleus's research had reached a temporary conclusion, let out a deep sigh of relief. Finally, he could stop covering for her. Merlin knows. At his age, he certainly needed more rest. Stop abusing the elderly, for heaven's sake. Chapter 71. You're disappointing. At 8 in the evening, the young wizards congregated in the great hall. The long dining table had vanished, replaced by a gilded dueling platform against the wall, illuminated by the shimmering glow of hundreds of floating candles. The ceiling had transformed into a velvety black, and it seemed as though the entire student body had arrived. Jostling together, each clutching their wands, faces alight with excitement. Nicoleus eagerly followed Severus at a leisurely pace towards the center of the hall. The grand dueling scene. Here I come. Ignoring the cacophony of chatter among the young wizards, the two ascended the dueling platform behind Lockhart, who was clad in a striking crimson robe embroidered with golden thread, appearing like a shimmering bar of gold from a distance. In contrast, Nicoleus and Severus wore finely crafted, pure black cloaks, adorned only with subtle patterns of entwined serpents and roses at the hems and cuffs, elegant and understated. They stood behind him, their regal and icy demeanor making Lockhart appear as if he had just stepped off a circus stage. With their arms crossed, they silently observed his performance. Focus, focus, everyone. Can you all see me? Can you all hear me? Splendid. Lockhart gestured for the surrounding young wizards to quiet down. Now, Professor Dumbledore has graciously permitted me to establish the dueling club to adequately train you in self-defense, much like I have done countless times. And you can find the details in my works. Now, allow me to introduce my assistant, Professor Snape. Upon finishing his sentence, Lockhart flashed his well-known dazzling smile. He informed me that he possesses some knowledge of dueling and has generously agreed to assist me with a demonstration before class. Rest assured. I won't let you little ones. Lockhart glanced at Nicoleus, about to say something, but was met with her enigmatic half-smile. The words that had been on the tip of his tongue were swiftly swallowed. In any case, I won't let you little ones worry. Once I finish demonstrating with him, I will return your potions professor to you unharmed, so there's no need to be afraid. Severus had already begun rolling his eyes before Lockhart had finished speaking, his teeth clenched tightly, clearly suppressing long-held irritation. Who gave him the gall? Dumbledore? Is this the task you assigned me? This is the professor you sought out after rejecting my application for this position. Where does he resemble a professor at all? Nicoleus observed Severus's displeased expression, gently patting his arm and subtly smoothing his ruffled feathers, successfully averting his immediate impulse to cast a spell on Lockhart right on that platform. After all, the impertinent fool surely wouldn't notice a silent spell. Nicoleus silently cast a hex on Lockhart, hoping he could endure a bit longer. As Harry sat below the stage, he found himself inexplicably attuned to Draco. After casting a glance at Severus's expression, their eyes inadvertently met across the stage. Although one bore a look of schadenfreude and the other an expression difficult to articulate, the implication was quite clear. Neither believed that Lockhart would achieve anything favorable in the ensuing minutes. Draco let out a derisive snort, raising an eyebrow in a provocative manner as he fixed his gaze on Harry. However, Harry, still feeling a bit awkward about Draco's earlier words that morning, averted his gaze and concentrated intently on the stage. Seeing Potter's retreating demeanor only emboldened Draco further. So what if he is the chosen one? Look at him retreating, just like me, haha. Nicoleus leaped off the dueling platform first, positioning herself beside Draco, leaving the two figures on stage standing back to back. Lockhart and Severus simultaneously turned to face one another, bowing. At least Lockhart bowed, while Severus's gesture could at best be described as a nod. But who has to say a nod isn't a form of etiquette? They each prepared their stances, wands raised before their chests. As you may observe, they grasped their wands in a typical dueling posture. While Lockhart executed a few self-congratulatory flourishes, he explained to the audience that upon counting to 3, they would unleash their first spells. Of course, this being a duel, they would never harm one another. Nicoleus chuckled ambiguously at this statement, wishing Lockhart good luck. Amen. 1, 2, 3. Both wands were abruptly thrust above their shoulders. Nicoleus swore Severus had intentionally held back. His pace and movements had never been so languid during their previous skirmishes, and when he pronounced Expelliarmus, he articulated it with such precision. Watching as the dazzling beam of light struck the unfortunate wizard, sending him crashing against the wall before collapsing, Nicoleus could not bear to look and shut her eyes. One spell was all it took to fell him. Lockhart, you disgrace. Woohoo! Draco and several Slytherin students erupted into enthusiastic cheers and applause, while Hermione and a few other young witches across the dueling platform covered their mouths in worried gasps. Lockhart, seemingly hearing the call of his fans, staggered to his feet, his flamboyant plum-colored wizard's hat tumbling from his head, his voluminous curls standing on end from a magical shock. Oh, you've won. That was the disarming charm. Its effect is to make my wand slip from my grasp. Oh, thank you, Miss Brown, for retrieving my wand. Lockhart's words were interrupted by a wand extending from the side, and he awkwardly tried to save face. Heh, I merely intended to demonstrate the power of this spell. And Professor Snape, should I wish to thwart you, it would be a mere trifling task, but this allows them to gain some insight. Lockhart, upon witnessing Severus's increasingly stormy countenance and the palpable aura of menace radiating from him, realized he could no longer continue his discourse. He then turned and loudly declared, "The demonstration concludes here. Now, I shall pair you up." Professor Lockhart, Nicoles, having just enjoyed an excellent spectacle and feeling quite jovial, was eager to make her own mark. "Nicoles, do you have something to say?" "Indeed. It won't do to merely showcase one spell and its failure. I propose a duel with Severus instead. What do you think?" You mean the two of you?" He cast a puzzled glance between the two. "Yes, otherwise, we could easily duel each other." "Oh, no. I believe a magical duel between the Master of Potions and the Master of Alchemy would be equally riveting, please." Lockhart, recalling Nicoles' adept silent spellcasting, gracefully stepped down from the dueling platform, granting them space. Severus regarded the smiling witch before him, raising an eyebrow as a hint of amusement curled at the corners of his lips. Finally, there was something to brighten this dismal evening. The two on stage bowed to each other once more. This time, Severus truly bowed. With the same courtesy and gestures, their combat proved far more exhilarating than the previous match. To accommodate the pace of the young witches and wizards, neither employed silent spells. A series of spells were deftly dodged and countered, showcasing their spellcasting techniques before the captivated audience of young wizards. The pair moved fluidly across the stage, demonstrating remarkable agility, even managing to deftly dispel spells aimed at the spectators. Though it was evident they were not exerting their full potential, it was sufficient to leave the young witches and wizards in awe and eager to learn. Draco's face flushed with excitement. His family was typically behind the scenes, and he rarely witnessed such fervent competition. Moreover, it was his aunt and prospective uncle up there. "I want to learn." After a while, the two duelists found themselves unable to determine a victor, so they mutually ceased their attacks, declaring a draw. As the formalities concluded, raucous applause and cheers erupted from the audience. Nicoles and Severus exchanged smiles amidst the cacophony of applause. In that moment, they were deserving of every cheer. Chapter 72. There's still too little homework. As they took their bows, Draco's eyes sparkled as he fixed them on Nicoles. "Professor, I want to learn this. Then come find me when you have time." "All right." Draco nodded eagerly, entirely oblivious to Severus's impatient gaze directed at him. How vexing. This little Malfoy has no sense of boundaries whatsoever. There truly is too little homework. He suddenly thought that Draco's potion essay could have been lengthier. At that moment, while the group conversed, Lockhart was busy pairing the young witches and wizards into duos. Thanks to the earlier duel between Nicoles and Severus, the young wizards were brimming with enthusiasm, each eager to showcase their own talents, igniting a fervent atmosphere. Lockhart paired Neville with Hufflepuff's Justin Finch-Fletchley. But upon seeing Harry and his friends huddled together, Severus was immediately flooded with unpleasant memories, prompting him to stride over to separate them. "I believe the dream team should be broken up. Weasley shall pair with Finnegan, and as for Potter..." Harry instinctively edged closer to Hermione. A smirk crept onto Severus's face as he recalled the bothersome little platinum peacock who had spent the day prancing before him. "Malfoy, come here." Draco immediately ceased his conversation with Nicoles and hurried over. "Let us see what sort of duel you and the illustrious chosen one can muster. And then we shall determine if you have the audacity to seek extra lessons. And you, Miss Granger, shall pair with Bletchley." Draco had initially approached with an air of arrogance, even bearing a hint of smugness, but upon hearing Severus's words, a look of concern crossed his face. What if he performed poorly and was denied lessons from his aunt? This simply cannot be. "Very well, let us proceed with these pairings." Lockhart did not dare to refuse. The prowess of these two individuals instilled a sense of trepidation within him, rendering him unable to speak freely in their presence. The formidable duo, embodying both malevolent and benevolent forces, was beyond his capacity to provoke. Soon, they were ushered onto the stage, and Lockhart proclaimed, "Now, face your partners." Bow. Harry and Draco, perennial adversaries, merely glared at one another without a nod of acknowledgement. "Raise your wands and prepare," Lockhart bellowed. "When I count to 3, unleash your spells. But remember, it's merely the disarmament charm. I shan't tolerate any unforeseen incidents." 1, 2, 3. Before Lockhart could finish his countdown, Draco acted. As soon as the number 2 escaped Lockhart's lips, he struck. The light emitted from his wand forcefully collided with Harry, causing him to stagger momentarily. Fortunately, Harry managed to regain his balance quickly and, in a swift response, retaliated with a tickling charm. However, The Draco of today was no longer the Draco of yore. Having learned the art of combat, he understood that engaging in a duel required strategy. He had transcended the simplistic back and forth of spellcasting. Once Draco had unleashed his spell, he adeptly maneuvered in a serpentine fashion, successfully evading Harry's tickling charm, and promptly countered with a Tarantaligra. Harry's spell was executed well, yet it was evident that he lacked the repertoire of tactics that Draco had acquired. Unsurprisingly, he was struck by Draco's incantation, his legs succumbing to an uncontrollable dance. Observing the scene, Draco assumed victory was assured and could not help but revel in his triumph, exclaiming, "Hey, what has become of our great savior? Are you showcasing your ludicrous dance moves?" Haha. As is well known, Draco's hubris blinded him, while Harry excelled in adversity. Though compelled to dance against his will, Harry had gleaned the importance of timing from their brief exchange. Seizing the moment while Draco was distracted, he mustered his strength and launched another tickling charm, which, predictably, ensnared Draco. In an instant, Draco was doubled over in laughter, rendered immobile and unable to continue. Nicholas, with a resigned expression, covered his eyes. His nephew, often astute, seemed to lose his composure whenever matters involving Harry arose, allowing a favorable situation to slip away. It was difficult to ascertain whether this was a peculiar bond between the two. Observing the chaos, one in fits of laughter and the other dancing, who could utter a word of dissonance? Eventually, Severus could no longer tolerate the spectacle and cast a freezing charm. Halting the farce, Lockhart droned on in their ears about their disregard for rules, while Severus wore a sardonic smile, which, it should be noted, was directed not solely at Harry, but also included Draco. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable, Draco lowered his gaze, shame washing over him for his earlier negligence. Meanwhile, Harry had no time to dwell on such matters. He rushed to mediate, as Ron was preoccupied with his own troubles. His faulty wand had unleashed chaos, striking Seamus, who was now frantically apologizing. The true crisis lay with Hermione, who was presently engaged in a fierce skirmish with Millicent Bulstrode, each casting spells and exchanging blows. Hermione had landed a particularly effective hit, reducing Millicent to quiet sobs. Harry sought a way to separate them, yet this proved challenging, as Millicent appeared significantly more robust than he. The surroundings were chaotic, and Severus, known for his disinclination to intervene, opted to watch with arms crossed. Observing Lockhart flail about in a state of panic amidst the tumult, the atmosphere was overwhelmingly cacophonous, filled with the cries of young witches and wizards, errant spells, and the sight of small wizards sprawled on the ground or clinging to the stage, creating a chaotic tableau that enveloped Nicholas in a dizzying whirlwind. "It's too loud. It's too chaotic," Nicholas exclaimed, her patience wearing thin. "What is happening here? Is this a rebellion? This would be deemed a teaching disaster back in our homeland. Though I must say, such absurdity would be unlikely to occur there. And as a professor of magic, Lockhart cannot even staunch a simple wound. Merlin, how did he ever graduate?" With a sigh, Nicholas drew her wand from her sleeve, casting a wide-area binding spell that immobilized all the young witches and wizards in place. Using a voice amplification charm, she declared, "Once I lift the spell, all of you shall remain still and refrain from moving, understood?" Silence ensued, for no one dared to speak. After a brief pause to ensure comprehension, she waved her wand to release the enchantment. In an instant, all combatants stood still, facing Nicholas. Those in need of healing stepped to the left, those unscathed, to the right. "Begin moving." Yet still, no one uttered a word. The sheer potency of Nicholas's spell had rendered them awestruck. "Severus, please attend to the injured students." "Very well," Severus replied, nodding as he conjured a healing charm, restoring the wounded student's injuries instantaneously. "If you are free of ailments, Miss Fawcett, I suggest you position yourself on the right." Severus's tone bore a hint of impatience. Yes. Thank you, headmaster." Fawcett bowed and hurried to the designated side. Few students required treatment, allowing Severus to work swiftly. Soon, he returned to stand beside Nicholas with arms crossed. Chapter 73, An Unexpected Turn. As the chaos subsided, Lockhart's presence became pronounced once more, as he audaciously suggested that Longbottom take the stage to duel again. Good heavens, is he oblivious to Longbottom's propensity for accidents? Severus could no longer contain himself and intervened, exclaiming, "Professor Lockhart, this idea is quite absurd." He moved with great haste, his robes billowing behind him, reminiscent of a great bat once more. "Longbottom's spells are unpredictable. Do you believe Fenrir requires a burial plot?" Neville's face flushed crimson, as he had yet to conquer his own insecurities. "What about Malfoy and Potter? They should proceed." "Splendid." Lockhart was eager for someone to take charge of the situation, as he had already exhibited enough cowardice for one evening. He gestured for Harry and Draco to step into the center of the hall, and the remaining students instinctively parted to give them space. "All right, Harry," Lockhart said, wearing an expression that suggested camaraderie. When Draco points his wand at you, do this. He raised his wand and waved it about in an attempt to conjure intricate patterns, only to accidentally drop it to the floor. Severus let out a derisive snort, while Lockhart scrambled to retrieve his wand, muttering, "Oh dear, my wand seems overly excited." Severus ignored him and approached Draco, sensing that Malfoy could also benefit from some pre-battle guidance. Upon finishing his words, he leaned slightly towards Draco, murmuring a few phrases. Draco, upon hearing this, curled his lips into a sinister smile, the arc of which mirrored the cold smirk of Severus. This scene caused Nicolis to shake her head in disapproval. "Hey, do you two realize that your smiles truly resemble those of villains?" Harry, feeling somewhat anxious from their laughter, glanced at Nicolis, who was positioned quite far from him, and helplessly turned to Gilderoy Lockhart beside him. "Professor, could you demonstrate the disarming charm once more?" Lockhart fumbled for words, but merely rambled on about irrelevant matters before shoving Harry into the center. "Are you afraid?" Draco taunted, standing opposite Harry, his voice barely above a whisper. "Dream on." Harry, stirred by irritation, shot back fiercely. Lockhart's voice resonated again in their ears. 321, begin. This time, Draco adhered to the rules, waiting for Lockhart's command before launching his attack. Release the beast. The tip of his wand emitted a brilliant flash of white light. And to Harry's horror, a long black snake suddenly sprang forth, landing on the floor between them. The snake raised its head, poised to strike, prompting the surrounding young wizards to scream and retreat, clearing a significant space. The Slytherin students near Nicolis instinctively huddled behind her, ceasing their chaotic movements. After all, this was undoubtedly the safest place in the room. Detected the iconic moment of Parseltongue. Yes, as Nicolis completed her mental note, Lockhart once again made a colossal blunder by attacking the snake. The creature, as per the original narrative, became frenzied, hissing and preparing to strike at any human within sight, revealing its venomous fangs as it slithered towards the nearest young wizard, Justin Finch-Fletchley. "Hiss! Stop!" Harry and Draco spoke simultaneously. However, Harry's command was uttered in Parseltongue, while Draco was prompted by the basilisk's urging to save the little snake. Thanks to the Parseltongue translator, Draco felt no pressure in communicating with the serpent and the basilisk. Nestled quietly on Draco's shoulder, hissed softly, offering him suggestions. The basilisk, quite astute, ceased its hissing the moment Parseltongue emerged. Curious, it poked its small head out from the collar of Draco's shirt to observe Harry. Aside from a fleeting sense of familiarity, it discerned nothing amiss. Meanwhile, Harry, disregarding everything else, continued to hiss commands at the snake on the floor, urging it not to attack. The snake complied, lying still on the ground, and turned to meet Harry's gaze. Sensing the creature's docility, Harry smiled at Justin, seemingly anticipating his gratitude. His smile was radiant, yet Justin appeared utterly terrified, hastily exclaiming, "What on earth are you doing?" Before fleeing the hall, Severus stepped forward, intending to transfigure the snake away, but Draco grasped his arm. "Professor, allow me to handle this." "Oh." Severus's expression turned somewhat grave. "After all, it was I who summoned it." Draco's voice trailed off, lowering in volume as his gaze involuntarily drifted towards his shoulder, where his little serpent friend had made its first request of him. The little snake had assured him that it would not allow the creature on the ground to harm him. Severus, discerning the truth in Draco's eyes, opted not to let him take charge, as it was clearly not the right moment for him to step forward. Moreover, that Potter was also a Parselmouth. Though astonishing, it was evident that Draco should not further entangle himself in this matter, especially with all the young wizards watching. Severus acted swiftly, casting a binding charm that ensnared the snake, which instantly transformed into a twisted ball. Draco adeptly scooped up the snake ball and discreetly descended from the dueling platform. The surrounding young wizards, initially apprehensive, quickly realized that the snake ball posed no threat, especially when they saw Draco, who typically sensed danger, handling it with ease. Thus, a few brave young wizards curiously gathered around to examine it. At that moment, Harry was already being pulled away by Ron and the others. Clearly, the young wizards had lost interest in continuing the duel. Severus and Nicolis exchanged glances, foregoing Lockhart's opinion, and promptly declared the session adjourned, instructing all young wizards to return to their common rooms without delay. Nicolis' lingering authority and Severus' formidable presence compelled the young wizards to form orderly, yet hurried lines, returning to their respective common rooms. Rumors detrimental to Harry began circulating once more throughout the school. Like all the fated children, Harry found himself at the heart of the turmoil. Justin had informed Harry of his Muggle heritage, which became a point of contention, repeatedly cited as evidence of Harry's supposed intent to harm him. Furthermore, Mrs. Norris had just caught Harry wandering the halls before being petrified, adding to the mounting accusations against him. Now, wherever Harry went, young wizards regarded him with fear and trepidation. Except for Hermione and Ron, the only one who maintained his original demeanor towards Harry was, surprisingly, Draco. This unexpected display of support ignited a flicker of goodwill within Harry, albeit it felt rather peculiar and ill-timed. Yet, it was undoubtedly the most comforting news he had received in recent times. Even when he questioned his own lineage, Draco resolutely rebuked all those who labeled him as the heir, insisting such a notion was utterly impossible. Although Draco's motives might have stemmed from disdain for Harry, it was undeniable that such actions provided him with solace during these troubling times. Chapter 74, Truly Educating This Group. Come on. After sharing his thoughts with Ron, Harry was met with Ron's dismissive retort. Perhaps it's because he actually is the heir himself. That sort of person would relish being the heir, which is why he refutes everyone's claims. You know, his family is all pure blood and loves to show off. It's merely a fortunate coincidence. Ron remained unconvinced that Malfoy had any good intentions. Harry pondered this for a moment, finding some merit in Ron's argument. However, regrettably, they were currently unable to access Snape's private stores, making it impossible to brew the Polyjuice potion. Otherwise, they could ascertain whether Malfoy truly was the heir of Slytherin, thus expediting the process of clearing Harry's name. Regrettably, Harry's musings are destined to remain unfulfilled. Not only is access to the storeroom forbidden, but the basilisk is currently ensconced alongside Nicoles and their companions, brazenly parading through Hogwarts with glasses on, unnoticed by anyone. Consequently, the castle has not witnessed any further petrification incidents. Harry and his friends find themselves ensnared in a predicament of incommunicable evidence. However, aside from Harry, the lives of the others continue unabated. Nicoles has been particularly busy in recent days, as the weather in the Scottish Highlands grows increasingly harsh, with a fierce snowstorm raging outside. Professor Sprout, concerned for the young witches and wizards handling the mandrakes, has summoned Nicoles to assist her, as this matter pertains to the life of Madame Loris. Nicoles, not one to refuse, helps her ensure that all the mandrakes are appropriately attired in socks and scarves, preparing them for the winter. Moreover, she has embarked on the endeavor of teaching Draco magic. Initially, it was merely a few private lessons, a trivial pursuit, as the boy is both sweet-tongued and eager to learn. Even Severus, upon witnessing their interactions, would occasionally offer a few words of guidance. However, Severus's instruction is far from gentle. Draco has been sent sprawling multiple times, and the acerbity of Severus's remarks is too numerous to count. One would assume that young Mr. Malfoy's mind, if not filled with the trivialities of the Muggle world, would at least recognize when to evade danger rather than standing foolishly in place. Well, Lucius, in his day, was at least the head of Slytherin. Must the Malfoy legacy falter with young Mr. Malfoy? It seems there may indeed be some merit to the notion that he cannot secure a position in dark arts defense. Nevertheless, this does not deter Draco's fervor for learning. Each time he is sent flying, he scuttles back enthusiastically, and even the venomous sprays have become trivial to him. Nicoles finds herself questioning whether he has developed some immunity from hearing too much or perhaps has discerned that, aside from his abrasive manner, Severus possesses a wealth of knowledge to impart. Truly, he is her dear nephew, carrying the lineage of the Rogiers, displaying remarkable acuity. Draco, I shall write to father to lament my woes. Lucius, study hard, master your craft, for the glory of the Malfoys. Draco, I am ignited with passion. Lucius, thank Merlin, no, thank Cicely for bringing such a relative to us. Thus, undeterred by the elements, Draco ardently continues his studies, his enthusiasm only intensifying. Nicoles, curious about the sudden shift in the boy's demeanor and his newfound industriousness, finds her questions answered before she can voice them. So, you wish for me to teach you defense against the dark arts? Nicoles is somewhat taken aback, having just concluded her lesson when she is confronted by a group of Slytherin students. Yes, Professor, we heard you are instructing the second-year Malfoy. We are members of a dueling club and wish to invite you as our guiding professor. Fifth-year Daniel Free is thrust forward to engage with Nicoles. How did you come to know of this? The young wizards exchange glances, and ultimately, Free provides the explanation. Nicoles listens attentively as he elaborates. The reason lies with the dueling club. Despite Gilderoy Lockhart's incompetence, many young wizards possess organizational skills. Thus, some students have spontaneously formed small dueling clubs. They find great enjoyment in this legitimate form of combat, spurred on by Lockhart's ineptitude as a defense against the dark arts professor. With the looming wizarding examinations, the students, particularly those in 5th and 7th years, must solidify their knowledge, as their instructor merely leads them through rehearsals. Draco has joined a small dueling club, whimsically named the Pure Blood Club, where he has utilized his newly acquired techniques and spells to triumph over 2 third-year students and a 4th-year student. leaving the entire club in shock. This has invigorated the spotlight-loving Platinum Peacock family, prompting the youngest Malfoy to fervently pursue knowledge from Nicole's, practically begging for her attention 24 hours a day. Severus. Nothing is more insufferable than an insatiable young wizard. Thus, Draco's enthusiasm for learning becomes evident, as does the reason for the older student's pursuit of him. Yet, Nicole's hesitates, scratching her head in uncertainty. She is not naive. Having taught Draco, even Severus has grown envious. What would happen if she were to instruct this entire group? She shudders at the thought of navigating Severus's bed in one piece afterward. Cough. I see that your club consists entirely of Slytherin students. Why not approach Severus instead? Upon hearing this, the Slytherin students appear as if struck by a fright, their eyes widening in alarm. I believe Severus would be more than willing to guide you, at least in matters of defense against the dark arts. Professor Rogiers. Our head of house is quite busy, Free stammers, as they attempt to wriggle free from the idea. Their head of house commands considerable respect, and they dare not approach him. However, Nicole's suddenly conceives a brilliant idea. Very well, I shall consider it. You may return for now. There may be further developments in this matter. The group, initially seeking mere fortune, does not expect an immediate acquiescence from Nicole's and readily agrees. Thank you for your kindness. Professor Rogiers, we look forward to your response. You're most welcome. It is my honor. The students swiftly depart from the potions office, leaving Nicole's with a modest stack of ungraded essays, which she promptly attends to. Reflecting on Severus's schedule, she deduces that he should be instructing 6th-year students now, and her desire to seek him out dissipates. Taking a blank parchment, she begins to write and sketch. It is not until nearly 6 o'clock that Nicole's completes her work, her spirits lifted as she bounds toward the cellar. Chapter 75, Just Be Stubborn. Nicole's wanders through the cellar until she finally locates Severus in the potions room. She gently embraces him from behind. A glimmer of amusement graces Severus's eyes as he deftly clasps her delicate hand at his waist and bestows a soft kiss upon it, while his other hand skillfully retrieves the necessary potion ingredients. With a few strides, he leads the witch to the cauldron where he is concocting potions, seamlessly adding the ingredients at the precise moment and stirring with a wand in a clockwise motion for 3 turns. Throughout this, the witch remains quietly nestled against him, her gentle face resting upon his shoulder, her wide eyes following the movements of his deft hands. Severus had been brewing this potion for a fortnight, yet it would require an additional 5.5 months before it could be deemed complete. Thus, he found himself frequently returning to add ingredients or to inspect the potion's status. Nicole's had long grown accustomed to the presence of this cauldron in the potion-making chamber, and she would often lend a hand in overseeing it during Severus's busier moments. Before long, the latest ingredients were added, and the cauldron once again emitted a perfectly shaped mist. Severus, satisfied, set down his stirring rod, exerted a gentle force, and maneuvered the witch before him onto the table. With a firm grip on her waist, he bestowed upon her a light kiss. Well, how curious it is that Professor Rosier's little shadow is absent today. If you wish for him, I wouldn't mind summoning him, Nicole's teased, her hands climbing to his shoulders as their noses nearly touched. Severus chuckled softly, brushing against her nose. I believe it best that we remain undisturbed at this moment. What do you think, Professor Rosier? That does hold some merit, she conceded, so granted. With that, Nicole's cupped his face and planted a resounding kiss upon his lips. As you command, my queen. The wizard lifted the witch from the table, carrying her to the office sofa, where they exchanged a lingering kiss. Nicole's then began to recount the events of the afternoon, detailing how several young witches and wizards had sought her counsel. A gaggle of tedious little trolls, unable even to best Draco. Severus, let us be reasonable. I shan't mention the combat techniques I taught Draco, but what of you? You taught him the disarming charm. How could those little witches possibly prevail? Severus shrugged off her remarks. Draco only manages to hit his target 3 times out of 10. Luck plays a considerable role, and the troll's defeat is a testament to their own ineptitude. Nicole's pouted, her fingers playfully assaulting his cheeks. Though Draco has not studied with us for long, it is truly lamentable that disciples of 2 masters of the dark arts are so easily vanquished. Those young witches are merely progressing at a normal rate. Has he forgotten that Draco could only manage a stalemate with Harry before? Now he is outclassing those in higher years. Otherwise, how would those astute Slytherin witches dare to approach me for guidance? Slytherin boasts no fools. Draco's advancement is nothing short of remarkable. And you, Severus, are merely obstinate. If Draco were to lose while employing the disarming charm, I shudder to think how you might intensify his training. Nicole's imagined Severus's tone vividly, huh? The vanquished have no right to rest. Thus, Mr. Malfoy knows precisely what he ought to do. Observing Nicole's drift into her own reverie, Severus skillfully brought her attention back to him, resulting in an even more vigorous pinch to his face. So, Professor Rosier summoned them to seek my counsel. And it surely wasn't he merely to increase your partner's workload, was it? Severus neither resisted nor protested as Nicoles continued her playful assault on his features, occasionally pecking at her fingers. Indeed not. I have a plan. Would you be so kind as to have the headmaster review it? With utmost pleasure. Nicoles chuckled lightly, satisfied as she placed a gentle kiss upon his lips and handed him her written proposal. Severus accepted it, perusing it while still embracing her. A commendable idea. It will significantly mitigate the adverse effects of this year's lamentable defense against the dark arts professor. Severus, you seem rather disgruntled, she remarked. Your headmaster is certainly more deserving of this position than that buffoon, wouldn't you agree? Of course. However, it is quite regrettable that the buffoon managed to best my headmaster. Severus's expression darkened, his hand tightening around Nicoles's waist as their proximity lessened. Well, is Professor Rosier attempting to provoke her headmaster? Nicoles struggled momentarily before deciding to perch herself upon Severus's lap, cradling his face in her hands and gazing down at him. Headmaster, if that were the case, I would be quite at a loss. Disobedient little witches must pay a price. Does Professor Rosier understand this? But headmaster, your student is famished. Surely you wouldn't deny her sustenance? Nicoles grinned mischievously, her radiant smile directed at Severus. Indeed, the wizard exhaled a resigned sigh. I suppose I shall have to add a meal replacement potion to my research. Ha ha ha, Severus, you are simply delightful. Congratulations, Ms. Nini. You are the first in 32 years to describe me as delightful. Oh, what a grand honor. So, do you fancy it? Severus raised an eyebrow, not too shabby. Ha ha, Severus. How can you claim you are not delightful? You mentioned being hungry. Shall we dine? Severus recalled Nicoles's earlier words, aware they were likely a ruse. Yet he relished it all the same. Very well, but shall we invite Dumbledore to dine with us? It would be a perfect opportunity to present the proposal. Agreed. Let us be off. But before we do, does Headmaster not wish to grant his beloved a kiss? Just one kiss? Indeed, merely one kiss. As you wish. The fervent warmth enveloped the cellar, their affections unspoken yet palpable. Chapter 76. Playing with the old man is quite amusing. Before the designated dining hour, numerous little witches and wizards were still scurrying about Hogwarts. The setting sun, akin to a miser, concealed its last golden rays, casting a final glow through the glass as the couple strolled hand in hand down the corridor, arriving at the tower on the 8th floor. Lemon drops. Severus displayed a notable familiarity with the password to Dumbledore's office. Severus, have you ever heard the saying? What? When you are unaware of the password to Professor Dumbledore's office, simply bring the latest Honeyduke's menu and try each item one by one. You are bound to discover the answer. Nicoles winked playfully, stepping into Dumbledore's office first. Severus paused momentarily, recalling the passwords of you might just be onto something. Suddenly, he was struck by the realization of the vulnerabilities in the security of Hogwarts' headmaster's office. Shaking his head with a bemused smile, he followed Nicoles into the domain of the old lion. Oh, Nicoles, Severus, what brings you two here? Dumbledore appeared to be on his way out, and the pair nearly collided with him upon entering. Are you off to dine, headmaster? Indeed, would you join me? Certainly, but might we dine in your office? I have matters to discuss. Oh, of course. Come in quickly. I have been quite curious about the feast my house elf has prepared for you. Dumbledore beckoned them in with a warm smile. How splendid. Nicoles, unfazed, embraced Severus's arm and plopped down onto his sofa with a beaming smile. It is evident that Dumbledore does not mind, and indeed rather enjoys this mode of interaction. Too many regard him as a paragon of wisdom or greatness. Yet he prefers this ordinary and warm manner of companionship. Have you ever tried hot pot, Professor? It is a delicacy from the East, is it not? Indeed. Nicole snapped her fingers, and pudding materialized in the headmaster's office. Good evening, esteemed young Mistress Nicole, Professor Snape, Headmaster Dumbledore. Pudding bowed gracefully to the trio. Good evening, Pudding. Is the hot pot ready? Of course, my dear young mistress. Tonight, I have prepared a 4-section hot pot featuring clear broth, tomato, spicy, and green pepper flavors. With another snap of his fingers, the broth and an array of meticulously prepared ingredients appeared on the table before them. Thank you, Pudding. Please do enjoy your meal as well. Farewell. Yes, young mistress. Please take your time, and do not hesitate to summon me should you require anything. With that, he vanished once more. This was not Severus's first encounter with hot pot. He adeptly prepared the dipping sauce to Nicole's liking. Meanwhile, Nicole enthusiastically introduced the concept of hot pot to Dumbledore, who, with his playful spirit, clearly exhibited a readiness to embrace new experiences. Oh, what is this, Nini? Shrimp paste, delicious morsels made from shrimp. Choose a flavor you fancy and toss it in to cook. Unsure of Dumbledore's preferred dipping sauce, Nicole concocted one based on her own taste. Dip it in this. This is my favorite flavor. You can try it first, and if it doesn't suit your palate, we can adjust it. Very well. Dumbledore, now engrossed in the delightful exploration of new flavors and ingredients, momentarily forsook conversation with Nicole. This venerable lion of Gryffindor, despite his advanced years, retained a spirit of adventure and thrill. Surprisingly, he favored the spicy broth over the sweet and sour tomato. Unbelievable. Word shall spread that the old bee does not enjoy sweetness. He ought to trade preferences with Severus, who relishes tomato, a remarkable contrast to the typically cold demeanor of the Slytherin king. Yet, Nicole also cherished tomato. She was a staunch supporter of it. The two found common ground in this aspect. After all, tomato enthusiasts reign supreme. For dessert, pudding prepared sour plum soup and brown sugar glutinous rice balls, which struck a chord with the old bee's heart, prompting him to inquire about Nicole's recipe, revealing just how much he relished this sweet treat. The dinner was a delightful affair, but the moment had arrived to address the pressing matter at hand. Headmaster, I must confess that my visit for dinner comes with a purpose, Nicole began, cradling a cup of the headmaster's signature red tea. Dumbledore's eyes sparkled with understanding, and he reluctantly set aside the brown sugar glutinous rice ball, acutely aware of the historical lesson that advised against eating while she spoke, lest the consequences be dire. Is it regarding the Pure Blood Club's guiding professor? Ah, indeed, it seems that the events at Hogwarts cannot escape your keen perception. Nicole feigned a smile. Oh, the elderly have few pursuits, and I must occupy my time somehow. No hobbies? What about engaging in a twilight romance? Ahem. Dumbledore instinctively reached for a cleansing drink, but realized he had consumed nothing, feeling somewhat awkward as he withdrew his hand. Heh, Nini. Such jesting should not be directed at an old man like me. How can this be a jest? We could certainly devise a script for a rekindled twilight romance. I assure you, I possess ample experience. Nicole's words were laden with meaning, even eliciting a shared smile from Severus, who recognized her truthfulness. She was indeed seasoned in matters of business. Regrettably, Dumbledore, eager to divert the topic, failed to notice their nuances. The couple, Severus and Nicole, felt a pang of disappointment. They had offered him an opportunity, yet he remained oblivious. Alas, the efforts to rekindle such a romance. What a splendid concept. Unfortunately, the mistress does not take the bait and misses witnessing such a spectacle. Ahem. Perhaps we should first discuss the duel club? Very well. If you wish to broach that subject first, Nicole responded with apparent understanding. However, Professor Dumbledore, do not shy away. If you encounter any issues regarding relationships, I am more than willing to assist. Indeed, we are more than eager to help in this regard. Severus, perhaps finding Dumbledore's current expression most amusing, chimed in with a hint of mischief. Thank you both, but I believe I do not require assistance at this moment. Perhaps in the future, one never knows. Nicole shrugged and exchanged a knowing glance with Severus. Why had I never realized how entertaining it is to tease the old man? Ahaha. In times of stress, this could provide a delightful diversion. Chapter 77, The Wizarding World's Sect Competition. Nini, why did you not agree to Flitwick's proposal? Dumbledore, abandoning any semblance of subtlety, abruptly shifted the topic. Severus remarked, this abrupt change of subject feels so familiar. Headmaster, if this club were an alchemy club, I would be most willing to guide them. However, it pertains to defense against the dark arts. I am a professor of alchemy, Nicole declared with righteous fervor, though had she not been playfully squeezing Severus's finger, Dumbledore might have taken her words at face value. Ah, I see. Yet, Nini, your talents extend beyond mere alchemy, as evidenced by Mr. Malfoy's notable progress. As he spoke, a glimmer of insight sparked in Dumbledore's eyes. Perhaps, while instructing young Malfoy, he could also guide the other young wizards. Fellow second-year students would be quite suitable, as their progress closely aligned with Mr. Malfoy's, would it not? But, Professor, I believe that falls under Professor Lockhart's purview, does it not? We are discussing the dual club. If I were to teach an entire year, would that not make me the defense against the dark arts professor? Nicole feigned confusion, tilting her head. You wish for me to become your golden boy's caretaker. How delightful. However, I have heard of Flitwick's club, which seems to be the Pure Blood Club, a club exclusively for Slytherin wizards. It may not be fair to guide them alone, would it? Moreover, there are half-bloods in Slytherin who are equally exceptional, are they not? At this point, Dumbledore's smiling gaze turned toward Severus. Severus remained silent, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he recognized the familiar undertones of Slytherin's threat narrative, which sought to leverage his lineage. How amusing. It is quite possible that shortly, Nicole's will directly request her beloved golden boy to join her. Principal, what do you mean? Nicole's lowered her eyelids, gently squeezing the wizard's fingers as a gesture of reassurance. Do not rush. The events have only just begun. I shall reclaim my ground soon. My vengeance is never delayed. Perhaps, Nini, you could serve as the guiding professor for more than one club. A faint smile graced Nicolelis's lips, as she had been anticipating this very suggestion. However, I currently do not have such a plan in mind. But since you believe it unfair for there to be only one guiding professor per club, perhaps you would consider this proposal? Oh, Nini, have you prepared a plan? Dumbledore, slightly astonished, reached out to take it. Indeed, as I do not possess the energy to oversee so many young wizards. But you are aware of our defense against the dark arts professor. Nicolis left her sentence unfinished, yet Dumbledore comprehended her implication clearly, especially concerning the 5th and 7th year students. It would be nothing short of a calamity for them. Therefore, I implore you to give this plan your earnest consideration. Dumbledore's expression grew significantly more serious as he began to swiftly peruse the proposal before him through his half-moon spectacles. Nicolelus's plan was crafted in a format from the future, highly concise and clear, making it quite convenient for Dumbledore to digest. Nini intends for each of the 4 houses to organize 2 clubs. Indeed, one for the upper years and one for the lower years. The upper year club caters to grades 4 to 7, while the lower year club is for grades 1 to 3. The upper year clubs will have guiding professors, and the mentorship for the lower years can be entrusted to upper year students who are neither in 5th nor 7th grade. This will not only reinforce their knowledge, but also assess their practical application skills. Of course, the guiding professors can occasionally provide them with guidance. Moreover, the task of mentoring the lower years is not without reward. The upper year students undertaking this guidance can earn points for their house and gain opportunities for additional mentorship. Furthermore, similar to Quidditch, dueling competitions can be organized for the young wizards, with the exception of 5th and 7th graders. The remaining grades will initially select the strongest individuals from each club, followed by a unified competition among the grades. The victorious students will not only earn points for their house, but will also receive prizes prepared by the school. I believe that in the wizarding world, prowess is of utmost significance, is it not? This approach can significantly motivate the young wizards and enhance both their theoretical and practical capabilities. After delivering her thoughts in one breath, Severus, displaying remarkable insight, passed her a cup of tea that had cooled, while he refilled her cup with a fresh brew. Nicolis naturally accepted Severus's cup, downing the tea in one go as she continued to play with his fingers, allowing Dumbledore a moment to ponder. Is there an issue with adapting the sect competitions from cultivation novels to Hogwarts? Certainly not. If we liken Hogwarts to a sect of cultivation, then everything falls into place. The 4 houses, categorized by their characteristics, can easily be imagined as peaks where disciples are recruited based on their qualities or talents. Thus, the principles of interaction among the 4 houses become evident. What could foster camaraderie and competitiveness better than sect competitions? Moreover, Nicolis plans to establish a ranking system. Power is paramount, while everything else is but a facade. Who says rivalry cannot exist within the same house? Rather than dwelling on conflicts between this house and that, why not focus on one's own standing in the rankings? Even if one's own house ranks above you, would you be content? This should incite motivation. What are you waiting for? The young wizards of Hogwarts seem rather idle. Mere rumors can send them into a frenzy, creating an uproar. With that energy, they might as well engage in dueling. What a perfect solution. Young wizards should embody the spirit of their kind. Learning should be the essence of the school. As for saving the world, it can take a back seat. Who can save the world with just a handful of children? Of course, she need not be thanked. She is merely granting the young wizards the childhood they deserve. And those noseless Death Eaters? They are merely tools for their new saints to polish their reputations. No competition allowed. This matter is theirs alone. Thus, the wisdom of the ancients holds some truth within books like Golden Houses. When faced with dilemmas, one should first consult the tomes. Who says novels are not literature? This perfectly aligns. A cultivation novel, a specialized guidebook for Hogwarts. Upon hearing Nicolelus's thoughts, Dumbledore could not feign indifference within his understanding. Voldemort would undoubtedly return, and Hogwarts, along with the entire wizarding world, was on the brink of war. Thus, Nicolelus's proposal was particularly enticing for him. Yet, he found himself uncertain of Nicolelus's true stance or her underlying intentions. Was it merely for the sake of Hogwarts? Nini, could you share the original intent behind your proposal? Dumbledore pondered over Nicolelus's past actions before deciding to inquire directly. You have seen through me, Nicolis thought. The performance was about to commence. In truth, I do hold some personal motives. She lowered her head slightly, her fingers gently grazing Severus's palm, hinting at him. Your partner is about to take the stage. Remember to play your part well. Chapter 78. What is this trifling sum? Could you elaborate? Dumbledore leaned forward, inquiring earnestly. Certainly. But may I pose a question to you first? Nicolis gazed sincerely at Dumbledore, her azure eyes sparkling with clarity. Of course, feel free to ask, Nini. Dumbledore picked up the sour plum drink before him. Is there truly a curse present in our defense against the dark arts class? Dumbledore sighed with relief, setting down his drink. Thank goodness, this cup of sour plum drink is safe. There are certainly no curses. The rumors are mere fabrications. The incidents involving those professors were merely accidents. Then why do you refuse Severus's application for the defense against the dark arts position? He genuinely enjoys that role. Severus is a master of potions, possessing absolute authority in that field, and I still believe he is better suited to teach young wizards and potions. Oh. Nicoles feigned a dramatic sigh, turning to caress Severus's face. But Severus truly loves it. I am fine, Nini, it is of no concern. As long as Hogwarts needs me, I am willing to teach anything. Severus lowered his gaze, seemingly masking his disappointment, gently nuzzling against the witch's palm. An inexplicable sense of sympathy arose. In her heart, Nicoles silently commended Severus. Truly, the headmaster is a master of disguise. Watching him perform tugged at her heartstrings. Severus. Cough. Cough. Dumbledore awkwardly cleared his throat, trying to assert his presence. I am still here. You two should be mindful of your surroundings. Bullying a single elderly person, is it? My apologies, Professor Dumbledore. We couldn't help ourselves. You understand, don't you? Of course. Dumbledore felt as though he had just digested a morsel, only to find his stomach inexplicably full again, truly perplexing. Ahem. So this is why you propose that the heads of the 4 houses serve as guiding professors? Dumbledore inquired, glancing at Severus beside him, all for the sake of having Severus teach young witches and wizards about the dark arts? Was this merely a covert means of fulfilling Severus's aspirations? Such a charming rascal he is. Indeed, this arrangement allows Severus to impart his favorite subject, defense against the dark arts. However, Professor, I wonder if Hogwarts requires investment? Oh, what do you mean? Dumbledore straightened in his seat, adopting an attentive demeanor. You see, Professor, do you not find the teaching model at Hogwarts to be problematic? Nicoles spoke earnestly. Not only does a single professor bear the weight of instructing all grades, but they must also manage the grading of papers, preparation of materials, and even patrol the grounds at night. Particularly for Severus, who additionally concocts potions for the infirmary, it is simply too arduous, and their remuneration is a mere 150 galleons a month. Dear headmaster. Ahem, Nicoles, about that. Nicoles interjected, having heard Dumbledore's intended explanation. You have previously informed me that Hogwarts' financial state is not particularly optimistic, which is why I seek to invest. Furthermore, I believe Severus's expertise is severely underutilized in teaching first and second-year students. I have seen their essays, some of which contain grammatical errors. Professor, is it not a waste to have a master potion maker correct these? He could surely devote this time to more meaningful pursuits. Just think of how many beneficial potions for the wizarding world he could research. Yet here he is, correcting the grammar of young witches and wizards. Nicoles's tone was laden with regret, her gaze sincere, causing Dumbledore to feel a twinge of embarrassment. Thus, if the issue is financial, I believe I could offer some assistance. After all, I am of little help beyond monetary matters. I simply do not wish for Severus to toil so. There are times when he even burns the midnight oil preparing potions, Nicoles said, lowering her head slightly. Severus immediately wrapped her in his embrace, reassuringly. It's all right, Nini. I've managed this way for years. I am accustomed to it. Do not worry, I can handle it. But Severus. As Nicoles lifted her head, her clear azure eyes glistened with unshed tears. Though Severus recognized that her expression was feigned, the sight of her usually mischievous eyes now brimming with tears tugged at his heartstrings. He gently pressed a kiss to the witch's forehead and began softly comforting her as if she were truly distressed. Meanwhile, Dumbledore mused, I should not be in the carriage. I ought to be beneath it. Hey, who among us has not experienced love? You two are being rather excessive. Nini, the Board of Governors at Hogwarts is currently full, therefore. No matter. I can invest directly, without needing a seat on the board. There is no need for you to save money for me. Although I was merely the chief alchemist at Morningstar, it is actually our family, the Rogiers, who hold the majority stake. I am quite wealthy. Reflecting on his own struggles to fund the Order of the Phoenix, Dumbledore thought, I truly wish to compete with you affluent individuals. Severus has married into wealth as well. How enviable. Nini, are you certain? Of course, I am certain. As long as Severus can have an easier time, what is this a matter? Nicoles's casual mention of this sum felt like arrows striking Dumbledore's knees repeatedly. What is this a matter? This sum. Despite my age and having cultivated my composure, I still feel as though I have been overshadowed. Very well. Nini, how much do you intend to invest? What do you require? Although I am not particularly concerned about the specifics, I do need an investment proposal. I shall contact my assistant tomorrow to come to Hogwarts and liaise with you directly. If that is agreeable, McDougal is quite professional and can also assist with subsequent recruitment. You may discuss matters with him. Very well, Dumbledore nodded. So, can we proceed with the dueling club? Nicoles looked expectantly at Dumbledore. He pondered for a moment, considering the benefits of a dueling club alongside Nicoles's investment. and ultimately acquiesce to the allure of galleons. Certainly, let us summon the heads of the 4 houses for a meeting tomorrow. You shall attend as well. We will collectively finalize the process and set it in motion. Chapter 79. This bird is no longer desired. Splendid. Then it is settled. Nicoles was genuinely thrilled this time. This maneuver not only secured her candidacy for a position on the Board of Governors, awaiting Lucius's resignation for her to seamlessly ascend, but also, once the investment is successful, she and her cohort could play a role in the recruitment of all new lower-grade professors and assistants at Hogwarts. After all, education must begin at a young age. Why not seize the opportunity to nurture promising talent? Furthermore, Severus would have more time to engage in pursuits he truly enjoys, freeing himself from the tedious teaching of younger witches and wizards. Lastly, this would certainly stimulate Dumbledore, avenging Severus, and perhaps even yielding unexpected surprises. How delightful! After discussing the matter at hand, Nicoles and Severus lingered a while longer in Dumbledore's office before taking their leave. Hand in hand, they strolled back to the dungeon. With Nicoles in exceedingly high spirits, Severus indulged her, playfully tugging her back whenever she leapt too far ahead, their laughter occasionally punctuating the air. If one were to overlook the astonished and fearful expressions of the occasional young witches and wizards they encountered, the scene would indeed appear harmonious and picturesque. Dumbledore stood at the window of his high tower office, gazing down at the pair strolling hand in hand along the banks of the Black Lake. The moonlight draping over them like a silken veil, rendering them a perfect and vibrant match. Reflecting on their shared glances and unspoken connections, Dumbledore sighed softly. Turning to a cabinet nestled in the corner of his office, with a gentle tap of his wand, he retrieved a stack of thick stationery, running his fingers over it tenderly. The bottom sheets of the stack bore the subtle creases and ragged edges of time, indicative of frequent handling. He skillfully perused the papers. The motion so familiar it felt as if he had done it thousands of times before. Fawkes perched upon the old man's shoulder, letting out a melodious cry. Dumbledore withdrew from his reverie and turned his gentle gaze to the phoenix. It's all right, old friend. I am merely, sigh. He left his thought unfinished. Fawkes, though not fully comprehending, sensed the loneliness that surrounded the elder and nuzzled its beak against Dumbledore's chin, offering a semblance of comfort. Dumbledore stroked Fawkes's head, his gaze distant. Recalling the phrase, "Who else would love you?" After a prolonged moment of stupor, a bitter smile escaped her lips, and she murmured softly, "It has always been you." Turning away, she reached for a piece of candy and popped it into her mouth, then stepped into the inner chamber, accompanied by the letter and enveloped in solitude. I am getting old. I should retire early, she mused. Meanwhile, Fawkes remained in place, a look of confusion on his face, sensing his master's discontent. Yet he could not comprehend it. Deciding it was best to consult the headmaster tomorrow, he thought to himself, even birds need their rest. The following morning, after completing her alchemy class, Nicoles hurried to Dumbledore's classroom for a conference with the 4 house heads. Among them was one with whom Nicoles had a close connection, while the other 3 genuinely wished to see the young wizard flourish. When the matter of the dueling club was brought up, they all enthusiastically cast their votes in favor. Additionally, when Nicoles proposed a plan to recruit teaching assistants for the lower grades, the heads were moved to tears. Merlin knew how exhausting it was for these single, powerful wizards to endure the same salary year after year while taking on an exponentially increasing workload. Without their fervent love for Hogwarts, it is likely they would have long since given up. Not only would their workload be reduced by half, but their salaries would also see an increase. What splendid news! Professor Flitwick even began discussing the format of the dueling competition with Nicoles, for when it comes to expertise, he was indeed the most qualified, being the champion of the dueling tournament himself. Nicoles explained the competition format directly borrowed from the Sectes trials, where the top 10 would be chosen from each house, followed by finals organized by the houses, earning her Flitwick's enthusiastic praise. He even offered to prepare the prizes for the inaugural Young Wizards dueling tournament. Dumbledore was delighted and swiftly approved this decision, eagerly awaiting McGonagall's arrival later that afternoon to discuss investments and recruitment matters, ready to implement their dueling plans. Meanwhile, the true professor of defense against the dark arts was conveniently forgotten in a corner, for they all knew he would inevitably involve himself regardless of whether a position was arranged for him or not. Thus, informing him held little significance, as he was not likely to contribute much. After concluding their discussions, they gathered for a hot pot meal prepared by Dumbledore. This time, the venerable centenarian displayed remarkable dexterity, deftly wielding his chopsticks amidst the 3 other house heads, who had only just learned to use them. Dumbledore remarked, "Hot pot is best enjoyed when one competes to eat." Once the midday feast concluded, Fawkes automatically flew to his master's shoulder, chirping a couple of notes before diving into the cellar without a backward glance. This left the centenarian standing forlornly, extending his arms in a silent plea, unable to utter words of restraint. Dumbledore lamented, "This bird is no longer suitable." "What?" Nicole's, overhearing the gossip from Fawkes perched on her shoulder, felt her eyes almost brim with excitement. She could swear that the pile of letters was undoubtedly pinned by her teacher. So, her teacher's letters had been seen by Dumbledore, and he even cherished them, occasionally revisiting them. What a delightful revelation. Speaking of which, why hadn't she received a reply to the voice recorder she sent her teacher? It had already been 3 days. Surely, the owl should have arrived by now. This was unusual. Could it be that her teacher had been so overwhelmed with joy from such thrilling news that he had lost his composure? No, surely not. Grindelwald, you must not. Meanwhile, in the Scottish Highlands of Hogwarts, Nicole's was pacing anxiously, awaiting a response. In distant Austria, at Neumgard, her teacher was also in a state of agitation, though his was one of excitement. But who could deny that this was not a testament to the unspoken bond between mentor and student? In the highest chamber of Neumgard, Grindelwald held the voice recorder Nicole's had sent him, replaying it repeatedly. Dumbledore's voice, aged yet still warm and resolute, echoed softly within the cramped, damp cell. After listening to it countless times, a newfound brightness enveloped Grindelwald, as a radiant smile, unfamiliar to Nicole's, graced his lips. He exuded a vigor long absent, shedding the gloom that had once surrounded him. The long-lost surge of magical energy flowed through him, his lost teeth regrowing, and his thinning hair returning. The marks of time upon him began to fade. Chapter 80, Striving. The world of wizards is intrinsically idealistic. Although Grindelwald had sent letters to the Scottish Highlands day after day, he had never received a response, lacking the belief, courage, or expectation for one. He merely repeated this act to seek solace in a faint glimmer of hope. Consequently, his physical condition deteriorated rapidly, even worse than Dumbledore. Burdened by numerous responsibilities yet unwilling to end his own life. He appeared far older than his years. Yet, who remembered that he was still younger than Dumbledore? Nicole's had often wished to encourage her teacher to reclaim his former self. Each time he would agree, and he had certainly improved since she first arrived 6 years ago. But she knew he still lacked the vital spirit to support him. The facade reflecting one's innermost world had not changed. Ultimately, the affirmations of students pale in comparison to the validation from a beloved. Nicole's whispered to herself, in the end, it was a misguided devotion. Not really. But at this moment, Grindelwald finally gained clarity, once again enveloped by the sweet scent of love, ascending to his rightful place. His thick, silver-white hair sprouted from his scalp, and even the wrinkles on his face seemed to soften. Were it not for his tattered clothing, one could scarcely discern the remnants of his time in prison. The long-awaited joy did not cloud the mind of this former leader of saints. He quickly composed a letter of commendation and urgency to the current leader. Does your teacher remember your promise of a year to restore communication, 2 years to meet, and 3 years to embrace? Hurry up. Also, the photo of the pink robe is stunning. My owl would look splendid in all vibrant colors. Perhaps a bit more could be sent. I will choose some lovely robes for Christmas, and you can present them to him. And do not remain idle. Keep moving. Your teacher's later years depend entirely on you. Strive. With her belly full and her heart brimming with hope, Miss Owl set forth, carrying the wishes of 2 distant souls toward the heart of the Austrian tower. While the elderly figure behind her clutched the voice recorder, gazing after her from afar. In the Hogwarts Alchemy office, Nicole's, having indulged in delightful gossip, lamented the absence of someone to share her excitement with. With Severus off to class, she found herself alone. Thus, she resorted to chattering with Fawkes and the basilisk. When Draco entered, he was greeted by this bizarre scene. "Aunt," Draco observed, surprisingly unfazed by the sight, his expression merely tinged with curiosity as he swiftly adapted, almost as if he had grown accustomed to such peculiarities. Indeed, he often encounters peculiar sights whenever he visits Nicole's. "You've arrived? Splendid. I was feeling rather bored. Come here." Nicole's beckoned him over. Draco promptly scampered to her side. "Is this Dumbledore's phoenix? Hey, little darling, you ought to at least address him as headmaster." Nicole's corrected him with a playful tap on the head. However, Draco pouted in defiance, eager to argue back. "There's no however. It is an undeniable fact that Dumbledore is your headmaster. Furthermore, I believe matters concerning adults should not involve young wizards. He is someone of great importance and whom I deeply respect. So, as my little nephew, how should you conduct yourself? Someone of great importance?" Draco furrowed his brow, pondering whether Dumbledore had some familial connection to their lineage, a notion he had never heard before. Should he write to his father to inquire? Nicole's, sensing his thoughts, remarked, "You could certainly write to Lucius and see if he would prefer you to maintain a cordial relationship with Dumbledore." Lucius, being rather fond of his son, might not care much about his own interests, but he was astute enough to recognize what would benefit Draco. A closer relationship with Dumbledore could serve as a valuable safety net, one he would undoubtedly endorse. Very well, Draco conceded, now understanding Nicole's perspective. I shall show him the respect he deserves. That's the spirit. Come closer, I shall introduce you. This is Fawkes, my little brother. Fawkes, this is Draco, my nephew. Make sure to look out for each other. Chirp chirp. Don't worry, big brother. Your nephew is my nephew too. All right, Auntie, I will get along splendidly with him. Excellent. Nicole's affectionately ruffled Draco's hair and stroked Fawkes's feathers, while the serpent creature nestled itself on her lap. How delightful it was for her to embrace a life with a phoenix and a serpent. Truly fulfilling. By the way, one wonders if Draco might learn to become an animagus. He could very well transform into a weasel. Speaking of which, I haven't asked why you've come at this hour. No classes today? No, that is not it. Draco, having discreetly withdrawn his hand from Fawkes, suddenly seemed to recall something, tapping his head. Annie, may I teach the techniques you've taught me to Goyle and Theodore? Of course. Once you've mastered them, you can share your knowledge with anyone you wish. However, be cautious with Severus's spells. They are quite powerful, and you are still young. It's dangerous to wield them without an adult wizard present. Understood. Auntie, I will be careful. Draco nonchalantly crossed his legs, joking that he, Malfoy, was the self-proclaimed dueling champion of the second year. By the way, I have exclusive news. Would you care to hear? What? At this, Draco ceased his playful antics with the phoenix and the serpent. His ears perked up, realizing this was a chance to shine. Nicole smirked, beginning to divulge exclusive insights regarding the dueling club. Indeed, this little fellow, upon hearing the news, swiftly tucked the serpent into his pocket and hurriedly took his leave. With Fawkes likely eager to join the fray, Nicole shook her head, envisioning the child's triumphant demeanor in the common room. However, this was a perfect opportunity to disseminate the information through Draco, preparing Hogwarts's little creatures for what lay ahead. Yet, to her surprise, her small alchemical office was soon inundated with visitors. Before long, there came another knock at the door. Knock knock. Come in. Nicole snapped her fingers, and the door swung open. A small witch with a mass of frizzy hair stood awkwardly at the entrance. Miss Granger? Nicole exclaimed, taken aback by Hermione's visit. Professor Rogier, Hermione said, glancing nervously down the hallway, swallowing hard. Please, come in and have a seat. Nicole raised an eyebrow, choosing not to comment on the two little tails behind Hermione, and waved her hand to close the office door. If you don't come in, then that is that. Hermione stepped forward to sit opposite Nicole's, who poured her a cup of red tea. Is red tea sufficient? Of course, thank you. What brings you here? Hermione's expression was conflicted, her lips pressed tightly as she struggled to find the words. Relax. I am your professor. You may ask me anything, Nicole reassured her. Reclining languidly on the sofa, her black attire accentuating her elegant and noble demeanor, her eyes twinkling as she regarded the young witch across from her. Hermione felt her cheeks flush, inhaling deeply as she steeled herself before locking eyes with Nicole's. Professor Rogier, I would like to inquire if you have any information regarding the heir of Slytherin? Nicole chuckled softly. I anticipated that these three little ones would conduct their own secret investigations, but I did not expect you to come directly to me. Why do you ask me? Because I thought perhaps you might know something. Besides, you are Malfoy's aunt. He visits the alchemy office so frequently that no one in Hogwarts is unaware. If Malfoy indeed had a connection, perhaps she could glean some information from you. Hermione silently added, her gaze dropping to the teacup. My dear, I regret to inform you that I do not possess any knowledge about the heir of Slytherin. However, I have a question for you as well. Would you mind sharing your thoughts with me? Not at all. Please go ahead. Hermione took a sip of the warm, fragrant tea, feeling her tense emotions begin to ease. Hermione, Nicole said. Oh, may I call you that? Of course. Hermione's eyes brightened, her body instinctively leaning forward. Very well, Hermione, I am curious. Even if you learn who the heir of Slytherin is, what then? You are merely young witches and wizards. What can you do? Can you stop the monster in the Chamber of Secrets? Hermione momentarily faltered, struggling to formulate a rebuttal to Nicole's probing question. After a brief silence, she began recounting her experiences from their first year, attempting to persuade Nicole's of the validity and significance of their endeavor. Professor Rogier, I don't believe our investigation is futile. Perhaps you are unaware, but during our first year, Harry, Ron, and I helped Dumbledore protect the Philosopher's Stone. And Harry even defeated the Dark Lord. Nicole's listened attentively, not interrupting, and even poured more tea into Hermione's cup. And that is how it went, Hermione concluded proudly, her chin slightly raised. Your experiences are remarkable, dear. You are quite brave. From my limited understanding of you and your recounting, it appears that you are the most astute among your group. Nicole raised her hand and crossed her arms, her body leaning slightly back, a hint of amusement lacing her voice. Indeed, Professor, Hermione acknowledged this assertion candidly. But have you ever pondered why Dumbledore chose to place the Philosopher's Stone in that unmonitored chamber? What? Hermione's eyes widened in astonishment, momentarily perplexed by the statement. Oh, it seems I must elucidate further. Nicole tilted her head slightly, prepared to lay bare the truth. Have you considered that if Dumbledore intended to safeguard the Philosopher's Stone, the safest place for it would be with him? This could be accomplished with merely an alchemical object imbued with the unseen expansion charm. Nicole gestured towards Hermione, her fair, slender right hand adorned with an emerald ring. With a flick of her wrist, a book materialized in her grasp. Hermione gazed at this spectacle, momentarily speechless, swallowing hard. Perhaps you are aware that Dumbledore is also a master alchemist? He is a venerable figure, contemporaneous with my alchemy instructor. Crafting such a trivial item would be child's play for him. As for the alchemical ring I created, I would not wish for it to fall into the hands of others. Even Severus would be incapable of acquiring it. Who do you believe is stronger, Professor Quirrell or Severus? Yet Hermione found herself at a loss for words, her retort stifled. Have you ever considered why Dumbledore fortuitously left Hogwarts on that very day? I am also quite close friends with Hagrid. Although you met him a year later, do you truly think Hagrid can keep a secret? Why is it that Hagrid's information always seems to provide you with just the right clues? As the greatest wizard of our age, a wise sage of considerable years, do you believe he would commit such a blunder? Nicole's words left the young witch utterly bewildered, as the events she had experienced unfolded before her in an entirely different light. Her throat grew dry, and her words began to stammer. But we have already gone through those. They are not false. Do not be alarmed, dear Hermione. Your experiences are indeed genuine. However, merely from your account, I can detect so many inconsistencies. Do you truly believe that the three of you little witches could accomplish anything of substance on your own? Hermione felt her thoughts shaken. Her intelligence requiring no excessive prompting, she needed only a nudge to uncover the truth. Had their first-year exploits truly been spontaneous, or were they manipulated by unseen hands? Now, we may discuss the topic at hand, Nicole stated, not intending to reveal all answers at once, allowing Hermione the opportunity to seek her own understanding for greater conviction. What leads you to believe that I possess the information you seek? At that moment, Hermione was taken aback, her long-held beliefs shattered by Nicole's candid remarks. Indeed, they were still unaware of the monster within the chamber. On what grounds did they think they could vanquish it merely as three novice witches? In her confusion, Hermione opted for honesty with Nicole. It's Malfoy. He boasts in school that he will not be attacked, and being a pure blood, he has insinuated that you might be next. So, you suspect Draco is here to gather information? Nicole inquired, her tone questioning yet her conclusion resolute. Yes, Hermione admitted, lowering her gaze in embarrassment. Chapter 82. So agile. Well, it seems there has been some misunderstanding, Nicole remarked, brushing aside any ill will, as she gently ruffled Hermione's fluffy hair, finding it quite pleasant to the touch. The reason he dared to say such things is that I gifted him a bracelet, assuring him it would protect against all monsters, and my little nephew trusts me implicitly. Hermione's head snapped up, recalling the bracelet Draco had been flaunting recently, the expression on his face unmistakably one of pride. Ah, so that was the reason. It seems you have indeed seen that bracelet, Nicole confirmed. Yes, it's a beautiful obsidian bracelet, Hermione nodded. Precisely, Nicole said, pushing a plate of floral pastries toward the now relaxed Hermione. As for bloodlines, I am quite certain that Draco has no connection to Lord Salazar. You may examine this book. Nicole stood and retrieved a tome thicker than a standing human head, flipping through a few pages before placing it before the young witch. Look here. This is the genealogy of the Malfoy family. This one belongs to the Black family, and this is ours, the Rogiers. Upon seeing the book's thickness, Hermione's eyes widened in awe. This is a pure-blood family tree? Every family in the history of wizardry can be found within, Nicole explained. This is a prize I obtained from the Slytherin chamber. It details the lineage of every notable named family from the origins of wizards to the present day, including any future heirs. When Nicole first acquired it, she had been utterly perplexed, pondering its purpose. Am I meant to use this to annihilate families? To eradicate bloodlines? My goodness, now that would be true extermination. Before her, Hermione, the quintessential bookworm, was instantly absorbed in the book, meticulously tracing the Malfoy lineage upward, only to find no mention of Salazar Slytherin. Releasing a breath, whether of relief or despair, Hermione's posture relaxed. Nicole found it amusing, nudging the pastries with her chin. Have you been staring for so long that you are hungry? Try this treat. It is made with rose petals, and the little witches who have tasted it all adore it. Hermione's cheeks flushed slightly, the emotions of shyness and embarrassment washing over her as she realized how focused she had been. Thank you, Professor. I have heard George and Fred speak of the desserts in your office, claiming they are delightful. As she took one and began to sample it, Nicole inquired, and what do you think? Hermione nodded vigorously, It is indeed delicious. Feel free to take some home if you like. Professor, Hermione hesitated, biting her lip, unsure how to articulate her desire, yet her eyes reflected deep yearning as she gazed at Nicole. The book cannot be taken, Nicole stated firmly, causing Hermione's eyes to dim. Yet, she understood the value of such a tome. After all, it contained the genealogies of every family in the wizarding world. Consider this, it is a compendium of all known bloodlines. I wonder where Professor Rogier procured it, she mused. However, if you wish to see it, you are welcome to do so at any time. Really? Thank you, Professor. Hermione's voice soared an octave in surprise. Nicole was equally astonished. A mere book could captivate a future minister of magic. How advantageous. The young witch, already possessing a favorable impression of Nicole, found herself irresistibly drawn into their conversation, wholly forgetting the two burdens waiting outside. Harry and Ron had been waiting at the entrance for quite some time, anxiously pacing back and forth, until they spotted a wizard striding towards them, inquiring for directions. Greetings, young wizards. Could you kindly inform me which room houses the alchemy office? Upon hearing McDowell's inquiry, they noticed a flicker of excitement in the eyes of the two young wizards. Exchanging glances, the bespectacled wizard on the left eagerly exclaimed, "We know the way." The red-haired wizard on the right quickly chimed in, "Allow us to escort you. There's no need for that. Simply directing me will suffice." "I appreciate your kindness, but I am capable of finding it on my own," McDowell replied, his eyes narrowing in puzzlement. Were young wizards today truly this enthusiastic? Harry seized the moment, insisting, "We'd prefer to accompany you. What if you happen to get lost?" With Hermione still delayed, they were both anxious, having concocted countless scenarios in their minds. Since this gentleman sought the alchemy office, it would be fortuitous to accompany him there. Raising an eyebrow, McDowell regarded Harry with a hint of caution, causing Harry, already feeling somewhat insecure, to shift uncomfortably. This tilt of his head inadvertently revealed the scar on his forehead, prompting McDowell to arch an eyebrow. "Ah. So this was the little savior. Very well, thank you, kind young wizards," McDowell said with a gentle and harmless smile, recalling the information regarding the savior and his companions. Turning to Ron, he inquired, "Might you be a Weasley?" Surprised yet slightly wary, Ron responded, "Yes, but how do you know? We don't seem to be acquainted." "Oh, fret not, young one. We indeed do not know each other. I merely deduced it from your hair color. By the way, allow me to introduce myself. I am Roger McDowell, the former alchemist of the Morning Star and its current general manager. Perhaps you are aware that the Morning Star previously extended an invitation to your father?" "Ah, right." Ron's expression shifted to one of realization. "Did you write that?" McDowell nodded with a smile. While the invitations sent by the Morning Star were uniformly signed by the personnel department, not specifying individuals, it was of no consequence from this day forth. That letter would indeed be associated with him. McDowell, how wonderfully flexible. Regrettably, Mr. Weasley declined our offer. I hold his talents in high regard. At this, Ron fully relaxed, shrugging with a hint of regret. My father may have his own considerations, perhaps due to their shared connection. The two young wizards quickly found themselves engaged in conversation with the deliberately amiable McDowell.